In a previous life, Shuangwan, bearing the weight of her family's illustrious legacy, aided the isolated and helpless Ling Heng in ascending to the throne. She once believed their decade-long marriage was filled with boundless affection. Yet, when the veil of deception was torn away, all that remained was a gory truth. Her love was but a solitary illusion, a cruel jest. Upon seizing the throne, the scoundrel looked down upon her, saying, Shuangwan, did you truly think that it was I who shared the bridal chamber with you on our wedding night? You disgust me. How could I possibly touch you when I have a mere shadow named Ing? He continued, that wretched child bears your blood, and indeed, serves as an excellent catalyst for my son's recovery. Shuangwan, in light of the assistance your family once provided, I shall personally escort you on your final journey. The lives of the Li family truly are worthless. The second branch of the Li family presented evidence of their father's treason to Ling Heng. Gazing down at her, he remarked, Shuangwan, you foolishly sacrificed the blood of your main branch to elevate our second branch to glory. After half a year in the cold palace, the loyal and valiant members of the general's household were all mercilessly slaughtered. In a moment of rebirth, Shuangwan vowed to protect her family, punish the scoundrel, uphold the loyal ministers, and reclaim the empire. Yet, she never anticipated that on this thorn-strewn path, a man would shoulder the burdens, clearing the way for her. After sending the scoundrel to the underworld, Ling Heng lay prostrate at her feet, pleading, A-Wan, you are my wife. Please, look at me. I know I was wrong. The substitute for the bridal chamber kicked him aside, and embraced Shuangwan. Leave. She belongs to me. Chapter 1. Rebirth ***. In the winter of the 18th year of the Northern Jin's Jingzhong reign, within a bridal chamber, Shuangwan suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath, her heart racing violently. Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt a weight pressed down upon her. An unfamiliar man was atop her. His heavy breaths, hot against her neck, trailed towards her earlobe and lips. His broad hand cautiously covered her, filled with hesitation and restraint, as if contemplating whether to unfasten her garments. Shuangwan's body trembled violently. Clarity returned to her mind in an instant. She pushed the man off with surprising strength, shouting, "Don't touch me." Though her strength was minimal, he was easily repelled. She heard him exhale in apparent relief, and remarkably, he complied, rolling off the bed. A searing pain throbbed in her head. She closed her eyes tightly and reopened them to adjust to the darkness, utilizing the faint light filtering through the window to survey her surroundings. Draped in a resplendent red wedding gown, the bed adorned with sumptuous scarlet silk, and 2 extinguished red candles on the table, this was unmistakably her bridal chamber at the prince's residence on the night of her wedding. She had resided in this room for 5 years. Yet hadn't she perished? Dying in the 10th year of her marriage to Ling Heng, starved for 5 days in the cold palace, ultimately consumed by flames until nothing remained. Shuangwan, the Empress of Northern Jin, met a tragic end. Her family, once instrumental in Ling Heng's rise to power, faced annihilation. From empress to discarded consort, she endured the fall from grace, all at the whim of Ling Heng's word. In the darkness, her icy gaze fixed on the man standing at the edge of the bed. Clenching her fists beneath the covers, she recalled the bitter memories of her demise. An overwhelming tide of hatred surged within her. Suppressing her fury, she managed to utter 3 words, "Get out." The man raised his head, addressing her, "Your Highness the consort, you." Her brows furrowed, for this man dared to speak to her at such a moment. Did he not fear?
Ha!
A cold laugh escaped her lips, venom lacing her mirth. His audacity revealed he knew she was aware of the truth. Very well. He would not divulge this matter to Ling Heng. Did Ling Heng send you? On the day of our wedding, he sent you to consummate the marriage in his stead? The words trembled from her lips, her body quaking as the humiliation of knowing the truth consumed her. The man clenched his fists, forcing himself to endure before painfully admitting, "Yes. You are Ing." He trembled violently, collapsing to his knees. "I am Ing." His voice, once melodious and deep, now trembled with barely concealed emotion, not fear, but something akin to excitement. Shuangwan suppressed the boiling rage within her and repeated, "Leave." Ing did not raise his head but lowered his voice further. "Miss Li, the prince's men are outside, keeping watch." The title Miss Li pierced her heart like a dull blade, causing her to involuntarily hunch over in pain. What a title, Miss Li! Yet from this day forth, she would be shackled with the loathsome title of consort to the prince. She glanced towards the window, spotting a figure pressed against it. Was it not Ling Heng's spy? Ing suddenly rose. Miss Li, please remain calm. I must leave. After a pause, he continued, Tonight is the wedding night. The prince did not wish to consummate the marriage and sent me instead. If I do not come, the prince may grow suspicious and send someone else. Miss Li, you must. Li Shuangwan acknowledged the truth in his words, her clenched fists now stained with blood from her nails digging into her palms. Yet she felt no pain. When she remained silent, Ing added, If the prince sends something later, do not touch it, regardless of what it is. She released her fists and met his gaze. He looked at her intently before turning to open the door, exiting and whispering to the figure outside, whose tall silhouette soon vanished into the darkness. With them gone, the moment the door opened, Li Shuangwan beheld the meager red silks under the dim light of the hexagonal lantern outside. All of this confirmed her rebirth. Reborn on the day of her wedding to Ling Heng, on the very night that should have been filled with joy. She had married Ling Heng for 10 years, believing their union was one of profound love, and they had a child, with her as the sole woman in the prince's residence. Even during her postpartum recovery, Ling Heng had cared for her and their ailing child without a hint of complaint. Even her initially opposing parents and later her brother were swayed by Ling Heng's genuine affection, ultimately aligning with him, aiding him in his ascent to the throne until he secured his rule. Thus, the Li family faced utter ruin. Her father met a gruesome end, her mother succumbed to despair, her elder brother was framed into self-destruction, and all 381 members perished. She was the architect of her family's downfall. Tears streamed down her cheeks, landing on her hands propped on the bed, causing her body to convulse in pain. The final moments of her previous life lingered vividly in her mind. On the 12th day of the 12th month in the 3rd year of the Jinyo era of northern Jin, the sky hung heavy and overcast, resembling the monstrous maw of a beast ready to devour the sordid and chaotic world below it, which was devoid of a single flake of snow since the onset of winter. Li Shuangwan, clad in tattered garments and bearing a pallid complexion, lay prostrate on the frigid ground, her body weakened from days, without sustenance. Since half a year prior, when Ling Heng decreed her banishment to the cold palace, she had not seen the sun's light. Once the cherished daughter of the general of the state, the jewel of the Li family, she had gallantly wielded a spear and ridden with pride, her laughter resonating across the vast northwestern plains. She had once led 100 riders into the enemy camp, aiming directly for the enemy commander's head. Yet now, in this cold palace, she endured the humiliation imposed by that hypocritical man, existing in disgrace for 6 long months. For the past 5 days, no one had brought her even the slightest morsel of food, neither the spoiled nor the rotten. At that moment, the heavy, dust-laden door of the cold palace creaked open. Li Shuangwan raised her eyes, filled with a fiery rage. Before her stood a pair of boots intricately embroidered with golden dragons, leading up to the emperor's regal attire adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons. The man remained tall and imposing, his posture as straight as ever. Time seemed to have left no mark upon his face, which was still as warm and jade-like as before, exuding an air of elegance. He was still as captivating as ever. At that moment, he casually lit the drapes with a fire starter, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he coldly regarded the wretched figure of Li Shuangwan sprawled on the ground. Li Shuangwan, considering that your family has once rendered me a modicum of assistance, I have come to personally see you off. The lives of the Li family are truly worthless, he sneered. Li Shuangwan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she comprehend that just half a year ago, they had shared a deep marital bond, their love flourishing? Could a person's heart truly turn to stone overnight? Why? Gathering the last vestiges of her strength, she implored, Ling Heng, why? I have never wronged you. I bore you Chun Ning and nurtured him with care for years, gradually restoring his health. My family, the Li family, supported your ascension to the throne and stabilized your rule. Yet you slaughtered my entire clan, and now you come to burn me as well. After a decade of marriage, can you not reveal the reason before my demise? Why? Why had her beloved son Chun Ning not visited her even once in these 6 months? How could a heart grow so callous? Why? Ha, Li Shuangwan, perhaps you should inquire of your father, Li Huaying, when you reach the underworld, about what he said to my father on my 5th birthday. For over a decade, I have lived on the edge of a precipice, all thanks to him. What? Li Shuangwan was bewildered. Ling Heng grimaced in disdain. Moreover, how could I bear to touch your body, which I find revolting? What did you say? The last traces of color drained from her face. Chun Ning is not your son? But you have always treated him as such.
Ah,
Ling Heng's lips curled into a mocking smile. On the night of our wedding, did you truly believe the person you shared the bed with was me? It was merely an inferior shadow guard named Ding. Did you never question why you felt so fatigued each nightfall? Li Shuangwan had indeed harbored doubts, but after suffering severe injuries 6 months ago, she believed it was due to her body's poor recovery. That was because I had been administering a soporific in your nightly tea, you fool. And, he continued derisively, that illegitimate child was allowed to be born only because my Chun Ning's constitution was too frail. The royal physician Huang stated that only the heart's blood of a newborn could save him. That child carries your blood, and turns out to be an excellent medicinal catalyst. Li Shuangwan trembled violently, realizing that the child she had painstakingly raised for 9 years was not her own flesh and blood. Chun Ning, are you saying he is not my son? You killed him at birth? Who is he? She had cried too much these days, her tears long dried up, and her voice emerged like the sound of flesh being torn, stained with blood, shaking the cold palace to its core. Ling Heng enunciated each word with chilling precision. You will never know who he is. Li Shuangwan erupted in a fit of violent coughing, followed by torrents of blood spewing from her mouth. Though her eyes could no longer shed tears, her blood, still flowing, replaced her tears as it cascaded from her despairing eyes. Why did Chun Ning's features resemble hers so closely? Why had she not realized that the child she had nurtured for another was not truly her own? Who was he, and what had her father said to Ling Heng all those years ago that incited such hatred against the general of the state's household? She vividly recalled her own body collapsing after childbirth. Ling Heng had been deeply concerned. After the royal physician Huang examined her pulse, he sighed heavily. Your Highness, you have been gravely injured during childbirth. Ling Heng's face paled, urgency evident in his voice. Royal physician Huang, regardless of the cost, please ensure the recovery of my beloved consort. The physician shook his head. Your Highness, the consort's condition is too dire for her to bear children again. If not, the implication was clear. There was a grave risk to her life. Is there truly no other way? Your medical skills are among the finest in the palace. Please, think of a solution, and I will offer you ample rewards. The physician continued to shake his head. To speak frankly, had your consort not been in good health to begin with, she would not have survived this childbirth ordeal. Please heed my advice. For her sake, Your Highness, it is best if you do not share a bed again. After the physician departed, Ling Heng sat by her bedside, holding her tightly. I am sorry, A-Wan, it is my fault. Do not worry. Even if I must exhaust the entire wealth of the Wang household, I will ensure your recovery. You are the only woman in the rear courtyard. She believed him. He was so sincere. In the days that followed, Ling Heng meticulously attended to her, feeding her soups and medicines, never leaving her side. Even her father, who had initially opposed him, gradually changed his mind, from outright rejection to wholehearted support. Little did she know that the bowls of soup and medicine he fed her had long been poisoned, torturing her to the brink of death each night. The Emperor Jingzhong had 6 sons. The eldest, Ling Ji, had been named crown prince early on, while the remaining 5 sons included the 4th Prince Ling Heng and the 2nd Prince Ling Yun, who were bestowed the titles of King Heng and King Qi. Since the establishment of Northern Jin, there had been an unwritten rule that those granted princely titles could not ascend to the throne. Ling Heng, though charming and refined, found himself in a precarious position with a weak maternal family. The crown prince lacked wisdom and capability. The struggle for succession among the 6 sons was fraught with danger. Ling Heng, with his unparalleled grace and gentility, was perceived as having no ulterior motives toward the throne. She had fallen for him, despite her parents' vehement opposition. The Li family, holding military power, was already viewed with suspicion by Emperor Jingzhong. Should she marry Ling Heng, it would undoubtedly thrust her family into the spotlight. Her parents claimed to have found her a suitable match in the noble heir of the Jing'an Marquis, Cui Xiaohou, a man of good character, who was also enamored with her. Yet she resolutely declined, ultimately choosing to marry Ling Heng of her own volition. In doing so, she entwined the fates of the general of the state's household and the Wang household, marking the beginning of all her nightmares. After a decade of marriage, once Ling Heng secured his position, his first decree was to label the Li family as traitors and enemies of the state. The entire Li family, comprising 381 souls, was exterminated, leaving not even a dog alive. There is one more thing. I had your martial prowess incapacitated. A woman skilled in combat poses too many uncertainties, which I cannot control. Ling Heng wore a smile. Blood tears streamed down her face. It was you. Ling Heng, may you meet a most wretched end. I, Li Shuangwan, would willingly descend into the depths of hell for eternity, never to be reborn, dragging your Ling clan down with me, bringing ruin to this filthy northern Jin dynasty. Ling Heng remained indifferent to her curse, gently extinguishing the flame of the torch in his hand, casting a condescending glance at the person below him, his words dripping with disdain. I have come personally to escort you on your journey, Li Shuangwan. Not everyone is granted such a grand favor. Express your gratitude. The inferno painted the sky a fiery red. It became clear that his visit was intended solely to humiliate her, to inform her of these events, ensuring that she would perish in the flames, consumed by boundless hatred and resentment. Even in the underworld, she would find no peace, unable to face her parents or the ancestral spirits of the Li family. She would die with her eyes wide open. The heavens bore witness, and time rewound. Li Shuangwan was reborn. In this new life, she would exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon that treacherous Ling Heng. She would bring down the very foundations of the northern Jin dynasty, allowing the Ling clan to experience the devastating taste of losing everything they held dear to the flames. In a previous life, you annihilated my family. In this life, I shall bring ruin to your empire.
A-Wan.
A voice, so familiar that it was almost haunting, yanked Li Shuangwan back to this blood-soaked realm of flesh and bone. In her past life, Li Shuangwan, bearing the weight of her family's esteemed military legacy, aided the isolated Ling Heng in ascending to the throne. She believed that after a decade of marriage, their bond was one of profound affection. However, when the veil of deceit was lifted, it revealed nothing but the gruesome reality of betrayal. The love she cherished was but a figment of her imagination, a cruel jest. Upon reaching the pinnacle of power, the unfaithful Ling Heng looked down upon her, declaring, Li Shuangwan, on our wedding night, did you truly think the one sharing your bed was me? You disgust me. Why would I ever touch you when a mere shadow naming serves my purpose? He continued, that wretched child, bearing your blood, has proven to be an excellent bait. My son's health indeed improves. Li Shuangwan, out of respect for the fleeting assistance your family once provided, I have come to personally escort you on your final journey. The Li family, it seems, holds little value for life. The evidence presented by the second branch of the Li family, accusing her father of treason, was a dagger to the heart. With a disdainful gaze, he remarked, Li Shuangwan, you foolishly sacrificed the lives of your family to elevate our branch's glory. After half a year in the cold palace, reduced to ashes, the once proud Li family was ruthlessly slaughtered. Upon her rebirth, Li Shuangwan vowed to protect her family, exact revenge on the scoundrel, safeguard loyal ministers, and reclaim the throne. Yet, she never anticipated that on this treacherous path, a man would bear the burdens alongside her, clearing a path through the thorns. As she sent the unfaithful Ling Heng to the underworld, he groveled at her feet, pleading, A-Wan, you are my wife. Please look at me. I realize my mistakes. The stand-in who had shared her bed kicked him away and embraced Li Shuangwan, declaring, leave. She belongs to me. Chapter 1. Rebirth. In the winter of the 18th year of the Jingzhong era of northern Jin, in a bridal chamber shrouded in darkness, Li Shuangwan suddenly awoke, gasping for breath, her heart racing. Before she could comprehend the situation, she felt the weight of a man pressing down upon her. His heavy breaths, warm against her neck, trailed toward her earlobes and lips. His broad hand cautiously moved toward her, hesitating, as if debating whether to untie her garments. Li Shuangwan trembled, her mind clearing in an instant. She pushed the man off her with surprising strength, shouting, don't touch me. Despite her slight frame, he was easily cast aside. She heard him exhale in apparent relief, and astonishingly, he obeyed, rolling off the bed. Li Shuangwan's head throbbed painfully. She closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, adjusted to the dimness, she discerned the details of her surroundings through the faint light filtering from the eaves. Dressed in a crimson wedding gown, with a vibrant red quilt on the bed and 2 extinguished red candles on the table, it was unmistakably a bridal chamber. Her mind raced. This was indeed her room in the Hengwangfu, the scene of her wedding night. She had lived here for 5 years. But hadn't she died? Perished on the 10th anniversary of her marriage to Ling Heng, starving for 5 days in the cold palace before being consumed by flames, leaving no trace behind. Li Shuangwan, the empress of northern Jin, had met a tragic end. Her family, once instrumental in Ling Heng's rise to power, had been annihilated. She had fallen from a position of immense prestige as empress to being despised, all because of a single command from Ling Heng, who had secured the throne. In the darkness, Li Shuangwan's icy gaze bore into the man still standing at the edge of the bed, her fists clenched under the quilt. The memories of her past life surged back, fueling a torrent of rage. She forced the words from her throat. "Get out." The man looked up, addressing her. "Your Highness, the Heng Wangfei." He hesitated, wanting to step closer but pausing you. At his audacity to speak, a cold laugh escaped her lips, laced with venom. His words confirmed that he was aware she had uncovered the truth. "Very well. You cannot possibly disclose this to Ling Heng. Did Ling Heng send you? On this day of our wedding, did he dispatch you to fulfill his marital duties?" Her body shook with indignation, the shame of realizing the truth before her death gnawed at her like a swarm of ants. The man's fists clenched, as if forcing himself to endure something. After a moment he rasped yes. "You are Ing." The man's body trembled at the mention of his name, and he fell to his knees, stating, "I am Ing." His voice, once melodious, now carried a subtle tremor, not of fear, but rather of excitement. Li Shuangwan, suppressing the fury surging within her, commanded leave. Ing did not raise his gaze, lowering his voice further. "Miss Li, the prince's men are outside, waiting." Miss Li. The title struck her like a dull knife, causing her to involuntarily bend forward in pain. What a title, Miss Li. Yet from this day forth, she would also bear the loathsome title of Heng Wangfei. She turned to the window, spotting a figure pressed against it. Was it not Ling Heng's agent sent to monitor them? Suddenly, Ing stood. "Miss Li, please remain calm. I will step outside." He paused, gritting his teeth as he continued. "On this night of our wedding, the prince is unwilling to consummate the marriage and has sent me instead. Should I not appear, the prince may grow suspicious and send others. Miss Li, you must." Li Shuangwan recognized the truth in Ying's words. Her clenched fists bore marks of blood where her nails had dug into her flesh. Yet, she felt no pain. Noticing her silence, Ying added, "If the prince sends anything later, regardless of what it is, please do not touch it." Releasing her fists, she met Ying's gaze. He cast her a deep look before turning to open the door, stepping outside, and exchanging a few words with the figure outside. Soon, both disappeared into the shadows. As the door swung open, Li Shuangwan glimpsed the meager red ribbons under the dim light of the hexagonal lantern in the courtyard. All of this confirmed it. She had been reborn. She had returned to the moment of her marriage to Ling Heng on the very night of their wedding. After 10 years of marriage, she had believed in their deep affection, their bond strengthened by the arrival of their child, convinced she was the sole woman in the Heng Wangfu. Even during her recovery from childbirth, as she languished in sickness, Ling Heng had cared for her and their fragile child without a word of complaint. Even her initially opposing parents and later her brother were swayed by his genuine devotion, leading them to support him unconditionally, aiding him in his ascent to power until he secured the throne. Thus, in the end, her family faced utter ruin. Her father met a gruesome fate, her mother succumbed to despair, her brother was framed and took his own life, and not a single one of the 381 members of the Li family survived. She was the architect of her family's downfall. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto her hand, which was propped against the bed, causing her body to convulse in agony. The final moments of her life replayed vividly in her mind. On the 12th day of the 12th month of the 3rd year of the Jinyo era of northern Jin, the sky was overcast, resembling a great beast's gaping maw, ready to devour the dirty and chaotic world below, where right and wrong were indistinguishable. Li Shuangwan, clad in tattered garments, her pallid visage and frail form reminiscent of an old crone, lay prostrate on the cold ground. Having gone days without a morsel of food, her body had grown exceedingly weak. Ever since 6 months prior, when Ling Heng decreed her banishment to the cold palace, she had not seen the light of day. Once the cherished daughter of the general's residence, the jewel of the Li family, she had gallantly wielded a spear and ridden a horse, her laughter echoing across the vast northwestern grasslands. She had led over 100 riders into the enemy camp, targeting the enemy commander's head. Yet here in the cold palace, she endured 6 months of humiliation at the hands of that exceedingly hypocritical man. For the past 5 days, no one had come to deliver even a scrap of food, not even the spoiled, moldy, or rotten remnants. At that moment, the door of the cold palace creaked open, thick with dust. Li Shuangwan raised her eyes, filled with a fiery red. Chapter 2. Ashes to Ashes. Before her stood a pair of embroidered golden dragon-patterned boots, ascending to the emperor's robe adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons. The man remained tall and upright, his figure as imposing as ever. Time seemed to have left no trace upon his face, which was as smooth and warm as jade, exuding an elegant charm. He was still as captivating as ever. At that moment, he casually lit the drapes with a fire starter in his hand, a faint smile of derision playing at the corners of his mouth as he coldly regarded the wretched figure of Li Shuangwan, crumpled on the ground. Li Shuangwan, in consideration of the slight assistance your family once offered me, I have come to personally escort you on your journey. Such is the worth of your family's life. Li Shuangwan felt her eyes widen in disbelief. How could she fathom that just 6 months ago, they had shared a deep marital bond filled with affection? Could a heart truly turn to stone overnight? Why? Gathering her last vestige of strength, she implored, Ling Heng, why? I have wronged you not. I bore you Chun Ning and nurtured him with care for years, gradually restoring his health. The Li family, aided you in ascending to this supreme position, stabilizing your reign. Yet you slaughtered my entire clan, and now you come to burn me. After 10 years of marriage, will you not reveal to me why this is happening? Why? Why had her beloved son Chun Ning not come to see her even once in the past 6 months? How could a person become so cold and indifferent? Why? Li Shuangwan, perhaps when you reach the underworld, you can ask your father, Li Huaying, what he said to my father on my 5th birthday. For over a decade, my life has been a precarious tightrope, all thanks to him. What? Li Shuangwan was bewildered. Ling Heng's face twisted in disdain. And you, who disgust me, do you think I would ever touch you? What? What do you mean? The last remnants of color drained from her face. Chun Ning is not your son? But you treated him as such. A cold smile curved Ling Heng's lips. On our wedding night, did you truly believe it was I who shared the bed with you? It was merely a lowly shadow guard named Ding. Did you never question why you always felt so fatigued at night? Li Shuangwan had indeed harbored doubts, but after the severe injury she had suffered 6 months ago, she thought it was merely due to her poor health. That was because I slipped sedatives into your tea each night, foolish girl. And furthermore, he taunted, that abominable child was allowed to be born solely because my Chun Ning's health was too frail. Dr. Huang said that the blood of a newborn was needed as a medicinal catalyst to prolong his life. That wretched child, flowing with your blood, indeed served as an excellent catalyst. Li Shuangwan trembled violently, realizing that the child she had painstakingly nurtured for 9 years was not her own flesh and blood. Chun Ning, are you saying he is not my son? He was killed the moment he was born? Who is he? Having cried too much in recent days, her tears had run dry, and now her voice emerged like torn flesh, stained with blood, shaking the cold palace to its very core. Ling Heng spoke each word with chilling finality. You shall never know who he is. Li Shuangwan erupted into a fit of violent coughing, followed by torrents of blood spilling from her mouth. Though no tears remained, the blood had yet to dry, cascading from her despairing eyes as a substitute for her weeping. Why did Chun Ning's features resemble hers so closely? How could she have failed to realize that the child she raised for another was not her own? Who was he truly? What had her father said to Ling Heng all those years ago that instilled such hatred for the general's residence? She vividly recalled how, after giving birth, her body had collapsed. Ling Heng had been deeply distressed. After Dr. Huang took her pulse, he sighed heavily. Your Highness, you have sustained severe injuries during childbirth. Ling Heng's complexion paled, urgency overtaking him. Dr. Huang, no matter the cost, please ensure my beloved consort recovers. Dr. Huang shook his head. Your Highness, the consort's condition is too grave for further childbirth. It could endanger her life. Is there no other way? Dr. Huang, your medical skills are among the finest in the palace. Please, consider any solution, and I shall reward you generously. Dr. Huang continued to shake his head. To be frank, had it not been for the consort's strong constitution, she would not have survived this childbirth ordeal. For the sake of her health, Your Highness. His implications were clear. It would be best for the prince and princess to refrain from further intimacy. After Dr. Huang departed, Ling Heng sat by her bedside, holding her tightly. I am sorry, A-Wan, it is my fault. Do not worry. Even if I must exhaust all the resources of the prince's residence, I will ensure your recovery. You are the only woman in my household. She believed him. He seemed so sincere. In the days that followed, Ling Heng attended to her every need, administering medicine and soup with unwavering devotion. Even her initially disapproving father gradually changed his stance, from outright opposition to full support. Little did she know that each bowl of soup he fed her had been laced with poison, subjecting her to nightly torment worse than death. Emperor Jingzhong had 6 sons. The first prince, Ling Ji, was early on named heir, while the remaining 5 sons included the fourth prince Ling Heng and the second prince Ling Yun, who were named Prince of Heng and Prince of Qi, respectively. Since the founding of Northern Jin, there had been an unwritten rule that those conferred titles of prince could not inherit the throne. Ling Heng, being of slight stature and his maternal family weak, faced considerable obstacles. The crown prince lacked wisdom and capability, and the struggle for succession was fraught with danger. Ling Heng was charming and graceful, gentle and courteous to all, leading everyone to believe he harbored no ambitions toward the throne. She fell deeply for him. Despite her parents' vehement opposition, the Li family held significant military power, and Emperor Jingzhong was wary of them. If she married Ling Heng, it would undoubtedly place the Li family in a precarious position. Her parents had found a suitable match for her, the honorable young Master Cui of the Jing'an Marquise, who was a fitting partner and equally enamored with her. Yet she resolutely refused, subsequently running away to marry Ling Heng. Ultimately, this bound the entire general's residence with the prince of Heng's household. However, this marked the beginning of all her nightmares. After 10 years of marriage, Ling Heng, upon securing his position, issued an imperial decree branding the Li family with a charge of treason. The entire Li family, comprising 381 members, was executed, not even sparing the dogs. Oh, and one more thing. I have also rendered your martial prowess useless. A woman with martial skills presents too many uncertainties, and I cannot control you. Ling Heng wore a smile. Blood tears streamed down her face. It is you. Ling Heng, may you suffer a fate worse than death. I, Li Shuangwan, would willingly descend into the depths of hell for eternity, never to be reincarnated, dragging your Ling clan down with me, and bringing ruin to this filthy northern Jin dynasty. Ling Heng remained indifferent to her curse, gently extinguishing the flame of the firebrand in his hand, and gazing down upon her with a chilling disdain. His words dripped with frosty contempt. I have come personally to escort you on your journey, Li Shuangwan. Not everyone is granted such a grand favor. You ought to express your gratitude. The raging inferno painted half the sky crimson. It became clear that his purpose was to humiliate her, to inform her of these matters, compelling her to carry boundless resentment and bitterness as she was consumed by the flames. Even in the underworld, he sought to deny her peace, rendering her unable to face her parents or the ancestors of the Li family. He wished for her to die, with her eyes wide open. Yet, the heavens bore witness, and time reversed. Li Shuangwan was reborn. In this new life, she would ensure that the heartless Ling Heng suffered 1,000 tortures. She would overturn the very foundations of the northern Jin dynasty. The Ling clan would experience the torment of watching everything they cherished reduced to ashes. In a past life, you annihilated my entire clan. In this life, I shall bring ruin to your empire.
A-Wan.
A voice, so familiar it was almost unbearable, forcibly pulled Li Shuangwan back to this blood-soaked realm of flesh and bone. Chapter 3. The beastly heart beneath the human face. Ling Heng pushed open the door, his gentle voice resonating as he announced, I had someone prepare a bowl of noodles. Are you hungry? What happened earlier has left me quite concerned. He placed the noodles on the table and lit a vibrant red wedding candle. Li Shuangwan looked up to see Ling Heng, adorned in a splendid red wedding attire, approaching her with a bowl of noodles, his eyes gleaming with warmth. The moment the candle flickered to life, Li Shuangwan felt as if she was witnessing the flames that had once reduced her to ashes in a past life. Yet here she was, reborn from the very inferno. The flickering flame of the lit candle leapt suddenly, casting 2 grotesque and twisted shadows alongside an unlit candle on the floor. Li Shuangwan's heart tightened painfully as she regarded this man, whose heart was as monstrous as his visage was charming. A sardonic smile crept across her lips, her eyes brimming with animosity. How masterfully he performed, how deeply he feigned affection. He was handsome and gentle, appearing unassuming on the surface, yet his eyes, which could melt the hearts of even the most stoic, overflowed with feigned sweetness when he looked at her. She had been deceived by this facade for a full decade, allowing him to extract the last vestiges of her family's utility before revealing his most venomous self. I have come here to personally send you on your way, Li Shuangwan. Not everyone is afforded such a grand grace. You should be grateful. Ling Heng's words were as cold and biting as a serpent's venom. In her previous life, how foolish she had been. On the day of their grand wedding, the wedding candle was meant to burn until dawn, yet she had extinguished it at his behest, believing his claim of being a light sleeper would render him restless in its glow. The depth of her hatred surged, and she could only conceal her disarray behind the draping bed curtains. Taking a series of deep breaths, she forced herself to regain her composure. She desperately wished to inquire of Ling Heng what his father had said to him on his 5th birthday, but that was not feasible. Ling Heng approached the bed, placing the noodles on the bedside table, and reached his hand into the curtains, attempting to caress her head. She turned her face away to evade him. Ling Heng's hand froze in midair, but the next moment, he smiled faintly and sat at the edge of the bed after drawing back the curtains. "What is the matter? You seem to not recognize me." I am somewhat fatigued," Shuangwan replied, her voice hoarse and tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Upon hearing this, Ling Heng's expression clouded with concern, and he hastily inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Someone quickly summon Dr. Fong." Shuangwan scoffed inwardly. At this late hour, how could a neglected prince possibly summon the esteemed royal physician, Dr. Fong? Ha! Even if Dr. Fong arrived, if the suspicious Emperor Jingzhong found out, what would he think? Ling Heng had always been discreet, yet the emperor would undoubtedly suspect her of leveraging her family's military might to disregard the royal family, daring to summon the imperial physician at will. Ling Heng's scheming heart was something she had been blind to in her past life. "You were harmed by vile men 6 months ago, losing your martial prowess. Surely, that must be the source of your ailments. Dr. Fong's medical expertise will surely aid in your recovery," he insisted, his words dripping with insincerity. That dog of a man dared to mention such matters. She suppressed the turmoil within her and replied softly, "There is nothing wrong. I am simply weary. Furthermore, Dr. Fong is the emperor's personal physician. If summoned at this hour, it would surely displease his majesty, and he would reproach both you and me for our thoughtlessness." Ling Heng chuckled lightly. How could that be? Even if the emperor were to learn of it, he would overlook it for the sake of the general's house, considering your father's esteemed position in defending the Northwest. He would not concern himself with such trifles. It was her own foolishness, her mind clouded, that had led her to ignore the countless times Ling Heng had uttered such words in her previous life. Married to him, she could no longer flaunt her status as the general's legitimate daughter. If she brought trouble upon him, it would be her fault. "Your Highness, please refrain from speaking such words in the future. My father, as a military general, serves his country by duty. I cannot use that as leverage." Ling Heng's expression faltered momentarily, his grip tightening slightly as he scrutinized her face, searching for some hidden truth. Yet her visage was captivating, blushing softly, her dark eyes radiant and clear. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine, merely fatigued. Today, I fear I cannot attend to your needs," she stated firmly. Ling Heng forced a smile, though his brow furrowed as he sighed. "A-Wan, are you upset that I did not grant you a grand wedding? You know I am not favored by my father, and my mother's lowly status has caused you to suffer. You do not harbor any grievances, do you? Let us not allow such matters to create a rift between us," he implored. Shuangwan suppressed all her emotions and lifted her gaze to meet Ling Heng's face. His enchanting features, with his peach blossom eyes, high nose, and thin lips, were strikingly handsome. Yet this very visage, which had deceived her so grievously and led to her family's demise, was one she would have to confront. She smiled slightly at Ling Heng. "How could that be? You worry too much. I am merely fatigued. Today is our wedding day, and if you are not satisfied, it would be my fault. Perhaps we should wait a few days until I have rested, and then I shall attend to you properly." Upon hearing her words, Ling Heng's demeanor relaxed, and his previously probing gaze softened. "Then I shall rest easy. First, eat this bowl of noodles. I will wash up in the cleansing room and return to accompany you." Ling Heng stood, as though to take her hand, yet he refrained. "We are to grow old together. Do not entertain such thoughts." "Grow old together?" "Ha! Ling Heng, Shuangwan, have returned. Do you still wish for a future together, or are you merely lost in a dream?" Once Ling Heng departed, Shuangwan immediately rose, bringing the bowl of noodles to her nose for a sniff. Alas, she had no knowledge of medicine and could not discern what had been added to it. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she retrieved a box from the cabinet, poured the noodles inside, and tucked it beneath the bed, returning the empty bowl to the bedside table. In a secluded room within the Prince Heng's residence, a man knelt on the ground. Clad in a wedding robe identical to Ling Heng's, his imposing figure bore a resemblance to Ling Heng's silhouette. Aside from his phoenix eyes, which differed from Ling Heng's, his features and complexion were strikingly alike. This man had just received a harsh kick from Ling Heng, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and seeping from his chest, the hem of his wedding robe stained with mud. Ling Heng's face was etched with fury. Speak. Does Shuangwan suspect you? What have you done to alert her? Gritting his teeth, the man managed to utter, replying to your highness, there is nothing. The princess simply stated she was tired today and wished to rest, unable to serve. His voice bore a striking resemblance to Ling Heng's. Yet it was utterly different from the tone he had used with Shuangwan moments ago. Ling Heng scoffed. If that fool knew he was using a lowly shadow from Prince Heng's residence to consummate his marriage, it would be a wonder if she did not cause an uproar. How could she have looked at him so affectionately just moments ago, speaking to him in such tender tones? Chapter 4. The lowly shadow. It is best this way. Shadow. Do not forget your station. Know what must be done, and what must not. Were it not for your resemblance to me and your ability to mimic my voice, do you think such an opportunity would have fallen to you? There are plenty of men in Prince Heng's residence, eager to bed the legitimate daughter of the general's house. Yes, I dare not, the subordinate replied, clenching his fists, the veins on his hands bulging. Ling Heng snorted coldly, watching as the man before him struggled to maintain his composure. Finally, he tossed a porcelain vial containing the antidote at the man's feet. Take the medicine. You must complete what I have tasked you with today. Otherwise, it will be easier for me to kill a dog from Prince Heng's residence than to squash an ant. Ling Heng looked down at the man kneeling before him, his voice lowering slightly. Shuangwan had been harmed 6 months prior, rendering her formidable martial skills utterly useless. Now, having been poisoned, the only way to expel the toxin from her body was through the conception of a child. Thus, facilitating her pregnancy not only served your interests but also hers. Ing clenched his fists, otherwise, she would survive for no more than a year. Ling Heng bent down and grasped Ying's chin, forcing him to look up, stating that if she could not conceive, neither would he survive. Ling Heng stood tall, taking a handkerchief from the maid in azure attire, meticulously wiping the blood from his fingers. Clean yourself up and return in a quarter of an hour. Ing retrieved the antidote from the porcelain vial and swallowed it, rising to exit the room. Once outside, he exerted a slight pressure with his right hand, turning the white porcelain vial to ashes that scattered in the night breeze. His gait was steady, his tall frame exuding an aura of poise, entirely devoid of the earlier disarray. Instead, he radiated an air of profound danger and indifference, even a hint of lethal sharpness. Inside, he casually removed the human skin mask covering his face, revealing a countenance of striking handsomeness, with almond-shaped eyes slightly narrowed, the corners upturned, and thin lips pressed tightly together. Imbuing his visage with an icy demeanor, he tossed the mask onto the table and unfastened the vibrant red wedding attire, unveiling a robust physique, with defined muscles that spoke of a captivating allure hidden beneath his enchanting exterior. His gaze was as deep as the peaks of snow-capped mountains, imbued with a chilling intensity that diminished anyone's stature upon being met with his eyes. Had Ling Heng entered at that moment, he would hardly believe that such a person was the lowest-ranking shadow guard of the Hengwang Manor. Even the crown prince of the northern Jin dynasty could not rival his imposing presence. Yet, unbeknownst to others, this individual bore a grievous wound, a ghastly scar that marred his chest, a stark contrast to his otherwise flawless appearance, still smeared with blood. Ing gently caressed the scar, suddenly breaking into a smile, his enchanting eyes sparkling like countless stars willingly descending into the mortal realm, dissipating any trace of coldness. The moment Ling Heng stepped into the room, Shuangwan detected a faint scent of blood emanating from him. Thus, the groan she had heard a quarter of an hour earlier must have originated from Ing. However, she need not worry. Ing would never dare disclose the recent events to Ling Heng, for as a lowly shadow guard, he would not survive to see the dawn should he do so. This man named Ing was a stranger to her. In her past life, after enduring the pains of childbirth and hearing the physician's grim words, Ling Heng visited her nightly, often staying late, while she would succumb to slumber after merely a cup of tea. Eventually, as she aided Ling Heng in taking multiple women into his fold, his visits to her became infrequent. It seemed that once she was with child, Ing had been eliminated by Ling Heng, for without any utility. Keeping him around was a liability, and given Ling Heng's nature, he would never allow such a risk to persist. Ling Heng cast a discreet glance at the empty bowl. Inquired gently, "Are you feeling better?" Li Shuangwan responded with a tender smile, "Much better, Your Highness. Please do not spoil me with your concern. Wasn't it just a performance? It depended entirely on whose acting skills surpassed the other." Ling Heng replied softly, "You are the woman I cherish. If I do not dote on you, whom shall I? If I spoil you, so be it. In the Heng Wang manner, I will always protect you. Let us live like carefree spirits, unconcerned with worldly matters." As night deepened, he suggested they settle down. "Very well." Ling Heng turned to extinguish the candle, and as darkness enveloped the room, Li Shuangwan keenly sensed a subtle shift in the air. She understood that Ling Heng possessed formidable martial abilities as well. As the door closed, the tall figure of the man approached her, and the faint scent of blood had vanished, replaced by a delightful aroma of cold pine. How blind and foolish she had been in her past life. To share a bed with Ing for an entire month without realizing the truth. Ing halted 3 paces from the bed. "Miss Li, there is ample time ahead. You are weary today, so rest well. I shall remain here to keep watch." As she had just been reborn, Li Shuangwan was still grappling with her shock. And now she discerned that his voice was exceedingly low, inaudible to anyone outside, yet distinctly clear to her ears. This indicated Ying's remarkable martial prowess. Standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were a hunter born to command life and death. Yet, how could such a person be a mere lowly shadow guard of the Heng Wang manor? Even the commander of the forbidden troops in the northern Jin Palace could scarcely match his skill. In Ling Heng's presence, he must have restrained his imposing aura. Yet why did he not do so before her? Moreover, what did his words mean? "Has Ling Heng troubled you?" Li Shuangwan inquired, staring at the shadow in the darkness. Ing paused momentarily, the sharpness dissipating entirely, and he chuckled lightly. "It is customary. We shadow guards live under the constant threat of our masters, who can take our lives without reason at any moment." His voice was melodious, the hushed tone imbued with a hint of magnetism, starkly contrasting with Ling Heng's cold demeanor. She knew nothing of Ling Heng, yet she had recklessly sought to marry him, even to the point of becoming a laughingstock in Xingjing. At the end of the year when she turned 17, she returned to Xingjing from the northwest with her parents and brother. It was during a palace banquet that she first encountered the handsome, refined Ling Heng, instantly falling for him. Upon returning home, she clamored to marry him. Her parents, concerned for her future, had often spoken of the admirable heir of the Jing'an marquis, yet she paid no heed. In truth, from that fateful meeting until her wedding the following year, she had crossed paths with Ling Heng numerous times, but their exchanges barely exceeded 10 sentences in total. Reflecting on this, Li Shuangwan's body stiffened once more. Upon closer examination, it seemed that every time Ling Heng appeared before her, it appeared coincidental. Yet, with so many coincidences, could it not be deliberate? Furthermore, while it was said that she pursued him, not once had she followed him upon discovering his whereabouts. Instead, it was after she had settled in a location that he would soon appear. Yet the world presumed it was she who chased after him, clinging to him at every turn. Thus, Ling Heng had been deliberately drawing near to her, from the very beginning. He had been utilizing her to forge an alliance between the general's estate and the Heng Wang manor. He must have been keenly aware of her whereabouts, which allowed him to incapacitate her martial abilities just 6 months before her wedding, when she ventured out with only 2 maids. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Li Shuangwan swallowed the bitterness lodged in her throat. Even with the chance to relive her life, her martial prowess could never be reclaimed. Rising from the bed, she walked in the dark to the cabinet, retrieving a bottle of medicine and handing it to Ing. "This is a hemostatic powder used by my father's army. It is remarkably effective. Please take it." Ing hurriedly accepted it, gripping the porcelain vial that still held a hint of warmth from her palm. "Thank you. There are blankets in the cabinet. You should rest as well." With that, Li Shuangwan lay down, turning her back to Ing, her eyes glowing remarkably bright in the darkness, the hatred within them unmistakable. In her past life, her entire family was annihilated, her son perished on the day of his birth, and she herself was burned alive. The deep-seated enmity still lay before her. How could she find rest? Just at that moment, the man, who had been a distance away, swiftly moved to the bedside. Leaning down suddenly, his faint scent of pine and an overwhelming presence enveloping her completely. As Li Shuangwan was about to speak, his warm, calloused hand pressed against her lips, whispering, "Miss Li, hold your breath. Someone is blowing seductive incense into the room." Li Shuangwan's expression turned stern as she gazed outside. The moonlight was hazy, yet the lanterns hanging from the corridor illuminated the surroundings sufficiently. A figure had appeared on the once empty windowsill, a slender bamboo pipe piercing through the paper, blowing toxic smoke into the room. The scent of the alluring incense was eerily familiar, prompting Li Shuangwan to hold her breath. Ling Heng's methods did not seem as sophisticated as she had imagined. His eagerness to consummate the union between Ying and herself was merely a ploy to hasten her pregnancy, as that child named Chun Ning was already nestled within his mother's womb. Clearly, that woman must have encountered some health issues, compelling Ling Heng to seek his son's lifeblood as bait. At that moment, Ying withdrew his hand from her lips, and the oppressive aura that had enveloped her dissipated. A solution must be devised. They could not hold their breath for an entire night. Yet, among the trousseau she had brought, there were only a few bottles of wound medicine aside from clothing, who would prepare antidotes for aphrodisiacs on their wedding day. As her mind raced, she noticed Ying's figure flicker. He extended his hands, seemingly capturing the smoke that drifted in from the windowsill, drawing it into his palms. Li Shuangwan's eyes widened in astonishment. Ying's martial prowess was far beyond her expectations. The secret guards trained by the Northern Jin royal family possessed no such skills. The slender bamboo pipe retracted, and though the figure did not depart, he remained pressed against the window, straining to peer inside. Ying turned around only to be seized by Li Shuangwan, who pressed him onto the bed, her body covering his. A wave of confusion washed over Ying as he found himself helplessly pinned down. Did she not realize he had been poisoned by the intoxicating incense? Her current actions were perilous for him. Before Ying could push her away, he heard her murmurs. Her voice laced with an enticing allure, low and restrained, igniting a fervor within him that made him tense. His hands instinctively tightened at his sides, and his mind blanked. An insatiable fire surged towards his lower abdomen, as if 1,000 horses were clamoring for him to turn the woman beneath him over. However, his rationality prevailed. He forced himself to endure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and soaking the pillow beneath him. Upon entering the room, he had already discarded the human skin mask. He understood that she loathed Ling Heng deeply and would never confront her with that facade. The aroma of the woman was pervasive, penetrating his senses, and the coolness of her body only intensified his longing. He felt himself on the brink of losing control, his body trembling slightly. Yet, the woman remained unperturbed, her voice tantalizingly seductive, while her gaze remained fixed on the windowsill. Once she confirmed the figure had departed, Li Shuangwan swiftly rose from Ying's body. Ying, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rolled off the bed, distancing himself from her, appearing utterly disheveled. Li Shuangwan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The situation had compelled her into such actions. With the person at the windowsill gone, it was imperative to find an antidote for Ying. She hurried to put on her shoes and approached the door, but Ying intercepted her, his expression grave. "Miss Li, the men of King Heng are stationed outside. You cannot leave." Li Shuangwan clenched her fists in frustration. What could be done now? "You are poisoned. It's fine. I can endure," he replied. In the darkness, Li Shuangwan sank back onto the bed, overwhelmed. The toxicity of the intoxicating incense was exceedingly potent. In her past life, her brother had been ensnared by such a poison, leading to chaos within the National General's residence, culminating in his tragic demise and their mother's subsequent despair. No one possessed the willpower to combat such toxins. Even her brother, a man of exceptional character, had succumbed. Ying inhaled the toxic smoke deeply into his body, and her earlier actions had been nearly lethal for a man. Without relief, he would perish within 2 hours. The death of Ying would bear no consequences for Ling Heng, for the sake of Chun Ning. He would merely seek another man to consummate the union with her. However, this would alert Ling Heng to her knowledge of the truth, and with his ruthless methods, he would imprison her, killing both Iju and Luo Man, and after she bore a child, he would dispose of her. He would tarnish her reputation, fabricating stories of her illicit relations with the guards, claiming they died in her bed. He would feign innocence while bearing the burden of her downfall. Thus, the National General's residence would forever be branded with shame, and her father, burdened with guilt, would be forced to align with Ling Heng. Compared to her past life, her demise would come swifter and more devastatingly. Ling Heng, that venomous serpent, was indeed a master of manipulation. Li Shuangwan closed her eyes tightly. In this rebirth, she had done nothing. The blood feud remained unavenged, and those evildoers continued to live unscathed. Why must she, and Ing meet such an end. No, she could not perish. Therefore, Ing must not fall into peril. Chapter 6. Sacrificing oneself to save Ing. Having resolved her thoughts, Li Shuangwan approached Ing, only to hear a sudden sound as blood filled the air around them. The poison had overwhelmed Ing, forcing him to expel a mouthful of blood as he sank to one knee. Are you all right? Li Shuangwan hurried to support him. Do not touch me. Ing pushed her away, forcing her to retreat several steps. Even through layers of clothing, Li Shuangwan could feel the searing heat radiating from him, while his voice was as cold as a frozen lake. He trembled, gripped by excruciating pain. The overpowering toxin threatened to consume him entirely. His eyes stained crimson in the darkness, blood continually spilling from his lips. He had reached the limits of his endurance.
Li Shuangwan's complexió pelat.
You. Aside from the intoxicating incense, have you been poisoned by another aphrodisiac? The intoxicating incense, while potent, could not have manifested such effects in such a short time. Suddenly, she recalled the moment she was reborn, the heat of Ying's breath against her neck, and the absence of any signs of poisoning when he had entered. Ling Heng must have given you an antidote, but not in full measure, merely enough to suppress it temporarily. Now, with the intoxicating incense's potency igniting the original aphrodisiac, its effects have amplified exponentially. Yes, Ing managed to utter, each word a struggle as beads of sweat fell to the ground, the sound echoing ominously in the dark. He could not last 2 hours. Virtue paled in comparison to life, and the blood feud remained unavenged. Li Shuangwan's mind raced as she pieced everything together. Swiftly making a decision, she would sacrifice herself to save Ing. Li Shuangwan took a step closer to Ing, even removing her bridal gown. I will help you. She was also aiding herself and the entire Li family. In her past life, she had conceived after a single encounter with Ing. But tomorrow she could find an opportunity for Iju to procure a contraceptive remedy. Ing stumbled back, another spurt of blood escaping his lips as he gasped, Miss Li, please. Do not come closer.
I
am losing control. You will die. Li Shuangwan pressed forward once more. My life is worthless. It is not worth you sacrificing your virtue to save me. Do not worry. I will find a way to escape soon. Life is worthless. In her past life, before dying, Ling Heng had said, I will personally send you on your way. The Li family members truly have worthless lives. Only the lives of the worthless could be deemed cheap. Why should theirs be any less valuable? If death were to come, let it be for them. I know what I am doing. If you do not wish to die, stop with the futile talk. Ling Heng has already grown suspicious. At this moment, you cannot leave. Otherwise, he would not have released the toxic smoke again. In her past life, that had not happened. Li Shuangwan rapidly shed her inner garments and approached Ing once more. He retreated step by step until he found himself cornered against the cold wall. At this moment, he felt as though he were immersed in boiling oil, searing and unbearable. The woman before him had already reached for his waist to untie his belt. He grasped Li Shuangwan's hand, her touch burning and trembling, causing her to wince in pain. Her hand was cool against his heated skin, providing some relief, yet it was insufficient. A beast roared within his chest, demanding more. He yearned to draw the woman tightly into his embrace, to claim her as his own. Li, my lady, rest assured, I will endure until dawn. Heng Wang will remain oblivious. His voice trembled, each word painstakingly extracted from between his clenched teeth. Li Shuangwan freed her hand from his grasp, swiftly tugged at his belt, and proclaimed, the combination of 2 poisons amplifies their potency. Ing, you cannot withstand this. If you perish, will Ling Heng allow me to live? If you wish to survive, and do not desire my death, heed my words. Her voice was resolute. The hand he had intended to push away halted, resigned. Ing allowed her to hastily remove his garments. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Forgive me, he murmured, his tone thick with regret. Footsteps echoed from outside, and a tall figure soon appeared at the door. Li Shuangwan seethed inwardly, realizing that Ling Heng, unable to quell his anxiety, had come in person. The sound of fabric tearing resonated sharply, reaching Ling Heng's ears. He smirked coldly, turning to his attendant in azure robes, Qinglian, prepare more water. It will take several attempts to ensure that foolish girl becomes pregnant. Once that wretched woman is with child, Ing can meet his end. Li Shuangwan hoped that Ling Heng would depart now. Yet, he remained, utilizing his martial prowess to stand vigil outside, listening intently to the commotion within. A wave of deep humiliation washed over her, In this brief hour since her rebirth, she had achieved nothing. Why did she still feel so powerless to alter her fate? Why were villains not met with their just deserts? Why was the heavens so blind?
Why?
The heat radiating from the man before her soon enveloped her entire being. Regaining her composure, Shuangwan realized she had not yet reached a point of utter despair. She had to take a chance, did she not? Ignoring the presence outside, she swiftly stripped of his remaining clothing and pressed her cold body against his. He shuddered, the last remnants of rational thought crumbling as he pulled her into his arms and collapsed onto the bed. Outside, Ling Heng scoffed, flicking his sleeve as he departed. Qinglian trailed behind, casting a disdainful glance at the room, spitting contemptuously on the ground. Ling Heng turned back, his cold gaze narrowing upon her. Startled, she trembled and knelt. Your Highness, I acknowledge my error. I shall not forget my place. Ling Heng strode away, leaving her kneeling there, her eyes reddened, clutching tightly to her garments. The carriage halted at the estate entrance, and the steward personally drove Ling Heng to a secluded courtyard. Upon entering, he was greeted by a faint cough. He hastened, pushing open the door to find a woman reclining against the headrest. Upon hearing his arrival, she lifted her head and smiled softly. Your Highness, why have you come on this day of our wedding? Before she could finish, another fit of coughing seized her. Though pale, her features bore a striking resemblance to Shuangwan. Were you not instructed to rest? Why are you sitting up? Ling Heng approached the bedside, taking her icy hand in his. She averted her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears, clearly having just cried, I am well, but today is your wedding. You should not be here. His voice flared with indignation at her words. Do you blame me for marrying her? My heart is torn asunder because of her. And I loathe her to the core, yet how could I remain with her in consummation? What of you? She asked, doubt clouding her expression. Fear not, in 10 months. She will bear a child, using her offspring's lifeblood to extend our child's life. You must rest. I will remain here to watch over you. Ling Heng gently urged her to lie down, holding her hand, steadfastly refusing to leave. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside as an object, seemingly a porcelain vial, was hurled in, striking Ying's shoulder before rolling to rest beside Shuangwan's pillow. The abruptness jolted Ying, pulling him from the brink of his desires. He sprang from Shuangwan's side, retreating several steps to hastily don his scattered garments, inwardly chastising himself for his actions. Shuangwan swiftly retrieved the vial, uncorking it to inhale its contents. Though she had awaited Ying's arrival, she remained calm and alert, aware that this was certainly not a poison or any malicious substance sent by Ling Heng. He would not dare act recklessly before obtaining what he desired. As she inhaled, her eyes brightened in the darkness, and she sprang from the bed, pouring a single pill into her palm and presenting it to Ying. This is by Zhu Chao. It can counteract all poisons quickly. Take it. She was intimately familiar with this remedy. Ying took the pill without hesitation, swallowing it down. The agonizing discomfort that had clawed at him subsided as the medicine settled in his stomach. Outside, the moonlight cast a hazy glow, and the lantern's warm light filtered through the thin window paper, creating intricate patterns on the floor. Inside, the woman, delicate and radiant, gazed at him with concern. How do you fare? Ying hurriedly turned away. I am fine now. Thank you, my lady Li. Shuangwan had adapted to the darkness, her gaze fixed on Ying, momentarily forgetting her disheveled appearance. Seeing his reaction, her expression faltered slightly, and she hastily donned her clothing. Do you know who threw this vial? She inquired, her movements swift as she dressed. Ying shook his head, equally perplexed. I do not know. Aside from Heng Wang, his attendant Qinglian, and the steward, no one else is aware of this matter. Bai Zhu Chao was an exceedingly rare antidote, with some having offered exorbitant sums for but a single dose. She only knew of it because her father had fortuitously obtained one and, eager to present it to her, had been deceived by Ling Heng. The appearance of such a precious item in the Wang estate, carelessly tossed into her chamber, seemed as if someone had anticipated today's events and prepared this invaluable remedy in advance. Who could this person be? How had they evaded the estate's numerous guards? Tossing the vial so precisely that it landed at her pillow? Shuangwan furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend. Yet certain of one thing, it could not have been someone from the Wang estate. Confound it, she asked Ying. When did Ling Heng send you to replace him for our wedding night? At the hour of you, Ying replied. Heng Wang summoned me to discuss this matter. The hour of you? Li Shuangwan glanced out the window. It was nearly the hour of high, meaning 2 hours had passed. Indeed, Ling Heng had never trusted anyone easily. How could he have informed Ing of his plans in advance? When did you enter the Wang estate? I was sold into a hidden forest at the age of 10, where I was trained as a shadow guard. I only entered the Wang estate yesterday. Li Shuangwan's heart raced. Secret training for shadow guards? In her previous life, having spent a decade beside Ling Heng, she had been oblivious to his possession of such a hidden training ground. The Northern Jin dynasty has been established for nearly 2 centuries, during which the royal offspring are permitted to have their own shadow guards. However, all shadow guards must be selected from the royal training base, registered and acknowledged before the emperor, before they can be taken back to their residences. Unauthorized training is strictly prohibited, lest it be construed as treasonous intent. Li Shuangwan inquired eagerly, "Do you know the way there?" The shadow shook his head. To prevent detection, we are often blindfolded and relocated to different places. The nearest location is called Linshan. Just yesterday, I was blindfolded and administered a dose of somniferous medicine before being sent out. Li Shuangwan's expression turned cold. Ling Heng's caution and meticulousness made it challenging to expose Linshan. How long does it take to get from the mountains to Prince Heng's mansion? The shadow again shook his head. I do not know. By the time I regained consciousness, I was already within Prince Heng's quarters, and no one informed me how long I had been asleep there. How often does Ling Heng visit? Given his extreme caution, the information she could ascertain was exceedingly limited. The shadow replied, I was among the first batch sold for training. Over the past decade, we've been moved no less than 5 times, and I've only seen Prince Heng twice. Once 5 years ago, and the other time 3 months prior.
Li Shuangwan's gasa d'arcanat.
At the end of last year, she had returned to Xingjing from the northwest with her father, mother, and brother, where she encountered the graceful and cultured Ling Heng at a royal banquet. Upon returning home, she excitedly proclaimed how admirable Prince Heng was and expressed her desire to marry him. Since then, whenever she attended social gatherings or flower appreciation events, she would inevitably see Ling Heng. His charming demeanor and amiable nature drew the attention of others, and whenever he caught her gaze, he would smile and nod in acknowledgement. Yet, whenever she attempted to engage him in conversation, he would excuse himself hurriedly, maintaining a polite distance. It was as if during their first encounter at the royal banquet, he had intentionally cast glances her way, a subtle game of cat and mouse that only intensified her infatuation, especially given his royal status. Thus, everything had been orchestrated by him. The shadow revealed that Ling Heng had been sold into shadow guard training a decade ago, and now at the age of 23. He had already displayed such cunning at 13. She should have suspected it. Ling Heng was not lacking in wealth. His birth mother, Lin Wanru, hailed from a prosperous merchant family with extensive holdings throughout northern Jin. The reason Emperor Jingzhong took her as a concubine was precisely due to her affluent background. Moreover, training shadow guards necessitated substantial financial resources, often yielding only one suitable guard from dozens of candidates. Yet shortly after giving birth to Ling Heng, Lin Wanru's family fortune inexplicably began to falter, as if cursed, resulting in substantial losses until their once mighty enterprise was reduced to a mere shell. From that moment on, Lin Wanru fell from favor. In her past life, she had only later realized that this was merely a ruse set in motion by the mother and son duo. Whenever one business faltered, another would arise, flowing seamlessly in the vast expanse of northern Jin, where countless shops closed and opened daily, with the silver quietly siphoned away into the shadows. An artful deception that even Emperor Jingzhong had fallen victim to. Chapter 8. Defying fate, the Lin family possessed immense wealth. Yet their progeny remained sparse until Lin Wanru's generation, which yielded only a single daughter who was taken into the emperor's harem. Reflecting upon this, it occurred to her that besides shadow guards, Ling Heng might also command private soldiers. In her previous life, due to her father's command of 300,000 troops, she had been oblivious to this fact. Yet, she remembered that after Ling Heng ascended the throne, the palace guards had been entirely replaced, including those guarding the imperial city in Xingjing. Could those soldiers be Ling Heng's private militia? What a treacherous usurper he was, skillfully leveraging the Li family's contributions to ascend as the new emperor of northern Jin. The shadow continued. After Prince Heng departed, there were those skilled in mimicry who taught me to imitate his accent. Li Shuangwan abruptly lifted her head to gaze at the shadow. In the darkness, she could see his tall, statuesque figure. As he looked down at her, his long, unkempt hair cascaded over his broad shoulders. His face remained obscured. Thus, it dawned on her that even before her return from the Northwest at the end of last year, Ling Heng had already been scouting for candidates, ultimately settling on the shadow 3 months prior. Exhausted, Shuangwan sank onto the bed. The shadow said, "Miss Li, it is late. You should rest. I will keep watch here. There will be no further incidents." Shuangwan raised her eyes to the man before her. To claim she felt no resentment towards him would be disingenuous. Yet she also understood Ling Heng's formidable methods of manipulation. However, considering today's revelations, the shadow's actions did not seem to stem from a desire to humiliate her. Furthermore, in her previous life, after becoming pregnant, it was likely that he too had suffered the repercussions of Ling Heng's schemes. Both the shadow and she were victims. She was the one who had been blind, lacking the right to harbor hatred against him. She stated, "Ling Heng is ruthless and cunning. Having sent you to consummate with me today is part of his scheme. Once he achieves his aims, he will not allow you to live. You must tread carefully in the days to come." In the darkness, the shadow felt a pang in his heart. Despite his own dire situation, he did not forget to offer her a warning. Such a good woman should not endure such treatment. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, his phoenix-like eyes shimmering like stars, his voice betraying a hint of joy. "Yes, I will be careful. Prince Heng is eager for you to conceive. His impatience suggests he has ulterior motives for the child. You must remain vigilant. What could he possibly want with her child? Ling Heng, in this new life, may your son, Chun Ning, perish first." The shadow, upon returning from the palace after presenting tea tomorrow, must find a way to divert Ling Heng for an hour. She intended to send a letter to her parents. She had already devised an escape plan.
Yes.
In her past life, she would ensure that every individual who harmed her family would be sent to hell, one by one. However, Ling Heng's mind was profound. None among the Ling royal family or the high-ranking officials were fools. The path of vengeance would be fraught with thorns, and she needed to strategize meticulously. Not only must she eliminate them, but she must also avoid arousing any suspicion. Time slipped quietly by, and the night deepened. Her mind, crowded with thoughts, eventually lulled her into a drowsy sleep. In her dreams, she witnessed the Northern Jin Palace engulfed in flames and saw a gravestone inscribed with her name. A tall man stood before her grave, appearing to have been there for quite some time, his posture resembling a statue. As dusk descended, the northern wind howled, stirring the ashes around him, whispering against his robes, mingling with the occasional caw of crows that shattered the eerie silence, only to return to stillness moments later. "Your Majesty, it is time to return." Another man approached him, gently urging, "The one you mourn is gone, and with no remains. The court is in disarray. You must return to restore order." Just as Shuangwan stood, startled, pondering who the man called Your Majesty might be, and why his silhouette seemed so familiar, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. She then beheld the man who had just stood before her grave, now wielding a blade, charging into battle. The sounds of galloping hooves and the clash of swords merged with the cries of the dying. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air as he fought valiantly, dispatching foes with each strike. Yet they seemed to be surrounded. Exhaustion overcame him, and one by one, his loyal guards fell around him, until only he and the subordinate who had spoken to him by her grave remained. That subordinate, finally succumbing to fatigue, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, you are already poisoned, and with the heart's blood of the true dragon. You have defied fate to grant Miss Li a rebirth, incurring the wrath of the heavens. With only a fraction of your strength remaining, we are destined to perish here today." The man referred to as the Emperor gazed at the countless enemies encroaching upon him. With a sudden motion, he cast aside the bloody blade that had endured countless wounds, grinning widely to reveal a mouth stained with crimson. He spoke, "I owe much to A-Wan. What I do now cannot atone for even a fraction of my sins." Shuangwan could not discern the man's face, yet she distinctly perceived his smile and the dark blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, hurtled towards him.
No.
Shuangwan awoke with a start, gasping for breath. The sky had yet to brighten, enveloped in the darkness that precedes dawn. "Miss Li, what troubles you? Did you have a nightmare?" She heard hurried footsteps approaching her side. It was a man. Gripping the quilt tightly, she inquired, "Who are you?" A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, his voice laced with fatigue, indicating a night spent in vigilance. "I am Miss Li. What has happened?" Did you truly experience a nightmare? It was then that Li Shuangwan recalled the events of the previous night. Relaxing against the edge of the bed, she hoarsely asked, "What time is it?" "Day is breaking." "I must take my leave," he replied. "You stayed guard all night?" She could not resist asking. Ing smiled gently, his voice clear and tinged with a hint of joy, as if his laughter possessed a healing quality, gradually soothing Li Shuangwan's racing heart. For those of us in the shadows, sleepless nights are the norm. I have only just arrived at the Wang residence and have yet to be assigned a post. I can catch up on sleep during the day. With 2 potent poisons coursing through my veins and a sleepless night behind me, anyone else would have long since succumbed.
Li Shuangwan nudda.
Sensing intuitively what Ing was about to say, closing her eyes and regulating her breath, she said, "You may go. Ling Heng will not notice." Ing nodded, then remembered that Li Shuangwan lacked martial prowess and, in the darkness, she could not see his gesture. "Very well, miss. You are to enter the palace today to express your gratitude. Please exercise caution." Li Shuangwan raised her gaze to him. He stood tall in the darkness, his face obscured. Yet she felt a familiarity in his presence. After a moment she replied, "Understood." Ing left the room silently. Li Shuangwan's thoughts were in disarray. Who was the man called the Emperor, and why did his silhouette seem so familiar? Thus, her rebirth was not merely divine intervention, but rather a price paid by this man to alter fate. A true dragoness body, living 2.5 lives.
Who was he?
The dream was so vivid. Why could she not see the man's face? Why did that figure seem so familiar? Chapter 9. 2 loyal maids. Half an hour later. The sun bravely tore open a rift in the darkness, shards of light rushing through the window. At last, dawn had arrived. Scattered across the floor and chairs were wedding garments, both hers and the man's. The front of her wedding attire lay shredded, carelessly tossed upon a chair, reminiscent of a farcical jest. Ling Heng entered, surveyed the disordered room, and cast a cold glance at the woman sprawled upon the bed, her satisfied slumber marred by visible fatigue. His eyes briefly flashing with distaste. He approached, extracting clothing from the wardrobe, deliberately making noise as he dressed slowly. "Your Highness." Li Shuangwan rubbed her eyes and propped herself up, feigning the appearance of just waking, her voice soft and alluring as she looked at the man changing before her. Ling Heng turned, chuckling lightly. "Did I disturb your slumber? It is still early. You may rest a while longer." "No, I must enter the palace soon to express my gratitude." Ling Heng's gaze lingered on Li Shuangwan's face, noticing the red marks upon her neck. He expressed guilt. "Last night was our wedding night, A-Wan. I could not restrain myself, and you have borne the burden." A flush crept across Li Shuangwan's cheeks. Those marks were self-inflicted, a result of the poison tormenting her. While Ing had not dared to overstep, concealing her hand beneath the quilt, she lightly pricked her finger with a hairpin, smearing the blood onto the handkerchief, chiding, "Your Highness." "What are you saying?" Ling Heng smiled, his mood evidently lifted, leaning closer to her. "Your body entices me beyond measure, so tonight faced with his insincere visage." Li Shuangwan nearly retched, suppressing her nausea as she lowered her head, shyly murmuring, "Your Highness." Ling Heng stood erect, laughing heartily. As Li Shuangwan rose from the bed, he discreetly glanced at the handkerchief, noticing 2 crimson stains upon it. Li Shuangwan, too, saw the marks. Ing had already anticipated this detail before leaving. Moreover, it seemed there were traces of the man's presence upon the handkerchief, causing her face to flush suddenly. As she stepped down from the bed, her knees buckled, nearly sending her to the ground. Observing how Ing had seemingly exhausted her the previous night, Ling Heng was quite satisfied, swiftly supporting her, asking, "Did I cause you pain last night?" The hand that rested on Ling Heng's arm trembled slightly. In her former life, he had uttered similar words. Yet then, she was unaware of the change in her circumstances, thus she had been quite proactive, eagerly shedding Ing's clothing in the darkness, pressing him down. She recalled that when Ling Heng had come to unveil her veil, he had held a bowl of noodles, and having not eaten all day, she had devoured it completely.
Now,
reflecting upon her previous life, her eagerness to dominate Ing must have stemmed from the drug he had slipped into the noodles, leaving her devoid of reason. Before Ling Heng, she could not reveal any oddity. "I shall attend to your Highness' attire." Ling Heng smiled tenderly, easing her onto the bed. "You are weary from last night. Rest well. I will go wash up next door." At that moment, Qinglian entered with water. Ling Heng remarked, "A-Wan, the 2 maids you brought are unfamiliar with the Wang residence. Qing Lian has served loyally in my courtyard. Let her manage the affairs of the Lixiao courtyard from now on. Lixiao courtyard was the residence she occupied within the Wang estate for 5 years. Li Shuangwan smiled lightly. Very well. Turning to Qing Lian, she added, as I am new here, I hope you will take good care of me. Qing Lian lowered her head. It is my duty. Your words humble me, my lady. Her voice held a note of unease. Li Shuangwan noticed her slightly reddened eyes and saw Ling Heng's displeasure as he furrowed his brow, only to quickly mask it. During her time in the cold palace, Qing Lian had provided her with considerable support. Once dressed, Ling Heng went to wash up, with Qing Lian following to assist. Yizhu and Luoman entered the room, bearing fresh garments and a wash basin, their faces bright with smiles. Miss, you are awake? Yizhu approached, lifting the bed curtain, catching sight of the handkerchief stained with red, her face flushing as she hurriedly instructed Luoman to pack it away. The handkerchief was to be taken to the palace for inspection by imperial concubine Lin. Seeing Yizhu and Luoman, her personal maids, Li Shuangwan was overwhelmed with emotion. They had followed her since childhood, born of the General's household, unwaveringly loyal to her. After Luoman accompanied her to the palace for tea the next day, she never returned, having perished after being drowned and discarded into a desolate well. As for Yizhu, during the agonizing moments on the birthing bed, she was sold by Ling Heng to the lowest brothel, where she was tortured to death. From that point forward, she had been devoid of loyal companions. Ling Heng had claimed that the size of her unborn child was due to Yizhu feeding her excessively, asserting that this maid, who still referred to her as Miss, harbored malicious intentions against her, making her unworthy of pity. At the time, Li Shuangwan had shared that belief. Yet, upon reflection, she recalled how Yizhu had consistently advised her against overeating the nourishing tonics Ling Heng sent, only to be met with her cold rebuke. Yizhu had knelt before her, weeping, Miss, you truly cannot consume so much. It will be arduous when you give birth. Miss, I have been wed to His Highness for several months. Everyone calls me the princess consort, yet you alone call me Miss? Yizhu, do you think I am blind? Had she not truly been blind? In the 9th-tier brothel, the majority of young women had erred and were sold into servitude at an exceedingly low price by their masters. The clientele consisted solely of the most despicable laborers, who employed a myriad of tormenting methods. Very few of the girls who were sold into this life could endure the suffering. Some even perished on the very first day. Yizhu was one such unfortunate soul who met her demise on that first day. She had accompanied her mistress for over a decade and could not bear the torment. When her mistress sent someone to retrieve her the next day, they found only a cold, lifeless body, marred with countless bruises, nearly devoid of any unblemished flesh.
Now,
Upon seeing Yizhu again, her mistress yearned to embrace her warmly and ask, Does it hurt, dear girl? What has befallen you? Why does your countenance appear so wretched? Ah, the princess must be shy, Roman teased with a playful wink at Yizhu. Li Shuangwan snapped back to reality. Yizhu, do not address me so. Like the others in this royal residence, call me princess. Though she loathed the title of Princess Heng, it did not warrant the sacrifice of Yizhu's life. The princess speaks truly. Once a girl is wed, she can no longer be called girl, lest she become a subject of gossip. Yes, princess, I shall remember, Yizhu replied. She could not allow the 2 maidservants to learn of her affair with Ling. Although Ling Heng's maternal family was weak, he was nonetheless a prince of Beijing, possessing his own advisors and followers, and he was quite resourceful. Taking his life would not be a simple task. Moreover, Beijing's ancestral edict dictated that if a husband died without offspring, his wives and concubines were to be buried alongside him. In royal circles, divorce was strictly forbidden. One might either endure a life of solitude or find a silken noose to end their existence. She needed to devise a foolproof plan to extricate herself from the Heng royal residence as swiftly as possible and ensure Ling Heng's downfall. In her previous life, he had professed to personally escort her away. Should she be grateful for that? In this new life, Ling Heng, it is time for a reversal. I, Li Shuangwan, shall personally send you to hell. Chapter 10. Blindness of heart and eyes. After freshening up, Qing Lian instructed the servants to set the breakfast table. Your Highness, I wish to request a favor today, Li Shuangwan said. What is it, A-Wan? Whatever you desire, I shall grant. Since my stomach has always been delicate, I have relied on my 2 maidservants for my meals in the residence. Therefore, I wish to prepare my own 3 meals in my little kitchen, if it pleases you. She gazed at Ling Heng with wide, innocent eyes. Qinglian discreetly cast a glance at Ling Heng. Ling Heng paused in his breakfast, then chuckled lightly. Such a trivial matter. Why would A-Wan seek a favor from me? Now that you are married to me, this Heng royal residence is your home. You may do as you wish. Shuangwan felt as though she had discovered treasure, her hands clasping Ling Heng's arm. I knew you would be the best to me, Your Highness. Though Qinglian lowered her head, her gaze remained fixed on Ling Heng. After breakfast, Qinglian gathered the dishes and exited. As Shuangwan settled at her vanity, Ling Heng took the comb from Roman's hands. You may leave now. A-Wan, I shall assist you in your grooming.
Shuangwan smilat supli.
She knew Ling Heng would not truly groom her. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Your Highness. Just as Ling Heng's hand was about to touch her hair, the steward rushed in. Your Highness, the return gifts for the 3-day visit have been prepared. Would you like to review them? Ling Heng's expression darkened. Is it necessary for me to see? I have already instructed you to prepare the best. Why seek my approval? The old steward hesitated. But, Your Highness, you have said that anything concerning the princess must not be taken lightly. I dare not make decisions on my own. Ling Heng turned apologetically to Shuangwan. These servants are unreliable. The return gifts are crucial for your reputation and bear great importance. I shall inspect them and return promptly. Shuangwan grasped Ling Heng's sleeve, who had already taken a step forward. Your Highness, it is still early for the return visit. We can look at it after returning from the palace. Besides, my parents and brother are not in Xingjing. The gifts from my uncle's house can be more casual. Yet, Shuangwan clung to Ling Heng's sleeve, her large, expressive eyes wide and innocent, swinging it back and forth, causing Ling Heng's brow to twitch. Your Highness, my mother told me that the affection between husband and wife is reflected in the smallest details, such as a husband helping his wife with her hair, which is of utmost significance. If you are so eager to inspect gifts meant for 3 days hence, yet do not help your humble wife with her grooming, does that signify a lack of love? Ling Heng stifled a reflexive pull of his sleeve, his lips twitching. Who said that? You are my beloved wife. How could I not love my own wife? Shuangwan snatched the comb from the table and thrust it into Ling Heng's hands, beaming at him. Then, Your Highness, let us begin. Your Highness, the medicine you have been seeking has finally been found. Just as Ling Heng reluctantly grasped the comb, he heard Qinglian at the door. Ling Heng turned to her in surprise. Is that true? Qinglian nodded, her face alight with joy. Indeed, a whole basketful. Would you like to see it for yourself? Your Highness? Shuangwan, sitting on the stool, looked up at Ling Heng with an innocent expression, not comprehending Qinglian's underlying meaning. Your Highness, do hurry, otherwise we will be late for the palace. Today marks my first visit to my in-laws as a bride. Ling Heng sighed softly. My mother suffered from a head ailment when she gave birth to me. Though she has received treatment over the years, there exists a particularly rare medicine that is hard to come by. As her son, it falls upon me to seek this remedy for her, as she is of lower rank and lacks my father's favor. Qinglian interjected. Indeed, the noble Lady Lin has suffered from her ailment recently, often unable to sleep at night due to the pain. The medicine is truly elusive, and Your Highness has diligently sought it. It is fortuitous that so much has appeared today. This concerns the health of the lady, so Your Highness should inspect it personally. What do you think, Princess? Qinglian's words, though sweetly phrased, implied that if Shuangwan continued to cling to Ling Heng, it would be seen as a sign of filial disrespect. Disrespect towards a noble concubine was tantamount to a slight against royal authority, a heavy burden to bear. Shuangwan smirked inwardly. Qinglian speaks wisely. Your Highness, do go. Ling Heng appeared conflicted. A-Wan, I shall return shortly. Wait for me to assist you with your hair. Shuangwan urged him. Your Highness, do not delay. We have all the time in the world ahead of us. Yizhu took the comb from Ling Heng's hands and prepared to style her mistress's hair. Whispering to herself, Yizhu, once I enter the palace, have Zhou Bo fetch Qin Ping and his sister from my dowry estate. Do not let anyone in the royal residence know. Shuangwan understood that she could not let Ling Heng find out before they were returned. By the time they came back from the palace, Qin Ping and his sister would already be there. Ling Heng, valuing his own superficial reputation, would not oppose keeping them. She spoke in a low voice, quick in her delivery, causing Yizhu to think she had misheard. In her moment of confusion, she caught Shuangwan's deep gaze and then noticed Qinglian, who was about to follow Ling Heng out. I have heard that Qinglian's hair styling skills are exceptional. Might I trouble you to assist me? Qinglian halted in her tracks, glancing at Ling Heng, who had turned to leave without uttering a word. With reddened eyes, she bit her lip and reluctantly approached to take the comb from Iju's hands. She was a maidservant beside the prince. Why should she groom a woman who consorted with men in the military? What right did she have? She thought that since Li Shuangwan was the legitimate daughter of the general of the state, and now the wife of Prince Heng, she would likely be difficult to please. Gritting her teeth, Qinglian styled her hair with utmost caution, prepared for retaliation if Li Shuangwan were to challenge her. After all, that man named Eng was firmly in Ling Heng's grasp. He could threaten him to ensure Li Shuangwan suffered some consequences. However, contrary to her expectations, there was none. For half an hour, Li Shuangwan sat quietly as Qinglian styled her hair. "Princess, do you find your reflection pleasing?" Li Shuangwan gazed into the mirror. Her brows like emerald feathers, her skin as smooth as sheep fat, her nose elegantly high, embodying a gentle grace laced with a hint of coolness. Yet, due to her noble lineage, a natural air of heroism adorned her features. The beauty mark nestled between her brows added an extra touch of allure. Indeed, Li Shuangwan possessed an extraordinary visage. Unfortunately, this exquisite exterior was marred by blind eyes and a heart shrouded in darkness. She smiled and remarked, "Miss Qinglian, your character is truly refined. I am quite satisfied. Therefore, today, you shall accompany His Highness and me into the palace to express our gratitude." Upon hearing this, the three maids in the room were taken aback, with Luoman's eyes reddening further. Li Shuangwan would not allow Qinglian to decline, directing her gaze towards Iju and Luoman. "You two remain in the courtyard. Do not wander." With that, she rose and walked towards the entrance. Qinglian raised an eyebrow at the pair, exuding an air of superiority, while following Li Shuangwan with a smirk. Foolish girl, in her eagerness to please His Highness, she easily neglected her childhood maid. Truly, her mind seemed consumed solely by matters of men. Luoman, feeling wronged, said to Iju, "Sister Iju, the princess just told me last night that she would take me into the palace today. After only one hairdo from Qinglian, the princess no longer wishes to bring me." Iju, holding a quilt, approached Luoman and cast her a glance. "You've learned to manipulate your mistress now? The princess surely has her reasons for this decision. We have much to do today. The princess's dowry requires careful organization, and the people in this courtyard must become acquainted. Do not linger here lamenting." "But no buts. Did you not see the look the princess gave us before leaving? Rest assured, you are still the princess's favored one. There will be plenty of opportunities to enter the palace in the future." Iju pressed the quilt into Luoman's hands. "Stay here. I will return shortly." Before Luoman could respond, Iju had already vanished around the corner. She sought out the coachman Zhou Bo. Ling Heng had just finished examining the herbs when he raised his head and was momentarily stunned to see Qinglian following Li Shuangwan. "Your Highness, look at the hairstyle Qinglian gave me. Isn't it lovely?" Li Shuangwan shook her head, the ornaments atop her hair chiming melodiously. Ling Heng nodded. "A-Wan looks beautiful. Whatever she wears suits her well. Hence, today into the palace, I shall take only her, not Iju or Luoman. What do you think, Your Highness?" Qinglian had never entered the palace and was unfamiliar with its paths, much like Luoman in her previous life. Ling Heng smiled gently, taking her hand. "Of course. That is splendid." In the shadows, a figure adorned with a wooden mask representing the lowest-ranked guards of the Heng Wangfu observed their intertwined hands, his expression darkening. His gaze as cold as a blade. Another guard glanced at him nervously. "What are you doing?" The figure cast a fleeting glance his way before departing. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he swiftly exited the Heng Wangfu and turned into a courtyard, where two individuals awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him, they hurried forward. "Boss." The figure nodded, accepting a garment from one of them. Moments later, he emerged dressed anew, having removed his mask. As he walked outward, he instructed the two to proceed with their tasks. The man who stepped out of the courtyard was handsome, with a tall stature, garbed in a fine garment of pale purple with golden trims, exuding an air of elegance and charm. To an unknowing observer, he might appear as a wealthy young master from a noble family. He entered a prestigious tavern. Meanwhile, Li Shuangwan and Ling Heng had already entered the palace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the assembly hall, they were halted by the chief eunuch, Zhang Disheng. Zhang Disheng approached them with a beaming smile. "This old servant greets His Highness and the princess." Ling Heng glanced at the imposing hall doors. "Is father in?" "He is, but at this moment, His Majesty is discussing important matters with several ministers. It may take some time before he can be finished." Ling Heng's smile faltered as Zhang Disheng's words were veiled. In truth, His Majesty was reluctant to see him. The Empress has been feeling fatigue since early this morning and has dismissed the court ladies from their morning greetings. She is resting now. The Empress is aware of your filial intentions and has sent this old servant to convey that there will be ample opportunities in the future. Your Highness, perhaps you and the Princess could first pay your respects to Imperial concubine Lin? Ling Heng felt a pang of disappointment. As the fourth prince, marrying the legitimate daughter of the general of the state would not elevate him to equal standing with his brothers overnight. Regaining his composure, he smiled lightly. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Eunuch Zhang. As he spoke, he pressed a bulging purse into Zhang Disheng's hands. As I have just wed, please accept this as a token of gratitude. Zhang Disheng declined. Some money should not be accepted. Your Highness is too courteous. This old servant is but a eunuch, and all my daily needs are provided by the palace. His Majesty has bestowed many generous gifts upon me. Such funds would have no use. Ling Heng reluctantly withdrew his hand. These eunuchs were adept at gauging the mood. As an insignificant prince, even his offerings were beneath their notice. Throughout, Li Shuangwan observed quietly, saying nothing. Zhang Desheng refused once, twice, but could not turn down the countless offerings that would later earn him a place in the emperor's favor. Once the first acceptance occurred, it became impossible to retract. In the first month after Ling Heng ascended the throne, he gifted Zhang Disheng a cup of poison wine, sending him off to serve Emperor Jingzhong. Ling Heng knelt with Li Shuangwan at the entrance of the assembly hall, bowing 3 times. Once finished, they rose and made their way towards Qiyun Palace, where imperial concubine Lin resided. Qiyun Palace was situated far from the emperor's sleeping quarters, and it was unlikely for Emperor Jingzhong to mistakenly wander there. Yet this very woman had walked alongside her son to the ultimate position, ascending to Empress Dowager. Upon gaining her power, she meticulously purged the harem of all concubines who had once enjoyed the emperor's favor. In her final moments, adorned in the attire of a favored consort, she stood before the dying emperor, coldly observing him as he clung to life. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not spare any of the women you cherished in this palace, nor your children, save for hunger. Therefore, do take your time on this path to the underworld. Wait for them. At that moment, Li Shuangwan stood outside the emperor's chamber, her heart chilled, unsure of how she had departed. Barely half a month after Emperor Jingzhong's demise, the harem of Beijing was thoroughly purged. Those who had once been arrogant and hostile towards them, be they princes or former officials, ultimately accompanied the emperor to the afterlife. It wasn't until 3 years later, when the mother and son had firmly established their reign, that the Li family lost their value, and a decree reversing the truth would lead to the entire Li clan's demise. Now, as they proceeded towards Qiyun Palace after many years, the woman's chilling laughter echoed in their ears. Ling Heng, too, was troubled. His marriage to a daughter of the Li family would undoubtedly incite the emperor's jealousy. Today was merely a subtle warning, a reminder that despite having the general of the state as an ally, he could not act with impunity. The road ahead remained long and fraught with uncertainty. He remained oblivious to how his 5 brothers would contend with him. The Li family held significant military power, guarding the northwestern border for decades. For hundreds of miles, the common folk recognized only the Li family, oblivious to the fact that the empire belonged to the Ling clan. Each of his brothers longed to marry a legitimate daughter of the Li family, yet their avarice was tempered by fear of approaching the emperor with such requests. He had guided Li Shuangwan towards marrying him, ensuring that his father would not openly oppose the union. The other brothers could only vent their frustrations by smashing items, powerless to act. The Li family hung like a succulent morsel beneath a sharp blade, coveted by many, yet all feared the knife might fall upon them at any moment. As a result, the daughter of the Li family, now 17, remains unwed, for no one dares to propose. He, Ling Heng, a prince by birth, bears the imperial blood of the Ling lineage, yet, burdened by the weakness of his maternal clan, he finds himself lacking in foundation. However, they possess wealth. With wealth comes the desire for power. Chapter 12. The Duet of Mother and Son. Other princes might afford to wait, biding their time until that sharp blade dulls and an opportunity arises. Yet he cannot. Lacking actual power, he risks becoming a scapegoat in the fraternal strife for authority. Thus, he has long set his sights on the tempting prize that is the Li family, willing to risk it all even with a blade at his throat. Despite knowing that Li Shuangwan is arrogant, coarse, and overly enamored with her own beauty, he must marry her. Moreover, he desires the child she carries to continue his lineage. This plan has been in preparation for 6 months. Ling Heng, tall and long-limbed, inadvertently outpaces Li Shuangwan. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly looks up to see the tall figure ahead, clad in dark royal robes, standing straight and proud. Somehow, under the sunlight, he begins to resemble the man from her dreams the previous night. A sharp pang strikes her heart, and her face pales. She clutches her chest, sinking to the ground in pain. How could it be him? The one who defied fate to grant her rebirth at the cost of his own life. How could it be Ling Heng? He was the one who issued the decree branding the Li family as traitors, who ignited the curtains of the cold palace, reducing her to ashes, and who sent the entire Li family to the guillotine. It cannot be Ling Heng. No, it is utterly impossible. He killed her, annihilated her family. Such a man could have no heart. Your Highness, what troubles you? Qing Lian rushed forward to assist Li Shuangwan. Ling Heng, realizing he had unwittingly left her several paces behind, felt a wave of disdain as he saw her crouched on the ground, unwilling to move until he took her hand in the palace, displaying such unreasonable behavior. He quickly approached her, taking her from Qing Lian's grasp, only to see her face as pale as a sheet and voiced his concern. A-Wan, what is the matter? Why do you look so ill? Supported by Ling Heng, beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down her pale forehead as she stared intently at his face, tears threatening to spill.
Why?
What had the General's residence done wrong? Ling Heng casually pointed to a young eunuch sweeping nearby. You there, swiftly summon Dr. Huang to Qian Palace. A-Wan, I will take you there. Dr. Huang Sheng. In her previous life, it was he who informed Ling Heng to take the heart's blood of her son to save Chun Ning. How pitiful she was, kept in the dark, exhausting herself for 9 years raising a son that was not truly hers. It was this very man in collusion with Huang Sheng who had killed her son, turning her into a grand joke. The suffocating pain in her heart suddenly turned cold. She wiped the cold sweat from her brow, straightened her back, and walked forward step by step. Ling Heng, you and I share a deep-seated grudge of family annihilation. We are sworn enemies. Understanding all this, Li Shuangwan withdrew her hand from Ling Heng's grasp, standing tall, her complexion gradually returning to normal. I am fine. Perhaps I was just too tired last night. A fleeting glint of malice crossed Ling Heng's enchanting eyes but was quickly masked. I was inconsiderate. A-Wan, I shall be more mindful in the future. The medicine given to Ing was indeed rather potent. It was a miracle Li Shuangwan had not met her end in bed. Ling Heng resolved to cease administering the drug from that night onward, for should the child be conceived in weakness, it would be a grave loss. Soon, let Dr. Huang check your pulse and prescribe some nourishing medicine. Your mother awaits the arrival of her grandchild. Ling Heng smiled suggestively.
Li Shuangyan clenched her fists.
In Qian Palace, Lin Pin, Lin Wanru, sat regally at the main seat, her face beaming as she watched the pair enter. As they approached, her gaze shifted from Ling Heng to Li Shuangwan. Such a fine child. Hingo has good taste, and I take an immediate liking to her. As she spoke, she reached out to Li Shuangwan, saying, Come, let me take a good look at you. Li Shuangwan's heart soured with derision. Having married Ling Heng for so many years in her previous life, she had concealed herself well. Each time someone envied her good fortune, Lin Pin, who would later become the esteemed Guifei, would declare, I truly like this child. I have always regarded her as my own daughter. It was not her good fortune, but rather her son's. Had she not overheard Lin Wanru's words before Emperor Jingzhang's demise and later witnessed Ling Heng's increasing cruelty towards her after ascending the throne, culminating in the edict that cut off her rations in the cold palace, leaving her to starve, she might have believed Lin Wanru to be an exceedingly gentle woman. Li Shuangwan concealed the hatred in her eyes, lifted her head, and broke into a gentle smile. Hastening to Lin Pin's side and slightly bending her knees, daughter-in-law pays her respects to the Empress Mother. Lin Pin grasped Li Shuangwan's hand. Her touch was icy, penetrating to the very marrow. Li Shuangwan did not withdraw her hand. Ling Heng approached, feigning jealousy, and said with a smile, Mother, are you abandoning your son now that you have a daughter-in-law? Lin Pin shot him a sidelong glance, laughing. Jealous of your own daughter-in-law?
How old are you?
She then asked Ling Heng, Have you not gone to thank His Majesty and the Empress? Ling Heng shook his head dismally. Father and several ministers are engaged in important discussions. They have no time to meet us. Mother is unwell and has exempted us from our greetings. Lin Pin sighed softly, taking Li Shuangwan's hand. It is my fault for not receiving the Emperor's favor. Now burdening you as well. If General Li and Madame Li were to find out, they would surely be distressed. In her previous life, hearing Lin Pin say this had infuriated her. She had even looked down her nose, saying, "What is so difficult? My father and mother will drive the people of Beiki back to the grasslands, and then we will return to Xingjing. My father will earn great merit, and at that time, let him bring His Highness before the Emperor more frequently. The Emperor will understand, and will naturally not neglect His Highness." She truly wished to slap herself for being so foolish. The daughter-in-law does not feel wronged. She follows her husband. His Highness even said yesterday that he wishes to be a carefree couple, unbothered by worldly affairs. I think that sounds quite nice. Your Highness, do you not agree? Ling Heng's expression stiffened immediately, and he awkwardly replied, "Yes, it is indeed quite nice." Li Shuangwan and Ling Heng received tea from the palace maids and presented it to Lin Pin. Truly, this mother and son duo excelled at their performance. As soon as Li Shuangwan knelt, Lin Pin hurried to take the tea, personally helping her up. "Quickly rise, do not concern yourself with these formalities. I lack nothing. I only wish for you two to be well." Oh, who could it be? Qian Palace has been so quiet for a year and a half, yet today it is so lively. It turns out to be Miss Li and Prince Heng coming to pay their respects to Sister Lin. Chapter 13. Unfavored by the Emperor. Without seeing her, one could hear her voice. It was Wan Shufei, one of the 4 consorts of the Northern Jin imperial harem. The corners of Li Shuangwan's eyes slightly lifted. The person she awaited had arrived, following the same trajectory as in her previous life. Wan Shufei, the mother of the current 5th prince, Ling Yan, favored by the Emperor, was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Personnel, Wan Liming. Dressed in a pale lotus-colored palace gown, her hand lightly resting on the wrist of a palace maid, her oval face, willow leaf brows, autumn water-like eyes, and ruby lips adorned with pearly teeth, she walked gracefully towards the crowd, her jewelry jingling melodiously. Though 36 years old, her well-maintained visage appeared scarcely over 30. The others in the hall promptly rose to greet Wan Shufei. Today is Lady Li's day. Oh no, should be called Princess Heng now. Coming to pay respects to Sister Lin. I see that the daughter of the General of the State truly has discerning taste. How did she come to choose Prince Heng? Li Shuangwan chose to feign ignorance to the sarcasm laced within her words. Wan Shufei cast a fleeting glance at Ling Heng, saying, "I thought I would come and take a look. Alas, I seem to have forgotten the gift for the crown princess." With a sharp glare at the maid behind her, she lamented the oversight. The maid, trembling, bowed in apology. "Your Highness, I am at fault and should be punished." "Oh, it's just a trivial matter. Why should I punish you?" Wan Shufei replied dismissively. "Since it's for the crown princess, you..." She gestured towards the maid beside Li Shuangwan. "Are you the crown princess's attendant? Go to my Huayang palace and fetch the gift I intended for her." The maid, Qinglian, hesitated and said timidly, "But it is my first time in the palace, and I do not know the way to Huayang Palace. The people there do not know me either, and I fear I might not accomplish what your Highness has tasked me with. Might the sister accompany me?" She pointed cautiously at the maid supporting Wan Shufei. With a swift motion, Wan Shufei, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, slapped Qinglian across the face, exclaiming, "Who gave you the audacity to command me, a mere servant?" Qinglian fell to her knees, covering her face, tears streaming down as she begged, "Your Highness, please spare me. I would never dare." Ling Heng frowned and glanced at Li Shuangwan, his expression unmistakably urging her to intervene, for Qinglian was now her servant. Moreover, as the legitimate daughter of the General of the State, Li Shuangwan should assert herself in this matter. Yet, she maintained her composure, choosing to observe in silence.
Lin Pin,
noticing Li Shuangwan's indifference, sighed softly and said, "Sister Shufei, why waste your anger on a servant? It would be better for you to discipline her, or let A-Wan take her back to the Crown Prince's residence for punishment, rather than dirty your own hands." Wan Shufei snorted and settled back into her seat, picking up the cup of tea that Li Shuangwan had just offered to Lin Pin. "Very well, I am not unreasonable. You may go retrieve the gift yourself." This implied that even the attendants of Qian Palace were not permitted to accompany her. Li Shuangwan understood that Qinglian's journey would be akin to that of Luo Man in her previous life, returning only as a cold corpse. After taking a sip of tea, she spat it out in disgust, exclaiming, "Sister Lin, what kind of tea is this? It is utterly dreadful. Your family was once quite affluent. How is it that you do not have better quality tea in the palace? She placed the cup down on the table, seemingly oblivious to Lin Pin's increasingly pale expression. Well, it has been over a decade since your family enjoyed wealth, and you and your son have not received the emperor's favor. It is only natural that things have deteriorated year by year. Wan Shufei observed Lin Pin's embarrassment with great satisfaction and called out to Qinglian, who was retreating. Go fetch me some snowbuds as well. Terrified of the unreasonable Wan Shufei, Qinglian awaited her command with trepidation. As Wan Shufei admired her freshly painted nails, she boasted, these snowbuds are priceless. This year, only 2 pounds were supplied, and since the emperor knows I adore them, he gifted them all to me.
Today,
As your elder sister, I shall give you 1/2 pound. Li Shuangwan regarded Wan Shufei's foolishness with disdain, thinking it pitiful that at nearly 40, she still sought validation through such trivialities. Lin Pin forced a smile. Sister, your gifts are certainly exquisite, but I truly cannot acquire a taste for them. Wan Shufei scoffed. Indeed, once you've tasted the good, how can you bear the inferior? Never mind, just retrieve the gift for the crown princess. Qinglian exited Qian Palace. Sister, do you think this lacquer is beautiful? Do you think the emperor will like it? Wan Shufei, seated in a commanding position, raised her chin to display her exquisitely manicured hands to Lin Pin. Lin Pin's face grew paler, and she fell silent, her displeasure evident.
réalisez un faux pas.
Wan Shufei covered her mouth and laughed. How thoughtless of me. The emperor has never visited Qian Palace. How could you know if he likes it? Casting a sideways glance, she added, Sister Lin, you should consider renaming this place Qian. It is rather inauspicious. Which cloud in the sky would stop for a mere view? No wonder you have not garnered the emperor's favor. It has likely been a decade since he last visited you. Ling Heng, filled with frustration, had gazed at Li Shuangwan countless times, exasperated that she remained silent while the likes of Wan Shufei insulted his mother. How could she sit there, composed as if nothing were amiss? It was utterly incomprehensible. Your Highness, every courtyard in the palace bears the names chosen by our ancestors. If such words reach the emperor's ears, it could cause trouble and bring shame to the 5th prince. Ling Heng finally spoke, his teeth clenched in anger. Addressing Wan Shufei, but his gaze fixed on Li Shuangwan. Wan Shufei was momentarily taken aback, her mouth snapping shut in indignation. She continued to prattle on, while Li Shuangwan remained silent, merely listening to her incessant chatter. She was aware that Wan Shufei, relying on the emperor's affection and her family's influence, often spoke without restraint, feeling untouchable given the 5th prince's esteemed position. However, few would expect that in her past life, Wan Shufei and the 5th prince were among the first to be executed by the old emperor, their family obliterated. Her present circumstances mirrored her previous existence. At that moment, a maid nearby whispered, Your Highness, it has been 1/2 an hour. Why is the crown princess's maid not returned? Could she be slacking off or lost? Chapter 14. Silence the witnesses. Wan Shufei seemed to just realize, indeed, Qian Palace is quite remote and there is a considerable distance to my Huayang Palace. I do hope she hasn't truly lost her way. Turning to Li Shuangwan, she continued, Crown Princess, should you not be concerned? What if something were to happen to her on the way? After all, there is the abandoned Bishi Palace nearby, said to be haunted. Li Shuangwan understood the implication behind Wan Shufei's words. She replied with a smile, Your Highness, you jest. Qinglian was previously the Crown Prince's personal maid. Today is merely her first day with me. As for Bishi Palace, being abandoned for years, it is indeed desolate. Why would she venture there? She is quite clever. With that, she took another sip of her tea. Wan Shufei did not expect that Li Shuangwan, who often flaunted her family's achievements, could remain so composed. She was also taken aback that Li Shuangwan chose to bring Qinglian into the palace instead of her own personal maid, seemingly to curry favor with Ling Heng. Love-struck women rarely meet with good ends. Lingering words remained unspoken, leaving Wan Shufei feeling stifled as she took a sip of tea, only to find it unsatisfactory. Setting the cup down heavily. After another half-hour, Lin Pin could no longer sit still. She was aware that Wan Shufei had come with ulterior motives, and sending Qinglian alone was undoubtedly a malicious intent. However, with her lowly status and lack of imperial favor, she had no voice in the palace. She could only wonder how Wan Shufei intended to use Qinglian to harm someone. She turned to one of the eunuchs in her service. Go check on her. We cannot have her truly lost or running into the wrong noble. As the eunuch was about to comply, Wan Shufei, seething with irritation at Li Shuangwan's calm demeanor, retorted. Since she is the crown princess's maid, it is only right that she goes to fetch her. Why should the eunuchs of Qian Palace be the ones to search for her? Crown princess, are you not going to heed my words? Li Shuangwan lifted her eyelids slightly and smiled faintly. Today I have come to realize that the noble consort Shu treats her servants with such kindness. One might mistakenly believe that she mingles freely with the eunuchs and maidens in Huayang Palace. It is indeed the education from the Wan family that cultivates such endearing qualities, which is why Lord Wan enjoys such deep affection from the populace and is favored by the officials. Wan Shushi, oblivious to the sarcasm in her words, raised her chin and replied, Naturally, my father is amiable to others, who among my colleagues does not speak of him as easy to get along with. Thus, he is naturally beloved by the officials. Ling Heng lowered his head to sip his tea, concealing the amusement on his face. The Ministry of Personnel, responsible for personnel affairs, must uphold integrity and righteousness, selecting talents for the court and evaluating officials. If one were to befriend everyone, it would raise suspicions of accepting bribes or, more severely, engaging in the sale of positions. As the Minister of Personnel, Wan Liming was the first to be scrutinized, and Wan Shushi's words could invite trouble for the Wan family. Just as the conversation was unfolding, they heard the sharp announcement from Zhang Dishing outside. The Emperor has arrived. Everyone was taken aback. No one anticipated that the Emperor would set foot in Qian Palace, a place he hadn't visited in a decade. They hurriedly went to greet him. The maidservants assisted Wan Shushi to rise, and she swayed her waist as she approached Emperor Jingzhong. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Emperor Jingzhong, now 48, donned a bright yellow dragon robe, exuding authority from his long-held position. As he scanned the group kneeling before him, he emanated an imposing presence without uttering a word. He glanced around at those on the ground, grasped Wan Shushi's hand, and said, I went to Huayang Palace to see you. But upon learning you were here in Qian Palace, and having no other matters at hand, I thought I would come and take a look. What were you discussing just now? As he spoke, he led Wan Shushi toward the main seat, instructing everyone to rise. Wan Shushi, with her myriad charms, kept her affectionate gaze fixed on Emperor Jingzhong, knowing that it was not the time to speak of her father's amiable nature. I brought a gift for the princess consort Heng, but in my haste, I forgot to take it with me. I sent a servant to fetch it from Huayang Palace, yet it has been an hour, and she has not returned. I am concerned she may have lost her way on her first visit to the palace. So, I thought perhaps the princess consort Heng could check on her, as she is one of her own. Emperor Jingzhong turned his gaze toward Li Shuangwan, his expression inscrutable. Li Shuangwan, the cherished daughter of Li Huaying, has now become my daughter-in-law. I have met the emperor, Li Shuangwan replied respectfully, lowering her head. Your father mentioned that you once wielded a spear and rode into battle, capable of single-handedly taking down the enemy's commander, a true heroine not to be overshadowed by men. Now you appear somewhat frail. It is indeed a pity. Half a year ago, Li Shuangwan had been harmed by nefarious individuals, causing her to lose all her martial prowess. A fact that Emperor Jingzhong had heard whispers of. His gaze darted toward Ling Heng before addressing Li Shuangwan, since Wan Shushi claims that maid is one of yours. You may take someone to search for her. Li Shuangwan had no choice but to comply. Wan Shushi exchanged glances with her maidservant, and Li Shuangwan comprehended their intentions. In her previous life, half an hour after Luo Man had departed, Wan Shushi and her maid had uttered similar words. Without a second thought, she had rushed to search for Luo Man, ultimately discovering her lifeless body in a dry well. This time, having delayed by half an hour, she was astonished that Emperor Jingzhong, who had never set foot in Qian Palace, had come, compelling her to retrace the path of her former life. Emperor Jingzhong's younger brother, Prince Gong, was a year younger than him and had once had an affair with the mother of the sixth prince, consort Duan, before she entered the Eastern Palace. At that time, Ling Shizhong had not yet been deposed. The young Emperor Jingzhong had been unaware of this when he took her as a concubine. Yet, years of affection could not simply be severed. Wan Shushi had inadvertently witnessed their clandestine meetings at the abandoned Bixiking Palace, prompting her to come to Qian Palace and feign forgetfulness about her gift, intending to expose their affair to the public. In her previous life, as she had desired, Luo Man had encountered an unknowing path and screamed in fright, only to be silenced by Prince Gong, who discarded her body into the dry well. However, the eunuchs from Huayang Palace had witnessed everything and had pretended to assist in the search, leading her to discover Luo Man's corpse in the well. She had persisted in uncovering the truth and, with the encouragement of those from Huayong Palace, had ultimately exposed the affair between Prince Gong and consort Duan. Of course, such royal scandals often led to those in the know being silenced, and Prince Gong was confined in his manor for years under the pretext of incompetence. It was for this reason that she had refrained from bringing Luo Man to the palace that morning. After living in the palace for 5 years, 2 as the crown princess and 3 as the empress, she was intimately familiar with every corner of the palace. From Qian Palace to Huayong Palace, Bixiking Palace was an unavoidable passage. Yet in this lifetime, the newlywed princess consort Heng had never entered the inner palace. So she feigned ignorance of the path and deliberately sought an alternate route to avoid that palace. A maidservant in Qian Palace reminded her, "Princess consort, this path leads away." Li Shuangwan turned to her. "Did you see Qinglian take this route?" The maidservant shook her head. "I did not see her. But if one is to go to Huayong Palace, this path is indeed a diversion." That meant she could not overlook any detail. Li Shuangwan chose to ignore her. Just then, a figure darted past them. Chapter 15. Proving innocence. A cold smile crept across Li Shuangwan's lips, reminiscent of her previous life. At that time, she had given it no thought and had hastily followed, discovering Luoman's body in the dry well. "You go check over there," she instructed the maidservant trailing behind her. Qinglian was not her maidservant. Her death was of no concern to her, but she needed Ling Heng to be informed. Li Shuangwan stood still. The maidservant complied and hurried after the figure. Li Shuangwan glanced around. Bixiking Palace lay in 2 different directions from here. No matter how lost Qinglian was, she had a mouth to ask for directions and would not have wandered here. Yet inexplicably, Li Shuangwan felt a sense of unease, an intuition that something was about to transpire. It was too quiet, unnaturally so. Dismissing her thoughts, she made her way toward a more populated area. Before long, she arrived at an abandoned pond, its water shallow and muddied, filled only with decaying reeds. Bypassing the pond led to an open palace road, bustling with eunuchs, maidservants, and the imperial guards.
Li Shuangyan quickened at her pace.
However, just then, someone suddenly shoved her from behind. Li Shuangwan was propelled toward the pond. Had it been in the past, with her martial skills intact, she would have sensed someone approaching.
But now,
her once formidable abilities had been rendered useless by Ling Heng's machinations. Though she could swim, since losing her skills, she had developed an intense fear of the cold. It was winter, and today she wore heavy winter garments, adorned in the fineries of a princess consort, her head crowned with jewels, and her attire exquisite. Falling into the icy waters, even if she could swim, her elaborate clothing would drag her down, jeopardizing her life. Moreover, the area was rife with mud, akin to a swamp where one could easily become ensnared. Yet, born of a military lineage, her reflexes were immediate. Realizing there was nothing to grasp around her, she braced herself against the ground just as she was about to plunge fully into the pond, managing to stabilize her body, though she still fell against its edge. Staining her garments, a sharp pain shot through her wrist. She had not plunged into the water. Ignoring the pain of her fall, she swiftly turned to locate the assailant. But the individual was too swift, leaving her with only a fleeting silhouette. A eunuch's figure, though it was merely a shadow, she recognized it. Furthermore, when he had shoved her, she had caught a glimpse of the jade pendant at his waist. That pendant was familiar to her. In her previous life, it had been he who led her to Bixiking Palace and uncovered Luoman's corpse. At that time, she had been so naive, unwittingly helping Wan Shushi and Ling Yan eliminate the obstacle posed by the 6th prince. Li Shuangwan lay on the ground to catch her breath for a moment, slowly moving her hands. Thankfully, her bones were intact. She was unharmed. If she were to scream for help, it would only invite unnecessary trouble, and most importantly, it would inevitably draw attention to Qinglian's death, just as it had in her previous life, ultimately fulfilling the intentions of the scheming Wan Shufei. Such a course of action was unnecessary. However, the eunuch who had wronged her would not be allowed to live much longer. After rising to her feet, Li Shuangwan immediately made her way back along the original palace path. Little did she know, just a few steps later, she heard a piercing scream from behind. Ah, a corpse. There's a dead person. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching her direction. Turning her head, Li Shuangwan saw a frightened little palace maid pointing towards a nearby pond, where a female corpse lay sprawled upon the withered reeds. Upon recognizing the clothing of the corpse, Li Shuangwan's heart sank. The body belonged to no other than Qinglian. She had been violently pushed by that eunuch earlier, and the color of Qinglian's attire blended with the reeds, which was why she had not noticed sooner. Why was this different from her previous life? This place was situated in the opposite direction of Baishi Palace. Could it be that Qinglian, fearing a hidden plot, had intentionally taken a longer route like she had? If that were the case, why had she been murdered and discarded in this location? It was evident that the body had been deliberately placed among the reeds. A person who had just drowned would not surface so quickly. Moreover, the water in this abandoned pond was not deep enough to drown someone. A number of eunuchs, palace maids, and imperial guards rushed towards her. A few of them even cast suspicious glances at the disheveled and dirty Shuangwan. Just moments ago, she had fallen heavily without a soul in sight, and now so many had gathered. If it weren't for the arrangements made by the palace attendants left outside by Wan Shufei after her departure, she found it hard to believe this was mere coincidence. "What is happening?" inquired a young leader of the imperial guards. The palace maid who had screamed looked at Shuangwan with terror, pointing at her. It was her. "I saw her push the person into the water to drown her, and then discard the body. Look, there are traces of someone having fallen to the ground, and the noise we heard earlier was caused by her throwing the body." The little maid was pointing at the exact spot where Shuangwan had fallen earlier. Waiting for her here, Shuangwan smirked mockingly. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated this time. Not only had she been reborn and understood the roots of the matter, but also due to the rush, Wan Shufei's people had not prepared thoroughly. The accusations of the little maid were riddled with holes. Only then did the young leader of the imperial guards glance at Shuangwan, observing her dirty clothing and disheveled hair. He dared not look longer and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Princess Consort Heng. It seems you have had an unfortunate fall," he commented. Shuangwan's voice was calm, her gaze indifferent. "You are lying. It was you who held her down in the water and drowned her. I saw it with my own eyes," the little maid accused, hiding behind the young leader. Shuangwan sneered. She recognized this little maid from Huayang Palace. Her name seemed to be Xiaojun. Thus, that eunuch's intention had not been to kill her, but rather to stage the scene. With a life lost in the palace and involving the newly married Princess Consort Heng, the young leader dared not take matters into his own hands and immediately sent for the chief of the imperial guards, Zheng Xinjian. This place was quite close to Qian Palace, and the commotion soon reached Emperor Jingzhong. Before long, Emperor Jingzhong and his entourage arrived, along with Zheng Xinjian. Qinglian's body was quickly retrieved, and the examination confirmed that she had drowned, indeed being held down by someone at the back of her neck, resulting in her demise approximately half an hour prior. "Oh my, isn't this the maid Qinglian who served beside Princess Consort Heng? How did she die?" Wan Shufei appeared visibly shaken upon seeing the corpse. Emperor Jingzhong's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Shuangwan. "Speak the truth." Shuangwan's hair was a mess, her brocade garments stained with mud, her appearance highly suspicious. Zheng Xinjian even discovered a hairpin belonging to Shuangwan by the pond's edge. Kneeling, Shuangwan addressed the emperor. "It wasn't me, your majesty." Ling Heng also knelt beside Shuangwan. "Father, I can assure you, it couldn't have been A-Wan. Qinglian was my personal maid. Today was her first day serving A-Wan. They had no grievances against each other, so she could not have harmed her." Emperor Jingzhong glanced at him with indifference, letting out a cold huff, his focus solely on Shuangwan. Chapter 16. A modicum of cleverness. Shuangwan tightened her grip. Ling Heng's words seemed to genuinely defend her innocence, yet the astute Emperor Jingzhong could easily perceive the underlying implications. The term personal maid alone would incite disdain and murderous intent from the matriarch of the inner palace. Emperor Jingzhong pointed at the hairpin Zheng Xinjian had presented. "This hairpin belongs to you." "It does," she acknowledged, having been seen by Emperor Jingzhong in Qian Palace, and did not contest it. He gestured towards the traces by the pond. "The withered grass is flattened all around, and given your current state, if you wish for me to believe you, you must prove your innocence." In front of the crowd, Ling Heng prostrated himself 3 more times. "Father, Qinglian was merely a maid." A-Wan. Silence. Emperor Jingzhong could not endure any longer. "A maid's life is still a life. If Shuangwan is innocent, I shall restore her honor, but if she is indeed the culprit, the royal family cannot condone it." Emperor Jingzhong, observing the dirt on Shuangwan, had a rough idea that she was not the murderer, but her father, Huaying, often praised his daughter in front of him, and he wanted to see if she truly possessed the intelligence he claimed she had. Ling Heng lowered his head and fell silent. Li Shuangwan stood up and addressed the accusing maid, Xiaojun. You claim that I killed Qinglian? Yes. Xiaojun's face was ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Very well. Then let me ask you, how did I kill her? You helped Qinglian's head and drowned her in the water, Xiaojun stammered. But wasn't it confirmed that Qinglian drowned because someone held her down in the water? Then, does that mean the flattened grass here was pressed down by Qinglian herself? Xiaojun timidly nodded. In that case, how do you explain my current state? I am covered in this mess because Qinglian struggled fiercely, correct? Yes. Excellent. Li Shuangwan smiled faintly, turning to Emperor Jingzhong. Father, this maid is clearly framing your daughter-in-law. I implore you to clear my name and impose severe punishment on this maid. The surrounding eunuchs and palace maids were utterly perplexed. How could the princess consort so quickly prove her innocence with just a few questions? If what she said was true, a mere palace maid would not dare to falsely accuse a dignified royal consort. Why did she not urge the emperor to uncover the true culprit instead? But merely sought to punish a single maid? Wan Shufei also appeared bewildered. Your Majesty, what does this mean? Emperor Jingzhong remained silent, his expression calm as he watched Li Shuangwan, waiting for her to clarify to the others. After all, not everyone could perceive the truth as he could. Li Shuangwan continued, if Qinglian, as this maid claims, struggled against me while I held her head underwater, then I should be drenched. How could I only be muddy? The crowd seemed to grasp the situation but remained uncertain. Xiaojun whispered, they say she has been dead for half an hour. The sun is out today. Perhaps she dried off? Li Shuangwan smirked. That is true, but you've overlooked a crucial fact.
What?
Xiaojun instinctively asked. Would you kindly have Chief Zheng measure the length of the traces here and compare it to Qinglian's height? Zheng Xinjian quickly arranged for someone to fetch a ruler. And upon measuring, it was determined that Qinglian's height was half a foot shorter than the traces. Li Shuangwan was tall, standing out among women, her stature quite remarkable. On the battlefield in the northwest, she often disguised herself as a man to fight alongside her father and brothers, the soldiers of Beiki. While marveling at her extraordinary martial skills, had never realized she was a woman. Xiaojun's complexion turned pale. Furthermore, I left Qian Palace around the hour of the snake and discovered Qinglian's body at the hour of the snake and 2/4. It takes at least a quarter of an hour to walk from there to here. Am I to believe I sprouted wings and flew over? Xiaojun was rendered speechless. Additionally, Li Shuangwan cast a fleeting glance at the site of the body disposal. It was well known that half a year ago I had fallen victim to malefactors, rendering my martial skills null and my physique frail. The act of drowning someone and discarding the corpse among the reeds was beyond my capabilities. She approached the body and pried open Qinglian's mouth. Moreover, this place had been abandoned for many years, with shallow waters and abundant mud, yet Qinglian's mouth remained pristine. This indicated that she had been drowned elsewhere and then thrown here. After articulating these insights, Li Shuangwan stepped aside, choosing silence. Emperor Jingzhong exhibited an expression of admiration. Li Huaying, that old curmudgeon, often boasted before him of his daughter's cleverness, puffing up with pride as he recounted her past exploits on the grasslands.
Today,
witnessing her intelligence firsthand, even if Li Huaying had exaggerated, it was evident she had a modicum of wit. Consort Wan chuckled softly, remarking, Your Majesty, I find the princess consort's deductive skills quite formidable. With just a few words, she has absolved herself of suspicion as a murderer. Since Qinglian was her maid, why not entrust her with uncovering the true culprit? Emperor Jingzhong glanced at Consort Wan, then at Li Shuangwan, as if to convey that he would not oppose her involvement should she consent. Li Shuangwan knelt before Emperor Jingzhong, stating, Father, the reason I can prove my innocence is that this matter does not concern me. I am not adept at investigations. Since Qinglian met her demise within the palace, it is only fitting for the Imperial Guard or the Ministry of Justice to take charge, and it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. One should not seek to meddle beyond their station, and as a woman, I am susceptible to slander, a favorite pastime of the literati of the Northern Jin. Furthermore, she needed to ensure that Ling Heng did not interfere in this affair. She had yet to extricate herself from the prince's residence, and should Ling Heng involve himself, it would be tantamount to her doing the same. The question of how Qinglian's body came to be here, well, that was a matter for Consort Wan to address. She turned to the pale-faced palace maid, Xiaoju, who was trembling in fear. Father, she has falsely accused me of murder. I implore you to take decisive action against her. Xiaoju fell to her knees, pleading, Your Majesty, spare me. I must have been mistaken. I beg for your mercy. Emperor Jingzhong's gaze swept past Consort 1's face. Take her away, execute her. The palace was rife with sordid affairs. Unveiling them would only lead to layers of foulness and decay. Li Shuangwan understood that upon seeing Emperor Jingzhong's glance at Consort 1, he must have already discerned the mastermind behind this incident. However, it was not yet time to act against the Wan family. Hence the palace, maid Xiao Ju, had no escape. Your Highness, I have heard that a murder has occurred here. The Duke of Gong seemed to have just realized the situation, approaching with an air of detachment. Li Shuangwan looked at him. He was tall and handsome, yet his shoes were caked with yellow mud. To the uninformed, he might appear as a refined gentleman, oblivious to the countless women who had suffered under his tyrannical whims in the Duke's residence. It was said that in the late years of the late emperor, as many sons vied for succession, the Duke of Gong had been left maimed, losing part of his lineage to protect Emperor Jingzhong. Since then, the Duke's temperament had twisted severely, and his greatest grievance became his impotence in the face of beautiful women, leading him to devise various tortures for them. The women in the Duke's household lived in unspeakable misery. Yet, due to his merit in saving the emperor, Emperor Jingzhong was exceedingly lenient toward his brother. Many daughters of officials had suffered at his hands, yet all had been resolved due to the emperor's intervention. Because of this, no one dared to speak ill of him in the harem. The Duke of Gong seemed to have noticed Li Shuangwan's gaze, subtly adjusting his cloak. When he raised his eyes to meet hers, they sparkled with intrigue. Despite her disheveled appearance, strands of hair falling over her forehead, and even dirt on her face, her posture remained upright, exuding an air of solemnity and vigor. In the Duke's eyes, she was indeed a true beauty of frailty, possessing a unique allure. He had played with countless women, yet none resembled her. Thus, his gaze toward Li Shuangwan bore a hint of mischief, and he smirked at her wickedly. Li Shuangwan turned her head away in disgust. Ling Heng had aided and abetted in her past life, soon after ascending to the throne. He had released the Duke of Gong from confinement, restoring his title. 3 years later, armed with Ling Heng's decree, the Duke had annihilated the Li family. Her father's head was severed by his sword. Li Shuangwan exerted tremendous effort to refrain from killing him on the spot. Upon seeing the Duke of Gong appear unscathed, Consort 1's fury reached a boiling point, twisting the handkerchief in her grasp. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she directed all her rage toward Li Shuangwan, vowing not to let this little wretch escape unscathed. Oh, she still seems to be just a lowly maid. The Duke of Gong circled Qinglian's corpse, stroking his chin. Your Highness, if I am not mistaken, this maid seems to be from the 4th prince's estate. Perhaps a favored concubine? Ling Heng's face turned crimson with embarrassment, glancing furtively at Li Shuangwan, fearing her anger due to his infatuation would spark a scene. Ling Heng inwardly cursed the Duke for his indiscretion, pondering how to handle the situation. Yet, upon a glance, it appeared that Li Shuangwan was unaffected, standing quietly, calmly gazing at Qinglian's corpse, not even casting him a glance. Ling Heng felt a sudden pang of frustration. However, considering the gravity of the situation, it made sense. With a life lost, there was no reason for Li Shuangwan to feel jealousy over a deceased person, and her lack of commotion spared him embarrassment. Thinking this, Ling Heng relaxed. Uncle Wang, you jest. Qinglian only served in my courtyard for a short while. She was not a favored concubine, merely a pure maiden. The Duke of Gong stepped forward, lifting Qinglian's sleeve to reveal the mark of a maiden. TSK, 4th brother. How could you waste such a beautiful girl as a mere maid? She should be in bed, not here. As his remarks grew increasingly outrageous, with consorts and other women present, Emperor Jingzhong frowned. Enough. This matter shall be investigated by Zheng Xinjiang. Disperse. Wait. Where is that little palace maid who just accompanied you? Princess consort? Why are you here alone? If that maid had been with you, there would have been no need for such elaborate explanations to prove your innocence, would there? Isn't that so, Your Majesty? Consort 1 suddenly raised her voice, drawing everyone's attention back to Li Shuangwan. Li Shuangwan had already noticed that the little maid had not appeared for quite some time, and she suspected that she too had met with misfortune. Whether she had been silenced by Consort 1's minions or had stumbled upon the Duke of Gong and the Consort's affair and was thus eliminated remained uncertain. Emperor Jingzhong cast another glance her way. Just as Li Shuangwan was about to speak, hurried footsteps approached, panting heavily. The person arrived breathless. Dropping to his knees before Emperor Jingzhong, Your Majesty, I discovered a female corpse in the dry well of Bixiking Palace. It appears to be a maid from Chiyun Palace. Li Shuangwan looked at the eunuch, noticing a piece of jade hanging from his left waist, the tassels dragging down, slightly soiled, swaying slightly due to his heavy breathing. Wasn't he the same eunuch who had pushed her down by the pond just moments ago? A second maid had perished. This eunuch from Huayang Palace did not report to his master, nor to Lin Pin, or even to Commander Zheng, but bypassed them directly to deliver the news to the emperor. His intentions were painfully obvious. Emperor Jingzhong's expression darkened. Did you see clearly? Yes. It was the maid who had accompanied the princess consort when she left.
Xiaodaji, what are you saying?
Your Majesty, this cannot be tolerated. In less than half an hour, 2 lives have been lost, both connected to the princess consort. Consort, one exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Li Shuangwan. It is almost as if one were to declare that Li Shuangwan is a harbinger of misfortune, truly unworthy of entanglement with the royal family. With 2 palace maids meeting untimely fates, both linked to the Princess of Heng, this matter cannot be dismissed lightly. By the time the assembly arrived at Bishio Palace, the body of the young maid had already been retrieved from the dry well. Upon seeing it, Lin Pin's complexion turned as pale as parchment. Emperor Jingzhong inquired, "Is she from your palace?" Yes, she was a maid from Chiyun Palace, named Kaxia. She indeed accompanied A-Wan in search of Qinglian, Lin Pin replied. The emperor further questioned Zheng Xinjian. What was the cause of death? Your Majesty, she was similarly held by the neck and drowned, subsequently discarded in the dry well, which contained no water. At first glance, the 2 cases bore striking similarities. Li Shuangwan discreetly glanced at Prince Gong, noticing a fleeting look of confusion on his face. Even a slight frown. In that instant, she comprehended that Qinglian had indeed been slain by Prince Gong. The people from Huayang Palace aimed to lead her to the body. Yet they had not anticipated her choice of the longer route, thus necessitating the retrieval of Qinglian from the well and her subsequent disposal in the pond. Little did they know, she would deviate from the expected course, extricating herself and passing the matter to Zheng Xinjian. To expose the scandal involving Prince Gong and Princess Duan, they felt compelled to reiterate Qinglian's demise through Kaxia, thereby forcing Li Shuangwan to unveil the truth behind Kaxia's death and achieve their ulterior motives. Wan Shufei lacked the acumen to orchestrate such arrangements in so brief a period. Only her son, Ling Yan, possessed that capability. Kaxia had been lured to Bishio Palace by a shadow that swiftly passed by. At that time, both Prince Gong and Princess Duan had already departed, indicating that the individuals responsible for her murder hailed from Huayang Palace. Li Shuangwan's gaze lingered on the young eunuch for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. His hair had been evidently groomed anew, yet a discerning eye could detect remnants of the Bishio Palace's unique flora, petals from the green plum blossoms. His garments were hastily changed, the last button misaligned. His shoes had also been swapped, yet his socks remained unchanged, bearing a small piece of withered leaf, a detail insufficient to serve as evidence. Bishio Palace was once the abode of the late emperor's favored consort, Dong Xianfei, renowned for its profusion of green plum blossoms, which had once captured the late emperor's affection. Alas, fate proved cruel. Dong Xianfei perished during childbirth. The late emperor mourned for 100 days and subsequently decreed the sealing of Bishio Palace, rendering it a forsaken relic, with the solitary remaining green plum blossom being the last vestige in the entire imperial palace. Chapter 18. Conspiracy and Poisonous Schemes. When was this discovered? Emperor Jingzhong asked the young eunuch. The eunuch knelt nearby. Your Majesty, it was a quarter of an hour ago. I heard that a maid named Qinglian had gone missing. After all, she was brought into the palace by the Princess of Heng, and thus must have earned her trust, so I offered to assist in the search. Bishio Palace is a necessary passage from Huayang back to Chiyun Palace. As I passed by, I noticed the palace doors were ajar, and thought perhaps she might be inside. To my surprise, I spotted a pair of maid's shoes by the dry well. The young eunuch lifted his gaze to Li Shuangwan, who had remained silent nearby, and suddenly bowed several times toward her. Princess of Heng, though Kaxia is not your maid, she accompanied you in the search.
Now,
with both maids meeting mysterious ends within the palace, I implore you to seek justice for them. My life matters as well. Li Shuangwan inclined her body in a formal gesture toward Emperor Jingzhong. Father, I request that you assign the investigation of Kaxia's and Qinglian's deaths to General Zheng. Princess of Heng, this is your maid. Do you truly intend to wash your hands of responsibility and pass it to General Zheng? The young eunuch boldly questioned before the emperor could speak. Li Shuangwan dismissed the scheming eunuch's words, maintaining her respectful posture toward the emperor. Jingzhang's gaze shifted from Li Shuangwan to the young eunuch, then to Zheng Xinjian before he stated, approved. Investigate both cases concurrently. Yes, the young eunuch replied, seemingly incredulous. Princess of Heng, you truly will not intervene? Li Shuangwan regarded him with cool indifference. Do you expect me to defy the edict and meddle in palace affairs? The young eunuch gasped, hastily bowing in submission. His back was already soaked with sweat in the cold winter air. Yet he had no choice. Failing to fulfill the tasks entrusted by his master could endanger his own family. I dare not. I merely thought what? Li Shuangwan's voice turned icy. That Qinglian was brought into the palace by me, and Kaxia accompanied me from Qian Palace, so I bear responsibility for their deaths. Even if I were to defy the edict, would that be so wrong? The young eunuch looked at her in panic, then at Wan Shufei, whose face was contorted with rage, disregarding the presence of a mere servant. Emperor Jingzhang snorted coldly and swept out of Bishio Palace, with everyone following in his wake. As Li Shuangwan passed by the solitary green plum blossom, she brushed her fingers against it, collecting a petal, and lightly tossed it onto the young eunuch's slightly damp sock. A single green plum blossom petal could not incriminate him as the murderer, but it might draw Zheng Xinjian's attention to the petal nestled in his hair. Given that the timeline had exonerated Li Shuangwan, and as a princess consort, Zheng Xinjian naturally refrained from detaining her after posing a few questions. The young eunuch was taken away. An observant maid presented Li Shuangwan with a cloak. Ling Heng seemed to remember that Li Shuangwan was still in a disheveled state and stepped forward, loosening his own cloak to drape it over her. Li Shuangwan, however, preempted him, accepting the cloak from the maid and wrapping it around herself, addressing Ling Heng coolly, "Let us depart." Ling Heng felt somewhat embarrassed, wishing to offer an explanation, but quickly reconsidered. As a prince, why should he lower himself before a woman? Moreover, even if he were indifferent to her, Li Shuangwan would still gravitate towards him, proving herself to be rather cheap. With this thought, Ling Heng deliberately assumed an air of irritation, striding ahead without glancing back toward the palace gates. Li Shuangwan walked at a leisurely pace, contemplating Wan Shufei's thwarted schemes today, wondering how furious she must be and whether she would concoct further treachery. In Huayong Palace, eunuchs and maids knelt in disarray as Wan Shufei, infuriated, swept everything from the table to the ground. Fine porcelain and jade cups shattered into fragments. How could Li Shuangwan be so foolish, failing to discern the issue even when her own maid was murdered? Is she truly so cold-hearted? The entire scheme has been ruined. Ling Yan approached, assisting Wan Shufei to a seated position and gesturing for the palace attendants to withdraw. Only the mother and son remained within the hall. Mother, there is no need for such rage. If this attempt fails, we shall seek another opportunity. The affairs of Uncle Wang and Princess Duan will inevitably come to the emperor's attention. Wan Shufei's chest heaved with fury. Today we have alerted the snake in the grass. Finding a similar opportunity in the future will not be easy. Yenner, do you think Prince Gong might suspect our involvement in this? Ling Yan idly rubbed the jade ring on his finger. Mother, the young eunuch cannot be allowed to remain. Wan Shufei sighed softly, shaking her head. Zheng Xinjian has taken him away. It will not be easy to eliminate him. This Zheng Xinjian, time and again, has proven resistant to bribery and persuasion. Ling Yan poured a cup of tea and offered it to Wan Shufei. Leave it to Yang Zhifang. He will know how to handle it. Yang Zhifang was the young captain of the Imperial Guards from earlier. Wan Shufei nodded, taking a delicate sip from the teacup. It is all that wretched Li Shuangwan's fault for ruining my plans. With that, she slammed the teacup down onto the table. The thought of Li Shuangwan suddenly recalled the way Prince Gong had looked at her with a hint of amusement. Li Shuangwan was tall, her complexion like refined jade, her features strikingly beautiful. Though she had lost her martial prowess, the valiant spirit forged in the blood-soaked battlefield still lingered within her. Coupled with the grace cultivated in a noble family, along with the beauty mark between her brows, she exuded an alluring charm, an irresistible temptation for Prince Gong. She was acutely aware that Prince Gong, unable to act humanely, would be consumed by a primal desire when faced with a beauty he could see but not possess, leading him to devise various means of torment. Countless women had perished in the courtyard of the Prince Gong residence at his hands. Should Li Shuangwan fall into his grasp, it was uncertain how long she could endure his cruelty. As Wan Shufei contemplated this, her mood lifted, and a malicious scheme began to take root in her mind. However, given the recent events, it would be unwise to act hastily. lest the emperor learn of her intentions. With the year drawing to a close, she decided to bide her time. Opportunities would abound after the new year.
Meanwhile,
Shuangwan and Ling Heng had just arrived at the palace gates and entered the carriage heading back to the Hengwang residence. Inside the carriage, they sat facing each other, Shuangwan turning her face away to lift the curtain slightly, quietly gazing out the window. Ling Heng fixed his cold gaze upon her, wondering if her silence was a response to his own. How could she dare to display such disdain after shamelessly flaunting before him every day leading up to their wedding? Was it merely a matter of forgetting to drape her with a robe? What audacity! He had already shown leniency by not chastising her for her embarrassing fall in the palace, yet she had the audacity to snub him. She had clearly grown arrogant, emboldened by the power of the general's household. As Ling Heng's anger festered, a smirk crept onto his face. He moved closer to Shuangwan, taking her hand in his. "A-Wan, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I was simply too furious in the palace. It pained me to see you wronged. I neglected to cover you with a robe," he said, drawing her closer. "Come now, my dear A-Wan, let us not quarrel on our honeymoon." Suppressing her disgust, Shuangwan did not pull away from his embrace. She knew all too well the machinations behind his charming facade. She smiled sweetly. "Why would I be angry with His Highness?" "Really?" he asked, feigning surprise. "Of course," she replied, her heart racing with urgency as numerous tasks awaited her attention. Yet she must patiently play the role of a loving wife. As the wind fluttered the carriage curtains, Shuangwan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. She abruptly drew back the curtain, and that person came into view. Her pupils dilated in shock. "What is it, A-Wan?" Ling Heng inquired. Hastily, she closed the curtain.
"Oh,
"It's nothing." Ling Heng's enchanting eyes remained fixed on her face, noting her pale expression. He cradled her hands within his. "A-Wan, as husband and wife, there should be no secrets between us. I, Ling Heng, have determined that A-Wan shall be my wife for life. There is nothing I would conceal from you."
Shuangwan sudan smilat.
"I trust your words, Your Highness. It truly is nothing. I merely thought I saw someone familiar, but must have been mistaken."
"Oh, who did you think it was?"
he pressed. "Qing Lian," she replied, her gaze lingering meaningfully on him. Even Ling Heng, who did not believe in the supernatural, paled slightly. "A-Wan, do not speak of such things in broad daylight. Qing Lian is already deceased." "Indeed, that is why I was startled," she said, her expression still tinged with unease, prompting Ling Heng to believe her. In truth, the figure she had seen was not the long-departed Qing Lian, but rather Cui Jingyu, the heir of the Jing'an marquis, her parents' choice for her betrothed. At the time, she had dismissed him for his carefree demeanor and his family's residence in the northwest, thus refusing the match. Yet, she vividly recalled that the Jing'an marquis' family returned to Shengjing the following year, having fought alongside her parents against the northern Qi. How could he have appeared here so soon in this life? Reflecting on Cui Jingyu, her eyes darkened. If she had followed her parents' wishes and married him, would it have spared the general's household from ruin? In her previous life, she had regretted treating him coldly, having unknowingly hindered their union. When Ling Heng's imperial decree accused the general's household of treason, she had sought out Cui Jingyu, kneeling before him, pleading for his assistance to save her family. "Young Marquis Cui, I have wronged you. I was blinded by my own folly. Yet, you know my father could never betray the throne. He has remained loyal to both the emperor and the northern Jin. The Leaf family has guarded the borders for decades without treachery. Your family, the Jing'an marquis, is a close friend of my father. You understand his character. I implore you, young Marquis, testify on my father's behalf to clear his name. Please, save my father and the general's household." She bowed until her forehead bled. But what had Cui Jingyu said? Standing above her, he had coldly replied, "Your Majesty, the evidence is in abundance, and the emperor's decree has been issued. How could I dare to question it? I regret that I am powerless to assist you." Ling Heng grasped Shuangwan's icy hand.
"Do not fear, A-Wan."
Snapping back to reality, she withdrew her hand. "I am not afraid with you by my side." At that moment, Ing had been seated at a window-side table in a tavern for quite some time, his table adorned with an array of fine wines and delicacies. Yet he had barely touched any of it. His striking appearance drew curious glances, but upon meeting his piercing gaze, they recoiled in fear and retreated. Whispers filled the air as patrons speculated about his identity. While Shengjing was not devoid of affluent young lords, none possessed his remarkable stature and commanding presence. Ying's eyes surveyed the lower floor and then the sun outside. He awaited someone. Boss, the person has arrived. Two of his subordinates rushed up to him, speaking in hushed tones. They had been sold and trained alongside him as shadow guards and had just recently entered the Heng Wang residence. He nodded and rose to descend the stairs. The tavern's attendant, having observed him for some time, noticed his unusual demeanor. Just as he prepared to leave with his companions, the attendant hurried after him. Young master, you have yet to settle your bill. Ing turned to him. What bill? The attendant awkwardly pointed to the lavish spread on the table. Young master, you ordered quite a feast, totaling 5 taels of silver. I have no money. Ing replied nonchalantly. The attendant's mouth twitched as he appraised Ying's attire and the 2 subordinates accompanying him. Surely you jest. With your appearance and 2 attendants, you cannot afford 5 taels? Ing patted himself down, revealing no bulge of coins.
See?
Not a single copper. He then turned to his companions. Do you have any? Both shook their heads in unison. Did you hear that? They have none either. With that, he stepped outside. The attendant, now thoroughly infuriated, realized he had wasted his time serving what seemed to be a wealthy patron, only to find him a freeloader. A tavern of such stature in Shengjing could only operate under the protection of powerful patrons. The attendant rolled up his sleeves and shouted, Boys, stop them. They haven't paid for their meal. Ing, tall and long-legged, had already reached the street. The attendant's shout drew the attention of several brawny men who rushed out, each brandishing a club, encircling them. The citizens of Xingjing loved a spectacle, and they found it amusing that such an imposing young master turned out to be a penniless vagabond. Not only was he poor, but he also sought to dine for free, truly a sight to behold. They even speculated that his fine clothes might have been stolen. Thus, they formed layers of onlookers, blocking the street entirely. Upon witnessing the young gentleman in such a pitiable state, the young maidens could not help but wave their handkerchiefs and exclaim, Young master, I shall care for you. I possess ample wealth, and should you accept my affection, I shall ensure you dine lavishly every day. The young man, appearing utterly terrified, resembled a sheep cornered by a tiger, fearing to be devoured to the last bone. I dare not, he stammered, I am in a weakened state. This declaration of weakness incited uproarious laughter from the crowd, further congesting the street. Several thugs began to advance toward him and his companions, brandishing clubs as thick as a child's arm, poised to strike. Just then, a group of individuals burst forth from the side, dispatching the assailants with swift kicks. The onlookers, sensing the commotion, fled in haste. Chapter 20. A unique identity, the young man turned to his rescuers, one of whom was a robust middle-aged man, who evidently led the group. Although the innkeeper trembled with fear, he did not forget his duties. How bold! In the presence of the emperor, to dine without payment is one thing, but to resort to violence?
How dare you?
The middle-aged man, unwilling to waste time, tossed a silver ingot to the innkeeper and turned to the young man, saying, Might I invite you for a drink? With a mere glance, he signaled to his companions, who formed a protective circle around him, separating them from the fleeing populace. The young man regarded the middle-aged leader with a faint smile. Certainly, please lead the way. His 2 attendants, bewildered, exchanged glances, questioning the simplicity of the situation. Before they could voice their thoughts, a fierce glare silenced them. After exiting the tavern, the 2 attendants were left in shock, realizing the peculiarity of their identities. Their leader was not merely known as the Shadow. At home, he was referred to as Jiao, and they were to call him Brother Jiao. They were not just nameless shadows, but individuals with their own identities, Shu Wenba and Liang Tianyu, names that resonated beautifully. Upon returning to the Lu Shao courtyard, Yizhu and Luo Man were taken aback by Li Shuangwan's disheveled appearance. Princess, what has transpired? They inquired in unison. Ling Heng loosened his grip on Li Shuangwan's hand and instructed the 2, attend to the princess's bathing and changing of clothes. Gently placing his hands on her shoulders, he spoke softly, A-Wan, you must have been frightened in the palace today. Fear not, I will protect you. After your bath, rest well. Should anything arise, call for me. I shall remain here in the courtyard. Li Shuangwan nodded, glancing back at the man before stepping through the door. Ling Heng stood beneath the majestic cotton tree, hands clasped behind his back, resembling the figure from her dreams. Tall and upright, he commanded respect. His subordinates addressed him as Your Majesty. Who, if not Ling Heng, could he be? Li Shuangwan's gaze remained fixed on a silhouette, as if seeking answers. Sensing her scrutiny, Ling Heng turned, and their eyes met, deep and profound. He smiled gently. Go on. Do not fear. I shall not leave your side. Flustered, Li Shuangwan nearly fled, grappling with the impossibility of anyone else being capable of such influence but Ling Heng. Entering the bathing chamber, Iju removed Li Shuangwan's cloak and gasped upon seeing her fine attire sullied with mud, tears welling in her eyes. Luo manned, anxious, pressed, Princess, what transpired in the palace? Where is Qinglian? Why has she not returned? Iju echoed her concern. Princess, what did His Highness mean earlier? She began inspecting for injuries. Li Shuangwan reassured them with a smile. I am unharmed. Qinglian has perished. The statement struck Iju and Luo Man like a thunderclap. Qinglian, who had taunted them that very morning, was now lifeless.
Dead? How could that be?
Princess, what truly happened? Li Shuangwan recounted the events briefly. Luoman's face turned pale, realizing that had Li Shuangwan not switched Qinglian for her own entry into the palace, it could have been her fate. Princess, do you believe that Empress Wan Shui was behind Qinglian's demise? Li Shuangwan sighed softly, aware that some truths must remain concealed. I had a dream last night. A vivid vision of Luo Man drowning and being discarded in the dry well of Bai Xiang Palace. It felt as if I had lived it myself. She grasped Luoman's hand. You have been by my side since childhood. I cannot risk your safety, even in dreams. Luo Man trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, clinging tightly to Li Shuangwan. Princess, you have saved my life. Without you, I would never see you again. Li Shuangwan chuckled softly, wiping Luoman's tears with her handkerchief. It is all right. Let us keep this matter between us three. Do not speak of it to anyone. The two maidens nodded, their faces pale with worry. Iju pondered deeply and recalled that upon entering the courtyard, she had noticed that Li Shuangwan's cloak was not that of His Highness. Princess, why would Empress Wan Shui, who has not set foot in Qian Palace for a decade, suddenly do so today? Why would she orchestrate Qinglian's death? Li Shuangwan felt a surge of gratitude for Iju's perceptiveness. I cannot say for certain, but one thing is clear. The palace is a treacherous place. Should Wan Shui's scheme fail, she will seek another route. We must remain vigilant. Iju, fearful, added, we are fortunate that you emerged from this ordeal unharmed. Princess, let us avoid the palace in the future. It is too terrifying. Li Shuangwan nodded in agreement, reflecting on her narrow escape. Luo Man, in this lifetime, I have ensured your safety. Enough of the tears. Guard the door while I cleanse myself. Yes, Iju and Luo Man replied, preparing clean garments and hot water before exiting the room. They had known their mistress's temperament for over a decade and understood her preference for solitude during her baths.
Outside.
Beneath the cotton tree, Ling Heng's expression was grim, his fists clenched tightly. It should have been Luo Man accompanying Li Shuangwan into the palace, yet fate intervened. Empress Wan Shui had not set foot in Qian Palace for a decade, yet today she had. Why did she send Li Shuangwan's gift with someone unfamiliar with palace routes instead of her own maid? What had transpired with Qinglian and Ke Xia? Had Wan Shui discovered something she wished to conceal, seeking to use Qinglian and Ke Xia to silence the truth? Yet, what could two defenseless young women achieve within the palace's confines? Ling Heng's head snapped up. It was Li Shuangwan she intended to use. Hence, Wan Shui had insisted on Li Shuangwan seeking the missing Qinglian. What had befallen Ke Xia? Had Li Shuangwan stumbled upon the truth that Wan Shui sought to suppress, leading to Ke Xia's demise? It must be so. What, then, was the truth Wan Shui wished to unveil through Qinglian and Li Shuangwan? Ling Heng's thumb pressed against his forefinger, the sound of flesh rubbing together echoing in the tense air. Si pe, he murmured. A guard swiftly entered. My lord. Send someone to the Wan residence at once. Inquire if anything is amiss. Though I lack the means to extend my reach into the palace, I should be able to uncover some clues at the Wan residence. Yes. At that moment, Steward Wu rushed in, his countenance troubled. My lord. Something has occurred with the second young master of the Lin family. Chapter 21. The siblings Ling Heng's already dark expression deepened at this news, his brow furrowing. What has happened? Steward Wu lowered his voice. The shipment today encountered issues. One has gone missing. Ling Heng's face darkened further. Is Su Jianzhou a fool? Incapable of keeping watch over a child? Wu Guanjiao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Your Highness, this matter is grave. If the escaped child reveals that place, what shall we do? As he spoke, a thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on his back. Ling Heng took a deep breath, glanced back at the tightly closed door, and turned to Wu Guanjia, instructing, "Inform Li Shuangwan that I shall return shortly." Wu Guanjia hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. Li Shuangwan had just bathed and donned fresh attire when Yizhu entered, saying, "Your Highness, Zhou Bo has brought the individuals back from the village and is waiting outside. Shall I summon them now?" "And the prince?" Wu Guanjia seemed to seek the prince for something. He mentioned he would arrive shortly. Li Shuangwan nodded, realizing that Ing had diverted Ling Heng. She promptly instructed, "Take them downstairs to settle in first, and return in half an hour." As she approached the table, Li Shuangwan swiftly unfurled a sheet of paper, dipped her brush in ink, and after taking a few deep breaths, wrote a letter in one continuous motion. Just as she folded the letter and placed it into the tube, Yizhu pushed the door open, announcing, "Your Highness, the people are waiting outside."
Li Shuangwan nudda.
"Have Zhou Bo bring them in." Following Zhou when were a young man and woman. The boy appeared to be around 17 or 18, while the girl looked about 15 or 16. They wore coarse cloth garments and kept their heads lowered, not daring to look around as Zhou when led them into the courtyard. These two were the grandchildren of Old Man Chen. Upon reaching Li Shuangwan, they knelt respectfully, greeting. "We meet you." Mississippi. Li Shuangwan took the handkerchief Yizhu offered to dry her hands, smiling as she approached them and helped them to their feet. She asked the young man, "Are you Chen Ping?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I am Chen Ping. It's an honor to meet you, Mississippi. Can you read?" "I learned a few characters from my grandfather when I was young." Indeed, Old Man Chen had served as a centurion after retiring from the battlefield due to injuries, so he was literate.
"Can you ride?"
Chen Ping appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I can manage a little but not proficiently. I can barely stay on the horse." Li Shuangwan instructed Yizhu to give him some silver, saying, "Go buy a good horse. I give you 3 days to master riding, as I will require you to run errands frequently, and you must be skilled in horsemanship." Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly agreed. Li Shuangwan then took a heavy pouch of silver from Luo Man and handed it to Chen Ping, saying, "Use this silver to gather all the beggars in Shengjing City as quickly as possible." Chen Ping looked puzzled. "What does the princess mean?"
Li Shuangwan smiled legally.
"The beggars have the best information." Chen Ping's expression brightened as he accepted the silver, nodding earnestly. "I understand what to do now." The number of beggars in Shengjing City was considerable. "Chen Ping, you must manage them well and ensure no one discovers this." He straightened his back, assuring her, "Rest assured, I will handle it properly." "And you, are you Chen Rong?" Chen Rong's face flushed as she shyly smiled. "Miss, you have a good memory." "I am Chen Rong. I can read a few characters as well, having learned alongside my brother from our grandfather." She chuckled, "But I have never learned to ride. However, I can learn, and I will master it in 3 days." Li Shuangwan nodded with a smile. The fact that both siblings could read was already commendable. "Excellent. Once your brother has learned, you should ask him to teach you whenever he has time." "Yes. Thank you, Your Highness." She needed trustworthy individuals by her side, and the Chen siblings, being the grandchildren of Old Man Chen, were undoubtedly loyal. Unfortunately, in her past life, Old Man Chen's family had been entirely exterminated by Ling Heng. "In the Wang family residence, you shall refer to me as Princess, just as Yizhu and Luo Man do, to avoid any gossip. Last time, Yizhu fell victim to the title miss, and this time, I cannot allow any trouble to befall those around me." The siblings hurriedly expressed their apologies. "You too will assist me in my endeavors. If you perform well, I will not neglect you." The siblings were overjoyed and immediately knelt to express their gratitude. Li Shuangwan instructed them to rise. "Chen Ping, I will entrust you with matters concerning outside affairs, gathering information, and handling tasks." He promptly affirmed. "Chen Rong, Yizhu and Luo Man will manage affairs within my quarters. But I do not feel secure without someone of my own in the courtyard, so I will leave that to you to oversee." Chen Rong eagerly nodded. "Yes. I am grateful to the princess." Yizhu suggested, "Your Highness, why not let Chen Rong learn cooking and pastry making for me?" Zhou Bo mentioned that she cooks exceptionally well. Li Shuangwan smiled at Chen Rong. "Would you like that?" "Yes, I would love to. Thank you, Your Highness. I will also keep a watchful eye on the courtyard." "Very well," Li Shuangwan said to Yizhu. "You take Chen Rong to settle in. I have matters to discuss with Chen Ping." As Yizhu and Chen Ping exited, Zhou Wen followed suit. Li Shuangwan exchanged a glance with Luo Man, who understood the cue. She called out to the other servants in the courtyard, "You lot, come help me tidy up the rooms over there. The princess's dowry must be organized and moved in. Stop standing around like wooden posts. get to work. Soon, only Li Shuangwan and Chen Ping remained in the courtyard. Li Shuangwan took out the letter tube from her sleeve and spoke in a hushed tone. Chen Ping, there is a matter of utmost importance that I need your assistance with. Chen Ping straightened his posture. Yes, Your Highness. Please give your orders. Tomorrow, it is imperative that you deliver this letter to my grandfather and have him arrange for it to reach my father in the northwest as soon as possible. Chen Ping took the letter and tucked it into his bosom, nodding earnestly. I will personally deliver the letter to Lord Zhu. You need not worry, Your Highness. Li Shuangwan replied affirmatively. After my grandfather concludes court, he will first visit the Dali Temple and return around the SI hour. You should go then. Understood. In northern Jin, there is a tradition for newlywed couples to present tea on the first day. Visit the Moon Elder Temple to offer incense on the second day to thank the Moon Elder for their union and pray for harmony and numerous descendants, and return to their parents' home on the third day. Tomorrow morning, Ling Heng and she must visit the Moon Elder Temple, 50 miles away, making it the perfect time to send Chen Ping to find her grandfather. This matter must remain between us, understood? Rest assured, Your Highness. I will stay awake all night, keeping the letter close to my heart and away from prying eyes. Li Shuangwan smiled and nodded, feeling assured about Chen Ping's reliability. Night had fallen, and the siblings had just returned from the village, bound to be watched by Ling Heng's men. This situation was too critical. Ling Heng must not discover it. Her grandfather possessed a trained falcon named Lai Yan, and with Shengjing being approximately 3,000 miles from the northwest. Once her parents read the letter and acted according to her plans, the news would spread throughout Xinjiang City within about 20 days. In this time, she had many tasks to accomplish. Once the letter was delivered, she would await a response, which should only take 5 days. Meanwhile, in a secluded residence on the outskirts of the capital, Ling Heng was seething with fury at the scene before him. In the room, over a dozen boys were thrown to the ground, ranging in age from 5 to 12, each lying face down with their small legs bent back and tied with their hands. Fear filled their eyes, tears and snot mingling with the dirt on the ground, sticking to their faces, and none dared to make a sound, only silent tears sliding down their cheeks. Just 2 moments ago, one of the boys had escaped, and the guard responsible for their oversight had lost his head due to his negligence. The severed head rolled around them, its eyes wide open, unblinking in death, while the corpse lay merely half an inch away, blood gushing from the broken neck, pooling beneath them. The foul stench of urine intermittently wafted through the air. In a room just a wall away, a severed length of rope lay scattered on the ground. Ling Heng stood at the window, silent and brooding. A portly man in his 40s, a small tuft of goat's beard adorning his chin, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling uncontrollably. This man was Su Jianzhou, who had long managed the myriad enterprises across the northern Jin provinces for Ling Heng. Moments later, someone reported, "My lord, the person has not been found."
Su Jianzhou, 30 feet.
Fell to his knees. "My lord, what shall we do now?" Ling Heng turned around, casting a cold glance at the man on the floor before walking over to help him up. "Uncle, did the escaping child see your face?" Su Jianzhou hurriedly wiped the sweat from his face with his trembling sleeve. "No, absolutely not. I just received news of a new shipment and came straight here. I hadn't even disembarked when I heard that a child had fled." Ling Heng took a deep breath. "That is good. Since the incident has occurred, there is no point in discussing it further. This location is no longer viable. We must find a more discreet place." Su Jianzhou replied, "Yes, I already have a suitable location in mind. Everyone here, not a single one left." Su Jianzhou, petrified, fell to his knees again. "My lord, not a single one?" Ling Heng snorted coldly, turning to walk outside. "If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, there is no need to keep you. You will immediately hand over the remaining children and send them away." Su Jianzhou's forehead was slick with cold sweat. Yes, I will hand them over, hand them over." As for where that place was, he neither knew nor wished to know. Li Shuangwan was writing in the study. The scent of blood clung to Ling Heng. As soon as he returned, she sensed it. He enveloped her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her face. "A-Wan, what are you writing?" Li Shuangwan immediately felt goosebumps rise, breaking free from his embrace. "Copying Buddhist scriptures. We are going to the Moon Elder Temple tomorrow. The elder said that offering scriptures copied by hand in front of the statue of the Moon Elder is more effective." Ling Heng chuckled lightly, his heart filled with derision for this ignorant woman. You really believe in such things. Dinner was laid out on the table. Ling Heng picked up some food and placed it in her bowl. lifting his eyelids to look at her. I heard you had Zhou and bring 2 people from the village to the palace? Yes, a pair of siblings, both honest farmers. Their grandparents and my parents have always looked after the farm. I like them very much, so I had Zhou Bo bring them here early. Ling Heng gazed at the woman before him with a smile in his peach blossom eyes, as if he could discern something from her countenance. What is the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? Ling Heng laughed softly. It's nothing. If I didn't know that today's incident with Qinglian was an accident, I might think A-Wan had some prophetic ability, prompting her to have Zhou when bring the people over early. Li Shuangwan's heart skipped a beat, but her face remained impassive. Why do you say that, Your Highness? If I had such ability, I would have gone with Qinglian when Wan Shufei sent her to fetch something. She has served you for so many years, and to die so unexpectedly is truly lamentable. Ling Heng served Li Shuangwan a bowl of soup. I merely spoke without thinking. On. Where's your mind wandered? Li Shuangwan lowered her gaze. I was wrong. I should have informed you about this matter earlier. I overstepped my bounds. Though the Hung Wangfu was somewhat constrained, it could still accommodate 1 or 2 servants. Just ask Steward Wu for assistance to avoid complications. Li Shuangwan lifted her innocent eyes. Then, what should I do? Should I send them back to the village? Ling Heng, filled with cold laughter inside but maintaining a gentle facade, said, Let it be, since they have already arrived, they may stay. It would instead make him appear petty. Simply have someone investigate. If there are any issues, let the secret guards deal with it decisively. But I reiterate, if you need more help, you may ask Steward Wu. A-Wan, you know that the Hung Wangfu is not like other residences. Caution is essential. Yes, I understand. Ling Heng pushed the soup toward her. This soup has just been made, seasoned with dried shrimp for flavor. On, do try it. Li Shuangwan coldly scoffed internally, but smiled faintly. Your Highness, I am allergic to shrimp. Ling Heng's hand froze midair, awkwardly clearing his throat. I apologize. I was unaware. A-Wan, it is my fault. I will instruct the kitchen to ensure no shrimp is used in the future. Li Shuangwan said nothing. After dinner, Sipa brought news that there was no information from the Wan household.
Ling Heng regarda Li Shuangwan deeply.
Could the deaths of Kaxia and Qinglian truly be unrelated to her? The next morning, Yizhu, while assisting Li Shuangwan with her morning routine, said, Princess, His Highness has urgent matters in the palace and instructed you to go to the Moon Elder Temple first. He will come as soon as he finishes his business. Li Shuangwan replied nonchalantly, knowing the palace business was a pretext. He simply did not wish to share a carriage with her. She was more than willing. An hour later, the carriage arrived at the Moon Elder Temple, just as Ling Heng approached on horseback, dismounting and striding toward the carriage, extending his hand. A-Wan, come. Be careful. I will help you down. Li Shuangwan was exceedingly reluctant, but before she could retreat entirely, she could not allow Ling Heng to perceive any flaw. Smiling, she placed her hand in his and stepped down from the carriage. Has everything been taken care of, Your Highness? Looking at the hypocritical man before her, Li Shuangwan felt that today, Ling Heng seemed to lack something compared to his usual self, though she could not pinpoint what it was. Ling Heng held onto her hand tightly, leading her toward the main hall. It's nothing significant. Commander Zheng wanted to inquire about some matters regarding Qinglian this morning, and sent someone to ask if I was available. The murderer has not yet been found? Ling Heng studied Li Shuangwan closely, noticing her serene demeanor, the beauty mark between her brows glistening in the morning sun, and chuckled lightly. Not yet. But it should be soon. Today, at the Moon Elder Temple, the incense offering would be divided into 2 parts. In the morning, they would chant scriptures with the temple's masters for an hour. In the afternoon, around the hour of the monkey, the couple would jointly offer incense, performing 3 kneelings and 9 bows to show sincerity. If they could present the scriptures they had copied by hand before the statue of the Moon Elder, it would be even better. Amitba, my lord, my lady, please follow this humble monk. An ethereal monk welcomed them at the door. Thank you, master. Ling Heng joined his palms in a gesture of respect, then instructed his attendant behind him, Wu Cheng, unload the items from the carriage and bring them inside.
Yes.
Li Shuangwan suddenly trembled, her complexion changing instantly. She realized what was amiss with Ling Heng. Chapter 23. An inherited strategy. Ling Heng also noticed Li Shuangwan's distress, feeling exceedingly irritated. Were it not for the daylight and the fear of revealing any flaws to onlookers, he would have wanted the dark guard named Ding to replace him. Disinterested in the pretense, he feigned concern. A-Wan, what is wrong? Why does your face look so pale? Li Shuangwan immediately clutched her stomach. Your Highness, I feel unwell. Someone, fetch a doctor. Li Shuangwan shook her head. No need. I will just visit the restroom. It's nothing serious. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Heng nodded and instructed Iju. Take good care of your mistress. Iju was also quite startled. The princess had barely eaten breakfast, leaving the leftovers for them. And they had consumed little. How could the princess be busy assisting with Loman, one on each side? The master monk said, the temple has prepared a secluded courtyard for the prince and princess. I will have someone lead the princess there. Thank you, master. Watching Li Shuangwan depart, though she was bent over, she walked swiftly, causing Ling Heng to furrow his brow slightly. My lord, this way, please. Before Ling Heng could grasp the fleeting thought in his mind, the abbot had already interrupted him. Ling Heng nodded slightly in acknowledgement and followed the abbot. On their way to the courtyard, Li Shuangwan quietly inquired of her two maidservants, Did you see Si Po when you first arrived? Luo Man shook her head, replying, I did not pay attention. Iju pondered for a moment. It seems I did not. Luo Man remarked, Is that so? How strange. Isn't Si Po usually so eager to accompany His Highness even to the privy? Since His Highness is here at the Yu Lao Temple with the princess for the entire day, how could he not have come along? Could it be that His Highness has entrusted him with an important task? Li Shuangwan tightly grasped Iju and Luo Man's hands, her complexion paling dramatically. This is it. Young mistress, she said, forcing down a lump in her throat. Thank you, young master. As the trio stepped into the courtyard, Li Shuangwan immediately instructed Luo Man, Go fetch Zhou Bo, and be swift. Noticing her mistress's grave countenance, Luo Man dared not delay or ask further questions, promptly sprinting towards the area where the coachmen and guards were stationed. Princess, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Zhu asked. Do not ask. Just prepare the ink for me, Li Shuangwan replied tersely. Realizing her mistress was using this as a pretext to come here, Yi Zhu hurriedly complied and entered the room to prepare the ink. The resting quarters were equipped with writing materials. Li Shuangwan steadied her racing heart, forcing herself to calm down as she sat at the table. Time was of the essence, and her mind raced. By the moment Zhou stepped into the courtyard, she had already dried the ink and carefully rolled the letter into the tube. The two maidservants, Yi Zhu and Luo Man, maintained their decorum, although they were literate. They refrained from casting even a glance at what their mistress had written. Princess, Zhou stood respectfully at the door, awaiting instructions. Li Shuangwan approached him, placing the letter tube and a jade pendant into his hands. Zhou Bo, I have a matter of utmost importance that concerns life and death to entrust to you. It must be handled properly. Seeing the gravity in her tone, Zhou straightened his slightly stooped posture, receiving the letter tube and jade pendant with care, and replied earnestly, Please, princess, give your orders. I must trouble you to deliver this letter to my maternal grandfather as swiftly as possible, requesting him to pass it on to my father in the northwest. Most importantly, you must intercept the letter in Chen Ping's possession.
Zhou.
Remember to ensure that the letter I sent to Chen Ping yesterday is intercepted. Zhou immediately affirmed, Yes, please rest assured, I will see to it. This pendant is recognized by my grandfather. He will trust you upon seeing it. She could not help but step closer to Zhou. Zhou Bo, please be cautious. If anyone attempts to seize the letter from you, you must feign resistance, allowing them to take it, without revealing any traces of suspicion. Zhou replied, Yes, I understand. It is acceptable to give them this letter, but the one meant for Lord Zhu must be intercepted. Exactly. Li Shuangwan inhaled deeply. If they obtain the pendant, it matters little. It holds no substantial value, merely different significance to me. The pendant has a chipped corner, a remnant from the battlefield where an enemy's arrow once saved my life. In truth, only flawless jade holds value. This imperfect piece is hardly worth a coin, and those who covet it will merely dismiss it as something my lord discarded due to its lack of worth. Yes, I shall heed your words, princess. Should that person merely trail behind you and not attempt to seize the letter, you may return to the Hengwang mansion and delegate the matter to Chenrong. Go to my study and retrieve the half-copied Buddhist scriptures I left there, spread them open on the table without delay, and return immediately, feigning a sense of urgency. Zhou Wen's heart raced, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, and after securing the items, he hurried away. Li Shuangwan watched Zhou Wen's aging figure quickly vanish through the courtyard entrance. Taking several deep breaths, she gradually steadied her wildly beating heart. The letter she had entrusted to Zhou Wen was crafted with great care. In it, She warned her father to remain vigilant against the second branch of the Li family, particularly her uncle's son, Li Yuanming. She suspected that her uncle's family was working for a certain prince, though she did not specify who. She even detailed several suspicious activities undertaken by Li Huai and Li Yuanming in recent times. Some of these matters were quite clandestine, shared with her during her time in the Cold Palace by Li Shuangmiao herself. Of course, at this juncture, her uncle's family had yet to defect to Ling Heng. This letter would serve as a test to discern whether her maternal family was under Ling Heng's surveillance and could also be used to counter her uncle's family through Ling Heng's hand. She was confident that if Ling Heng discovered the letter, he would surely intercept it. To avoid detection, Ling Heng would likely forge a response. While handwriting could be imitated, certain elements could not. However, if the letter in Qin Ping's possession were presented to Ling Heng, the consequences were too daunting for Li Shuangwan to contemplate. Just as Zhou Wen departed, Ling Heng entered, his voice resonating before he even stepped inside. A-Wan. Li Shuangwan inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as she greeted, "Your Highness."
A-Wan, how are you?
"Have you eaten something that disagrees with you?" Li Shuangwan lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping to her cheeks. "I am well now. Let us proceed." As Ling Heng reached to grasp Li Shuangwan's hand, she lifted her skirts with both hands, feigning ignorance and placing her hand upon Yizhu's wrist as she crossed the threshold. Yizhu stole a glance at Ling Heng but said nothing. Inside the main hall, the 18 monks were seated in 3 rows on the mats, chanting esoteric Buddhist scriptures. The abbot cast a profound gaze at Li Shuangwan and intoned a Buddhist chant, "Your Highness, Prince Heng Miss Li, please." Li Shuangwan abruptly lifted her head to look at the abbot, who, with kind eyes, was guiding Ling Heng forward, seemingly unaware that he had addressed her as Miss Li instead of Princess Heng. The deity Yulao smiled, holding the red thread, gazing down at the couple kneeling in worship. One bow, another bow, a third bow. Upon raising her head, Li Shuangwan noticed that the previously smiling Yulao now bore a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, resembling a cold sneer. When Zhou Wen finally brought the carriage to a halt at the rear entrance of the Hengwang mansion, a significant amount of time had passed. Chapter 24. Intercepting the letter as Zhou Wen exited the Yulao temple, he found himself under scrutiny, his carriage racing forward. He was determined to protect the letter entrusted to him by the princess and to fulfill her orders, but time was tight, and his age hindered his speed. He grit his teeth, urging the carriage to fly. Zhou Wen was well aware of where Qin Rong usually was. Upon her arrival at the Hengwang mansion yesterday, she had immediately slipped into the small kitchen to ponder over food. Exhausted, Zhou Wen entered the kitchen and collapsed onto the floor, his throat burning like fire. Qin Rong, startled, rushed over to help him up. "Zhoubo, what happened? Did you not take the princess to the Yulao temple? Why are you back so soon? Did the princess send you back?" Zhou Wen's palms were bloodied and raw from gripping the reins tightly. He wiped the blood from his hands, trembling as he retrieved the letter tube and jade pendant from his bosom, placing them in Qin Rong's hands while gripping them tightly. "Quickly, swiftly deliver these 2 items to the Zhu family, to my maternal grandfather, Lord Zhu, and ensure he delivers this letter to the general in the northwest. It is imperative to intercept the letter in Qin Ping's possession."
Why?
Zhou Wen, frantic, urged, "Do not ask too much. Be quick. And ensure it is done before the hour of Asai. We must not be discovered." Qin Rong's face drained of color. As a mere kitchen maid, she felt overwhelmed by such a significant responsibility, especially as she had only arrived yesterday and was unfamiliar with Shengjing City.
Hobo, I am frightened.
Zhou Wen swallowed hard, sharing her fear. He was merely a coachman who had driven carriages his entire life, never having encountered such a harrowing situation. "Do not be afraid. Young lady, do not be afraid. You must intercept the letter sent by your brother, absolutely, without fail. The Zhu residence is located on Zhu Street, the second house on the east side. You recognize the characters for Zhu, do you not?" "Yes, I recognize them." "That's good. You can ask for directions to Zhu Street." "All right, then." Zhou Wen gave her a push in the car. "Hurry." Qin Rong, resolute, bit down hard on her tongue, the sharp pain flooding her mouth with a metallic taste, which brought her a measure of calm. She tightened her grip on her belongings and retrieved a basket from the kitchen, slipping out through the back door. Indeed, she intended to venture outside to procure ingredients. She was now responsible for the small kitchen in the Le Xiao courtyard, and her daily errands would not raise any suspicions. Zhou Wen, exhausted from the journey and the fear that clung to him, still managed to stand, determined not to be discovered. He downed a large bowl of water, scanned the kitchen, and picked up a plate of pastries that had been warming on the stove. He then carefully wrapped a half-transcribed Buddhist scripture from Shuangwan's study with a cloth and emerged with it. The tail was gone. A thunderous sound echoed in his mind. Could that tail have discovered his intentions and gone after Chenrong? What to do now? Zhou climbed onto the carriage, shouted go, and sped off, ready to confront whatever came his way. The princess had instructed him to feign resistance, ensuring the letter reached them without revealing any trace of their plans. In the depths of winter, Chenrong was drenched in cold sweat. Only half an hour remained. Zhou Bo had insisted on reaching the Zhu residence before the hour of the snake. Chenrong moved swiftly. She had inquired beforehand, and the Dali Temple's minister Zhu's residence was quite a distance away. The streets were bustling with people, and even by carriage. It would take at least half an hour. She had to rely on her own 2 legs to get there. But she could not run. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if someone was watching her. Chenrong suddenly turned around to look, but there was no one. Was it merely her imagination? No. Her instincts had always been accurate, and the prickling sensation on her back was intense. Gritting her teeth, she entered a shop selling ingredients, recalling the princess's advice to remain calm in any situation. She feigned the act of selecting items. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow flash behind her, dark and overwhelming, closing in on her. At the same time, Shuangwan's maternal grandfather, the esteemed Zhu Qi, had just returned from the Dali Temple when he was confronted by a young man named Jinping, who claimed that the princess wanted him to deliver a letter. Initially skeptical, he was convinced upon seeing the letter tube, a custom piece often used for correspondence between his daughter and granddaughter. His granddaughter, Wan, had married Prince Heng without even a proper wedding, leaving his wife in tears daily. However, the hawk he raised was not easily appeased. Before delivering the letter, he had to entertain the proud hawk named Flame. Flame was entirely black, with a beak as fiery as its name. Zhu Qi, nearing 60 but with youthful vigor in his eyes, dressed in a dark blue robe, held out a piece of meat to Flame, saying, "Good little one, eat well. And after you're full, take this letter to that little rascal in the northwest." The General Li Huaying, that little rascal, was currently strategizing with his troops in the camp, the conflict with Beiki reaching a critical juncture. Just as he was about to make a crucial point, he suddenly sneezed loudly. In Zhu Qi's eyes, that little rascal was the one who had whisked away his precious daughter. Flame took the meat eagerly, but after finishing, it glanced disdainfully at its owner, then extended its neck for more food. Zhu Qi, exasperated, stuffed the remaining meat into Flame's beak. Flame, with a mouthful, rolled its eyes, then suddenly kicked out, startling Zhu Qi, who hastily retrieved the food, realizing he had almost choked the bird. As Flame coughed up the meat, it glared at him, clearly irked. "Don't die on me, little one. The time is drawing near, and you must deliver the letter." Zhu Qi finished clearing Flame's beak and prepared to bind the letter tube to its leg. However, Flame turned away, offering him a dismissive rear. "Don't be so stubborn. When you return, I'll prepare a feast for you." Flame rolled its eyes again, as if to say it had almost choked to death and was expected to deliver mail. The shadow following Chenrong loomed over her. Startled, her face went pale. But she firmly remembered the princess's instructions, clutching her chest tightly where the princess's important items were concealed. "Sister, what are you doing here? Why are you still shopping for ingredients at this hour?" Chenrong spun around to see Jinping, her heart racing, feeling as though her soul had been abruptly pulled from her body and then thrust back into place. Chapter 25. A great incident awaits. Chenrong fought back tears that threatened to spill, her heart gradually settling in her stomach as she pulled her brother into a corner. The shop was bustling with customers at this hour, easily concealing their figures. Lowering her voice, she said, "Brother, why are you here? Didn't you go to the Zhu residence?" "No, wait. Have you already delivered the letter to the esteemed Zhu?" Jinping scratched his head. "Did the princess inform you of this too?"
Yes.
"The letter has been delivered. It's over." Chenrong felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly brought to tears. Without regard for their surroundings, she struck Jinping on the shoulder, her voice barely a whisper. "Did not the princess instruct you to deliver it to the esteemed Zhu at the hour of the snake? Why did you not heed her command?" "I sensed the princess was anxious, so after they left, I waited by the Zhu residence." The esteemed Zhu returned home a quarter of an hour earlier than usual this year. Had she not pinched herself harshly at that moment, she would have collapsed onto the ground. Seeing his sister's pale complexion, Jinping grew alarmed. "What is wrong?" What happened? Don't ask, just hurry. Go to the Zhu residence and intercept that letter. You must intercept it. Chen Rong thrust the items she had been holding into Chen Ping's hands. In exchange for this letter, remember, you must intercept the original. Chen Ping slapped himself and dashed out, leaping onto the horse he had purchased that morning. His mind was consumed by a single thought. He must intercept that letter, or there would be grave consequences. Grave consequences. In the shadows, Liang Tianyu watched as Chen Ping galloped away, shaking his head in disbelief. Is this guy out of his mind? He just bought that horse this morning. They aren't even familiar with each other yet. With that riding style, if he loses control, he won't die but will surely be injured. The shadow cast him a cold glance. When you return, you'll have to face Uncle O's punishment. Liang Tianyu felt like crying. The last whip mark had barely healed. Shu Wenbo nodded at Liang Tianyu. Ninth brother instructed you to protect Zhou Wen and Chen Rong and ensure the letter is safely delivered. Don't let Ling Heng's people catch up with them. Look at the mess you've made. You scared them, nearly causing Chen Rong to faint. Liang Tianyu felt wronged. I was just worried about delaying Miss Li's matters. You said it yourself. She was anxious. I had to urge them to hurry, or I would have run my legs off. Shu Wenba sighed and followed ninth brother away. Liang Tianyu continued to mutter under his breath. If ninth brother didn't want Miss Li to find out, this wouldn't be so complicated. At this snail's pace, I could have made several trips back and forth. Chen Ping pressed his entire body against the horse, biting his lips tightly. Perhaps the situation was too urgent, or perhaps inspiration struck suddenly. Throughout this wild ride, the horse surprisingly did not throw him off. Upon arriving at the gate of the Zhu residence, Chen Ping leaped off the horse and dashed inside. A servant, having seen him a mere quarter of an hour ago, reached out to stop him. Returning so soon? Is there something amiss? Chen Ping forcefully shoved the servant aside, his voice strained as he nearly hissed, It's urgent. The servant dared not obstruct him further and quickly stepped aside. As Chen Ping rushed into the courtyard of the elder Zhu, he witnessed Zhu Laran patting the head of Lian, saying, Go on, little darling. When you return, Grandpa will prepare a grand feast for you. Chen Ping's words caught in his throat as he saw Zhu Laran raise his hand, causing Lian, perched upon his arm, to take flight. Quick, stop it.
Stop it.
Chen Ping's voice nearly broke from the strain. Zhu Laran, startled by the shout, nearly stumbled but did not pause to ask questions. He whistled, summoning Lian back down from the sky. Lian, performing a somersault, realized it was the boy who had stopped it and lunged forward to peck at him. Chen Ping was nearly choked to death by fear. Zhu Laran quickly restrained Lian, exclaiming, No, you mustn't bite. Lian bared its teeth in response. Zhu Laran comforted it, patting its head, Good. Chen Ping, breathing a sigh of relief, finally managed to smile. He had disregarded all decorum in his frantic rush, and now utterly spent. He sank to the ground, his hands bloodied from gripping the reins too tightly, and the taste of iron rising in his throat. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to take deep breaths. Zhu Laran did not rebuke him. He knew that anyone trained by his granddaughter would not be so reckless unless faced with a grave matter. He ordered a servant to help Chen Ping to his feet and fetched him water. After drinking, Chen Ping took a moment to recover some strength. He dried his hands with a damp cloth retrieved from the servant and then produced another message tube, handing over a broken piece of jade pendant. Elder Zhu, I beg your pardon for my indiscretion. It is truly a matter of great urgency. Upon seeing the jade pendant, Zhu Laran's countenance shifted. He recognized it well, knowing how dearly his granddaughter treasured it and would not part with it lightly. He accepted the message from Chen Ping, saying, No matter. Does my granddaughter have other words to convey? Chen Ping bowed slightly. Yes, the princess requests that you exchange the letter.
Oh.
Why is that? Has something occurred?
Zhu Laran,
like his daughter and son-in-law, held a skeptical view of Prince Heng. Any member of the Ling family was prone to coveting that position. Yet Ling Heng masked his ambitions well, appearing gentle and refined, all while professing to be a leisurely prince, avoiding connections with court officials. Even his 5 brothers were oblivious, regarding him as no competition. If you avoid courting officials, then do not marry my granddaughter. Hypocritical indeed. Chen Ping shook his head. I truly do not know. Only that the princess is quite anxious and has emphasized the need to exchange the letter. Were it not for the jade pendant, Zhu Laran would not have easily believed him. However, seeing his seriousness, he did not press further. He immediately arranged for the letter to be exchanged and instructed someone to tend to Chen Ping's wounds. Lian, upon being tasked with delivering the letter again, proudly raised its neck and let out a long cry as it soared into the sky. On the way, Zhou encountered Rong, and upon receiving a slight nod from her, felt a great sense of relief as he hurried the carriage towards the Moon Elder Temple. At the Moon Elder Temple, Ling Heng and Shuangwan had completed an hour of chanting early that morning and were now resting. During that hour, Ling Heng's mind was elsewhere. Naturally, Shuangwan merely opened her mouth without uttering a sound, let alone chanting any sutras. She lay on the couch, feigning slumber, her heart racing with anxiety as she awaited news from Zhou. "Your Highness." Hearing the guard call him, Ling Heng glanced back at the lounging figure before stepping out of the room. Shuangwan opened her eyes, her hands clenched into fists. Chapter 26. Destiny and Tribulation. Once a distance from the room, Ling Heng inquired, "What is it?" The guard lowered his voice. "Your Highness, the princess's coachman has gone missing." Ling Heng's sharp gaze bore into the guard. "When did this happen?" The guard, overwhelmed by Ling Heng's imposing presence, immediately knelt. "An hour ago." "What was he doing?"
I
do not know." "Useless." Ling Heng kicked the man over and immediately began to investigate.
Yes.
As the guard stood to leave, Zhou approached, wiping sweat from his brow. Ling Heng furrowed his brow slightly. Zhou bowed. "Your Highness." Ling Heng nodded curtly. The guard, attempting to lighten the mood, jovially asked, "Zhou, why are you drenched in sweat? Where have you been?" Zhou handed over what he was carrying. "The princess forgot the sutras she copied yesterday and ordered me to fetch them immediately."
Oh?
"The princess's 2 personal maids couldn't manage such a trivial task and failed to remind you?" Zhou chuckled. "I know not what the princess commands. I merely do as instructed without daring to question why the maids did not remind me. Right, esteemed guard?" The guard huffed, glancing at Ling Heng's disapproving stare. He took the items from Zhou and flipped through them. "Indeed, these are the sutras, but why is only half copied?" "Exactly. That is why the princess ordered me to hurry back to the residence. She said she needed to finish copying them in time to present them before the statue of the Moon Elder for blessings." Both Ling Heng and the guard detected a faint smell of blood. The guard asked, "What happened to your hand?" "I merely worried that the princess would not finish in time, so I rushed the carriage and almost overturned it. The rope ended up cutting me." "Esteemed guard, do you have any healing ointment to spare?" The guard chuckled. "I hardly carry such things on me." "Has Zhou returned? Are the sutras here?" Shuangwan's voice came from inside. "Yes, the sutras are here. Iju, please go fetch them." Iju emerged. "Thank you, Zhou." "Not at all." As Zhou handed over the sutras, he discreetly slipped a small porcelain vial into Iju's hands. Iju cast a bewildered look at Zhou. Zhou bowed and exited. Iju entered the room, delivering the items to Shuangwan while also handing her the vial. Shuangwan received the vial, puzzled by Zhou's intent. She uncorked it and caught a faint herbal scent. Suddenly, she recalled the fragrance of baijiu grass, recognizing it as belonging to the shadowy figure named Ding. Instantly, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As Ling Heng stepped into the room, Shuangwan discreetly tucked the vial into her sleeve. In the afternoon, after offering incense, she prepared to return to the residence. Just as Ling Heng was about to join her in the carriage, the previously absent Seep arrived. "Your Highness." "There is progress in the palace's case." Ling Heng, 1 foot already in the carriage, retracted it and turned to Shuangwan with an apologetic expression. "A-Wan, I must return to the palace." Shuangwan smiled faintly, relieved to find a way to dislodge him from the carriage. "Your Highness, please attend to your matters. I will have someone escort you home." Before Shuangwan could say more, Ling Heng commanded, "Seep, leave 5 men to escort the princess back to the residence."
Yes.
Ling Heng and Seep rode away, leaving Shuangwan to lower the carriage curtain. "Zhou, let us go." "Please wait." It was the voice of the abbot. Shuangwan hurriedly descended from the carriage. "Master." The abbot, clad in a gray monk's robe, smiled with hands clasped together, uttering a Buddhist chant before speaking. "Benefactor, some matters are hard won. They are both fate and tribulation. When it is time to let go, do so." Shuangwan's face paled instantly. "Master, do you know something?" The master smiled gently, saying, "Fate arises and dissipates. If it becomes a heart demon, it turns into a calamity. Benefactor, heed my counsel. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency."
Amitba.
"Master, do you know who that person is? Who is he, and why does he act thus?" Could he be the one I suspect? Li Shuangwan forced back tears welling in her eyes. The master shook his head. I am but a mortal. How could I discern the mysteries of heaven? What should I do?
Do as you must, Amitabha.
Benefactor, return now. The abbot handed Li Shuangwan the Buddhist scripture she had presented before the statue of the deity of marriage. Dazed, she accepted the scripture and climbed into the carriage. It was clear to her that the abbot knew something, otherwise, he would not have emerged to speak to her after meeting with Ling Heng. She needed to ascertain whether the one who had exchanged 2.5 lives for her rebirth was indeed Ling Heng. Why would he do such a thing? In her previous life, he had betrayed her, burned her, annihilated her family. Why, then, would he pay such a heavy price for her resurrection? If it were not Ling Heng, then who could it be? But as she turned, the master's figure had vanished. Your Highness, what was that abbot rambling about? Asked Luo Man. Li Shuangwan shook her head. Your Highness, why have you brought the scripture back? You painstakingly copied it. What does he mean? Do not ask. Let us return. Iju quietly observed Li Shuangwan, sensing something was amiss. The journey back to the Hung Wangfu was filled with silence. Luo Man exchanged glances with Iju, who glared back. Upon returning home, Jinping approached with a letter intercepted from Lord Zhu, handing it over with both hands.
Now,
to determine whether her maternal family was under Ling Heng's watch, they would have to wait for the reply to the letter that had been sent out. In the evening, Ling Heng returned from the palace. Noticing that Li Shuangwan showed no intention of offering him even a cup of water, he was filled with fury. Though he concealed it well, pouring himself a drink instead. Yesterday, the case of the 2 palace maids' murder has been resolved. It was Xiao Detzi who, in a moment of lustful desire, attempted to force himself upon Qinglian. When she resisted, he killed her, intending to frame you since she was your maid. However, Ku Xia discovered his plot, and he killed her too. He has confessed and signed a statement, and he has since committed suicide in prison as an act of atonement. Very well, it is good that it has been clarified, Li Shuangwan replied. She felt no surprise at Xiao Detzi's fate. She certainly did not believe his suicide was genuine. Aside from Ling Yan and Wan Shufei, only Prince Gong would take such action. For Emperor Jingzhong, death was a daily occurrence in the palace. And 2 maidservants were hardly of concern. As for whether to expose the royal family's scandals, Li Shuangwan cared little. The Ling family's hidden atrocities far outweighed this matter. Ling Heng, seeing her indifferent demeanor, was enraged and sought to humiliate her. Chapter 27. The return visit with a cold smile, he said, Qinglian has served me faithfully for years. It pains me to see her die so tragically. I have instructed Si Po to retrieve her body from the palace for a proper burial. Ling Heng grasped Li Shuangwan's hand. A-Wan, I wish for you to oversee this matter. As the mistress of Hung Wangfu, it is your duty to manage household affairs. And this could help win the loyalty of the staff. Li Shuangwan scoffed. How could a mere maidservant warrant her involvement in funeral arrangements? The servants of the manor were hardly worth her effort. Your Highness, I am your consort. It would be inappropriate for me to handle a maidservant's funeral. If the censorate were to learn of this, it could lead to your censure. Should my father hear of it, you would find it difficult to explain. Li Shuangwan understood Ling Heng's selfish nature. Whenever his interests were at stake, he would abandon anyone without hesitation. A sum of silver would suffice to secure a fine coffin for Qinglian, and a further gift to her family would ensure that others praised him for his loyalty. Ling Heng chuckled, taking the book she had been reading and tossing it aside after glancing at the cover. A-Wan, your foresight is commendable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Li Shuangwan smirked. In her previous life, she had not even had a proper burial, and now Qinglian wished to rest peacefully in a fine coffin? She picked up the book Ling Heng had discarded and resumed reading. Ling Heng left to give orders. In the shadows, Ying's eyes were cold as ice. A subordinate, Shu Wenba, whispered in his ear. Ling Heng seems quite attentive to his consort. I see him with her every day. I initially thought she was the only one infatuated, but it appears otherwise. Ying shot him a cold glance. Shu Wenba, uncertain of his misstep, fell silent upon seeing the look on Jiao Ji's face. Do not refer to her as your Highness. She dislikes it. Call her Miss Li instead. Shu Wenba scratched his head in confusion, only to realize he was scratching his mask. Another subordinate, Liang Tianyu, rushed in. Ninth brother, that person has arrived. Do you wish to see him now? Not today. Send him away. Ying glanced at him. What? Do you wish to go? Liang Tianyu clung to the pillar. No, I do not wish to. Ying turned and returned indoors. While Shu Wenba exchanged glances with Liang Tianyu, the latter felt an uneasy chill on his neck. With a dispirited air, Liang Tianyu followed him inside. Ninth brother. That person said he would bring some who resemble us, so we need not linger at Hung Wangfu. Ying responded indifferently. On the third day, it was the day of the return visit. The expansive Zhengui general's residence was now occupied by his uncle's family. With the war in the northwest intensifying, her parents and brother were engaged in battle with Bei Qi and would not return to Xinjiang for several months. As the carriage stopped at the entrance, Ling Heng alighted first and extended his hand to assist Li Shuangwan down. Ignoring him, she lifted her skirts and descended unaided. Ling Heng's hand retracted stiffly. Even Yizhu and Luo Man sensed something amiss, exchanging silent glances. Minister, consort, pays respects to His Highness, the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess.
Li Shuangwan Zhunkla, Li Wei.
And his wife, Su, greeted them at the door. Uncle, Aunt, please, there is no need for such formalities. We are family, Ling Heng interjected, stepping forward to assist Li Huai and his wife. His demeanor was courteous and graceful. Behind them stood their eldest son, Li Yuanming, and their eldest daughter, Li Shuangmiao. Their illegitimate daughter, Li Shuangxi, was not eligible to greet guests. Li Yuanming was 19 this year, while Li Shuangmiao had already come of age last year. Upon seeing Li Shuangwan beside Ling Heng, Su's eyes reddened, and she grasped her hand. Good child, let Aunt see you well. You look well. It is evident that His Highness cherishes you. Li Shuangwan suppressed her revulsion and did not withdraw her hand. Are you blind? Where do you see me looking well? I had Yizhu apply an extra layer of powder this morning. At her words, even Li Shuangmiao could not help but smirk. Li Huai remarked, Your Highness. My elder brother and sister-in-law are currently engaged in battle with Bei Qi, receiving frequent good news. They should return to Xinjiang soon. And I am certain they will be pleased to see A-Wan living so well. His words were too blunt, nearly suggesting that Ling Heng could gain favor from Emperor Jingzhong through his in-law's achievements. Her foolish uncle, while looking down upon Ling Heng's lack of favor, sought to have his niece curry favor with the prince, hoping for future benefits if Ling Heng were to rise in power. Such duplicity, wanting to appease both sides. Thus, the couple encouraged her to assist him in becoming his favored consort. Li Shuangwan raised her eyes to Ling Heng, noticing his expression had dulled considerably. As I was about to open my eyes, I suddenly noticed Li Shuangmiao gazing intently at Ling Heng, her face flushed crimson. This dear sister, 2 years my junior, had harbored affections for Ling Heng since our previous life. Now at the age of 16, despite numerous suitors presented by her family since her coming of age, she remained resolute in her refusal. Ling Heng, in an attempt to express his devotion to her, had chosen not to reciprocate her feelings, not even granting her a glance. Li Shuangmiao, filled with discontent, orchestrated a scheme to lose her virtue to Ling Heng during a banquet hosted by the Grand Princess, ultimately compelling the Grand Princess to take her side, thereby fulfilling her desire to enter the Wang household. After Qinglian ascended to Ling Heng's bed, the tranquility of the Wang residence was irrevocably shattered. Your Highness, please, Li Huai beckoned, leading the two of them into the estate. Li Yuanming trailed behind, casting a subtle glance at Li Shuangmiao, followed by a meaningful look at Li Shuangwan. As Li Shuangwan stepped into the estate, every sight and sound before her was vivid. The first thing that caught her eye was a shadow wall, adorned with the 4 characters Zhangui Zhu, penned by the late emperor himself. Her father's severed head lay in the corner, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how he had been labeled a traitor or how the entire family had met such a grim fate. What of his Wanwan? How would she fare in the palace? Li Huai smiled as he guided Ling Heng towards the flower hall. Meanwhile, Li Shuangwan felt as if her feet were weighed down by lead, as if she were treading upon the corpses and blood of the loyal servants of the Zhengui general's residence, each one sprawled upon the ground, blood still oozing from their necks. In the grass, beside the rocks, around the pond, within the guest rooms, everywhere she looked, she was met with death and blood. 381 lives had been lost. What of her mother, such a fine woman, who had withered away to nothing, consumed by despair? What of her brother, who had been framed and, in a moment of utter hopelessness, had taken his own life in this very flower hall? They were all her family. Chapter 28. By what right Li Shuangwan's lips trembled, and her body quaked. She closed her eyes tightly, yet upon reopening them, she was still met with a vision of blood and corpses. Grasping tightly onto Iju's hand, she fought to remain upright. Iju's hand was icy, startling her, and she was about to inquire about Li Shuangwan's well-being when she noticed Li Shuangwan shake her head slightly in response. Lowering her gaze, Iju was relieved that the clumsy Luo man had not noticed. Ling Heng took his seat in the flower hall alongside Li Huai. Meanwhile, Su Shi had taken the butler to tally their return gifts, instructing Li Shuangmiao to lead Li Shuangwan to the rear courtyard. Her thoughts were tumultuous, longing to revisit her former quarters. However, upon arrival, she discovered that her courtyard had already been claimed by Li Shuangmiao. It had only been 3 days since her marriage, 3 days. Li Shuangwan cast a cold glance at Li Shuangmiao. The latter lowered her head, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Eldest sister, I couldn't bear to see such a fine courtyard left vacant, so I requested father to move me here. You wouldn't mind, would you? Li Shuangwan could hardly muster the energy for feigned politeness. She had encountered shamelessness before, but nothing could compare to this. Father and mother have always disagreed, and it took much persuasion for father to reluctantly agree. Eldest sister, you are now the princess of Wang Heng, and you will not return to this residence. It would be a shame for such a splendid courtyard to remain empty. Would it not be better for me to reside here? Luo man, indignant, retorted, Second miss, your words are unfounded. Our princess has only been in the Wang residence for a mere 2 or 3 days. How could you have supposedly requested this for so long? It seems to me that you have coveted this courtyard for quite a while, so as soon as our princess departed the Zhangguo general's estate, you promptly moved in. Rolling her eyes, Luo Man observed that some individuals delight in feigning ignorance while fully aware of their actions. Li Shuangmiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Eldest sister. Li Shuangwan remained silent. Iju, indignant on behalf of her mistress, interjected, Second miss, this is the Zhangguo general's residence. Do not forget that even an empty courtyard is a testament to the lives and blood shed by our ancestors on the battlefield. Your entire family is merely squatting here. Is that not so? Li Shuangwan brushed off her attire and declared, Your words resonate deeply with me. Therefore, dear sister, I must kindly request you to vacate the premises. Eldest sister, she has only occupied this courtyard for 2 days, filled with affection for it. How can you demand she leave?
Li Shuangwan, tubaring ube Li Shuangmiao, shuklat legally.
What? Are you unwilling? If that is the case, it would be better for your uncle and aunt to procure a residence of their own. I am confident that, given their affection for you, the best courtyard in the rear will undoubtedly be reserved for you, and no one shall displace you.
Li Shuangmiao.
Do not forget that this is the Zhangguo general's residence, belonging to our family. Li Shuangmiao's eyes turned red in an instant.
No, no.
I will move, I will have my servants relocate my things immediately. If they vacated this estate, her parents would not have the means to acquire a suitable dwelling and would also lose the prestige associated with the Zhangguo general's name. The world would look down upon them, and they could forget about receiving any rewards from the palace. Those were invaluable treasures. What they wore and adorned themselves with were all bestowed by the main family.
Li Shuangmiao bet profuseli.
I will move, I will. Eldest sister, no. Princess Wang Heng, please do not drive my parents away. I beg you. Luo man, exasperated, laughed mirthlessly. Second miss, you are mistaken. The princess has only requested that you vacate this courtyard, not to expel your father and mother. Do not tarnish our princess's reputation with ungrateful accusations. Li Shuangwan knew that Luoman's words were somewhat misplaced, but she currently lacked the energy to confront the second branch. Once she extricated herself from the Wang residence, the Zhangguo general's estate would no longer be theirs to claim. Li Shuangmiao, furious, glared at Luo Man. Fine, I will move. I will do it now.
Li Shuangwan smilat coldly.
Luo Man, did you hear that? In a few days, please come and ensure that my sister does not leave any of her belongings in my courtyard. Luo Man responded affirmatively. Li Shuangmiao commanded her maidservants loudly, Did you not hear the princess's orders? Move my belongings back to my original courtyard. The maidservants complied. Luo Man rolled her eyes. The group made their way to Su Shi's quarters. Upon their arrival, Su Shi approached with a beaming smile, unaware of the unfolding drama. Given her radiant demeanor, Li Shuangwan surmised that the gifts Ling Heng had brought had pleased her greatly. Indeed, Ling Heng was adept at putting on a good show. Otherwise, how could she have been so blind to the truth? As they settled down, Su Shi grasped Li Shuangwan's hand tightly. Does the prince treat you well? I have noticed his gaze lingering on you. Is it true, then, that the gifts from the prince align with Aunt's tastes? Su Shi covered her mouth with a smile. These are all gifts for your return. Naturally, they are meant for your father and mother. Aunt is genuinely happy for you, seeing how well the prince treats you. Li Shuangmiao glared at Li Shuangwan, her eyes filled with resentment. The man she had long desired was now Li Shuangwan's husband. What right did she have? What made her superior to Li Shuangwan, who had grown up in the northwest among men? She no longer desired the best courtyard of the Zhangguo general's estate. She wanted Prince Heng, him. Li Shuangwan was well aware of her intentions. Only a love so obsessive could compel her sister to resort to such desperate measures. The prince is indeed remarkable, warm as jade, a true gentleman, treating me with utmost kindness. Su Shi gently patted Li Shuangwan's hand and said, A-Wan, your second aunt advises you that in the inner court, the most crucial aspect is to bear offspring. Since His Highness treats you so well, you must strive to conceive as soon as possible. Li Shuangwan's eyes fixed on Su Shi. In her previous life, she had also shown great concern for her pregnancy. Just over a month after their wedding during the new year, Su Shi eagerly inquired if there were any signs of movement in her belly when she returned to the general's residence. Subsequently, a few days later, it was confirmed that she was pregnant, and Su Shi joyfully visited the rear courtyard of the prince's residence, bringing numerous tonics. At that time, she felt that this second aunt was even more caring than her own mother. However, reflecting on it now, she wondered if there was something hidden beneath it all. Sister, since His Highness is a prince, will there be other women entering the prince's inner court in the future? Li Shuangmiao asked cautiously, her gaze intense. Luo Man could not help but defend her young lady. Second young lady, such words are inappropriate. Su Shi's expression darkened. What nonsense are you speaking? Your elder sister and His Highness have just wed. His Highness is deeply devoted to A-Wan. How could there be other women entering the residence? Li Shuangmiao lowered her head. Her eyes instantly reddened, her hand twisting the handkerchief tightly. How could she be the only woman for His Highness? What merit did she possess to deserve such affection from the prince? Li Shuangwan smiled faintly. Before our wedding, His Highness indeed assured me that no other women would enter the prince's residence. Li Shuangmiao looked up in disbelief at Li Shuangwan. But isn't he a prince? Wouldn't an ordinary man have multiple wives? Does His Highness truly intend to share his life with only elder sister? Luo Man's eyes turned red with anger. Just as Li Shuangwan interjected, you speak correctly, second sister. Therefore, I believe that although His Highness has good intentions, the Emperor and Lady Lin might not permit it. Li Shuangmiao's heart relaxed. As long as there were other women entering the residence, she would still have a chance. Su Shi shot her a disapproving glance. Fully aware of her daughter's intentions, grasping Li Shuangwan's hand, Su Shi insisted. Thus, A-Wan, my earlier words hold truth. You must soon have your own children. Once you bear your own offspring, you will stand firm, and His Highness will not dare to bring any woman into the residence at will. The Emperor and Lady Lin will also consider your contribution to the royal family and will not interfere excessively in the affairs of the prince's inner court.
Li Shuangwan sumilat silanli.
While sipping tea, she noticed that Li Shuangmiao's previously dim eyes had brightened considerably. During lunch, Li Shuangmiao sat at the lower end of the table, directly across from Ling Heng. She often stole glances at him. Ling Heng, with his keen observation, undoubtedly perceived her feelings. Yet, he did not spare her a glance. When he noticed Li Shuangwan's bowl was empty, he personally served her, softly encouraging her to eat more. His gentleness and handsome features, coupled with his princely status, caused Li Shuangmiao's complexion to shift from pale to a rosy hue, her ears turning entirely red. After the meal, Li Shuangwan and Ling Heng set off for home. Watching them walk ahead, Li Shuangmiao felt a surge of resentment and grievance. Her fingers clenched the handkerchief tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why did her elder sister deserve to marry such an extraordinary man as His Highness? Growing up in the desolate Northwest, she was unrefined, lacking in the arts, and had fought alongside men on the battlefield. How could she possibly match with the prince? Once Li Shuangwan and Ling Heng had departed, Su Shi, who had been holding back her emotions, turned and slapped Li Shuangmiao. Stop dwelling on these foolish thoughts. Li Shuangmiao, with reddened eyes, clutched her swollen cheek. Why? Why can elder sister have that privilege? I can have it too. Why can't I? I am also a legitimate daughter of the Li family.
Susi, alam.
Sharply retorted. Be quiet. Looking at my daughter before me, my heart aches deeply. Do you not understand why His Highness chose to marry Li Shuangwan? Meow meow. It is not that your father and I are cruel, but because of your elder brother, she remains in the shadows. Back then, your father and I had no choice but to part with her. Now, she belongs to His Highness. Do not set your sights on him.
Li Xuan miao shubat.
Struggling to catch her breath, she was now 16, and a woman's prime years were fleeting. Yet, in her heart, there was no room for other men. Today, seeing that refined and graceful man once more, she felt as if she were under a spell. Look at the entire capital, whose daughter reaches 16 without an engagement. Many are betrothed by 12 or 13 and married shortly after their coming of age.
But you?
Su Shi took a deep breath, softening her tone. The grandson of Mr. Zhong Chenyang, is young and promising, handsome and well-read. He is a suitable match. Your birth charts are compatible and the marriage date has been set. You are to stay here and embroider your wedding dress, preparing for marriage. After speaking, Su Shi left without looking back. Li Shuangmiao turned and saw her half-sister, Li Shuangxi, standing in the corridor. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I will have your eyes plucked out. Li Shuangmiao spat, angrily wiping her tears with the handkerchief. Li Shuangxi approached her. Second sister, have you resigned yourself to marrying Mr. Zhong's grandson? What do you know? I merely find it unfair for you. You are also a legitimate young lady of the general's residence. Why should elder sister marry a prince while you are left with someone as insignificant as Zhong Chenyang, who lacks even a title? As for Zhong Chenyang's appearance, you have seen him. Do you think he can compare with His Highness? Li Shuangmiao scoffed. Humph, just him? A toad, thinking he can be compared to His Highness. Then, second sister, do you not understand why our parents want to marry you to Zhong Chenyang? In their eyes, only sons are valuable, while daughters merely serve as stepping stones for their husbands' careers. Are you willing to accept that? Are you not a daughter yourself? Li Shuangmiao asked coldly. Li Shuangxi chuckled softly. I am unfortunate. I did not have the fortune to be born of our mother. I am a concubine's child. And from the moment my mother conceived me, my fate was sealed. But second sister, you are different. You are a legitimate daughter, no less than elder sister. Li Shuangmiao scoffed and turned to leave. After Li Shuangmiao departed, Li Shuangxi's maid, Shuang'er, asked, Third young lady, do you think second young lady will? Yes, Li Shuangxi replied, arranging her hair. I speak of His Highness constantly in her ear. How could she possibly allow room for any other man? Today, witnessing His Highness's care for elder sister, her heart is filled with resentment and unwillingness. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Li Shuangwan was immediately summoned by Steward Wu. As she reached the entrance of the Le Xiao courtyard, she spotted Qin Ping waiting there. Before leaving that morning, she had instructed Qin Ping to attend to a matter. How did it go?
Li Shuangwan inquirat.
Qin Ping bowed. Your Highness, I followed your instructions and hired 2 men to do the task at the hour of the rabbit. However, Qin Ping hesitated, his face growing pale. He was unsure why the princess had him hire 2 people to unearth and desecrate Qing Lian's remains. Li Shuangwan looked at him calmly. What happened? Qin Ping bit his cracked lips, fear evident in his voice. By the time we arrived, Qing Lian's body had already been exhumed and was in pieces. Most of it had already been consumed by vultures. We returned without completing the task. As he spoke, his voice grew fainter, recalling the horrific scene that had made them all retch. Qin Ping suddenly knelt. I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. Your Highness. He stood up again, saying, I will go right away. And with that, he walked out. Having given the money, yet failed to accomplish the task, Qin Ping felt utterly useless. No need to go, he said. Luo Man and Yizhu turned pale, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at Li Shuangwan, their teeth chattering. Your Highness, wasn't Qing Lian's body buried just last night? Who could harbor such deep hatred for a mere maid in the palace? Li Shuangwan shook her head, uncertain. Her thoughts drifted to the 100 herbs that could detoxify. It seemed there was always someone behind the scenes who anticipated her every move and made arrangements for her. But who could that person be? And why would they assist her? Li Shuangwan handed another drawing to Qin Ping. Please go to a jewelry shop called Shifu Lai in the eastern part of the city, deliver this to them, and request they create it according to the design. I require it in 2 days. Qin Ping unfolded the paper to reveal an exquisitely crafted golden hairpin that concealed secrets within. He quickly folded it back and tucked it away. Understood. When Ling Heng arrived at Qing Lian's grave, he was met with the horrifying sight of the grave having been disturbed, the coffin pried open, and the remains gruesomely dismembered, even the intestines reduced to bits. A few vultures were feasting on the remains, their beaks stained with blood. Upon noticing Ling Heng's presence, they screeched and took flight, dropping the flesh they had yet to swallow. Even the guards who accompanied Ling Heng, accustomed to the sight of death, were retching uncontrollably. Ling Heng's countenance darkened as he coldly inquired of Si Pe, "What have you discovered?" Si Pe shook his head. The perpetrator was exceptionally cautious. "We arrived as soon as we received word, but we found no leads." Ling Heng clenched his fists, recalling that he had instructed Li Shuangwan to ensure Qing Lian's proper burial. Could it be her? Yet her connections lay solely in the northwest. What audacity would she possess to act thus? Was it merely jealousy over Qing Lian's years of service to him that drove her to such a vile act?
Li Shuangwan.
How cruel you are. What was Chen Ping engaged in today? The princess had given him some silver to purchase a horse, and he had been practicing riding for the past few days. Was it not her? Could it not be that she was envious of Qing Lian's long service to him, leading her to seek vengeance through dismemberment? Who then possessed such a profound grudge against Qing Lian? Did it relate to the child's escape? Have you investigated the backgrounds of the Chen siblings? Yes, we have. Both are servants from the estate that accompanied the Princess of Heng. Their grandfather served under General Li and held the position of centurion for a time. After being injured on the battlefield, he retired to that estate. 5 years ago, old man Chen summoned his wife, children, and grandchildren to join him. It appeared there were no issues. Your Highness, should we dispose of these two? Si Pe made a gesture across his throat. Ling Heng waved his hand. No need. If they pose no threat, let them remain close to her. We must not alert the enemy. Keep a distant watch on the courtyard. Liang Tianyu nudged Shu Wenba's shoulder. Hey, what's got ninth brother so riled up? Why is he watching Qin Ping siblings? Shu Wenba shot him a disdainful look, suggesting he should figure it out. Suddenly, Liang Tianyu's eyes widened in realization. Could ninth brother actually have feelings for Miss Li? Is that why he forbids us from calling her Princess of Heng?
Oh my...
It's clear that it's ninth brother who dislikes the title, not Miss Li. Shu Wenba shot him a warning glare and began to walk away. If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. Liang Tianyu hurried after Shu Wenba. Aren't you going to do something? Sooner or later, we'll leave this cursed place. Is ninth brother? Shu Wenba glanced back at the shadow striding ahead, then turned to Liang Tianyu with a low warning. Do you wish to die now? The shadow tossed out a parting remark. 10 lashes. Claim your punishment yourself. Ninth brother, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Please don't punish me. 20 lashes. 10 lashes, I'll go find Uncle O right now. Liang Tianyu scampered off. As Ing stepped into the backyard of the gold shop, dozens of individuals knelt before him. Indeed, the Shifu Lai jewelry store had long since been acquired by his people. Ing, unfazed, strode toward the study. A middle-aged man promptly followed him inside. As soon as Ing sat down, the man knelt before him. Master, several letters have arrived from that side, urging your return. Ing removed his mask and tossed it onto the desk, gazing at the man kneeling before him. When the time comes, I will naturally return. But master, the old master is not well. If you delay further, I fear. Ing shot a glance at the man. If you cannot fully obey my commands, you may leave with your men now. The middle-aged man quickly pleaded for forgiveness, not daring to speak further. Ing rubbed his temples, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. He had initially intended to depart with Li Shuangwan swiftly, but he understood she had her own plans. Whatever her intentions, he would pave the way. What of the task I assigned you? Ing inquired, lifting his gaze. The man retrieved a box from his robe and presented it with both hands. Everything has been done as per your wishes. Ing accepted the box, opened it, and found a thin human skin mask. After applying a few drops of medicinal liquid, he pressed it against his face, transforming into the visage of an unremarkable young man. Henceforth, he would navigate the world with this countenance. As the middle-aged man exited the room, Liang Tianyu approached. Uncle, oh, what is the situation? How is ninth brother?
Un clou, ou Jiangla?
Shrugged and shook his head in resignation. They had all misunderstood. Most believed that the master was taken away at birth and later sold into servitude, expecting him to be compliant. Little did they know, it was entirely different. After all, such a noble lineage was ingrained in his very blood. Shu Wenba furrowed his brow. It may not be a bad thing, considering the three of us are now covertly serving in the Heng royal household, afflicted by the poison planted by Ling Heng. Without the antidote, we cannot leave recklessly.
Ou Jiangla Siged?
I mentioned this in my letters. We are actively researching it and privately seeking out a divine healer. Obtaining an antidote should not be insurmountable. Xu Wenba remained skeptical. I doubt it will be easy. Ling Heng's poison is quite tyrannical. Never mind. We will follow Ninth Brother's lead. When the time comes to depart, no need for you to urge him. He will leave on his own. The group exchanged resigned smiles, their unique identities necessitating secrecy from the Beijing court, thereby restraining them from forcing Ling Heng to yield the antidote. Now, they were on Beijing's turf, and caution was paramount. All they could do was hope to find a healer swiftly. Jianglin seized Liang Tianyu by the collar and dragged him outside. Young Master Liang, the master says you are to receive 10 lashes. As evening fell and Shuangwan saw Ling Heng return, his face ashen, she instinctively ate 2 more bowls of rice. Ling Heng scrutinized her. Your Highness, what troubles you? Why do you look at me so? Your complexion appears rather ghastly. Ling Heng furrowed his brow and sighed heavily. Qing Lian's coffin has been desecrated. Her remains were dismembered and consumed by vultures. With a gasp, Shuangwan expelled a bowl of rice she had just consumed. Her face turned pale. Your Highness, how could this happen? Who could harbor such enmity against Qing Lian? Even in death, they could not quell their hatred. Resorting to the brutality of dismembering her body, Ling Heng shook his head, his expression despondent, having observed Shuangwan intently since entering. This incident should truly have no connection to her. Your Highness, death is final. Perhaps Qing Lian had enmities in life unknown to us. Perhaps it would be wise to offer her family some silver. Ling Heng nodded in agreement. Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived, see pronounced from outside. Ling Heng stood. A-Wan, I shall return shortly. Your Highness, your matters are urgent. A quarter of an hour later, Ling Heng returned, shedding his earlier despondency as he approached Shuangwan and grasped her hand firmly. Ling Heng's hand was as cold as his heart. A smile he could hardly suppress adorned his face. A-Wan, Father Emperor has ordered me to start working in the Ministry of Rites from tomorrow, beginning as a 6th-rank official. It was, after all, a modest yet significant first step into the court for Ling Heng, who had never been acknowledged by Emperor Jingzhong. Shuangwan smiled, congratulating him. Congratulations. Your Highness. Ling Heng then embraced her, exclaiming, A-Wan, you are truly my lucky star. In 3 days, she would commence her official life in the rear courtyard of the Hengwang mansion. Indeed, Ling Heng continued, tomorrow I will have Steward Wu introduce you to the people in the mansion. There are approximately 120 servants and guards, not too many. If you find it troublesome, just leave it to him to manage. Though the Hengwang mansion is not large and has few assets, I still care for you, especially since your health is delicate. He gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. Moreover, your parents have provided you with a substantial dowry, along with shops and estates for you to manage. There's no need to waste your energy on the trifles of the mansion. Just enjoy your time here, and I will keep you company whenever I can. Of course, if you prefer to leave the management of your shops and estates entirely to Steward Wu, you can simply ask him for an account every few days. Shuangwan replied with a smile. That sounds wonderful. In the Lixiao courtyard, there was a private study for Shuangwan. 2 rows of large bookshelves housed an array of novels and miscellaneous books, while porcelain ornaments adorned the space. The walls displayed a few paintings of modest value. A set of pearwood tables and chairs, alongside a daybed with a thin blanket and 2 cushions, provided a cozy resting spot, far more exquisite than Ling Heng's own sparse study. This was a space he had crafted for her and for those she had brought from the general's residence. The next morning, Shuangwan rose slowly. After her 2 maidservants assisted her with washing up and enjoying breakfast, she made her way leisurely to the study. In the Lixiao courtyard, besides her personal attendants Yizhu and Luoman, as well as Qin Ping and Qin Rong who had just been brought in from the estate, there was also a solitary coachman named Zhouwen. Additionally, there were 2 maidservants responsible for cleaning, 2 rough servant girls, 2 young attendants, and 6 servants sent by Steward Wu from the Hengwang mansion. As she sat in the study, the 6 servants outside wandered about aimlessly. In her previous life, she had never paid attention to these individuals. Now, it was evident they were employed by Ling Heng to keep watch over her. She needed to send them away. An opportunity soon presented itself. After Shuangwan had leaned back on the daybed to read for a while, Steward Wu arrived, accompanied by several young attendants and various managers from the mansion, as well as the household servants. He held a pair of tokens and the keys to the storeroom, while a young attendant carried a box filled with ledgers. Li Shuangwan set her book aside and walked into the flower hall, taking her seat at the main position. Although the heads of the managers were bowed, they couldn't help but steal glances at her. They thought to themselves, wasn't it said that the eldest daughter of the Li family spent her years in the Northwest Army among rough men? Yet, upon seeing her, there was nothing coarse about her. Not only was her beauty exceptional, but the beauty mark on her brow added to her allure. Her demeanor might even overshadow that of the noble ladies in the palace. Yizhu and Luo Man exchanged knowing glances and stifled smiles, observing how the princess assumed the role of a capable mistress quite convincingly. Steward Wu led the group in bowing to Li Shuangwan and presented the tokens, saying, "Your Highness, before the wedding, I managed all affairs of the house, as directed by the prince. This morning, the prince instructed me to convey that you are now the mistress of the Hengwang mansion, and I am to transfer the responsibility of household matters to you. Here are the tokens. Please accept them." Li Shuangwan's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she regarded the tokens and the box of ledgers. Steward Wu waited patiently, his demeanor respectful, yet his posture was unnaturally stiff, quite at odds with the usual attitude of a steward towards his master. The prince had merely instructed him to put on a show, expecting Li Shuangwan, a woman who had spent years mingling with rough soldiers and had never resided long in the capital, to be ill-equipped for such responsibilities. However, she was not naive. Moreover, the authority of the steward in the Hengwang mansion encompassed far more than what appeared on the surface, and it would not be entrusted to her. Li Shuangwan dismissed Wu's attitude as inconsequential. There was no need to waste energy on someone who was nearing his end. She took the keys from his hand and replied with a calm smile, "Thank you, Steward Wu. If I have any questions in the future, I will seek your guidance." Steward Wu was momentarily taken aback. She accepted them so readily? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. She had to establish her authority, though he was unsure how long it would last in her hands. He forced a smile and gestured for the young attendants to present the ledgers and other items. As Li Shuangwan toyed with the tokens in her hand, she recognized that, on the surface, the Hengwang mansion appeared to be a neglected estate, but in truth, Ling Heng's mother, Lin Pin, hailed from a family of wealthy merchants, and much of the wealth had been discreetly funneled elsewhere in recent years. For instance, the training of secret guards was a costly endeavor. Li Shuangwan glanced at Steward Wu and lifted her teacup. In her past life, when Steward Wu had handed her the tokens, she had panicked and returned them, insisting she was unfit to manage the household and that the prince would not wish her to suffer. A month later, when she had become pregnant, Ling Heng had cared for her and insisted she focus solely on her health. Consequently, Li Shuangwan had entrusted her dowry shops and estates entirely to Steward Wu. Though her parents were upset with her choice of partner, they had nevertheless provided her with a substantial dowry. Chapter 32. The mistress of the house, she had never lacked for silver. After her brothers had achieved victories, they would often bring her rewards. Thus, she had never concerned herself with her own properties. Steward Wu, on the other hand, had utilized her shops to siphon off profits from the mansion's hidden assets. In her previous life, some accounts related to Ling Heng's private army had likely been drawn from her dowry shops. Thus, even if Emperor Jingzhong were to discover any discrepancies, Ling Heng could easily shift the blame onto her father, framing him for the crime of harboring private soldiers, a capital offense that could wipe out an entire family.
Now,
By accepting the tokens from Steward Wu, Li Shuangwan did not intend to become the true mistress of the Hengwang mansion. Rather, she sought to uncover the hidden assets under Ling Heng's control. The ledgers would surely reveal some clues. Ling Heng was adept at playing the part, and she had been so focused on her health in her previous life that she had failed to notice for 10 years. Li Shuangwan set down her teacup and surveyed the group of matrons and managers before her. She did not wish to be overly familiar with them, her gaze scrutinizing each of their faces. Although Ling Heng appeared to treat her well, and these individuals seemed to show her respect, she was acutely aware of the true nature of those around her. Many of these individuals would later become managers in various palace departments. Seeing that the Empress Dowager regarded her with indifference, and with no hope of bearing another child, she could only cling to her sole son, Chun Ning, who was frail. While the Emperor visited her palace only on the 1st and 15th of each month. As a result, the Empress's standing gradually diminished. Li Shuangwan examined each person silently, taking her time to respond. The others were uncertain of her temperament, and they cautiously raised their heads to gauge her reaction. Meeting her cold gaze, they hastily lowered their heads. "Let's introduce ourselves," Luo Man suggested, straightening her posture and stepping forward. The others swallowed nervously, cautiously stating their names and roles. Yizhu recorded their introductions diligently. Shuangwan remained silent throughout, and once the last person had spoken, she waved her hand, signaling them to leave. As the matrons and managers exited the Lixiao courtyard, they exchanged confused glances.
What did the princess mean by this?
There was not a single word from her. Would she manage the household? In my view, she would not. Consider it, the princess only returned to Shengjing from the northwest border at the end of last year. And upon her arrival, she has been trailing after our prince all day. How could she possibly find the time to learn the intricacies of household management? With her biological mother absent, I believe she simply does not know what to say, hence her silence. However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. For an entire hour, she sat there upright, which, I dare say, even the noble ladies of the palace might struggle to achieve. Humph, you don't understand. It's merely a facade. At this hour, she might be lounging in the arms of some maid, complaining of fatigue.
Let us wait and see.
I think so too.
So,
who shall we turn to for assistance in the future? Naturally, we will still seek out Butler Wu. Butler Wu, would you not agree?
indeed.
Butler Wu has managed the prince's residence for several years. Look how well he has overseen it. Our monthly allowances have increased over the years. We can only hope that the new princess does not squander the assets of the Hung prince's residence. What say you, Butler Wu? Butler Wu cast a glance at the Lixiao courtyard, a trace of disdain curling his lips into a cold smile, before he straightened his face and reprimanded, "What nonsense! The princess is the head of the Hung prince's residence. Since I have entrusted the management to her, there is no reason for me to interfere." With that, he flicked his sleeve and left, intending to discuss the matter with the prince upon his return. This is no trivial issue. Shuangwan rose, stretching her limbs slightly. A-Wan immediately stepped forward to gently massage her shoulders. "Princess, you must be tired. I noticed you sat there for an entire hour without moving a muscle. Quite impressive. Help me move these ledgers to the study," she instructed. A-Wan stuck her tongue out at Yizhu. In her past life, even having been an empress for 3 years, she deemed the accounts of a mere Hung prince's residence beneath her notice. "Gather everyone from the Lixiao courtyard. I have instructions to impart." A-Wan was quick on her feet, and within a tea time, all but one, Qin Ping, were present, including Yizhu and A-Wan, along with Zhou, who had just finished bathing the horses. Shuangwan stood on the steps, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the 6. "I presume you are all aware that from today onwards, I shall be in charge of the household affairs of the Hung prince's residence, including some of your highness's external assets. I am not one for flattery. All of you must fulfill your duties diligently and loyally, and I shall not neglect your efforts." "Yes," they replied in unison. "Excellent. Now, the 4 of you take these ledgers and verify the inventory in the treasury. Ensure that each item corresponds accurately. I require a match between the accounts and the goods." Shuangwan pointed to the 2 maids and 2 young servants assigned to her by Butler Wu. The 4 exchanged glances, and the head maid, Mama Lu, boldly stepped forward to inquire, "Then, if we all go to sort the treasury, who will attend to the numerous tasks in this courtyard?" Shuangwan let out a cold laugh. "Your Highness mentioned yesterday that the estate's assets are not abundant. Could it be that the treasury is overflowing with mountains of gold and silver, antiques and paintings? Surely, you can manage to complete the verification in a day." Mama Lu's expression changed. She dared not respond, quickly offering her apologies. Shuangwan turned to the 2 rough servant girls. "You 2, clear out the eastern courtyard of the Lixiao residence. I will need it in a few days." One of the rough servants hesitated, "But, Princess, the eastern courtyard is so large. How long will it take us?" "Indeed, Princess, this is too much to ask of us. We simply cannot finish alone. Perhaps you could send a few more people to assist us?" The other maid chimed in, casting glances at Yizhu and A-Wan. Shuangwan coldly laughed again.
What?
"Do you not wish to work? Humph. Since you cannot follow my orders, you are no longer welcome in the Lixiao courtyard. A-Wan, please summon Butler Wu. I cannot afford to keep these 2. "Understood." The 2 rough servant girls were startled. Should Butler Wu take them away, they would face the grim fate of being sold out of the residence. They hurriedly knelt, pleading, "Princess, we understand our mistake. Can we still be of service?" "Yes, yes. You may." "Very well." A-Wan, return. After dispatching the few from the courtyard, Shuangwan entered the study. Yizhu handed her the paper she had remembered. "Princess, I have noted everything. Please review it." Shuangwan accepted it, the names on the paper seeming to take on a tangible form, clawing at her as if they were the sharp talons of her past life, reaching out to her, to the general of the state. Her expression turned frostily cold. She would spare none of them. Chapter 33. A single resolution. Especially those two maids, Ha. In her previous life, during her days in the cold palace, they ingratiated themselves with Qinglian, serving her meals that were either spoiled or moldy. On one occasion, they even deliberately threw a steamed bun to the ground, stomping on it, forcing her to crawl like a dog to consume the filthy bun from beneath their feet. This time around, she had no time to waste on such insignificant pests. Thus she would resolve this matter in one fell swoop. Seeing Li Shuangwan's grim expression, Luoman assumed she was worried about her performance and frowned. Princess, why burden yourself with such a difficult task? Just hold the purse strings and let Butler Wu handle the rest. It's far too taxing. It's all right. Iju shot her a glare. What nonsense are you speaking? The princess is the matriarch of the residence. How could she not manage affairs? Go fetch Chunping. Shortly thereafter, Chunping arrived, and Li Shuangwan whispered a few instructions. Chunping's body stiffened momentarily, but he quickly straightened up. Yes, princess. Do not worry. I will handle it and ensure that no one is aware. Li Shuangwan nodded slightly. After Chunping left, Li Shuangwan finished her lunch, resting only briefly before rising again. It was nearing the end of the day. Seeing her rise, Iju approached to assist. Why not rest a little longer, princess?
No.
You and Luo Man will accompany me outside for a while. What is it that the princess wishes to purchase? Oh, just a casual stroll. She recalled where some of Ling Heng's assets were located in Xinjiang. Today, she would explore. Iju dared not inquire further. Ever since the wedding, the princess seemed to be concealing something from them, becoming increasingly composed compared to before. This was a good thing, Iju thought. Had the princess's steadiness appeared a bit earlier, she would not have been coaxed into marrying the Heng prince by the second house. One could only imagine how the noble ladies gossiped about her behind her back. Surely, their words were far from flattering. The group left the residence, meandering aimlessly through the streets. Oh, is that not Miss Li? Why, are you out alone? A discordant voice called out from behind the three. Li Shuangwan turned around and, upon recognizing the speaker, felt revulsion wash over her. It was the perverse Prince Gong. Ling Shijiang. He prided himself on his appearance, brandishing a boneless fan. Raising an eyebrow as he approached Li Shuangwan, she offered a shallow bow. I pay my respects to you, little prince uncle. Prince Gong chuckled. Miss Li, calling me that is rather distant, is it not? Just address me as your highness or Shijiang. None of this little prince uncle business. It feels so formal. As he stepped closer, Li Shuangwan frowned and took a step back. If she held a deep disdain for Ling Heng, then this man would undoubtedly occupy the second place in her aversion. Prince Gong was clearly restless. Captivated by such a stunning woman, he admired her figure, her slender waist that could be snapped like a twig, her skin as flawless as jade, and her face, with those willow leaf brows, particularly the beauty mark between her brows, added a hint of allure to her icy demeanor. Such allure could entice any man to leap forward. How unfortunate that such a beautiful woman ended up in the bed of the hypocritical Ling Heng. Little prince uncle, this is not appropriate. I am now married to Ling Heng. I am the Heng prince's wife and your niece-in-law. Prince Gong was about to make another provocative remark when the young eunuch trailing behind him quietly reminded, Your Highness, the emperor is still waiting for you. Prince Gong, enraged, kicked the young eunuch. Boredom, sheer boredom. Ling Shijiang laughed heartily, departing with the eunuch, only to turn back after a few steps, raising an eyebrow at Li Shuangwan. Princess Heng, do visit Uncle Wang's residence when you have the chance. With that, he burst into laughter and left. Li Shuangwan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Luo Man, infuriated, stamped her foot, exclaiming, Your Highness, this Prince of Gong is utterly unreasonable. Thankfully, his descendants are doomed, otherwise. How many innocent young women would suffer at his hands? He deserves to be childless.
Luo Man.
Be cautious with your words. Is this something you should say? Luo Man immediately fell silent. Iju glared at her. Mind your tongue. Know what is appropriate to say and what is not. Think before you speak. And do not bring trouble to the princess. Luo Man lowered her head in contrition. Yes, I understand my mistake. Though it appeared that Li Shuangwan was wandering aimlessly, she was actually processing everything she had seen and heard in her mind. As the hour of Shin approached, the group returned to the manor. With time still on their side, Li Shuangwan headed to her study, needing to cross-reference her observations with the account books. Just as she picked up the ledger, Lu Mama, the stewardess of Le Xiao courtyard, rushed in, her face pale. Your Highness, help. Iju stepped in to halt her. Lu Mama, what is all this commotion? You are the stewardess. You must first establish decorum, lest others think the princess has failed to properly manage you, thereby tarnishing her reputation. Lu Mama trembled. Miss, it's a matter of life and death. 2 lives at that. This is not the time for decorum. Luo Man, freshly composed, emerged from the room, slamming the door behind her, hands on her hips. Oh, I wondered who it was. It's just Lu Mama. How does this involve lives? Lu Mama's face was sorrowful. Miss Luo Man, it's not that I lack restraint, but this is a matter of utmost importance. Please, Your Highness is busy reviewing the account books. The sky hasn't he fallen? Why are you creating such a fuss? Miss, do be kind and report to the princess. Dongmei and Xiahe were sent by Your Highness to tidy the eastern courtyard, but who would have thought that this long-abandoned courtyard harbors venomous snakes? The words fell clearly upon Li Shuangwan's ears as she perused her ledger. Both girls had been bitten by the venomous snakes, and they were on the brink of collapse. I rushed to seek the princess, imploring her to summon a physician to tend to the girls. Luo Man was also startled. How could a royal residence, like the Prince of Heng S, be infested with snakes? She hurried towards the door, but Iju stopped her. You must find a doctor quickly. Understood. Luo Man shot Lu Mama a fierce glare and rushed out. Iju questioned Lu Mama. When were they bitten by the snakes? An hour ago. An hour ago. Iju raised her voice. Why did you wait so long to seek the princess? She returned to the manor ages ago. Lu Mama's face drained of color. I was just... Iju scoffed. Just what? The princess has only been married into the palace for a short time, and you would let 2 girls perish and shift the blame onto her? Lu Mama, how cruel of you. Lu Mama fell to her knees before the closed door, knocking her head repeatedly. Your Highness, I did not mean it. They were tidying the eastern courtyard, and as dusk approached without their return, I went to find them. Chapter 34. The snake strikes. Lu Mama's words flowed rapidly. Upon my arrival, I found them both collapsed on the ground, unconscious. I was terrified and called for others to bring them inside, only then noticing the distinct bite marks on their necks, evidently from a snake. That's why I sought the princess. Lu Mama wailed. Your Highness, this is a matter of life and death. Please quickly summon a physician.
Iju interjected. Lu Mama.
Luo Man has gone to find a doctor. You should be guarding them instead of wasting time here. Lu Mama ignored her, continuing to knock her head against the door. Your Highness, please summon a physician. The 2 maidens had been bitten by the snake for far more than an hour. Around the time of the hour of Wu, she heard a shriek while passing by the eastern courtyard. Upon entering, she spotted a venomous snake slithering past the girls. She was startled but intended to seek Steward Wu to hastily find a physician. However, as she turned, she reconsidered. She had seen this type of snake before. If treated within 2 hours, they would be fine, but if left untreated for over 2.5 hours, their lives would be at stake. She had deliberately delayed seeking Li Shuangwan. Her aim was for Li Shuangwan to request a physician as the legitimate daughter of the general of the state. If she did not intervene, Lu Mama could easily shift the blame onto Li Shuangwan, given the girls were following her orders to tidy the courtyard. After all, it was merely 2 young maidens' lives. How significant could it be? With a creak, Li Shuangwan opened the door, standing beneath the eaves.
Lu Mama's face brightened.
And she hurriedly approached, wishing to grasp Li Shuangwan's leg, but the coldness in her eyes made her recoil. Your Highness, both Dongmei and Xiahe have bruises around their necks. The snake must be highly venomous. An ordinary physician would not suffice. As the legitimate daughter of the general of the state, please, summon a physician.
Lu Mama gagged,
knocking her head insistently. Li Shuangwan, clad in flowing lavender garments that danced with the wind, questioned. Why did Lu Mama not request Steward Wu to present the prince as token to summon a physician? Surely his authority surpasses mine as the daughter of the general of the state. Your Highness, you cannot stand idly by. They went to the eastern courtyard on your orders, a place long abandoned, teeming with snakes and insects. You cannot turn a blind eye.
Iju interjected angrily. Lu Mama, what do you mean by that?
Is the princess deliberately trying to let these girls perish? It is winter. The snakes are hibernating. Unless the girls provoked the snake, it should not have bitten them at this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Mama panicked. What do you mean, Miss Iju? Am I the one who brought the snake to have them killed? Iju's face flushed with anger. You unreasonable woman. Li Shuangwan's voice turned cold. Have you sought a physician?
Liu Mama hesitated, y...
I have not. Have you sent someone to inform Steward Wu? And no.
Ah, Li Shuangwan skufa.
A matter of such gravity as a venomous snake in the manor, and you neither sought a physician to save them nor reported to Steward Wu. What are you doing here, making a ruckus? Do you wish to appear competent?
Li Shuangwan stapat kluze.
Or do you wish for the master of this household to also be bitten by the snake? Lu Mama, what are your true intentions? Lu Mama trembled in fear. She had never seen such a side of Li Shuangwan, always believing her to be easily manipulated. I would never harbor such thoughts. Li Shuangwan smiled coldly. Oh, I see you are quite daring. She lifted Lu Mama's chin. Now speak. Who do you serve as an informant? What?
I
do not understand. Luo Man rushed in, her expression grave, breathless. Your Highness, the doctor has arrived. What of it? Luo Man shook her head, glaring fiercely at Lu Mama. They have been dead for 2/4 of an hour. Lu Mama, the doctor said they were bitten at least 2 hours ago. Why did you not seek help sooner? Lu Mama's mind spun, fear paralyzing her. Dead? How could this happen? She suddenly stood. Your Highness, they went to the eastern courtyard at your command. And that snake. Before she could finish speaking, Li Shuangwan shot a glance at Luo Man, who received the signal and promptly delivered a solid slap to Mama Lu. Who gave you the audacity to arrange matters for the master? Luo Man pointed at her nose. You wicked servant, it was you who caused their demise. The physician stated that the snake that bit Dongmei and Xiahe was a silver-ringed snake, which, if treated within 2 hours, would not be fatal. Yet you delayed them for a full half-hour. The princess returned to the manor at the hour of Shin. At that time, they had just been bitten. And you failed to report it in a timely manner. Now, you maliciously attempt to shift the blame for their deaths onto the princess. How could she have known there would be snakes, especially in the dead of winter? Mama Lu, how cruel-hearted you are. I didn't. I don't know when they were bitten, Mama Lu stammered, her face awash with tears and snot, truly feeling frightened at this moment.
Ah, Mama Liu.
If my memory serves me right, you told me they were bitten an hour ago. Just look at the time now.
Jesus Kofut. Li Shuangwan inkirat.
Have we caught the poisonous snake? Yes, it has been captured, and indeed it is a silver-ringed snake, Luo Man confirmed. The physician mentioned that although the silver-ringed snake is venomous, with prompt treatment, it need not claim lives. Most physicians know how to handle such cases. Luo Man pointed an accusatory finger at Mama Lu. When I returned, I clearly heard guards questioning you. Someone saw you visiting the eastern courtyard at the second watch. Mama Lu, tell me, did you release the snake? I didn't. It wasn't me. Mama Lu cried out. Take Mama Lu away and confine her in the woodshed. We shall handle everything once His Highness returns, came the command. 2 guards entered, one on either side, escorting Mama Lu, who is now drenched in cold sweat, kicking and wailing. Spare me, Your Highness. I will never dare again. I am innocent. Luo Man casually grabbed a rag lying nearby and stuffed it into Mama Lu's mouth. Chun Rong entered with the meal. Your Highness, I have prepared several dishes for you to try. Yi Zhu shot her a disapproving glance. His Highness has yet to return. How can we dine first? At this hour? I reckon His Highness will be arriving shortly. Perhaps we should have a roam keep the food warm for you to share with His Highness later. I will go fetch some light snacks for you to nibble on in the meantime. No need to wait for him, Li Shuangwan stated as she picked up her chopsticks. In this life, she would no longer wait for him to dine. The 3 maidens exchanged glances. Chun Rong's eyes were fixed eagerly on Li Shuangwan's chopsticks, her heart pounding intensely. Yi Zhu smiled, concerned that Chun Rong's first attempt at cooking might not suit the princess's palate, so she sampled each dish. Although it could not compare to the manner as chef, it was quite commendable for a girl raised in the northwestern regions. Li Shuangwan took a bite of the dish and squinted her eyes. Not bad at all. The flavor is delightful. Chun Rong beamed as if she had won a grand prize, kneeling to thank Li Shuangwan. Thank you, Your Highness. In her past life, she would wait every night for Ling Heng to dine, yet the times they actually shared a meal were few and far between. Now that she reflected on it, he was likely always beside Chun Ning's birth mother. Chun Ning bore a striking resemblance to her, especially in her eyes. And Ling Heng must have been compelled to save Chun Ning with the blood of her child. This suggested a blood relation between Chen Ning and herself. Her eyes also mirrored her father's. Thus, this woman must be a member of the Li family. Her grandfather had one wife and one concubine. Aside from her grandmother, there was another concubine who bore a son. After her grandmother passed, this concubine was elevated to the primary position, leaving her father with only one brother, her second uncle. The second uncle had one legitimate son and one daughter, along with a concubine daughter. The concubine daughter, Li Shuangxi, later paved the way for her second uncle's career. As for the legitimate daughter, Li Shuangmiao, she eventually became one of Ling Heng's women, though whenever she looked at Chen Ning, her eyes were filled with hatred. And had it not been for Chen Ning's vigilance, she might have fallen victim to her malice multiple times. Thus, Chen Ning could not possibly be her child. After dinner, Li Shuangwan picked up a book and quietly leaned against the couch to read. It was at this moment that Ling Heng returned to the manor. "What are you reading?" "Just a leisure book." Ling Heng snatched the book from her hands and tossed it aside. "If it's merely a leisure book, what is so captivating about it?" Li Shuangwan merely cast him a faint glance. "Today I encountered Elder Zhu, and he appears even younger than before," Ling Heng remarked, washing his hands by the basin with a smile. Li Shuangwan picked up the book and continued browsing, ignoring him, merely humming softly in response. Had it been in her past life, Li Shuangwan would have walked over, actively assisting Ling Heng with his hand-washing, and would have playfully smiled at him, saying, "My grandfather has treated me well, Your Highness. If you have time tomorrow, shall I take you to visit my grandfather?" She truly had been foolish beyond redemption. "Have the meal prepared." Ling Heng, noticing her indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of anger rising in his chest, his voice laced with coldness.
Ha!
"I have already eaten. It's quite late. Has Your Highness not dined yet? I assumed you had eaten in the palace." This statement struck Ling Heng like a whip, hitting him hard. Throughout his life, his father had never invited him to dine. His mother did not dare to keep him in the palace for long. Moreover, he had not even had the chance to see his father today, and he had only caught a distant glimpse of Elder Zhu. Seeing that Li Shuangwan seemed oblivious to the hurtfulness of her words, her innocent black and white eyes gazing at him, only served to further irritate him. His father did not favor him, and yet Li Shuangwan dared to disregard him. As a prince, how could she be so audacious as to eat before him when he had not dined? It was utterly outrageous. The Li family was indeed crude and unrefined. Yet, he suddenly smiled gently, raising his voice deliberately. "No matter, if you are hungry in the future, you may eat first." But it seemed he had underestimated her. "Very well. I think the same. Your Highness is busy with affairs of state and cannot dine punctually. Perhaps you have social engagements. My stomach is delicate, and I cannot afford to be hungry. Since you have said so, the servants in the manor will not dare to gossip behind your back. You truly are considerate, Your Highness." Ling Heng felt as if he had punched cotton, his frustration choking him, the words he wished to say lodged in his throat. And he stormed towards the flower hall with a flick of his sleeve. Seeing the aggrieved figure striding out of Lu Xiao courtyard, Li Shuangwan felt her mood lift considerably. As Ling Heng emerged with a darkened countenance, the shadow nearby smirked slightly. Xu Wenbao looked at the shadow and nudged his shoulder. "Ninth brother. The Prince of Heng has been driven out by Miss Li. Why are you so pleased?" The shadow cast a cold glance at him. Xu Wenbao immediately fell silent. For the past few days, he had been pondering two matters without any clarity. One was the task Ninth Brother had assigned him and Liang Tianyu a few days prior, which seemed as if Ninth Brother knew that Uncle O and his men were looking for him, and he had deliberately led them to find him. The second matter concerned the current Lady Heng, or rather Miss Li. He wondered if Ninth Brother had developed any feelings for her. That could not be possible. They had just emerged from Lin Mountain. Was this what they called love at first sight? Was all love at first sight merely lust? Was Ninth Brother inherently lecherous? Xu Wenbao shivered at the thought. Butler Wu followed closely behind Ling Heng, lowering his voice. "My lord, the herbs mentioned by physician Huang have been procured. They are available in our hidden store. Do you wish for them to be delivered immediately?" Ling Heng looked up at the myriad stars in the sky. Helplessly rubbing his brow, he sighed. "Understood. You may deliver them personally." Recalling the woman in that remote courtyard, his heart felt a pang. He had just returned from there, and her condition had worsened. She was once again with child. Huang Sheng suggested that only the heart's blood of a newborn, connected by blood ties, could save both mother and child. The thought of Li Shuangwan's earlier indifference left Ling Heng feeling perturbed. Li Shuangwan must conceive soon. At that moment, Sipa hurried over and whispered a few words in Ling Heng's ear. Ling Heng furrowed his brow slightly. How could there be a venomous snake in the manor? What had the two individuals brought by Li Shuangwan been doing all day? The maid named Chenrong had spent the entire day in the small kitchen pondering about food. Chun Ping had gone to a gold shop called Shifu, seemingly tasked by the princess to craft a gold hairpin. What kind of hairpin? Just an ordinary style, albeit with more intricate craftsmanship. Ling Heng scoffed softly. Sipa continued. Someone saw Mama Lu passing by the eastern courtyard gate around the 2nd hour of the day. The princess returned to the manor around the 6th hour, and only around the 7th hour did Mama Lu seek her out for a physician. At that time, the princess was in her study, and when Luo Man learned of it, she immediately went to fetch the doctor. The doctor arrived around the 1st quarter of the 7th hour, but by then, the two maids had already been dead for a quarter of an hour. If Mama Lu had sought the princess for the doctor as soon as she returned to the manor, the two would not have perished. Ling Heng gently rubbed the jade ring on his finger. Where's Mama Lu? Chapter 36. The drugged tea. The princess had locked her in the woodshed, saying it was to await the prince's return for judgment. Li Shuangwan's boldness in allowing him to return for judgment indicated that she was unafraid of interrogation, suggesting her innocence in this matter. Your Highness, how should we deal with Mama Lu? Such a person need not remain, Ling Heng replied coolly. Understood. When Ling Heng returned to the room, he found Li Shuangwan once again engrossed in the idle book he had thrown aside.
Taking a deep breath,
he approached her and forcefully tossed the book from her hands. Before Li Shuangwan could express her anger, Ling Heng enveloped her in an embrace. Placing his hand on her abdomen, his voice filled with tenderness and temptation. A-Wan, I truly wish for you to bear me a child soon. The very thought of a child, a blend of our bloodlines, brings me immense joy. A shiver ran down Li Shuangwan's spine. In her past life, she had been deceived by Ling Heng's facade, left utterly vulnerable. A servant brought in a fresh pot of tea, and Ling Heng walked over, personally pouring a cup and offering it to Li Shuangwan. A-Wan, do not linger over that book. It is dark, and it is not good for your eyes. Have some tea to soothe your throat. Settle down early. Li Shuangwan lifted her gaze to meet Ling Heng's. His peach blossom eyes gazed at her gently as he offered the tea again. With her dark eyes fixed intently on him, Ling Heng smiled. Li Shuangwan let out a light chuckle as she accepted the tea, gently shaking it. She was aware that the tea contained a slow-acting sedative, intended to lull her into a deep sleep after she shared the bed with Ying, preventing her from realizing she was with a substitute. Ling Heng was meticulous in his endeavors. He gazed at Li Shuangwan with deep affection, and upon noticing her hesitance to drink, his expression softened further, his voice dripping with sweetness. What troubles you? After staring at the book for so long, are you not thirsty? Or do you dislike this tea? I can ask for another pot. Indeed, the manor lacks fresh tea. It's all aged. No, it is merely late at night. I fear that drinking tea will disrupt your sleep. Li Shuangwan placed the tea on the table. Ling Heng picked it up again. How could that be? This tea is meant to calm the spirit. I had Butler Wu prepare it specially. I heard from your two maids that since your injury 6 months ago, not only have you lost your exceptional martial abilities, but you also often struggle to sleep well. Li Shuangwan exerted great effort to refrain from slapping Ling Heng's face. I am much better. Thank you, Your Highness. Ling Heng continued to present the cup in front of her. Once your health improves a little more, I shall personally teach you martial arts. Li Shuangwan smiled slightly. That sounds wonderful. She accepted the cup and drank deeply. Ling Heng discreetly pinched his fingers, a flicker of dark light passing through his eyes. He had inquired with Huang Sheng about when women were most likely to conceive. These days were the most opportune for Li Shuangwan. Ling Heng's lips curled into a cold smirk as he extinguished the lamp. Reaching out, he took Li Shuangwan's hand, guiding her to the bedside. You know I am a light sleeper. Even a glimmer of light hinders my ability to sleep. A-Wan, be understanding. It's nothing. If you find it dull, you may go out for a stroll. Since you are married to me, you are the only woman in the rear courtyard of the Heng Wang Manor. A-Wan, I am unlike my brothers. I shall not confine you to the rear courtyard. Just one thing. Bring enough people for your safety.
All right.
This was an overt way of monitoring her. Ling Heng reached to remove her clothing, deliberately exhaling warm breath upon her neck. Li Shuangwan felt nauseous and could no longer restrain herself, pulling her clothes back. What is the matter? Ling Heng laughed. Are you shy? We are already so intimate, A-Wan. Your body stirs my desires, and tonight, I still wish to. Your Highness, I can manage myself. Li Shuangwan thought of slapping him. As the bed curtains fell, Li Shuangwan understood that Ing had taken Ling Heng's place. The bed was large, and Ing lay nearly at the edge, far from her. His movements caused the bed to creak. The muffled sounds of Li Shuangwan's suppressed voice mingled with the bed's creaking reached Ling Heng's ears outside the room. He stood at the door, fists clenched, feeling a pang of regret. Had he not allowed Ing to replace him on the wedding day and taken Li Shuangwan to bed himself, he would not be experiencing this discontent today. This woman had a semblance of beauty. Li Shuangwan was his, yet she had already lost her virtue, leaving him feeling filthy and disgusted. At this juncture, his only recourse was to hasten her conception and then eliminate Ing to quell his resentment. Ling Heng closed his eyes, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and exited the courtyard. Ing swiftly rose from the bed, taking 2 steps back and producing a vial of medicine, presenting it to Li Shuangwan. Miss Li, the tea that Prince Heng gave you contained a slow-acting sedative. This is the antidote. Li Shuangwan sat up, gazing at Ing, whose face was shrouded in darkness. You know.
Yes.
The prince does not wish for you to discover the switch, so. He lowered his head, his voice tinged with an unrecognized pain. I have already taken the antidote. His eyes brightened and a smile surfaced in the darkness. Indeed, Miss Li, you are a remarkably astute woman. Li Shuangwan accepted the porcelain vial, uncorked it, and inhaled the aroma of the fine pills inside. This vial was likely worth several gold pieces, far beyond what a mere lowly shadow guard could afford. Ying's identity was certainly more complex than that of a mere shadow guard. Everyone in the Heng Wang manor harbored secrets, even he, Ing. Thank you, Miss Li. The prince is eagerly anticipating your pregnancy, and his intentions are dubious. If possible, it would be wise to extricate yourself from Heng Wang manor as soon as possible. Li Shuangwan was acutely aware that the sooner, the better, yet the North Jin dynasty had existed for nearly 2 centuries without any prince or nobleman successfully divorcing. Even among common folk, divorce was exceedingly difficult. A woman seeking divorce often had to endure significant suffering. In noble families, there were typically only deaths due to illness, suicides, or being sent to temples as nuns. There had never been a report of a woman successfully divorcing. To seek divorce was a daunting challenge. Most infuriatingly, the North Jin royal family was never short of vile practices. Whenever an emperor passed away or a prince perished, the childless wives and concubines were compelled to follow them into the afterlife. Some were hanged from beams, others even buried alive. Thus, her urgency to send a message to her parents was paramount. This matter was too significant. Beyond her parents and brother, no one else could know. Not even her 2 closest maids. Until the matter was resolved, she could not risk their safety. However, no matter what, she must first ascertain that her grandfather was not being watched by Ling Heng's people. If that letter fell into Ling Heng's hands, the consequences would be dire. Li Shuangwan gently closed her eyes, resigned to waiting. This matter required careful deliberation. Ing stepped forward anxiously. We cannot afford to deliberate. We must swiftly depart from the prince's residence. Li Shuangwan regarded him intently. Do you know something? Chapter 37. Ing, who are you? After a moment of silence, Ing nodded. Yes, I understand this is harsh, but I must speak the truth. The prince has instructed me to ensure that Miss Li becomes pregnant within this month. It is evident that he is extremely anxious. The child within you holds great significance for him. Have you considered what he desires from this child? Ying's voice trembled, as if a lump soaked in vinegar had lodged in his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. The thought of the child from her past life, whom she had never even seen, pierced Li Shuangwan's heart with agony. Her child, the one she had carried for 10 months, had not even had the chance to behold this world before becoming a pawn for another. Astonishingly, she had nurtured the child who had consumed her son's heart's blood for 9 long years. Each time she recalled this, she wished fervently to blind herself, lamenting how blind she had been not to realize this was not her child. Suppressing the swell of tears, her voice quivered. Are you concerned that if I do not conceive this month, he will seek another substitute? Indeed. Thus, we must sever ties with the prince's residence within the month. Ying's tone had regained its composure. Have you considered that regardless of whether I become pregnant this month, Ling Heng will not allow you to live? I am aware. And what about yourself? Have you contemplated how to extricate yourself from the prince's residence? Ing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that at such a critical juncture, Miss Li would be concerned for his safety. You are in dire straits, yet you ponder my affairs? Ling Heng, in his attempts to control you, has poisoned all the shadow guards. If the antidote is not administered in a timely manner each month, you will meet a gruesome end within 7 days. Suddenly, Ing smiled, burying the tumult within his chest. I will find a way. He had no foolproof solution. The poison was uniquely concocted by Ling Heng, and only he possessed the antidote. All he could do was to survive in a precarious existence for a few more years. Whenever the poison struck, he longed for a swift demise. Your safety is paramount. You must distance yourself from the prince as soon as possible. Ying's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Li Shuangwan. If he could, he would whisk her away to safety in an instant. Yet he felt unworthy. Li Shuangwan herself yearned for escape, but her vendetta from her past life remained unavenged. She could not bear to see Ling Heng live on undeterred day by day. Moreover, those who had wronged her family were not limited to Ling Heng alone. She intended for each of them to face their reckoning.
Noticing Li Shuangwan's prolonga silença.
Ing continued. Half a year ago, your martial arts were rendered impotent by the prince's hand. He could not trust you in the prince's residence. Hence he commanded that your skills be stripped, and you are still poisoned. Li Shuangwan looked up sharply, her eyes fixated on the shadowy figure. How do you know this? In her past life, she had only learned it from Ling Heng's lips just before her demise. Ing clenched his fists. He could not deny knowing that if Ling Heng had not mentioned her poisoning, he would not have understood that the only way to expel the toxin was through childbirth. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. I have been investigating this matter for the past 2 days and have finally uncovered the truth. Li Shuangwan stared at Ing in disbelief. She had searched for 10 years in her previous life without success, yet he had unraveled it in merely 2 days? How was that even possible? She cautiously inquired. So, the only way to rid my body of the poison is through pregnancy, and you're aware of this?
Yes.
You lie.
Li Shuangwan se dinaasht ton.
Ing knelt abruptly. Li Shuangwan rose and approached him, stating, You cannot merely be a lowly shadow guard of the prince's residence. Without manpower, intelligence, or substantial funds, you could not achieve this. So, Ing, who are you truly? This question had lingered in her mind since her rebirth. Ing tightened his jaw, his hands clenched into fists. He was acutely aware of Li Shuangwan's intelligence. Yet he felt he had wronged her too greatly to reveal his true identity. Before Ing could respond, Li Shuangwan pressed on. Moreover, you claim Liang Tianyu and Shu Wenba are your subordinates. However, you just emerged from Linshan. By rights, you should be the lowest-ranking shadow guard of the prince's residence. Where would you find subordinates? Even if you did, they should be using code names, not their true names. So, Ing, who are you? He inhaled deeply, slowly replying, Miss Li. You are overthinking. I am indeed merely a lowly shadow guard of the prince's residence. I was just fortunate enough to uncover some clues. Humph. You may choose not to divulge, but I will eventually uncover the truth. I will also find out who delivered the 100 grasses. The following morning, as Li Shuangwan awoke, Luo Man appeared, her face pale. Princess, I just saw Steward Wu dragging Lu Mama's corpse from the woodshed, claiming it was to be disposed of at the mass grave for wild dogs. Li Shuangwan paused slightly. Is she dead? Yes, she is dead. I observed her body bleeding from 7 orifices, seemingly poisoned. How terrifying. Li Shuangwan nodded slightly. What of the others? 3 have suddenly died, while the rest are diligently working in the courtyard. A smile crept upon Li Shuangwan's lips. She had accurately gauged Ling Heng's character. Had she dealt with Lu Mama yesterday? Even if it were merely a few lashes, Ling Heng would likely have interrogated her personally. Many matters could not withstand meticulous scrutiny. Had she been left in the woodshed for Ling Heng to deal with, Lu Mama would undoubtedly have met her end. Moreover, Lu Mama was merely an old woman. What courage did she possess to release venomous snakes, especially in the dead of winter? It was merely a psychological tactic. Go inform Steward Wu that since there are snakes in the east courtyard, it stands to reason there may be others elsewhere. He should send someone to conduct a thorough inspection before the new year. Yes, I will do so immediately.
Issue?
You mentioned you saw Steward Wu commanding the guards to search for snakes early this morning. Why do you still wish for Luo Man to inform him? Li Shuangwan replied. You will understand shortly. Sure enough, not long after, Luo Man hurried in, her arms flailing. Princess, princess. Steward Wu has been searching the entire residence for snakes since early morning. This investigation revealed that indeed there were snakes within the residence, both poisonous and non-poisonous. Li Shuangwan raised an eyebrow at Iju, indicating that this was the information she sought. In the afternoon, Chen Ping arrived, respectfully offering a box. Princess. The task you assigned has been completed. Luoman quickly took the item from Chen Ping and presented it to Li Shuangwan. As she opened the box, she extracted a golden hairpin, which appeared to be a finely crafted ornament. With a swift motion, she pulled at the pin's head. Luoman gasped in surprise as the concealed sharp tail, forged from dark iron and glinting in the sunlight like a miniature dagger, was revealed. Li Shuangwan was exceedingly pleased. Chen Ping had executed her first task remarkably well. This, Luoman stammered, a lethal weapon. Chapter 38. Minister of Works Ing observed as Chen Ping emerged from the Yueshao courtyard, his steps light and a smile gracing his lips. It seemed Miss Li was quite pleased with the hairpin he had crafted. His efforts over the past 2 days were not in vain, as he had successfully delivered it to her. Given the dangers surrounding her, a single golden hairpin would not suffice. She ought to restore her martial prowess post-haste. Ing turned to leave. Hey, ninth brother, where are you going? Liang Tianyu whispered as he pursued him. Since a few days prior, when the three of them had been found by Uncle O Jianglin, the shadow guards residing in the prince's residence had been replaced. Unless summoned directly by Ling Heng, they were no longer required to serve within the prince's residence. They were newcomers, having only met Si upon their first day, and were assigned to a courtyard. Speaking little, during their shifts, they wore masks, either crouching in trees or lying on rooftops, resulting in minimal interaction with the other shadow guards. Therefore, even with personnel changes,
No one noticed for a while.
Ling Heng's confidence stemmed from his command over the shadow guards through poison. Naturally, he could not allow anyone else to take his place in entering Li Shuangwan's chamber. On the following day, Li Shuangwan remained in the study, meticulously examining the account books one by one. The visible assets of the Heng Wangfu were rather meager, with about 20 shops, 5 estates, and 300 acres of farmland. For a prince, this was quite paltry. However, Li Shuangwan understood that this was merely the tip of the iceberg, presented for the world, or rather for Emperor Jingzhong and his brothers to see. Roman had gone to the general of the nation's residence, needing to supervise the second young lady in clearing out the courtyard. It wasn't until dusk that she returned. Upon entering the room, she grabbed a pot from the table and drank heartily. Iju automatically overlooked her breach of decorum, eagerly pulling her aside to inquire. Has the second young lady moved out of the princess courtyard? Indeed, Roman replied, proudly raising an eyebrow. You should have seen the unwilling expression on her face. It was thoroughly dark. But what could be done? She had no choice but to move. The maid just sat by the door with a stool, watching them pack. Princess. Can you guess what shameless words the second young lady uttered? Li Shuangwan smiled brightly at her. I cannot guess. You must tell me.
Roman mimitsket lis Shuangwanes de minor.
Scoffing lightly and rolling her eyes. Why should my elder sister bother with such trivialities? After all, she is now the Princess of Heng. Whether the courtyard is moved or not, what does it matter? She cannot return. Iju was almost amused to the point of exasperation. Did she truly say that? Indeed. It nearly drove me mad, such shamelessness. And how did you respond? Iju inquired curiously. Roman lowered her voice. Oh. So the second young lady is aware that her elder sister is now the Princess of Heng. Yet, you all reside in the general of the nation's residence. What audacity do you have to so brazenly occupy this space? Did she let you say that without any repercussions?
Ha!
Her whole family resides in the general's residence. What face do they have? Besides, I spoke the truth, and the second young lady was so furious she cried. Roman puffed up her chest. I am not afraid of her. And besides, I have the princess backing me. Iju asked, when you left, had they finished moving? Yes, they had. Princess. I followed your orders and handed the courtyard key to Mama He, asking her to clean it daily. Before I left, I also informed the second young lady that our princess might decide to return for a night at any time. Li Shuangwan smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Well done. In the future, should anyone dare to bully you, stand up for yourself. I, Li Shuangwan, do not tolerate injustice. Of course, princess. A gentleman's revenge is never late, but a woman's revenge must be swift. Iju thought, well, if Roman chooses to disregard the rules, so be it. Such matters are beyond her capabilities. Princess. Mama Zhao sent word back, saying her son's condition has worsened, and it will be some time before she can return to serve you. Upon hearing Mama Zhao's name, a deep-seated hatred flickered across Li Shuangwan's face. She was her wet nurse, personally selected by her grandmother, and had cared for her loyally. Yet, this person's insatiable greed was evident. Roman had died the day after her wedding, and Iju had been sent to a wretched place by Ling Heng on the day of her confinement, where she suffered to death. Only Mama Zhao had lived, continuing to serve Lin Pin, who would later become the empress, until her demise. It was she who had taken the son Li Shuangwan nearly lost during childbirth, claiming it was her child after feeding it her son's blood. Li Shuangwan closed her eyes tightly, suppressing the surging emotions within her. This person, she would have to make good use of. Ling Heng returned earlier than usual today. Just as Li Shuangwan picked up her bowl to prepare for dinner, he arrived. Iju glanced at her master, who was absorbed in her meal, and quietly set out another pair of chopsticks. What have you done today? Your Highness. Food is for silence, and sleep is for quiet. Ling Heng chuckled lightly, unperturbed. Very well, I shall heed A-Wan's wishes. As they dined, Li Shuangwan found the meal tasteless. Just as she wiped her mouth and rinsed with the water Iju handed her, Steward Wu approached, holding a box. Your Highness, the gift you requested has been prepared. Please take a look. Steward Wu opened the box to reveal a jade statue of Guanyin. The jade was not of the finest quality, but it was entirely emerald green, without a blemish, fitting for Ling Heng's current status.
Li Shuangwan frowned.
Who was Ling Heng intending to gift this to? If it was meant to solicit a favor, such a gift would be inappropriate. If it was not for that purpose, then why present a gift of such moderate significance? Seeing her confusion, Ling Heng smiled. Tomorrow marks the 60th birthday of old Madame Liu of the Ministry of Works. We received an invitation 2 days prior to the wedding. I instructed Steward Wu to send a gift. Will you not attend, Your Highness? Ling Heng took the box from Steward Wu, examined the Guanyin statue briefly, found no issues, and returned it to the box. I shall not. In the past, when Ling Heng declined to attend, Li Shuangwan naturally would not go either. But this time, she intended to go. She wanted to see what kind of spirits resided in the Liu residence. Liu Ziki, the Minister of Works, had led the charge to raise the general of the nation's residence after her family had met with unjust ends in the previous life. This man was already in collusion with Ling Heng. This grudge she would repay in both this life and the next. Li Shuangwan took the box from Ling Heng's hands and declared, If Your Highness will not go, I shall. Steward Wu was taken aback, clearly not expecting Li Shuangwan to wish to attend personally. He glanced nervously at Ling Heng before cautiously saying, the prince's intention was merely to send a gift. Many dignitaries will attend the Liu residence tomorrow. The prince does not wish to create misunderstandings. Before Steward Wu could finish, Li Shuangwan smiled lightly. What is there to fear? If others wish to misunderstand, whether we go or not, they will think that way. Some with ulterior motives may even think the opposite, believing that the prince is trying to cover up something. Rather than that, it is better to be forthright. They will have less to say. Ling Heng furrowed his brows slightly, but said nothing. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will only attend the banquet. I know what to say and what not to say. I will not engage deeply with the other ladies. Ling Heng scoffed internally, thinking women are hardly different. Very well, A-Wan may go, but return early. Yes. I will return as soon as the banquet concludes. The following afternoon, Li Shuangwan prepared herself, instructing Roman to take the mediocre jade Guanyin and proceed to the gates of the Liu residence. At this time, the main gates of the Liu residence were wide open, with Liu Ziki, the Minister of Works, and his eldest son personally welcoming guests at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Shuangwan approach, they were visibly taken aback. Liu Ziki clasped his hands and awkwardly said, I did not expect the esteemed Princess of Heng to grace us with her presence. I beg your pardon for the lack of proper welcome. Li Shuangwan smiled lightly, taking the box from Roman and handing it to Liu Ziki. You are too kind. Minister Liu, today is old Madame Liu's birthday, and as a junior, it is my duty to come and offer my congratulations. The household maids welcomed Li Shuangwan and her companions into the ladies' quarters. By the time Li Shuangwan arrived, several official ladies from Shengjing had already gathered, each bringing their daughters or granddaughters. Upon seeing her, they either feigned politeness, expressed genuine warmth, or offered perfunctory greetings. Li Shuangwan smiled, assuring them to dispense with excessive formalities. The Grand Princess Ling Heng, the Emperor's sister, was also present. She had married the Marquis of Qingyan and bore 2 sons and a daughter. Both of my sons are now married, and my daughter, born when I was 38, is a cherished late-life blessing. She is now 15 and has been doted upon since her youth. At the age of 5, she was conferred the title of Princess Jianing, and she has come along today. Li Shuangwan, I pay my respects to the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess nodded slightly. What brings the Princess Consort of Heng here? I recall that the fourth prince has never been fond of attending such gatherings. Her Highness is currently occupied at the Ministry of Rites and could not attend. So, she sent me to convey her birthday wishes to old Madame Lu. Speaking to old Madame Lu, she continued, May you enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a longevity surpassing the southern mountain. Old Madame Lu was pleasantly surprised by Li Shuangwan's arrival and exclaimed, It brings me great joy that the Princess Consort of Heng could come. Thank you for your kind words. Please take a seat. Princess Jianing scoffed, displaying a haughty demeanor. The fourth brother's residence is rather impoverished. I wonder what gifts you have brought today? Perhaps something from the General of the State? Just a spoiled little girl, Li Shuangwan replied, though the gift may be modest. The sentiment is what truly matters. Princess Jianing rolled her eyes. Poverty is poverty. Do not dress it up with flowery language.
Listen, Li Shuangwan.
As the legitimate daughter of the General of the State, how can you be so shallow as to choose a husband based solely on looks? If you were not married to Ling Heng, I might have thought more highly of you. But now, alas. Princess Jianing's words were quite direct, nearly revealing the shameful lengths she went to in order to marry Ling Heng. Several ladies nearby stifled their laughter, while others whispered, the eldest daughter of the Li family used every means to secure her marriage to the fourth prince. Wherever the prince appeared, she was sure to follow. Otherwise, she would have surrendered herself to him long ago. As it stands, her situation is hardly enviable. She has brought disgrace upon us women.
Sigh.
The century-long reputation of the General of the State has been tarnished by her alone. The Li family still has 2 daughters left unmarried, with her as the eldest. It will be difficult for them to find suitable matches. I wonder if the ancestors of the Li family are aware of this. Can their coffins still hold? After all, she grew up in the Northwest and never learned the proper virtues of a woman, leading to her crude demeanor. Old Madame Lu quietly sipped her tea, neither intervening nor stopping the murmurs around her. Though their voices were low, each word reached Li Shuangwan's ears. She bore it silently. Feeling deserving of the scorn, she was shameless and had dragged the entire general's household into disgrace. Even she wished to slap herself in the face. The Grand Princess cleared her throat, prompting silence among the gathering. Old Madame Lu then stood with the assistance of a matron. Today, we have invited the Lianhua troupe to perform in the garden. I invite all the ladies to join me. The mention of the Lianhua troupe piqued everyone's interest, and one lady remarked, It is quite a challenge to invite them. Old madam, your fortune must be quite abundant to have succeeded.
Indeed.
I recently spent a considerable sum trying to secure them for my mother-in-law, only to be turned away. I did not expect old Madame Lu to have them here. I hear one of the performers, named Kaylin, is exceptional. Her voice is exquisite. Old Madame Lu, clad in a dark blue coat and with a few silver strands woven into her meticulously styled hair, smiled. Please pardon me, dear ladies. My son is dutiful. Just a few days ago, he invited the Lianhua troupe to our residence, and the performer you mentioned is among them. They will stay until the Lantern Festival next year. So, if any of you wish to visit, you are most welcome. The ladies, engaged in cheerful banter, gathered in small groups as they followed old Madame Lu, leaving Li Shuangwan alone at the back. Yuzhu and Luo Man exchanged worried glances at their mistress. The princess consort had been taken to the northwest by the general and his wife since she was 5, while other girls were still nestled in their beds. She had already perfected her horse-riding stance. While others held embroidery needles, she had mastered the sword, and when other girls attended various banquets, she fought against the Northern Shi army, driving back their cavalry from the borders of Beijing. What right did they have to disdain the princess consort? Yet, they knew she would disdain engaging in trivial conversations with them, having spent so long within the confines of the inner chambers. They could only see the limited space before them. Before long, they arrived at the garden, where the stage had already been set up. Old Madame Lu presented the playlist to the Grand Princess for selection. The Grand Princess smiled. Today, dear old madam, you are the birthday star. It is your privilege to choose the plays. Old Madame Lu, not one to refuse, selected several performances and passed the list to other ladies, who also made their selections. It was only then that old Madame Lu seemed to remember. Oh dear, I nearly forgot the princess consort of Heng. I am growing old and forgetful. She should also have the opportunity to choose. Li Shuangwan smiled faintly, thinking that the Lu household had no remarkable talents. It was all rather ordinary. No matter. I do not particularly fancy plays. life is far more vibrant than any performance. Old Madame Lu's expression stiffened, and she instructed someone to deliver the playlist to the troupe leader. The performance continued melodiously for over an hour. The performer, known as Kalin, indeed possessed great skill. Capable of embodying multiple roles, sometimes singing in a youthful voice, at other times in an elderly tone, and even taking on a male voice. The audience was captivated by her singing. As the final note faded, they remained immersed in the stories she had woven, with some ladies even shedding tears or laughing along with the characters. Shuangwan found herself enchanted as well. After her performance concluded, the subsequent plays felt somewhat lackluster. Once the performance ended, the Grand Princess expressed a desire to meet the talented Kalin and bestow some rewards upon her. Both old Madame Lu and the other ladies concurred. The Grand Princess then inquired of Shuangwan, "What say you, Princess Consort of Hum?" Shuangwan replied, "I defer to the Grand Princess's wishes. That performer truly sang beautifully. Such a rare talent deserves generous rewards." This was not uncommon, and old Madame Lu instructed a matron to summon Kalin. Kalin had by now removed her stage makeup, adorned with a modest application of powder, her hair styled in a celestial bun, and a jade ornament atop her head. Dressed in a green skirt. In such attire, who would recognize her as a performer from the troupe? She resembled a young lady from a noble family. The matron led Kalin before the gathering of ladies, where Kalin kept her head lowered, too timid to look up, kneeling to greet the Grand Princess. "I greet your highness." The Grand Princess said, "Raise your head, let me see what kind of beauty possesses such a lovely voice." Kalin obeyed and lifted her gaze. At the mere sight of her, the Grand Princess abruptly stood. Shuangwan, seated near the Grand Princess, also caught sight of Kalin's face, and her expression instantly shifted. The other ladies, observing the Grand Princess's reaction, also looked up, and their faces changed in unison. Several of them began to glance back and forth between the face of this Kalin and Shuangwan's. Returning from her initial shock, Shuangwan recognized this person. She was Zhou Kaiyao, the woman who had once caused her immense suffering in her past life. Unbelievably, before she could seek her out, she had come to her. In her previous life, she had not attended old Madame Lu's birthday banquet, nor was she aware of this troupe's invitation. It was likely that there had been none. Otherwise, she would not have waited for years for her to re-enter her life. One could only wonder if her rebirth had altered the course of many events. Memories of her past life felt vividly present. 5 years hence, by that time, Ling Heng had ascended to the status of crown prince. One day, he unexpectedly returned with a woman, claiming her to be the daughter of the general of the state, lost to the world, and also the twin sister of Zhou Kaiyao. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Kaiyao indeed bore a striking resemblance to her, with a similarity of about 70 to 80%. Had it not been for her repeated confirmations with her mother, and her grandmother's reassurances that her mother had indeed given birth to twins, she might have believed that Zhou Kaiyao was her biological sister. Tragically, when the sister was born, the umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck twice, leaving her lifeless and blue upon arrival. Her mother, in her grief, had cried out to behold the child once more. But her father, unable to bear the sight, had ordered Granny Zhao to take the body away for burial. Otherwise, she might have genuinely thought Zhou Kaiyao was her twin. Even her mother was taken aback upon seeing her, momentarily mistaking her for the daughter she had lost too soon. However, upon regaining her composure, her mother clarified that Zhou Kaiyao was not her daughter. Her deceased sister bore a beauty mark beneath her left eye, which corresponded with the beauty mark between her own brows. Clearly, Zhou Kaiyao lacked this distinguishing feature. Moreover, in her previous life within the prince's residence, Shuangwan had seen Zhou Caiyao's unadorned visage. While her eyes and brows shared some resemblance, the differences could be attributed to the artifice of makeup. It is said that when one tells a lie often enough, they may begin to deceive even themselves. Since entering the prince's manor, amidst the flattery of servants and maids, she had begun to believe herself to be the legitimate daughter of the general of the state. Having witnessed the grandeur and the allure of power, Zhou Caiyao's heart began to twist with desire. She yearned to capture Ling Heng's affection, to secure his exclusive favor, and even aspired to occupy the most esteemed position beside him once he ascended the throne. Thus, her schemes of deceit proliferated, leading to the demise of Li Shuangmiao's 2-year-old son. The daughter of Qinglian narrowly escaped her treachery as well. Not to mention the children of Ling Heng's other consorts and concubines. Had she not been vigilant, Chun Ning would have perished at her hands long ago. Furthermore, Ling Heng's apparent affection for her only fueled Zhou Caiyao's jealousy, prompting her to poison Li Shuangwan, hastening her decline, which was already exacerbated by her frail health. In her past life, Li Shuangwan had only been 28 at her death, yet her body resembled that of a woman in her 50s or 60s. With so many malevolent deeds committed, the other women in the prince's residence formed an alliance against her. Li Shuangmiao was the first to propose investigating Zhou Caiyao's background. At that time, Li Shuangwan was wholly absorbed in Chun Ning and paid this matter little heed, only to learn later that Zhou Caiyao hailed from Linshui town in Huangzhou Prefecture. This revelation proved significant, as they discovered that Zhou Caiyao was not only a few months younger than Li Shuangwan but was indeed not the lost daughter of the general of the state. They also uncovered that she had married in Linshui town and already bore a 3-year-old son. Fearing exposure, she had sent someone to eliminate both father and son 6 months prior. When this information reached Ling Heng, amidst the lamentations of the women in the inner quarters, he, adorned with a crown of green grass, flew into a rage and immediately commanded her execution. Before her demise, Li Shuangwan had visited her, inquiring about her motives. Zhou Caiyao confessed that she had once seen Li Shuangwan from afar and noticed their striking resemblance, further enhanced by the artifice of cosmetics to the point of being indistinguishable. This sparked her notion of impersonating the daughter of the general of the state. It was serendipitous that she learned the general's wife had given birth to twins in a temple, leading her to fantasize, at times genuinely believing herself to be the noble daughter lost to the world. This idea burgeoned within her, ultimately overwhelming her resolve, prompting her to abandon her husband and child in pursuit of a life in Xinjiang. Zhou Caiyao lingered in the prince's manor for merely 2 years, perishing on the eve of Ling Heng's ascension, leaving one to ponder whether she felt any remorse before her untimely end. In retrospect, Ling Heng must have known all along that Zhou Caiyao could not possibly be the daughter of the general of the state. Presenting her before Li Shuangwan likely stemmed from a malicious intent to provoke her. Otherwise, in her previous life, Ling Heng would not have barred Zhou Caiyao from stepping foot outside the prince's residence, leaving the world oblivious to her existence. Chapter 41. Twin sisters Li Shuangwan's lips curled into a cold smile as she realized that Zhou Caiyao had initially infiltrated a theatrical troupe, thereby legitimizing her presence in Xinjiang. Possessing a melodious voice, the troupe was frequently summoned by the affluent families of the capital during festivals, performing for durations ranging from 8 days to even a month. If Zhou Caiyao wished to attract attention and insinuate her identity as the general's daughter, joining the theatrical troupe was indeed the most expedient path. Hence, it appeared that Li Shuangmiao's previous investigation in Linshui town had been insufficient. She needed to send Xinping back to Linshui town to thoroughly investigate the matter. Just then, Princess Jianing exclaimed, "Goodness, mother, this person bears an uncanny resemblance to Li Shuangwan. This Kai Lin, aside from lacking the beauty mark between her brows, is essentially another Li Shuangwan." Li Shuangwan cast a faint glance at Princess Jianing, who was a notoriously spoiled young lady, known for her unfiltered speech. "Mother, did you not tell me that the general's wife gave birth to twins and that the later-born daughter perished? It seems she may have survived, rescued by a benevolent soul. This actress named Kai Lin must surely be Li Shuangwan's sister, for how else could 2 such similar individuals exist?" Princess Jianing eagerly grasped the hand of the Long Princess, desperate for affirmation. The other ladies exchanged glances, some even nodding in silent agreement. The Long Princess's expression fluctuated as she addressed the kneeling woman. "Rise and step closer, so that I may examine you closely." Kai Lin, or rather Zhou Caiyao, naturally noticed Li Shuangwan sitting beside the Long Princess, her expression one of astonishment. Yet Li Shuangwan understood that it was feigned. Presumably, Zhou Caiyao had seen her while on stage and had embellished her features with cosmetics to enhance the resemblance. It seems that in her previous life, her absence from old Madame Lu's birthday banquet had prevented any rumors of her having a sister from circulating, thus leaving Zhou Caiyao uncertain of her current appearance and reluctant to make a bold move. Following instructions, Zhou Caiyao rose and approached the Long Princess, who incredulously touched her face numerous times. "Who are your parents?" Zhou Caiyao lowered her head, appearing demure, her voice sweet, in response to the Long Princess. "My parents have both passed away." "Kai Lin is your stage name, is it not? What is your true name?" "Zhou Caiyao." "Do you know your birth date?" Zhou Caiyao shook her head. "I do not know the exact date, but my mother once mentioned that I was found on the 7th day of the 8th month in the 1st year of Jingzhong at a temple's rear mountain." "What is the name of that temple?" "Jingxiu Temple." The Long princess abruptly turned to Li Shuangwan. Your Highness, when is your birthday? Li Shuangwan replied with a smile. In response to the Long princess, my birthday is the 6th day of the 8th month in the 1st year of Jingzhong. I recall your mother gave birth to you at a temple, Li Shuangwan confirmed. Indeed, it was at Jingxiu Temple, she continued, glancing at Zhou Kaiyao. This matter was not difficult to investigate, especially regarding Zhou Caiyao's involvement with the theatrical troupe, which frequently traversed the realm, mingling with the families of nobility, making it an opportune place for gathering information. The ladies gasped, their eyes widening, as they exchanged glances, dozens of pairs of eyes flitting between the two women. Li Shuangwan remained composed, sitting upright, allowing their scrutiny. Truth cannot be concealed, and falsehoods can never become reality. Princess Jianing exclaimed once more, what an extraordinary coincidence. Mother! This actress, named Kai Lin, must surely be the lost daughter of the general of the state. She must be Li Shuangwan's twin sister. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in agreement. Li Shuangwan, it seems your sister did not perish. She was saved. Li Shuangwan cast a faint glance at Princess Jianing and replied, I have not heard of it. When my sister was born, the umbilical cord was wrapped around her neck, her body was cyanotic, and she did not breathe. Her remains were buried by my mother's maid. Princess Jianing approached Li Shuangwan, looking down at her, and said, she must have been in a state of apparent death back then. It is possible she merely held her breath for a moment. That maid likely did not dig a proper grave and carelessly discarded the body nearby. Later, she revived and was taken in by Kailin's parents. The other ladies echoed in agreement. The Grand General's wife was indeed very large with child back then. The physician had mentioned it could be twins. But in the end, only one survived, which left me quite astonished. Some whispered further. We had privately speculated that the Grand General's wife must have been carrying a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Fearing public scrutiny, they secretly concealed the male infant, claiming that the other, also a girl, had died. It seems their words may hold truth. Old Madame Lu added, Princess Heng, in my humble opinion, such coincidences do not occur in this world. It would be wise to write a letter and inquire. If she truly is your sister, it would be a joyous occasion. Wouldn't you agree? The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, the daughter of the general of the state has been lost for over a decade, even ending up in a theatrical troupe, living quite a difficult life. That's right. No one understands a daughter better than her mother. It's best to write a letter to the Grand General's wife, urging her to return and see for herself. Li Shuangwan smiled faintly. Very well. I shall write to my mother as soon as I return home. Princess Jianing remarked, the letter is essential. But you should also bring the person back to the general of the state's residence, sooner rather than later, lest others accuse you of being unkind to your own sister. Li Shuangwan cast a cool glance at Jianing. Princess Jianing, tread carefully with your words. Ignoring her, Princess Jianing hurried to Zhou Kaiyao, pulling her up from the ground and pushing her towards Li Shuangwan. Quickly, go to your sister, and let her take you home. You are the legitimate second daughter of the Grand General's residence. Zhou Kaiyao looked down, her face slightly flushed. My status has yet to be confirmed. It would be improper for me to move into the general of the state's residence hastily. Jianing pointed at her face. Your face alone is enough. What is there to doubt? She tugged at Zhou Kaiyao's arm. Now tell me, do you wish to return with your sister? Zhou Kaiyao fidgeted with her hands, finally whispering, I will listen to my sister. Li Shuangwan chuckled inwardly. Miss Kailin, there is no need to rush. I will write to my mother today. Once she receives the letter, she will likely hurry to Xingjing. If you truly are the second daughter of the general of the state, arrangements will be made with the owner of the Lianhua troupe, and no amount of silver will keep you in the troupe. Eventually, my mother and I will proudly bring you back to the general of the state's residence, acknowledging your lineage. Of course, she could not simply bring her back, but she could not leave her unattended either. She needed to keep a watchful eye on her. Chapter 42. The letter raises questions. Zhou Kaiyao's face turned bright red, and her eyes glistened with tears as she cautiously glanced at Jianing, kneeling and voice choked. Yes, I shall obey. Upon hearing this, Princess Jianing was both furious and amused. Li Shuangwan, what is the matter with you? I have already said that she must have been in a state of apparent death and was picked up. Even I understand this simple truth. You are older than me by several years. Do you not comprehend? Or is it that you refuse to acknowledge her as your sister, fearing that she might steal the favor of the Grand General and his wife from you? She circled around Li Shuangwan twice, clicking her tongue. I once believed you were born into a prestigious family, possessing the grace of a noblewoman, but I see now that you are rather narrow-minded. Unable to accept even your own sister. Li Shuangwan scoffed coldly. Is it not rather hasty of Princess Jianing to conclude she is my sister based solely on her appearance? If at this moment, another girl who bears some resemblance to you were to come forward claiming to be your sister, would you readily accept her without question? Jianing was momentarily speechless. Why bring your matters into mine? When my mother was pregnant with me, the physician did not say I was a twin. The princess long interjected. Princess Heng, please watch your words. Li Shuangwan replied, yes, I was merely making an analogy. Zhou Kaiyao wiped her tears with a handkerchief. I am grateful to Princess Long, Princess Jianing, and all the ladies for their kindness, but Princess Heng speaks truth. One cannot simply determine my status as the lost daughter of the general of the state based solely on my appearance. It is imperative that the Grand General's wife confirms this with her own eyes. I have endured for many years. Waiting a few more days is of no concern to me. Princess Jianing stomped her foot in frustration. Princess Long chuckled lightly. In my opinion, this matter is likely true. Thus, I, as the princess, will take charge. Ladies, do you find this appropriate? The ladies turned to Princess Long. First, let the person be brought back, but not necessarily to the general of the state's residence. Surely there are many empty residences available. Any one of them would suffice for the time being. Once the Grand General's wife returns to Xinjiang and has confirmed her identity, then she can be taken to the general of the state's residence to reclaim her lineage. This is far better than bringing her from the Lu residence. Wouldn't you agree? The ladies nodded in agreement. What the princess says makes sense. Indeed, it would be quite scandalous to bring her from the Lu residence. Princess Long maintained a smile. As for the owner of the Lianhua troupe, I will speak to him myself. What say you, Princess Heng? Li Shuangwan smiled. Very well. However, I must first inform my second uncle. That is only natural. On the way back to the residence, Yizhu and Luo Man exchanged incredulous glances. Luo Man remarked, Your Highness. Could it be that Zhou Kaiyao is truly your biological sister? She was not particularly fond of her, especially her pair of eyes that darted around, clearly calculating too much. Unlike a well-behaved girl. Li Shuangwan smiled faintly and remained silent. By the time they returned home, it was nearly the hour of you, and Ling Heng had not yet returned. Li Shuangwan calculated the time. It had been 5 days since she asked her grandfather to help send the letter. Regardless of whether Ling Heng was monitoring, a reply should be forthcoming. Indeed, just as she thought of this, Chen Ping returned, Your Highness. The Grand General's reply has arrived. The letter was delivered by Lord Zhu to the estate, and my grandfather asked my father to give it to me. It has just arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Yizhu, give Chen Ping's father 5 taels of silver. Chen Ping hurriedly waved his hands. Your Highness.
No need for that.
One should be rewarded for good work. Take it. He reluctantly accepted. Rest assured. Your Highness, my father is not a loquacious person. I shall convey my thanks to the princess. After Chen Ping left, Li Shuangwan sent Yizhu and Luo Man away before retrieving the letter. The moment she unfolded the letter, she realized it was not written by her father. Indeed, Ling Heng was even monitoring her maternal family. The handwriting was remarkably similar, with strokes that could easily be mistaken for her father's. Even the tone of voice was indistinguishable. Had she not known it was a forgery, she might have believed it was penned by her father himself. How remarkable! She had always known that Ling Heng had numerous capable aides working for him, but she had not anticipated that someone could mimic handwriting to such an extent and possess such an understanding of her father. Li Shuangwan clenched the letter tightly in her hand, as it contained Ling Heng's admonishment in her father's tone, advising her not to heed rumors and to trust her second uncle's character. Li Shuangwan found it deeply ironic. Their family of 4 had exclusive stationery for correspondence, which appeared to be ordinary paper, indistinguishable from commonly used types. However, when held to the light, one could discern a faint camellia flower in the lower right corner. Her mother adored camellias. Clearly, this letter did not bear such a mark. Fortunately, although she had harbored deep feelings for Ling Heng in the past, she had not been foolish enough to mention this matter to him. Thus, her means of escape could no longer rely on her maternal grandfather to deliver a letter to her parents. Chen Ping, please wait for me for a moment. I need to write a letter, and you must have my grandfather send it to the northwest immediately. Chen Ping dared not ask further, replying, yes. A quarter of an hour later, Li Shuangwan handed the completed letter to Chen Ping. Whether Ling Heng intercepted it or not was of little consequence, as the matter at hand was already known to several prominent families and the grand princess present. Furthermore, with the boastful Princess Jianing, who was eager to flaunt her mother's royal status, the news would undoubtedly spread throughout Xinjing City in no time, even reaching the ears of the beggars on the streets. Given this, even if Ling Heng read the letter, he would not intercept it and would still deliver it to her parents. Shuangwan clenched the letter she had intercepted tightly in her sleeve. Thankfully, she had thought of this plan suddenly, testing whether her grandfather's family was under Ling Heng's surveillance, and fortunately, it had not led to any grave mistakes. The unease in her heart gradually settled. Yet, what was to be done? After much contemplation, she realized that escaping from the prince's residence was only possible through this method. According to the Ling family's ancestral teachings, descendants were forbidden to divorce, and if a husband died without heirs, his wives must follow him to the grave. The letter must reach her parents, without fail. Suddenly, Shuangwan thought of someone, although he vehemently denied it. All the events since her rebirth indicated that Ing could not merely be a lowly, dark guard. Entrusting this matter to him would be the most prudent course. Opportunities present themselves unexpectedly. As dusk fell, Ing appeared in Shuangwan's chamber once again, replacing Ling Heng. Time was of the essence, so upon recognizing Ing, Shuangwan got straight to the point. "There is a matter upon which I need your assistance." Ing promptly replied, "If Miss Li has any requests, I shall see to them without fail." Shuangwan took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on the tall figure cloaked in darkness. After a moment she spoke. "Ing, can I trust you?" Ying's body trembled, his hands clenched into fists, and he knelt before her, declaring, "I am utterly loyal to Miss Li. If I harbor any treachery, may the heavens strike me down." Chapter 43. A familiar face. Shuangwan felt a wave of relief wash over her. A person like Ing, if he made a promise, would surely keep it. She stepped forward to offer him a gentle support. "Very well, I trust you." She presented the crucial letter before him, looking up at the man, and said slowly, "Please, use your connections to help me deliver this letter to my father." Ing was momentarily taken aback, saying nothing as he accepted the letter. He whistled, and Liang Tianyu appeared outside. Ing instructed him briefly before returning, "Miss Li can rest assured. The letter will reach General Li within 2 days at the latest. You shall receive a reply in 3 to 4 days." Shuangwan's heart raced as she raised her head to meet Ying's gaze. Her grandfather's fiery steed would take at least 5 to 6 days for a round trip to the northwest, covering 3,000 miles. The eagle was notoriously difficult to train, and only her grandfather possessed such a creature in Xinjing. Yet he claimed it would arrive in 3 to 4 days? The only one capable of such a feat would be the king of the skies, the sea eagle. Ying's identity seemed to grow ever more enigmatic.
Shuangwan nudda.
Refraining from asking further questions, simply saying, "Thank you." After a brief pause, she added, "Tomorrow, I intend to send Qinping out, but I fear Ling Heng may send someone to follow him." Ing assured her, "Do not worry. I will make arrangements. Ling Heng will not uncover anything. Please, feel free to instruct me as you wish."
Shuangwan murmuret her gratitude.
Ing smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for thanks. Should you require anything, I will never be negligent." The following morning, Shuangwan instructed Luoman to summon Qinping and to guard the entrance, ensuring no one approached. "Qinping, I have an important task for you." Qinping stood straight, replying, "Your Highness commands." Shuangwan produced a banknote of 500 taels of silver along with a portrait, handing them to him. "I need you to travel to Linshui town in Huangzhou and inquire about a girl named Zhou Kaiyao." Shuangwan shared her thoughts, which had been meticulously calculated since she had seen Zhou Kaiyao the previous day. Upon hearing this, Qinping's expression changed. "Your Highness, are you? Do not ask. Simply do as I say. Prepare yourself and set off. Upon arrival, first find a few beggars to spread this information. 2 days later, seek out some neighbors familiar with Zhou Kaiyao." Qinping, confused yet understanding the importance of the task, replied, "Yes, I will not fail in my mission. Exchange the banknote for smaller denominations and carry some change with you. Remember to protect yourself while out, keeping your wealth discreet." "Yes, I shall depart immediately." Watching Qinping hastily leave, Shuangwan clenched her hands tightly, a slight tremor coursing through her body. Without needing to instruct him, she knew that Qinping would ride swiftly, and though he had only recently learned to ride, she would remember the hardships he would face on this journey. Shortly after Qinping's departure, Ing instructed Ouyinglin, send a few individuals to follow Chen Ping. If Ling Heng's men are present, do not engage them. Instead, find someone of similar stature to divert them. Ouyang Lin complied and left. Ing turned to Liang Tianyu, who stood like a wooden post beside him. You must stay close to Miss Li until Chen Ping returns. Whatever she requires, you must obey without question. Liang Tianyu protested. Why should I? I want to stay with ninth brother. Ying's gaze turned icy. Liang Tianyu recoiled, raising his hands in surrender. All right, I will go.
Just stop glaring at me.
Xu Wenba cast a fleeting glance at him, as if to say, are you itching for trouble? Ling Heng had been busy with his duties at the Ministry of Rites and returned home late, after the hour of the dog. After several days of investigation, he had found no leads on who had exhumed Qinglian's body, leading to Sippo receiving a punishment of 10 lashes. Dining alone in the flower hall, Ling Heng entered his room to find Li Shuangwan once again engrossed in a leisurely book. Infuriated, he felt an overwhelming urge to set fire to every idle book in the prince's residence. Approaching her, he snatched the book from her hands and tossed it aside, wrapping his arms around her as if to pull her into an embrace. Li Shuangwan evaded him to retrieve her book. Your Highness, why did you throw my book? Such a dull book is not worth your time. Despite his overwhelming anger, he managed to maintain a calm facade. Is this how you choose to spend your time? Ling Heng queried, observing her. Steward Wu has assigned you the management of all affairs in the prince's residence. Do you still find time for leisure? Isn't that what you wish to hear? Li Shuangwan arched an eyebrow. Speaking of which, I've been considering visiting a few shops and farms to see if I can devise some alternative sources of income. She sighed gently. Although the prince's residence may not compare to others, there are still many mouths to feed. The current resources barely suffice for daily expenses. As the lady of the house, I cannot let them go hungry. Of course, my dowry could supplement some of it, but I fear that if others find out, it may tarnish your reputation, Your Highness. What do you think? Ling Heng gazed at her with tender affection in his eyes. A-Wan, you are thoughtful, but there is no need for concern. While my assets may not compare to those of my brothers, they are still profitable. I have inquired with Steward Wu, and there are no issues of insufficient funds. You need not trouble yourself with such matters. Given the cold weather, it is best for you to remain comfortably within the residence. Ling Heng embraced her shoulders. As for your dowry, it is not needed.
Li Shuangwan scufa inwardly.
He clearly wished to keep her unaware of the true accounts of those shops. Ironically, she found herself increasingly rebellious and enjoyed opposing him. She had roughly estimated that while the prince's residence appeared to house only 100 or so individuals, based on her previous life's experience, there were at least 300 guards, not counting the hidden ones. Additionally, with scattered dark guards and the staff at various shops and farms, the prince's residence likely housed nearly 1,000 individuals. Regarding the training of the secret guards, it is often the case that hundreds of children are purchased at once, yet only 5 or 6 manage to survive until the end of their training. There are still approximately 100 such secret guards remaining. Not to mention, he also possesses private soldiers. Thus, it is evident that merely a couple of dozen shops and a few estates, along with 100 acres of land not deemed fertile,
Cannot sustain this.
To unearth the hidden assets, one must first thoroughly understand the surface details, peeling back layers to gradually reveal the truth. Since I have accepted the stewardship of the royal residence, I cannot allow those beneath me to cast a shadow over my character. To the extent that they do not even know whether I am tall or short, fat or thin, for that would be a jest. I am merely making an appearance, allowing them to become familiar with my presence. As you are aware, Your Highness, I have always resided with my parents in the Northwest, and am truly not adept at managing these affairs. With Steward Wu present, my burdens are minimal, so there is no need for Your Highness to worry.
Li Shuangwan spuka discreetly.
Chapter 44. Parents and Brothers at this juncture. Li Shuangwan sensed that Ling Heng would likely acquiesce, and further obstruction from either party would only lead to complications. Indeed, Ling Heng remarked, A-Wan, you are considerate. It was I who did not think things through. Therefore, I will instruct Steward Wu to take you around the shops tomorrow. It should take no more than 2 or 3 days, as my holdings are modest. Thank you, Your Highness, she replied. Ling Heng leaned closer, seemingly to kiss her. As husband and wife, there is no need for thanks. If you require additional hands, do not hesitate to ask Steward Wu. I see that your dowry is quite substantial. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, he can take on some of the tasks as well. Li Shuangwan hastily picked up a cup from the table and presented it to Ling Heng. Your Highness, you have considered everything. After such a lengthy discussion, You must be thirsty. Please have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. Ling Heng smiled, accepting the tea. Just as he was about to rise to wash up, he heard Steward Wu calling for him from outside. The urgency in Wu's voice could only stem from matters concerning the woman carrying Chun Ning, and he thought no further. Chun Ning, this child, born with deficiencies. He was curious to see how she would survive in this life without the heart's blood of her mother. Ling Heng stepped outside and quietly instructed Steward Wu, "Tomorrow, take Li Shuangwan to visit those shops. You know what she can see and what she cannot." "Yes, Your Highness." "Rest assured, I understand how to proceed," Wu replied. 3 days later, at the general's residence in the northwestern frontier, Li Huaying and his wife Zhu Anhe, along with their eldest son Li Yuanxiao, scrutinized the letter just received. The three of them huddled under the candlelight, reading the 2 letters that arrived a day apart countless times. They exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief and shock. The first letter stated that Wan claimed she no longer liked Ling Heng. She asserted that she had not allowed Ling Heng to approach her. Hence their marital consummation had not occurred. She expressed a desire to separate from the prince's residence, and the sooner, the better. If memories served correctly, Wan had only married the prince a mere 10 days ago. Was their daughter so fickle? Was Ling Heng the type to refrain from approaching her if she did not permit it? Could it be that Ling Heng was not capable? Li Huaying flipped the letter over, scrutinizing it under the light multiple times, furrowing his brow in confusion. "My dear, do you believe this letter was truly sent by our daughter?" Zhu Anhe straightened, hands on her hips, pacing back and forth. If Wan were indeed the type to grow weary of affection, finding her another husband would be exceedingly challenging, as few men would willingly agree to support a wife who took a male concubine. Li Yuanxiao scratched his head, his hair resembling a bird's nest from too much scratching. "The letter is authentic, with the begonia flower in the corner, and the handwriting is correct, but the contents do not resemble what my sister would say. Father, mother, do you think my sister has been possessed by a ghost?" As soon as he spoke, he let out a yelp as both parents delivered a sharp reprimand. He cradled his head in his hands, looking pitifully at them. "Why strike me? You both know how much Wan adored the prince. She even risked our family's disapproval to marry him. Yet, the words in this letter contradict everything. Everything she once cherished is now tasteless. Is this truly her sentiment?" Zhu Anhe rolled up her sleeves, preparing to strike her son. "You little rascal, is this how you conduct yourself as an elder brother?" Surely, after a few days of marriage, Wan must have realized that Ling Heng is not a good match, hence her change of heart. Is that not plausible? Yes, precisely. She concluded. Our Wan is splendid. It must be that Ling Heng has wronged her in some way. He is truly unworthy. Li Yuanxiao shielded his head from his mother's oncoming wrath. "Mother, please, no more strikes. Whatever you say is right. I yield."
Li Huaying interjecta.
"What my wife says holds merit." Zhu Anhe lamented. "Oh, dearing, what do you suppose the ancestors of the Ling family were thinking? Why impose such a ridiculous rule that forbids their descendants from divorce? Why must wives and concubines without offspring follow their husbands to the grave?" Li Yuanxiao squatted down, scoffing.
"For what reason, you ask?"
"To showcase the privileges of the Ling royal lineage, of course. Whatever rules they establish become law, to which no one may object. Why not decree that princesses are also not allowed to divorce, and that husbands should follow their wives to the grave?" Zhu Anhe remarked. "This is a classic case of double standards. Only the officials can commit offenses while the commoners must abide by the rules. It effectively quashes the aspirations of women who might wish to rise in status." Li Huaying concurred. "Indeed, my wife is correct. However, we must refrain from speaking ill of the royal family." Li Yuanxiao scoffed at his father, who chased him around the table, delivering another round of playful punishment. Zhu Anhe cleared her throat, causing both men to fall silent. Li Huaying pushed a chair beneath Zhu Anhe, his face a mask of flattery. "My dear, please sit and speak. It must be tiring to stand." Zhu Anhe shot him a glance, slamming her hand on the table. "Let us proceed, as Wan suggested." Li Yuanxiao asked, "Is that truly the plan?" Zhu Anhe affirmed, "That is indeed the plan." Li Huaying replied, "Very well, it is settled then." He picked up another letter, sent from his father-in-law, which contained news about a falcon named Lian. "My dear, our other daughter was indeed lost some time ago. After serving in the military for over a decade, I can distinguish between life and death. When I held that child, her body was already stiff, bearing signs of death. It is impossible for her to have survived. How could a girl who resembles Wan so closely suddenly appear?" Zhu Anha shook her head. She is not our child. That child was bruised and lifeless. I held her for hours, unwilling to let go. There is no way she could have lived. Pushing aside her sorrow, Zhu Anha resolved. Since we are all in agreement, I shall depart tomorrow to meet this girl named Zhou Kaiyao. Li Huaying widened his eyes. My dear, are you leaving tomorrow? Yes. I shall set off tomorrow. I hold no official position, so I am not bound by the emperor's decree to return to the capital without summons. I will take only a few guards from our residence and ride swiftly. Within 20 days, I shall reach Xinjing, just in time to celebrate the new year with Wanwan. Do you have any objections? I have no objections. How could I dare to? Li Yuanqiao squatted down again, scratching his head. What shall we do about this girl? Zhou Kaiyao? We cannot allow an unknown girl to simply take her place in our general's residence. Chapter 45. Family ruin. Zhu Anha replied, if she truly resembles Wanwan closely, then it is fate. If she is a good girl, your father and I will adopt her as our goddaughter, arrange a good marriage for her, and provide her with a dowry. Furthermore, she did not believe that there could be two individuals in this world who were precisely identical. Perhaps there were only a few similarities. In this world, many people resorted to unscrupulous means in pursuit of wealth and honor. Moreover, as the Grand General of the kingdom, Liang had to exercise great caution, as he could not allow outsiders into the estate easily, lest they turn out to be spies from rival nations. Li Huaying, you are right, my lady. Li Yuanqiao could not help but interject. Father, can you not have your own thoughts? Li Huaying glared with fierce eyes and raised his whiskers. Is there anything erroneous in your mother's words? Li Yuanqiao pondered for a moment and shook his head. It seems there is none. Li Huaying, then that settles it. What need is there for a man to have his own thoughts before his wife? Li Yuanqiao, he was rendered speechless. But what if Zhou Kaiyao harbored ill intentions? Zhu Anha. In that case, we shall return her to the Lotus class. Anyway, regarding the matter mentioned in Wanwan's letter, it will not be long before she, along with Wanwan, stays together with the family in the northwest. Whoever wishes to remain in Xinjing may do so. Li Huaying, we must ascertain the true character of this young lady. If she dares to bully Wanwan, I will not spare her lightly. Zhu Anha, that is indeed reasonable. Li Huaying chuckled. You flatter me, my lady. Zhu Anha, Liang, write a letter to Wanwan right now, and Qiao, or you should write one too, to assure her of our full support. I must also draft one, requesting that the eagle make haste to deliver the letters to Wanwan, so she can proceed with her endeavors. Do not write too much. I fear it may exhaust the creature along the way. Li Yuanqiao, mother, that is not an eagle, that is the king of the skies, the Heidongking. Zhu Anha, is the Heidongking not an eagle as well? Li Huaying, you are correct. My lady. Zhu Anha cast a glance at Li Huaying, who immediately shrank his neck and began grinding the ink. I will write the letter in half an hour. My lady, the ink is ready. Please proceed. Li Yuanqiao, mother, writing a bit more is perfectly fine. Even grandfather's flames can share some burden. Although it may take an extra day, there is no rush. Zhu Anha, what nonsense. That is your grandfather's treasure. How could we bear to tire it? After breakfast, Li Shuangwan met with the various managers and gave instructions regarding the daily affairs of the Wang residence before setting out with 2 maidservants and steward Wu. Ling Heng's 20-odd shops and 5 estates were scattered across different locations, with the fields connected to the estates leased to various tenants. The tenants paid 30% of their rent to the Wang residence each year. The shops sold merely ordinary goods, such as fabrics, jewelry, restaurants, or tea houses. Li Shuangwan toured each shop, met their managers, and perused the store ledgers, but said little. Each shop was visited for no more than half an hour. After a cursory glance, she proceeded to the next one. Initially, Steward Wu observed closely, thinking her merely an outsider who might struggle to understand the intricate ledgers. However, he kept in mind Ling Heng's instructions, his gaze unwavering. Li Shuangwan was not simply reviewing their ledgers or recognizing individuals. After visiting 3 or 5 shops, she began to notice peculiarities. Almost every shop was accompanied by similar establishments nearby, whether adjacent or across the street. Some were singular, while others were several in number. All elaborately decorated, offering a wide variety of goods, with flourishing businesses. In contrast, Ling Heng shops, while doing decently, paled in comparison. Yet, the accounts they presented were quite appealing. Li Shuangwan smirked subtly, had it not been for her knowledge from a past life. Understanding that the decline of Lin Pin's maternal family was a fabrication, she might have been easily deceived. The accounting skills displayed were remarkably high, making it difficult for the average person to discern the truth. By the end of the day, she had inspected around 10 shops. As she completed her final visit, dusk was approaching. Li Shuangwan's understanding began to crystallize. In Shengjing alone, Lin Pin had entrusted over 100 shops to Ling Heng. Furthermore, Lin Pin's maternal family operated businesses throughout major cities in northern Jin, coupled with numerous illicit dealings. Li Shuangwan resolved to thoroughly examine the accounts of the shops in Shengjing over the next few days before visiting the other establishments, ultimately proceeding to inspect the estates. With the new year approaching, she needed to fully comprehend these matters to strategically encroach upon Ling Heng's hidden businesses. In this second life, Ling Heng, you shall face total ruin. Ling Heng had yet to return, and Li Shuangwan did not inquire further. She nodded. I am tired today. I will review the ledgers over the next couple of days, and should I have any uncertainties, I will consult Steward Wu. The princess possesses great intelligence. I am unworthy of such praise. What about the other shops? We shall look at them in 3 days. Steward Wu responded, bowing his head, though he felt quite disdainful. After all, she had merely walked for a day, and it appeared to have exhausted her. Li Shuangwan glanced at Steward Wu, stating, once I have sorted out the matters concerning the shops, I will go to the estates. If Steward Wu has other matters, you may attend to them. Understood. That night, Ling Heng still had not returned, sending word through Steward Wu that the ancestral emperor's ritual was imminent, and the Ministry of Rites had taken over the Bema Temple. If he was delayed, he would stay there and not return. Li Shuangwan was well aware that this was an excuse. It was likely that the woman was unwell, requiring his constant vigilance. He was not entirely at ease with the situation, hence the pretext. After leaving Le Xiao courtyard, Steward Wu hurried to another courtyard. How is it? Has Li Shuangwan discovered anything? Steward Wu shook his head. It seems not. I observed her closely, and she does not appear to comprehend the intricacies of the business world. Does not understand? Ling Heng scoffed coldly. If she does not understand, how could there be so many shops in Ju's dowry? Should our affairs be exposed, it would result in a death sentence. We cannot afford to indulge in even the slightest sense of complacency. Steward Wu hastily apologized. Yes, I shall remember this. As for the remaining shops not yet inspected, I will personally visit them forthwith. In the coming days, as the princess wishes to review the accounts, I will ensure the staff in the courtyard remain vigilant. Indeed, do not raise any alarms. Ling Heng rubbed his thumb and index finger together slowly. Feeling that the deaths of the 2 maidservants were rather suspicious, Steward Wu added, if, in a few days, the princess expresses a desire to visit the estates, what shall we do? The estates are not like the shops. Certain matters cannot be trifled with. Ling Heng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon, pondering. Si pa. Your Highness.
Sipo stepped forward.
Do not allow Li Shuangwan to approach the estates. Understood. Sipa departed with the command. Chapter 46. Benefactor from a past life, hearing these words made beads of cold sweat form on Steward Wu's forehead, prompting him to advise, Your Highness, might the cost be too great? These individuals, Ling Heng shot him an icy glance. You have spoken too much today. Steward Wu fell silent immediately. In the ensuing days, Li Shuangwan remained secluded in Le Xiao courtyard, venturing nowhere. When fatigued from the ledgers, she would practice dances in the courtyard. She originally possessed commendable martial skills, which she needed to reclaim. Ling Heng had once said that a woman skilled in combat is always harder to control. Sometimes, she would practice for half an hour at a time, her legs trembling, sweat pouring down her back and from every pore on her forehead. She understood that this was not mere fatigue, it was a sign of her weakness. Yuzhu and Luoman watched with concern but knew they could not dissuade the princess, so they simply attended to her, offering tea and wiping her sweat when it appeared. After exhausting herself with practice, Li Shuangwan would pick up the ledgers to review them. When her body was pushed to its limits, her mind grew sharper, allowing her to discern even more. Having examined numerous shops and the information gleaned, she began to uncover discrepancies in the ledgers. Ling Heng had a skilled hand behind him. The accounts were a mix of truth and falsehood, cleverly concealing a minuscule portion of the profits from the hidden businesses within these ledgers to sustain the daily expenses of the Hongwang residents. Li Wanshuang resolved to have Butler Wu retrieve last year's accounts from several shops the following day, as she needed to verify their accuracy. Should the verification prove true, she would then examine other shops, thus discerning what needed attention. Once she had completed this task, she would allocate time to visit Ling Heng's estate, which would be a different experience altogether. The more she observed, the greater her understanding would become. Additionally, she awaited replies from her parents and brother. Ing had mentioned that a response would arrive within 3 to 4 days, and today marked the 4th day. The recollection of a woman named Zhou Kaiyao filled Li Wanshuang with profound resentment. Just as she contemplated this, the lights began to dim, and Ing arrived. "Miss Li, your response." Overjoyed, Li Wanshuang hastily accepted the letter. Ing stepped outside, standing tall beneath the eaves. Li Wanshuang kindled the candlelight and eagerly opened the letter. In the lower right corner, a faint begonia flower was sketched. Tears streamed down her face. The letter contained words from her mother, as well as her father and brother. After a lifetime apart, seeing her mother's somewhat unrestrained handwriting, her father's tone of reproach mixed with tenderness, and her brother's indulgent words brought Li Wanshuang to cover her mouth tightly, as if her throat were stuffed with cotton, tears cascading down her cheeks. How wonderful, how splendid! In this life there was still time. To her surprise, her mother intended to return. In the study, Iju presented a cup of tea to Li Wanshuang and inquired, "Your Highness, shall we visit the remaining shops tomorrow?" "No, we shall go now." Rising, Li Wanshuang informed Butler Wu, who was already acquainted with her approach to inspecting shops. He had previously made arrangements with the individuals at those establishments, so he excused himself, citing pressing matters at the estate. Li Wanshuang was pleased by this and departed the estate with Iju and Luo Man. She calculated that within 2 days, Qinping would arrive with news of Zhou Kaiyao. This repetitive cycle of reviewing accounts and inspecting shops provided Li Wanshuang with an entirely different perspective. Upon a cursory evaluation, she discovered that nearly 30% of the shops in Shengjing City were under Ling Heng's name. What of the entirety of Beijing? Besides these overt dealings, there were also clandestine activities such as the illicit trade of salt, military provisions, profiting from disasters, and even the trafficking of women and children. Beads of sweat formed on Li Wanshuang's palms. Ling Heng's wealth likely surpassed that of the Beijing treasury. In her past life, even had Ling Heng not married her, without the support of her parents and brother, his abilities would have ultimately led him to seize the throne. However, his ascent would have been marred by illegitimacy and discord. At this moment, she felt as though she had pierced through layers of fog to reveal the underlying rocks. Yet those rocks were numerous, stacked upon one another. And one day they would coalesce, capsizing the grand vessel named Beijing. The road ahead required utmost caution. Her adversary was not solely Ling Heng but the entire Beijing court. While lost in thought, the carriage suddenly lurched forward, and if not for Li Wanshuang's quick reflexes in grasping the carriage wall, all 3 of them would have been thrown out. Before she could inquire about the commotion, a loud thud resonated as a heavy object collided with the carriage shaft. Outside, an array of startled exclamations erupted. "Someone has been struck. How careless! This is a severe accident. Look at him, his arm seems broken. How could he drive so recklessly on the street?" "Zhou Bo, what has happened?" Li Wanshuang flung open the carriage curtain. Zhou Bo was nearly in tears. "Madam, our carriage has struck someone." Li Wanshuang hastily exited the carriage and saw a young man, around 20, lying beside the carriage, clutching his left arm in agony. Dressed in a tattered blue robe, although patched in many places, it had been washed to a pale hue, having been knocked to the ground. His garment was now covered in dust. "Young sir, are you all right?" "I apologize. It was our fault, Zhou Bo." The young man lifted his head. Li Wanshuang's voice faltered. Her expression shifted dramatically, and her body went rigid. "I am fine," he replied coolly, though the pain in his left elbow caused his face to pale slightly as he turned to identify the culprit. Just moments before, he had been walking without issue, but someone had clearly thrown a stone at his knee, causing him to stumble and collide with the carriage, likely fracturing his elbow once more. Li Wanshuang stared at the young man in a daze. Tears began to well up from the deepest recesses of her heart, inching their way upward until they overwhelmed her, threatening to engulf her entirely. She recognized him, the embodiment of Ling Heng's past atrocities against her parents, brother, and the 381 lives of the general's household. In that moment, she vividly recalled the harrowing scene of flesh and blood being mercilessly torn apart, a suffering so profound that it rendered one unable to live or die, drowning in an abyss of despair. In this lifetime, their meeting occurred in such tragic circumstances. "Madam, are you all right?" Yizhu gently tugged at her, noticing her pallor. Li Shuang snapped back to reality and addressed the pained young man. I am truly sorry. It was our mistake.
Zobo.
Quickly help him up and take him to the apothecary. The young man, cradling his injured elbow, leaned on Zhoubo for support as he rose and bowed slightly to Li Shuang. It is not your fault, madam. There is no need for you to blame yourself. I was merely careless and stumbled upon a stone. It is imperative that we see a physician, Li Shuang insisted, refusing to accept his dismissal. Zhouwen assisted him into the carriage, transporting him to the nearest medical facility known as Biotang. The doctor meticulously examined him and said to Li Shuang, Madam, this young man's left elbow has been previously injured and fractured. Unfortunately, it was not treated properly, leaving a lasting ailment. Li Shuang turned her gaze to the young man, whose face flushed with embarrassment. The doctor speaks the truth. I sustained a serious injury 2 years ago, but my family was impoverished and unable to afford treatment. So I have endured it. The doctor's frustration was palpable as he paced. Young man, you must take better care of yourself. Bones are broken. And you claim you cannot afford treatment? The young man's face reddened further. He understood the depths of poverty and hunger. He turned to Li Shuang. Madam, this is my own matter. Today was my negligence, and it has nothing to do with your coachman. The day is waning. You should return. I shall recover with a couple of days' rest. How could it have nothing to do with her? This man, named Zhang Shi, was the one who had collected the bodies for her father and the 381 souls of the general's household in her past life. Back then, he was the Grim Reaper, and the general's household was slaughtered for treason. She had been bound and brought back, witnessing a scene strewn with corpses. Her father had lost his head beneath the pillar of the nation, his severed head rolling to the corner of a wall, eyes wide open. The air thick with the stench of blood, bodies sprawled haphazardly. She had seen the Imperial Guards transporting the corpses and asked where they would take them. The answer was grim. Li Huaying and his family were executed for treason. Of course, the bodies will be discarded in a mass grave to feed the dogs. Do they expect a proper burial? She had cursed Ling Heng as a beast, wishing him an untimely demise. She was forcibly dragged away and cast into the cold palace. That night, the entire palace rejoiced, celebrating the emperor's elimination of a great threat, rejoicing that Beijing would prosper henceforth. Only she lay alone on the cold floor of the palace. In the darkness, she rose, avoiding the guards, crawling through the dog hole, frantically running toward the mass grave. She knew that Ling Heng had deliberately allowed her to escape the cold palace. He wanted to see her live, trapped in a state of half-life. Neither truly alive nor dead. She still had Chun Ning. The dense forest of the mass grave was overwhelming. Within its depths, she felt like a wandering soul, without a place to rest. Suddenly, a distant flicker of dim light caught her eye, like a lost mariner spotting a lighthouse guiding them home. As if lost in the desert for an eternity, with a haze clouding her vision, she suddenly lifted her gaze to behold a mirage. In a frenzy, she ran towards it, where a pile of corpses lay. A man in his 30s was meticulously tending to their remains, his left hand evidently impaired. Yet he handled the bodies with utmost care. She saw her father's head being sewn back together with needle and thread, laid to rest in a coffin as thin as parchment, appearing fragile enough that a gentle kick could shatter it. Yet, it was the sole refuge earned by her father after a lifetime of valiant service and countless military accomplishments. The man looked up at Li Shuangwan, an expression of deep remorse on his face, and choked out, Your Majesty, I apologize. I lack the means to provide a proper coffin for the esteemed general. Like a ship struck by a reef, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep, but only silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. She knelt before him, bowing 3 times with profound reverence. Zhang Shi, startled and at a loss, followed suit and knelt beside her. Together, they bore her father to her mother's grave, laying them to rest side by side. Yet, they still had to return to the mass grave, where 380 souls awaited, deserving of a final resting place. These were her dearest and most familiar companions. But upon arrival, they found dozens of townsfolk gathered in small groups, digging graves, and in that moment, tears streamed down Li Shuangwan's face. It became clear that only the court of Northern Jin feasted upon the blood of the innocent, climbing the ranks on the back of other suffering. Her father, the general of the state, was not seen as a traitor in the hearts of the people. They understood perfectly. While they could not halt the tyrant's blade, they wielded their hoes to grant the dead a semblance of dignity. Yet, Their strength remained tragically inadequate. The imperial guards found her, encircling them. It was Zhang Shi who stood defiant against the guards alongside the townsfolk. She pushed through the crowd and emerged, only to be taken back to the cold, dark palace where she would eventually fade into oblivion. Just before being bound, Zhang Shi nodded slightly at her, signaling that she need not worry. He would ensure the others were laid to rest. Have you not learned your lesson? Your bone has fractured again. If you do not treat that left hand properly, it will be useless. Rest for 2 days?
Impossible.
The words of Dr. Lu jolted Li Shuangwan back to reality. Zhang Shi's face flushed anew. But I have no money to pay you.
Can you cure him, doctor? Li Shuangwan inquired.
Indeed. Dr. Lu stroked his little mustache, smiling. In my humble opinion, this fall might be a blessing in disguise. I will reset his bones properly, and with care, he shall recover fully. This is what we call no pain, no gain. Li Shuangwan sighed in relief, handing a silver note to Dr. Lu. I implore you, dear utmost. If this is insufficient, I shall send more. Dr. Lu hurriedly accepted. This is ample. Let him stay in the back courtyard of the Baiyao Hall for the next few days. It will allow me to monitor him closely.
Thank you.
My lady, I cannot repay you, Zhang Shi stammered, his ears reddening with embarrassment. Li Shuangwan recognized his integrity. Otherwise, in his past life, he would not have preferred to become disabled rather than borrow a single coin. She smiled. Then let us consider it a loan. Once you are healed, you may assist me. Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled momentarily, then dimmed again. I possess no particular skills. I fear I cannot be of much help. Can you read? I can. Then that settles it. I am in need of a bookkeeper. Would you be willing? Li Shuangwan knew well that Zhang Shi was not only literate, but also well-educated. In his previous life, due to the mishandling of his left hand, he had been unable to receive proper treatment, resulting in a disability that barred him from the imperial examinations and forced him into a humble position as a grave digger. 1 coin can thwart a hero, let alone a scholar. If you do not mind, I would gladly accept. It is settled then. You must recover. A bookkeeper cannot be without capable hands. Li Shuangwan turned to the doctor. Please take good care of him. Dr. Lu assured her. Fear not, my lady. As long as I am here, this young master shall be safe. My name is Zhang Shi. Before departing, he shyly uttered his name, his face flushed. Li Shuangwan turned back. Very well, I shall remember it. Zhang Shi. In this life, you shall surely have a bright future. Chapter 48. The long-set scheme stepping out of the medical hall, Zhou felt a sense of unease, anxiously pacing back and forth. Zhou Bo, let us return home. He urged. Madam, how is the young master's hand? It is well. Dr. Lu is skilled and will heal him, she replied. Luo Man smiled playfully. Young Master Zhang has turned misfortune into fortune. It appears his left hand was previously injured, and Dr. Lu believes this will allow for complete healing. Zhou exhaled deeply. Madam, I just recalled that young Master Zhang seemed to have intentionally thrown himself at our carriage. Though he felt uneasy voicing this, he was concerned that the princess might be deceived by a scoundrel. Li Shuangwan's heart raced at the implication. Are you suggesting he suddenly leapt out? Zhou nodded earnestly. Yes, madam. Our carriage was moving slowly. Even if we had struck someone, it would not have broken his arm. Madam, could he be attempting to swindle us? No. Li Shuangwan shook her head. She trusted Zhang Shi's character. Besides, he had insisted it was an accident. Thus, the only explanation was that someone had orchestrated this encounter, perhaps even giving him a push to ensure he fell before her. In the carriage, Li Shuangwan tightened her handkerchief, feeling as if many events were intertwined, much like Zhang Shi's situation. Who was behind all of this? Was it possible this person, like her, had also been reborn? What did he know? Li Shuangwan recalled the 100 herbs suddenly tossed into her room. The 100 herbs could detoxify all poisons in the world. Without them, she would have sacrificed herself on the day of her rebirth. Though she had made that decision with great resolve, it was nonetheless a source of humiliation. For the past few days, Li Shuangwan had remained at Lixiao courtyard, and many matters had grown increasingly enigmatic. Yizhu and Luo Man observed the princess's restless demeanor and refrained from disturbing her, quietly attending to her as she practiced martial stances or reviewed accounts.
Luo Man.
How long has Qinping been gone? Luo Man pondered for a moment. Today marks the 6th day. 6 days had passed. It was time for him to return. Just as Li Shuangwan finished her lunch, Chen Rong rushed in with a smile. Madam, brother has returned. Li Shuangwan felt a surge of joy. Quick, let him in. I pay my respects to the princess. The task has been completed. Chun Ping appeared weary, his face thinner and darker than before, exhaustion evident, but his eyes shone brightly. Li Shuangwan felt a pang of sympathy. A journey of 1,000 miles must have worn him down. Since the matter is settled, there is no need to rush. Let your sister prepare something to eat for you first, then you may clean up before we talk. Chun Ping looked down at his dusty clothes and disheveled hair, immediately kneeling to apologize. I have been inconsiderate. Li Shuangwan approached to assist him. I meant no offense. Please rise. Chun Ping would not let the princess help him. Quickly standing and bowing before exiting. Chun Rong had just sliced some vegetables and thinly cut meat, thinking they would eat together once her brother returned. But seeing him arrive so soon, she exclaimed, Brother, back so soon? Chun Ping, noticing she was still preparing more dishes, replied, No need for such fuss. Just a bowl of noodles will suffice. I'll wash up and be right back. With that, he dashed out of the kitchen. Why didn't he finish his sentence? Chun Rong muttered. Upon stepping into the small kitchen, Iju caught sight of the contents of the pot and remarked, The princess sees your brother weary from travel and cannot bear to let him go without first filling his stomach and bathing before he responds to her. Chun Rong smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Then I shall prepare a bowl of Yangchun noodles for my brother. Iju shot her a playful glare. Look, the princess has indeed seen through you. She instructed you to make a bowl of meat noodles. It's cold, and he has come a long way. Prepare a bowl of lamb noodles instead, with plenty of lamb to warm him. All right, Chun Rong replied, her movement swift. The lamb was readily available, and within a mere quarter of an hour, she had finished serving the lamb noodles just as Chun Ping emerged from his bath, his hair still damp. Seeing him, Chun Rong felt a pang of concern and quickly pulled him down onto a stool, saying, Brother, eat your noodles while I wring out your hair. Very well. Chun Ping replied, his fatigue forgotten in the presence of his sister. Attending to the princess was indeed a pleasure. He sat down and slurped up the noodles, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Inside, Li Shuangwan waited, unable to conceal her joy at the thought of soon leaving the insatiable Wang family estate. The princess, Chun Ping announced, appearing at the door. Li Shuangwan nodded to Iju and Luo Man, one guarding the door and the other circling to the back to prevent eavesdropping. Li Shuangwan personally poured a cup of tea for Chun Ping and pushed it toward him, saying, Let us converse. After such a long journey of nearly 1,000 miles, you must be weary. Chun Ping chuckled, accepting the cup without hesitation, and took a seat, beginning, as the princess mentioned. I have gathered information about Zhou Kaiyao in Linshui Town, Huangzhou Prefecture. Upon showing them her portrait, they recognized her immediately. They spoke of her beautiful voice, her captivating performances, and how she could change her tone to sound both masculine and feminine, young and old. Quite remarkable indeed. When did she leave Linshui Town? It has been quite some time. Approximately 3 years. The villagers mentioned that for a while, she was often seen talking to herself, lamenting why she had been abandoned and how a noble girl like her had fallen to such depths. They thought she had gone mad until one day, 3 years ago, she suddenly vanished. Li Shuangwan's lips curved into a subtle smile. It seemed that during the time when she and her parents had been summoned back to Xingjing to report on their duties, Zhou had caught sight of her. Thus, it appeared she had been plotting since then, regrettably, in her past life, as a lone girl without power or influence, and with her parents deceased. Entering the general's estate had been an insurmountable challenge. Ultimately, she must have returned to Linshui Town and married the man her parents had arranged for her since childhood.
Béringasson.
However, how could her burgeoning greed be quelled? Unwilling to give up, she returned to Xingjing until discovered by Ling Heng. At this point, Chun Ping sighed. Miss Yao is indeed pitiable. Both her parents have passed. He shifted in his seat, excitement bubbling forth. Princess, how did you know that the lady gave birth to a pair of twins, and that Miss Yao was left in Linshui Town? Li Shuangwan took a delicate sip of her tea, fully aware, as it was Ling Heng who had disclosed that information. She deftly deflected with a prepared response, not out of intent to deceive Chun Ping, but because the path ahead was perilous, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The less they knew, the safer they would be. Chapter 49. The fall of Yanshan Pass. Zhou Kaiyao was insatiably greedy, aided by an old woman named Zhao, who had once brought her to ruin as if she were a mere hag, and had forced her to raise another son for 9 years. Calculating the time, Zhao should be returning soon. Once she arrived, the real drama would unfold. Li Shuangwan inquired, Is your sister married? Chun Ping shook his head. She was betrothed in childhood to a lad from the same town, whose family owns several acres of land. They were set to wed in March next year. However, given Miss Yao's current status, she could not possibly marry him, especially since she has gone missing. I took the liberty of breaking off the engagement and compensating him with some silver. The lad is a decent fellow, though reluctant. He ultimately agreed. In this life, Li Shuangwan had indirectly saved the man, hoping he would choose wisely when seeking a wife in the future. Well done. You should return and rest. After Chun Ping departed, Li Shuangwan rested only briefly before rising. The hour was late, and significant events were set to unfold. Iju assisted her in getting ready.
Li Shuangwan instructa, summun luman.
I shall venture out of the estate. Is the princess looking to purchase something? Yes, merely to wander. Upon hearing the word shop, Luo Man, without questioning what was to be bought, eagerly tucked away her recently distributed monthly allowance into her small pouch. As the two made their way to the bustling street, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves approached. Urgent report from Yanshan Pass. Clear the way. The streets of Shengjing, which had been lively and bustling moments ago, suddenly fell silent as people hurriedly stepped aside. Li Shuangwan held onto her two maids and quickly moved to the side. A swift horse burst through the city gates. A messenger bearing an order nearly losing his balance on the saddle, yet he persisted, shouting hoarsely while galloping toward the palace. Urgent report from Yanshan Pass. Clear the way. The horse raced past Li Shuangwan and her companions, and the crowd began to gather behind them. What has happened? That is a military report. The messenger only shouts for people to clear the way, not announcing a great victory. The horse heads straight for the palace. Someone sighed deeply. It does not bode well. Historically, if it were indeed a victory report, the messenger would proclaim it loudly upon entering the city to let all the citizens rejoice. If it were news of defeat or calamity, the messenger would only call for urgency to ensure the safety of passers-by. An urgent report from Yanshan Pass? That was the border defended by General He. The Yanshan Pass held firm against the army of the Xia Kingdom. All 10 of the He family's sons were stationed there, while only women and children remained in the general's estate in Xingjing. Each time they set out, General He took his sons with him, as it was the family's tradition that all boys over the age of 10 must take to the battlefield. The crowd murmured in concern, whispers circulating. Li Shuangwan, having returned to this life, was acutely aware of the truth. Just 10 days prior, on the very day she visited the temple of the matchmaker, all 10 of the He family's sons, from the eldest to the youngest at 13, had perished in the battle against the 200,000 iron cavalry of the Xia Kingdom. She had come back too late, rendering it impossible to avert the tragedy. An urgent military report sped through 800 miles to the desk of Emperor Jingzhong. The report detailed how General He, disregarding the opposition of the second prince, Qi Wanglingyun, insisted on using himself and all 10 of his sons as bait to lure out the Xia army. Unbeknownst to him, this led to a counter-scheme by the Xia army, trapping 30,000 of He's troops in a gorge, resulting in total annihilation. All 10 of the He brothers had perished. General He had recklessly sought glory, acting stubbornly in his military strategy. Emperor Jingzhong was enraged, immediately ordering the imperial guards to raid the general's estate, confining the remaining women and children within. During the nearly month-long siege, some guards, sensing the general's family had fallen from grace, took advantage of the situation, violating the women. Driven to despair, many took their own lives with white silk. On the day when the remains of the He brothers, reduced to mere bones in their coffins, were brought back to Xingjing, Emperor Jingzhong, disregarding the mourning being held at the general's estate and the remaining women still in grief, commanded the eunuchs to issue a decree in the memorial hall, ordering the arrest of all women and children and sentencing them to execution come autumn. The conditions in the prison were unbearable before autumn arrived. Nearly half of the He family's women and children had already perished. Concubine He, the youngest daughter of General He, had spent over 20 years in the palace, too fearful to bear children of her own. Upon hearing of her family's misfortunes, she knelt repeatedly in the cold and bitter weather outside the emperor's study, pleading that her father, who had served as a general for many years, was not the reckless man he was portrayed to be, and begged the emperor to send an emissary to thoroughly investigate the matter. Yet Emperor Jingzhong turned a deaf ear, and after the He family was obliterated, he presented her with a cup of poison. The truth would only be revealed 4 years later. As the year drew to a close, Ling Heng returned from his mission to the Xia Kingdom, presenting a series of evidence and witnesses before Emperor Jingzhong. The situation was not merely a result of General He's reckless advance, using himself and the He family's sons as bait to fall into the trap set by the Xia army. Rather, it was Ling Yun who, driven by the desire for military accolades and the yearning to return to Xinjiang, had forced General He into a perilous position, threatening his own life. With the year-end approaching and the war stagnating, if the Xia forces were not expelled from northern Jin before the new year, they would return next year stronger, making them even more formidable. The soldiers, having been away from home for nearly a year, longed to reunite with their families and share a festive meal. Ling Yun, too, wished to return to Xinjiang as soon as possible. General He proposed to lead 30,000 troops to draw the Xia army out near Yanshan Pass, while his two sons would each command 40,000 troops to encircle them from both flanks, and the remaining 40,000 He family troops would maneuver to cut off the enemy's retreat, effectively trapping the Xia army. However, Ling Yun disagreed, asserting that merely General He would not suffice to lure the Xia forces. The act must be genuine. The Xia army, long suppressed by the He family troops, would harbor deep-seated animosity towards them. If the entire He clan were to engage in battle, the Xia forces would undoubtedly act without restraint. Ling Yun insisted on leading the remaining 120,000 troops according to the original plan, deeming this the crucial decision for victory. General He and his seasoned officers vehemently opposed this reckless strategy. Ling Yun, with a sword pressed to his neck, compelled General He, leaving him no choice but to take all the He family sons into battle, urging them to adhere strictly to the original plan and to reach Yanshan Pass before the second hour of the following day. Yet, in this world, the human heart is the most unpredictable. Ling Yun delayed for 2 full days, arriving with the main forces only on the 4th day. Without timely reinforcements, General He, along with his troops and 9 sons, fought until the bitter end, ultimately perishing in flames, leaving behind only a few bones. Chapter 50. The General's Mansion. Ling Yun, with the remaining 120,000 troops, besieged the Xia army that had not yet retreated from the canyon, effectively capturing them. The battle concluded with Ling Yun achieving an unparalleled victory. When Emperor Jingzhong demoted Ling Yun to commoner status and exiled him 3,000 miles, delivering justice to General He and his family, the He clan had already been reduced to dust and bones. Everything had lost its significance. At that time, Ling Heng insisted that while in the Xia kingdom, he had rescued the documents of General He, who had been enslaved, and obtained the military records from that year, which revealed the truth. What seemed reasonable then, upon reflection, appeared merely as Ling Heng's cunning scheme to undermine his own brothers. This document must have been obtained by Ling Heng prior to his mission to the Xia kingdom, along with the military records. Otherwise, a mission to the Xia kingdom could have been handled by the Ministry of Rights, without requiring the involvement of the highly favored Ling Heng. One question remained unclear. Why did Ling Yun delay sending reinforcements for 2 days? Why did Emperor Jingzhong remain silent on this matter? Li Shuangwan, filled with sorrow, was startled by a tremendous crash. The swift horse, unable to endure any longer, collapsed, convulsing to its death. The messenger rolled several times, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Grasping the leg of a nearby person, he pulled him down and thrust the letter into his hands. Trembling as he spoke a few words through bloodied lips, Yanshan Pass has fallen, 30,000 He family troops have perished, General He, his deputy, and the Major General are all dead. Hurry, report to the Emperor. Before he could finish, he succumbed to death. The passerby, pale as a ghost, clutched the letter in confusion, shouting for him to awaken. The townsfolk's faces turned ashen upon hearing the news. Yanshan Pass had fallen, 30,000 He family troops annihilated, and all the He sons slain. Fortunately, the city captain rushed over. The passerby handed him the letter and trembled as he relayed the messenger's words. The captain's expression changed dramatically, and he sprinted towards the palace. Yi Zhu and Luo Man were equally frightened, gripping Li Shuangwan's hand tightly. Li Shuangwan immediately said, "Let us go to General He's mansion. Someone must have reported the news there." Yi Zhu nervously shook her head, having heard the messenger's words. The He family was already in dire straits, and anyone who got too close now would be in danger. Furthermore, it was traditionally frowned upon for generals stationed at 2 locations to maintain close ties. If Emperor Jingzhong discovered this, the princess would not escape unscathed. Li Shuangwan gently patted Yi Zhu's hand, understanding her fears, and urged them to board the carriage. "Do not worry, we will be discreet. No one will notice us at this time. Zhou Bo, take us to the back door of General He's mansion quickly." Zhou Wen cracked the whip. At that moment, The general's mansion was filled with pale-faced individuals, the women and children anxious, while some servants sensing danger fled with valuables. Chaos reigned. The back door was unguarded.
Li Shuangwan,
Accompanied by Yizhu, rushed directly to the old matriarch's courtyard. The layout of large households was similar, and Yizhu quickly inquired about the old matriarch's whereabouts. Without obstruction, Li Shuangwan stood before the elderly matriarch. Recognizing the matriarch, Li Shuangwan saw that the woman, upon receiving the dreadful news, seemed to age instantly, her spine appearing to collapse under the weight of despair. Seeing the young woman before her, the matriarch merely trembled her lips, choking out, "The household has unexpectedly encountered great misfortune. I cannot attend to Princess Heng. Please forgive me." Li Shuangwan stepped forward, her gaze steady upon the stooped elder. "Matriarch He, do you truly believe that General He recklessly advanced for military glory, acting stubbornly? The old general is no mere braggart. How could he withstand 10,000 Xia cavalry for 4 days with only 30,000 He family troops? That would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. There are many unresolved doubts. Matriarch He." Moreover, Ling Yan ultimately achieved a great victory upon his return. Not long after Ling Ji was deposed, Ling Yan ascended to the position of crown prince. His military accolades played a crucial role in that outcome. The matriarch suddenly lifted her head, as if jolted back to reality, staring blankly at Li Shuangwan, her voice hoarse. "Princess Heng, what do you mean by this? A general does not engage in hopeless battles. General He has led troops for decades, facing countless battles. How could he not understand? If General He intended to use himself as bait to draw out the Xia army, he alone would suffice, for the Xia army fears him most. Yet why would General He take all the He family sons into battle? Even if they all joined, how could 30,000 hold against 100,000 Xia cavalry for 4 days? That would be inviting disaster." "Princess Heng, do you mean to say that the timing of the reinforcements was amiss?" Li Shuangwan nodded emphatically. "Indeed. A day or 2 could be plausible, but 4 days is utterly impossible. Therefore, Matriarch He, to uncover the truth, we must first locate the old general's documents and obtain the military records." The matriarch abruptly stood, pushing away the hand of the maid supporting her. "Princess Heng, are you suggesting?"
Li Shuangwan cauteously nudda, matriarch.
"You have accompanied the old general into countless battles in your youth. You understand better than I. I merely believe that if the old general intended to use himself as bait, he could never have been trapped in the canyon. All of this. The military records should hold the answers. A general may die in 100 battles, but he must not bear the weight of disgrace and die unjustly. That would haunt him eternally, matriarch. We must not allow General He to carry the burden of the 30,000 slain He family troops." Tears streamed down the matriarch's face, and she fervently wiped them away. "Indeed, my husband and the numerous sons of the He family have all perished in battle. They cannot simply die in vain, bearing the ignominy of recklessness that led to the demise of 30,000 He family soldiers. The He family still has countless women and children, including an infant grandson. As long as there are male heirs in the He family, we have not yet reached a point of no return. I shall dispatch someone immediately to secretly venture to the southern frontier. I shall ensure the military records are retrieved." With that, I ordered my trusted steward to come forth. Upon hearing this, the steward clasped his fists and replied, "Yes, my lady. Even if I must sacrifice my own life, I will bring back the military records." Li Shuangwan added, "If possible, safeguard the old general's documents and bring them back as well. Those documents are unlikely to be taken to the battlefield and may very well survive. Indeed, it is essential for the world to know that General He was neither reckless nor a stubborn military fool, merely spouting empty rhetoric." The steward bowed solemnly to Li Shuangwan, saying, "I understand what must be done." Chapter 51. The crumbling edifice. This steward had recently been promoted. The old steward, aged and frail, had appointed his son, a man of about 30. After the steward departed, the old lady of the He family solemnly bowed to Li Shuangwan, saying, "Princess Heng, I am grateful for your warning." Li Shuangwan hurriedly helped her up, saying, "My lady, please do not." As the old lady rose, her gaze was already imbued with determination. She said, "Princess Heng, it will not be long before His Majesty sends the Imperial Guards to besiege the general's residence. I can no longer keep you here. You must leave swiftly." Upon hearing this, Iju secretly sighed in relief, thinking that the princess's visit had not been in vain, and she had not burdened the princess to plead for them. Li Shuangwan nodded, "Very well, my lady, take care." The old lady's attendant gently tugged at her sleeve, her eyes filled with anxiety. The old lady was a woman of great acumen. Having received the princess's warning, she was deeply grateful and would not further trouble her by dragging her into this quagmire. Shuangwan, observant as ever, said, "If the attendant has something to say, she may speak freely." The attendant fell to her knees, her face streaked with tears. "Princess Heng, I understand that I am overstepping, but to vindicate the He family sons, we will inevitably require funds for bribery. Once His Majesty issues the decree to besiege the general's residence, all assets within will be confiscated. Might I beseech you to temporarily safeguard the old lady's funds?" The old lady was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the attendant would make such a request of the princess. She scolded, "Sueji, who permitted you to impose upon Princess Heng?" She then urged, "Princess Heng, you must leave at once. It will soon be too late." Unperturbed by the admonition, the attendant rushed to the cabinet, quickly opening it and retrieving a box. She knelt before Shuangwan once more, raising the box high in supplication. "Princess Heng, I implore you, this contains 100,000 taels. The general's residence is under the old lady's stewardship, and all the banknotes are within. I only wish for the He family's sons not to die in vain, but to receive justice. Even if I were to perish today, it would be worth it." The old lady snatched the box from the attendant's hands, exclaiming, "Sueji, you are placing Princess Heng in a perilous situation. One cannot be greedy." She turned to the princess. "You must go. Everything here has nothing to do with you. I know what I must do." Shuangwan seized the box back from the old lady, asking the kneeling attendant, "Aside from this 100,000 taels, is there anything else?" "Yes. There are 3,000 taels in cash and various banknotes totaling 50,000 taels. There are also some gold and silver valuables in the storeroom. I shall fetch them." The attendant rose, ready to dash outside. Shuangwan stopped her, handing the box to Iju. "No need. I shall take this 100,000 taels.
Issue.
Take the banknotes and conceal them. Do not let anyone else see them. My lady, the imperial guards cannot confiscate a single tael. Leave the 50,000 taels and all items in the storeroom for them to seize." The old lady protested, "Princess Heng, this is unacceptable." The attendant disregarded the protest, kneeling again and repeatedly bowing her head. "Rise and take good care of the old lady." Shuangwan said, "There is no time left, my lady. I must leave. Please take care." She turned, casting a deep glance at the old lady, determined that the He family must not lose a single soul. Shuangwan hurriedly departed with Iju. Zhou Wen and Luoman anxiously awaited at the back door, agitated, as he heard the heavy sound of military boots striking the ground and the clanking of armor approaching. Once an army meant to confront the enemy, it now directed its blades toward the loyal subjects of Beijing. As Shuangwan and Iju stepped into the carriage, 2,000 imperial guards had already arrived at the entrance of the general's residence. Just as the carriage turned the corner, Shuangwan caught a glimpse of the scene where the imperial guards surrounded the general's residence through the fluttering carriage curtain. A sense of sorrow and absurdity washed over her. Such was Beijing, such was its ruler, such was its court, laughable to uphold. It is said that in times of darkness, there are always those who strive to prop up the crumbling edifice, attempting to reverse the tide of calamity, knowing full well that their efforts may be futile. Yet, regardless of how loyal or capable one may be, they cannot withstand the very pillars that should support the edifice, which are on the verge of collapse, while those who would lend support are systematically eliminated, even to the point of exterminating their entire lineage. What purpose is there in propping up such an edifice, save to increase the suffering of the common folk? Shuangwan wished to visit her maternal grandfather, but with nightfall approaching, she could not risk drawing attention to herself. She had no choice but to return to her manor. After Shuangwan's departure, the attendant supported the old lady, anxiously remarking, "My lady, are you placing too much trust in Princess Heng? She only took the money for her own purposes." The old lady gazed out at the bare old locust tree, her murky eyes no longer shedding tears. "Princess Heng is the legitimate daughter of the national general. She too fears that one day she may face the rain, thus she has sent us an umbrella." The attendant was bewildered, but the impending sounds of the imperial guards left her no time for further contemplation. Zheng Xinjiang, the leader of the imperial guards, swiftly surrounded the entire general's residence with 2,000 troops, holding the imperial edict. Each word he uttered pierced the hearts of everyone in the He household like a steel blade. He Dingen's recklessness and greed for merit, his stubbornness in military affairs, His obstruction of reinforcements and his self-sacrifice to lure the enemy led to the annihilation of 30,000 Beijing soldiers, plunging the southern frontier of Beijing into peril. Although he is dead, he cannot atone for even a fraction of his myriad sins. Therefore, the He residence is to be searched and all individuals within are forbidden to leave. The crimes will be determined upon the arrival of Prince Qi with the coffins of He Anding and others in Xingjing. The old lady stood up, striking her cane heavily upon the ground. Is there any evidence to support the charge against my husband, He Dingen, of recklessness and greed for merit? Zheng Xinjiang scoffed. The urgent military report was transmitted from the southern frontier and arrived in Xingjing 7 days ago. Can there be any error? Who penned the military report? Naturally. It was written by His Royal Highness, Prince Qi. If it was indeed penned by His Royal Highness, why not await his return to the capital? How can a few hastily written lines encapsulate the complexities of war? If my husband is truly guilty, I, as his wife, shall have no words to say. Is the old lady defying the imperial edict? I dare not. However, as the first wife of He Dingen, I know his battle style better than anyone. Having served as a general for decades, how could he be a man of recklessness and greed? Why would he lure the enemy while bringing along the sons of the entire He family without adequately arranging for reinforcements? Is it to say that my husband He Dingen has lost his mind and wishes to lead the entire He family to their doom? The old lady advanced a step, forcing Zheng Xinjiang to involuntarily retreat. Recklessness and greed for merit? If my husband were truly that greedy for merit, why would he bring along the sons of the He family? Is the reputation of the great general insufficiently illustrious? Is my husband's military achievement too meager? Chapter 52. The He residence surrounded the old lady stepped forward again. Is it not possible for the He family, based on their military achievements, to gain official positions in this flourishing capital and enjoy an era of peace? Or are the sons of the He family mere uncultured brutes, devoid of knowledge, inferior to the literati in the court, only worthy of battle? My husband, my son, my grandson, and 10 valiant sons of the He family have all perished in battle. Yet, the esteemed Prince Qi, who serves as military supervisor, has yet to return to court, and details of the casualties have not been presented. Why then? Do you hastily conclude that my husband was reckless, greedy for merit, and foolishly led the enemy to us, thereby obstructing the army's assistance? Without them, without the countless brave soldiers of Beijing who guard our land without fear for their own safety, how could you bask in this era of prosperity? How could you dare to besiege the He family, women and children alike? Do you intend to drive the widows of the He family to despair? Zheng Xinjian retreated step by step, his complexion gradually paling, rendered speechless by the pressure. The women of the He family, who had been weeping uncontrollably, now dried their tears and straightened their spines. Indeed, their fathers-in-law, husbands, and sons have all perished. Why should they endure such an unjust accusation? They ceased to fear and to weep, for they understood that their loved ones were all esteemed heroes of Beijing. The elderly matriarch of the He family took a deep breath, softening her tone. General Zheng, you serve at the behest of the emperor. I do not wish to make it difficult for you. I only hope you can grant the elderly women of the He family a modicum of dignity. Zheng Xinjian, feeling utterly ashamed, clasped his hands and replied, Indeed. All members of the He family, along with their servants, stood in the front courtyard awaiting Zheng Xinjian's roll call. Someone presented the family roster, and after a thorough check, one name was found missing. Zheng Xinjian furrowed his brow and glanced at the elderly matriarch, who met his gaze with composure. Zheng Xinjian abruptly closed the roster and commanded, from this day forth, without the emperor's decree, no one is permitted to leave the estate. The matriarch's maid discreetly relaxed her tightly clenched teeth, only then realizing her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Upon returning to the estate, Li Shuangwan instructed Luo Man to summon Qinping. Reflecting on the women of the He family trapped in the general's residence, Li Shuangwan turned to Qinping. I have a task for you to undertake. I had intended to grant you a few days of respite upon your return.
But that cannot be.
Qinping replied, Yes, your highness. Please command me. I am not fatigued. From tomorrow onward, you will find a few individuals to deliver rice and vegetables to the general's residence daily. Qinping, being astute, quickly grasped the implication and replied, Rest assured, your highness. I shall see to this matter. It is best if you do not let suspicion fall upon me. Yes, I understand. Qinping refrained from further inquiries, for his grandfather had instructed him to listen more and speak less when serving the princess, ensuring that her commands were executed flawlessly. Noticing Chen Ping's hesitation, Li Shuangwan set down her teacup and said, Chen Ping, you know my temperament. Speak plainly, if you have something to say. Chen Ping immediately apologized. I acknowledge my fault. On my journey back, I observed a large influx of refugees heading toward Xinjing. Refugees? Since marrying Ling Heng, she had seldom ventured outside after the fourth day, and had not heard of any refugees arriving in Xinjing. I have inquired. These refugees fled from the north, where a snow disaster struck, leaving tens of thousands affected, with countless homes collapsed. Many perished on the way, with nearly 30% succumbing to the cold and hunger. Li Shuangwan gasped. The court has not provided disaster relief? Not yet. Perhaps the emperor has not received the reports. Li Shuangwan closed her eyes deeply, then opened them again. The refugees have entered the city? Chen Ping shook his head. No. The city gates are closed. Not a single refugee is allowed entry. Your Highness, they are so starved that they may resort to cannibalism. Only the magistrate of Jingzhou could issue such an order, and he could not have done so without informing Emperor Jingzhong. Thus, it appears that Emperor Jingzhong is complicit. Li Shuangwan felt a chill in her heart. She retrieved a stack of silver notes from a box and handed them to Chen Ping. Go purchase some grain and set up a tent to distribute porridge. Your Highness, this is not a long-term solution. I am aware. I will find a way. Chen Ping silently nodded. In the quiet of the night, within the long-abandoned Bishi Palace in the Imperial Palace, Princess A-Wan said, At this time, how dare you still come here? Prince Gong approached her, inhaling deeply at her neck and grinning sinisterly. How dare I still come? If I had not acted swiftly to kill that maid from the Hung Prince's residence, our affair would have been exposed to my dear royal brother by now. By that time, how could we have survived? Princess A-Wan stepped back a few paces, avoiding Prince Gong's advancing face. So, Xiaoda and Kaxiao were also killed by you? Prince Gong sneered coldly, cornering her. Is this what you think of me? Do you truly believe I am so foolish? Is it only your royal brother who deserves your regard? At that moment, Princess A-Wan's face turned ashen, her hands gripping Prince Gong's wrist as she struggled to pry his hand from her throat. Let go of me, let go. Prince Gong seemed enraged. Instead of releasing her, he tightened his grip, his eyes bloodshot. What? Has your brother treated you so well that you look down upon me, this wretched creature? In an instant, Princess A-Wan's face shifted from pale to red, then to purple, as she gradually suffocated, her vision darkening. You want to kill me? Kill me, I. Prince Gong suddenly hurled her away. Princess A-Wan fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, tears rolling down her face. Ling Shizhong, do you have no conscience, no conscience? Ling Shizhong's bloodshot eyes filled with moisture, and the color drained from his flushed face as he looked at the woman on the ground, suddenly overcome with panic. Rushing to her side, Princess A-Wan recoiled in fear. Yet Ling Shizhong embraced her tightly. I am sorry, Huir, forgive me, I hurt you. You can choke me back, choke me back. As he spoke, he placed her hand on his throat. Choke me, go on, choke me. Princess A-Wan pushed Ling Shizhong away, standing with her back to him. Ling Shizhong, our relationship ends here. Do not seek me out again. With that, she walked towards the door. Ling Shizhong abruptly raised his head, seized her as she had taken a few steps away, and forcefully pulled her back. Jiyui, you do not want me anymore. Princess A-Wan's back collided with the table, bouncing back and collapsing to the ground in pain, curling up. Ling Shizhong, you are a madman. Chapter 53. The Heartless Imperial Family.
A madman.
Jiyui, I am the madman. I have long been mad, have you not realized? 20 years ago. Since my brother took you from my side, since I became a useless man, I have been mad.
Iay ma madman. Iay ma inda madman.
Princess A-Wan trembled as she watched the man before her, who appeared to be in a frenzy. She had never seen Ling Shizhong like this. The men of the Ling family possess high noses and deep-set eyes, with naturally affectionate peach blossom eyes. In his youth, she had been captivated by him. But all that ended the moment Ling Shizhong took the blade for Emperor Jingzhong, and when the emperor sought to marry her. The man, laughing madly, suddenly ceased his laughter, lifting Princess A-Wan from the ground and forcing her to meet his bloodshot gaze. Jiyui, at this juncture, stop pretending to be foolish. You cannot be unaware that Ling Yan and his mother have discovered our affair. The maid named Kaxia in Qian Palace was killed by Xiaoda, who was from Huayang Palace. He is dead. Do you know who killed him? It was Ling Yan. And do you know why Ling Yan orchestrated this? Because they sought to expose our affair through that foolish woman, Li Shuangwan. Do you understand? Princess Duan stared in disbelief. Unfortunately, Li Shuangwan is no fool. She did not fall for their trap, and Ling Yan, unrelenting, killed Xiaoda. The imperial family is heartless, so heartless. For lives lost just like that.
Ha.
Ling Shizhong laughed maniacally as he exited the hall. Princess Duan, pale as paper, collapsed heavily to the ground. Dragging a body laden with injuries back to the Moon Orchid Palace, the sixth Prince Ling Xian had yet to depart. I will kill him, Ling Xian exclaimed as he rushed outside. The concubine Duan swiftly grasped his arm, pleading, no, Xian, you mustn't. You cannot do this. Ling Xian gazed at her. His eyes filled with anguish. Mother, he will bring about your demise, and I shall perish too. Please do not. Xianer, I promise you, I will never see him again. I beg you, Xianer, I implore you. The concubine wept uncontrollably. Overcome with despair, Ling Xian collapsed to the ground, burying his head in his arms and sobbing. That night, Li Shuangwan found her sleep restless, plagued by dreams of a throng of refugees pouring into the city. They were ragged, emaciated, and worn with despair, their tattered garments barely concealing their frail forms. Their hair was disheveled and caked with dirt, their faces etched with weariness and hardship. Their eyes were filled with confusion, fear, and helplessness, as if they had lost all direction and hope in life. They reached out to her for aid, yet she felt powerless. Watching them succumb to starvation on the roadside, witnessing their tragic fates unfold, she dreamt of her past life, recalling how Ling Heng had reduced her to ashes in the cold palace with flames. She even envisioned the solitary figure standing before her grave, his body pierced by arrows. Upon waking, Li Shuangwan's complexion was pale, dark circles shadowing her eyes. When Iju opened the bed curtains, she gasped in alarm, asking, "My lady, what troubles you?" Li Shuangwan rubbed her forehead and replied, "Just a restless night filled with dreams, nothing of concern. Would you not rest a while longer?"
No.
I shall visit my maternal grandparents shortly. As Li Shuangwan prepared to dine, Ling Heng arrived. A-Wan, he called, enveloping her in his embrace from behind. She stood and extricated herself, stating, "Your Highness, breakfast is ready." "Very well. I wish to visit my grandfather's house today. It has been a while, and I miss them dearly." Ling Heng hesitated, recalling his recent mention of Zhu Qijing, which she had ignored. Clenching his chopsticks tightly, he inhaled deeply. "Indeed. It is time to pay a visit. I shall accompany you." Li Shuangwan offered a faint smile. "There is no need." Ling Heng fidgeted with his chopsticks, reflecting that it would seem desperate for him to join her at the Zhu residence, especially since he had greeted Zhu Qijing just yesterday, who had been rather indifferent. "Very well. I shall come to fetch you later tonight. Your Highness, you have been exceedingly busy these past few days. You needn't trouble yourself. Iju and Luo Man will accompany me. I wonder how General He is faring?" Old General He, driven by greed and obstinacy, has led thousands of soldiers to their doom in the ravine. His Majesty has decreed an investigation into the general's household. It is likely that the women and children will face consequences as well, awaiting the return of their corpses to the capital. Li Shuangwan frowned slightly. Is it truly prudent to act solely on a military report? General He has served for decades. He would not resort to such folly. Ling Heng scoffed. The report is penned by my second brother. It should hold merit. A-Wan, matters of the court are for His Majesty to decide, and we must not pry further. Li Shuangwan replied with a gentle smile, "Your Highness speaks wisely. I have ordered that no one within the Wang residence may discuss court affairs. With the year drawing to a close, the Ministry of Rights is busy. I am often away, and I will need your assistance. Your Highness, it is time to set forth," Sippo called from outside. Ling Heng rose. "Then take care of yourself. I shall have the steward send a few people to accompany you. It is but a half-hour journey, Your Highness. I can manage with Chenping." "Very well," he instructed Iju and Luo Man. "Take good care of the princess."
Yes.
As soon as Ling Heng exited the courtyard, Steward Wu leaned in and whispered, "My lord, I have noticed that the princess has been practicing martial arts whenever she has a moment. Is she planning to resume her training?" He gestured ominously, suggesting the possibility of poisoning her food. Ling Heng's expression hardened. "There is no need for concern. We shall address everything after she gives birth." Sippo glanced at Steward Wu, who flinched under his gaze, asking, "What is it? Is something amiss?" What does the Lord imply? Sippo reassured him. Do not worry. Nothing grave will occur. Martial arts cannot be mastered in a day, and even if she were to practice for 12 hours a day, she could not regain her former prowess. As Ling Heng departed, Shuangwan and her two companions boarded the carriage bound for the Zhu residence. Across lifetimes, it had been ages since she had seen her grandparents. Half an hour later, the carriage halted before the Zhu mansion. Shuangwan instructed Jinping to visit the apothecary hall, inquiring whether Zhang Xi's injury had healed. Upon hearing her granddaughter's arrival, the elderly matriarch, who had been resting against her maid, nursing a headache, immediately perked up and hurried to the entrance, pulling the maid along. Old madam, please slow down. Oh, dear. Wait for me. My old bones can hardly keep up. As Shuangwan alighted from the carriage, the matriarch opened her arms wide, exclaiming, Wan, my dear, how I have missed you. Shuangwan's eyes moistened as she rushed into the matriarch's embrace. Grandmother, I have missed you too. How is your health? In her previous life, 5 years later, her grandfather had perished tragically while on a case, the horses spooked and sending the carriage tumbling down a cliff. The next day, only his mangled body was found, a horrific sight. The matriarch, unable to bear the loss, followed him shortly after. Following these events, her uncle's fortunes declined drastically, while her other uncle's business also suffered. Her eldest cousin stood out among the clan, excelling in both academics and martial arts, earning her grandfather's high hopes. This year, having just turned 20, he had already achieved the status of a jurin, awaiting the upcoming imperial examination in 2 years. In a previous life, however, my cousin was unceremoniously expelled from the examination hall the day after the spring imperial examination. The cause? A cheat sheet discovered tucked within the hem of his inner garment. The act of deceit not only stripped him of his status as a scholar but also left him unable to prove his innocence. In a state of despair, he left the Zhu residence one night, never to return to the city of Xingjing. Despite numerous searches conducted by his family, he vanished without a trace. Rumor circulated. Some claimed he had taken vows and become a monk, while others suggested he had fallen into the depths of destitution as a beggar, and some even whispered that he had perished long ago. It was not until an incident at the General of National Defense's residence that Shuangwan, while visiting a tea house, overheard 2 scholars discussing this very matter. They asserted that he had been wrongfully accused. The garment containing the cheat sheet did not belong to him at all. Even the bundle itself had been mistakenly swapped during the body search at the examination hall's entrance. The resemblance between the 2 items was so striking that my cousin had never suspected a thing.
Shuangwan pondered deeply afterward.
Even if the searchers had been bribed by unseen hands, it was implausible that the items within his cousin's bundle would mirror those of the exchanged ones so precisely. Who else could possibly know the contents? Only his loyal servant, a boy named Xiaoshan, who was presently trailing behind my cousin, beaming with a smile. It was no wonder that upon rising this morning, Xiaoshan had noticed the plum blossoms in the courtyard were blooming more splendidly than ever. Honorable princess, please come inside, he urged. The master is overjoyed to hear of your arrival and has sent the eldest son to escort you to the flower hall. Old Madame Zhu rolled her eyes at him. Flatterer. Go tell that old fool that Wan will accompany me and has no time to entertain him. Oh, my dear matron, I dare not convey such words, he replied. Eldest son, please save me from the master's wrath. Zhu Qingmeng gave him a light pat. Then hurry and bring the finest food and drink to the flower hall. At once. Xiaoshan exclaimed, dashing off while calling out, Steward, steward. The honorable princess has arrived. The eldest son has requested all the best delicacies be sent to the flower hall. Old Madame Zhu chuckled, pointing at Zhu Qingmeng. With this little rascal at your side, how can you concentrate on your studies? I shall send him away tomorrow. Shuangwan and Zhu Qingmeng supported old Madame Zhu as they made their way to the flower hall. Grandmother, Zhu Qingmeng remarked, Xiaoshan is quite clever. When he is in my courtyard, he speaks not a word too loudly, and even his footsteps are soundless, lest he disturb my studies. Old Madame Zhu laughed heartily. He is indeed a good lad. When you immerse yourself in your books, you forget to eat or feel cold. It is a comfort to have him by your side attending to your needs. Observing the trust my cousin placed in Xiaoshan, it was evident that he had served him since childhood. Unless there was undeniable evidence, it was inconceivable that Xiaoshan would betray him. There were still 2 years remaining. While eliminating Xiaoshan would be simple, uncovering the mastermind behind him was the true challenge. I knew that it could not be Ling Heng. Considering my grandfather's affairs, It was plausible that Ling Heng had a hand in it, having been named the crown prince by that time and repeatedly rejected in his attempts to gain my grandfather's favor. However, the current Ling Heng would not target my cousin. He had no need to, as he was not yet the heir apparent and was in desperate need of support from the Zhu family. My cousin was undoubtedly a key ally he sought to cultivate, yet they had scarcely interacted directly. From a distance, I caught sight of a figure peeking out from the flower hall's entrance, only to quickly retreat upon noticing our arrival. I stifled a laugh. Old Madame Zhu whispered to me, "What a stubborn old man." Zhu Qijing hurriedly returned to his seat in the armchair, straightened his back, and pretended to sip tea, his eyes darting towards the entrance. Chapter 55. Dispatching shadows, the steward said, "Master, do not fret. The matron has been suffering from headaches these past few days. The honorable princess and the eldest son are assisting her and cannot move quickly." Zhu Qijing shot him a glare. "Who is fretting?" The steward smiled with narrowed eyes. "Indeed, it is I who am anxious. Oh, why does the entrance to the flower hall seem so far away? I must go and check." Zhu Qijing rolled his eyes. "Stop your fussing. Go to the kitchen and give them a heads up. A-Wan enjoys scallion oil fish, crispy duck, honey-glazed tofu, and osmanthus cake," he listed off, causing the steward to gasp in astonishment at the multitude of dishes. "Most importantly, A-Wan is allergic to shrimp. Not a trace should be included. You must oversee this personally." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once." "Grandfather." A bright voice rang out from the entrance. Zhu Qijing raised an eyebrow, snorting a few times in amusement, and exchanged a knowing glance with the steward. The steward stifled a laugh and bowed to me, winking as he indicated the proud figure of the elder gentleman sipping tea. I rushed over and wrapped my arms around his. "Grandfather, grandfather." Zhu Qijing allowed me to cling to him, continuing his huffing and ignoring me. "What should I do, grandmother?" "Grandfather is not acknowledging me." Old Madame Zhu rolled her eyes. "Old fellow, you speak incessantly, yet when she arrives, you put on airs." Zhu Qingmeng suppressed a smile. Despite being the Minister of Justice, renowned for his impartiality and ability to resolve even the most challenging cases swiftly, at home, he was merely a child in an old man's body, requiring coaxing. "Oh, dear, what about the painting?" I lamented. "I just acquired the exquisite autumn night in Jiangshan from Qingshan Daoist, but grandfather refuses to accept it. Alas, perhaps I shall return it to the shop and sell it instead. Surely it could fetch a decent price." Just then, Luo Man, who had been holding the painting, chimed in brightly, "Yes, your highness. I shall return it to the carriage at once." "Stop." Zhu Qijing interjected, snatching the scroll from her hands. "This is a precious gift from my granddaughter. It is not to be taken away." We exchanged playful grimaces. I handed Zhu Qingmeng a fine set of writing tools. "Eldest cousin, this is for you." "Thank you, cousin." Once settled, Zhu Qijing spoke up, "Wan, how does His Highness treat you?" It was not yet time to reveal the truth to my grandparents, so I responded, "It is acceptable." Zhu Qijing was a keen observer. Upon my entrance, he immediately noticed my weight loss and the undeniable fatigue in my eyes. Despite the harsh conditions of the Northwest, I had not lost weight, yet after merely a few days of marriage, I appeared so diminished. "Grandfather, I have come to discuss an important matter with you." "Madam He, please assist the matron to rest," Zhu Qijing instructed the elderly maid beside old Madame Zhu. Old Madame Zhu seemed about to say something but ultimately held her tongue, only addressing me. "Have lunch at home before returning." "Yes, grandmother. I will chat with grandfather for a while, and then find you." Zhu Qingmeng also stood. "Grandmother, allow me to assist you back." Once only the two of us remained in the flower hall, I turned to Zhu Qijing. "Grandfather, I wish to borrow a few capable individuals." Zhu Qijing looked startled. "Wan, what do you intend to do? Surely you are aware of the calamity at Yanshan Pass, where the entire He family and 30,000 He soldiers met their demise." "Indeed. After the urgent dispatch reached the palace yesterday, the emperor summoned the 3 departments and the cabinet. Grandfather, General He has fought against the Xian kingdom numerous times, and though there have been defeats, none have been as catastrophic as this. Furthermore, he is known for his cautious tactics. He would never recklessly advance for trivial achievements." I sighed heavily. The general is over 60. How could he be so obstinate in warfare? "What do you mean, Wan? I visited Madame He just before the Imperial Guards surrounded the general's residence and urged her to send someone to Yanshan Pass to retrieve the general's documents and military records." Zhu Qijing sat upright, alarmed. "Wan, you are far too audacious." Grandfather and my brothers were also generals. They fought valiantly in countless battles. And it is imperative to die with honor rather than carry the stain of disgrace. Zhu Qizheng slowly settled back into his seat. What do you mean? Li Shuangwan nodded. Old madam, he dared not send too many people. Only a steward was dispatched. However, the journey to Yanshan Pass spans thousands of miles, and he must locate the military documents and record the military situation to bring back, which will not be easy. Thus, I wish to borrow a few individuals from you to escort him discreetly, preferably shadow guards. Come here, Zhu Qizheng called out. A shadow guard swiftly entered. Kneeling on one knee, my lord. Zhu Qizheng whispered his instructions, and the guard acknowledged and departed. They moved swiftly. Do not worry, they will catch up. The atmosphere in the flower hall grew tense. Wan, what did you have your grandfather send you in the letter for? Why did you suddenly have Qinping come to exchange it? Is there something amiss? Li Shuangwan pressed her lips together. Grandfather, I cannot yet ascertain this matter. Thus, she refrained from elaborating, and Zhu Qizheng nodded in understanding. Yet, Li Shuangwan could not bear to conceal the truth from her elder. Grandfather, in time. I will discuss it with you in detail. Good. At Hung Wang's residence, take care of yourself. Should you need anything, send someone. Indeed. Grandfather, are you aware that many refugees have gathered outside the city? Does the emperor know? Old Lord Zhu sighed heavily. He knows. It was reported along with the military dispatch from Yanshan Pass. What does the emperor intend to do? He ordered the city gates closed, permitting no refugees to enter. Only the Ministry of Revenue is allowed to set up tents 20 miles outside the city, distributing gruel twice daily. That is untenable. In this bitter cold, many will perish. Such is the emperor's decree. There are too many refugees. If the court does not intervene, countless lives will be lost to the winter's chill and hunger. Li Shuangwan felt a deep sense of helplessness. When she visited old Madame Zhu in the courtyard, she found her grandmother stretching her neck in anticipation. The old maid beside her covered her mouth in laughter. Old madam, the Princess of Hung is dutiful. She must have important matters to discuss with the Lord, and she will come to see you shortly. Humph, that old wretch only knows how to compete with me for Wan. Grandmother, my cousin has arrived. Zhu Qingmeng was the first to spot Li Shuangwan approaching. His dark eyes regarded her intently. Her flowing black hair resembled clouds, her willow-like brows arched gracefully, and her autumn-hued eyes sparkled. Adorned in a pale purple gown, her skin appeared as delicate as fine jade, and despite her heavy cloak, she bore no sign of bulkiness. Hearing of Li Shuangwan's arrival, the matriarch of the Zhu family, Mrs. Hu, hurried over. Wan has arrived. Li Shuangwan rose and, quickly, take a seat. As Mrs. Hu urged her to sit, she received a booklet from a maid and handed it to Li Shuangwan. I heard you were here, and since you are now the Princess of Hung and meet many people, I thought you could provide some insight. Your elder cousin is no longer young. He should consider marrying a suitable girl. Chapter 56. The greed of man Zhu Qingmeng's face flushed suddenly, and he glanced awkwardly at Li Shuangwan, exclaiming, Mother, I have always said that I do not wish to marry before I achieve success in my studies. What nonsense! How many young men in Shengjing are already married at 18? You are 20 now, and have yet to settle on a girl. Listen to your mother. Secure an engagement. It won't hinder your studies. Mother, do you not agree? Old Madam, Zhu huffed. Li Shuangwan took the booklet. Zhu Qingmeng, flustered, turned red all over, snatched the booklet back, and thrust it into Mrs. Hu's hands. Cousin, I am not ready to marry. Aunt, my elder cousin excels in his studies. He will surely excel in the spring examination 2 years hence. Perhaps we should wait 2 years. If you secure a girl for him now, it may distract him from his studies. In 2 years, wouldn't it be better for him to have a degree? Mrs. Hu's eyes darted between her son and Li Shuangwan, and she giggled. Very well. In 2 years, when your elder cousin passes, Aunt will trouble you, Princess, to lend a hand.
Certainly.
Zhu Qingmeng silently lowered his head. After lunch, Zhu Qingmeng personally escorted Li Shuangwan to the gate of the estate. Cousin, do not take my mother's words to heart. Li Shuangwan looked at Zhu Qingmeng, smiling gently. Elder cousin, do you already have someone in your heart? Zhu Qingmeng's face reddened again. And no, I do not. How could I possibly harbor feelings for anyone? I only wish to focus on my studies. Li Shuangwan glanced at the young attendant following Zhu Qingmeng. Elder cousin, do not neglect your studies entirely. Some matters should not be overly dependent on others. Zhu Qingmeng did not grasp the meaning behind her words but nodded. Understood. I shall take my leave.
Take care.
Zhou Bo, drive slowly. Zhou Wen bowed to Zhu Qingmeng. Rest assured, young master. As Li Shuangwan departed from the Zhu residence, it was still early. She lifted the carriage curtain and instructed Zhou Wen, Zhou Bo, to the general's residence of Zhengua. As you command, princess. Please hold on tight. Zhou Wen cracked the whip and turned the carriage toward the general's residence. 2 days had passed. It was time to discuss the matter of Zhou Kai Yao with her good uncle. Chen Ping returned, riding beside the carriage, reporting to Li Shuangwan, princess. Young Master Zhang's hand has been reattached. Dr. Liu from Bai Yao Tang mentioned that his injury from 2 years ago was not treated properly. Although it has been reattached now, the recovery will take some time, approximately 6 months. Will it fully recover in 6 months? Yes, there should be no major issues. But he must take good care of himself and avoid heavy lifting.
Li Shuangwan nuda, late.
Send some silver to Dr. Liu and ask him to assign young Master Zhang lighter tasks at the clinic, along with his wages. We will cover his living expenses and wages, but he must not know. Chen Ping chuckled. Indeed, princess, you possess a kind heart. Li Shuangwan lowered the carriage curtain. Compared to all that Zhang Shi had done for her in her past life, these gestures seemed trivial. What did you say? The twin that your mother carried back then did not die. You found her? Uncle Li Huai leapt from his chair, his voice rising sharply upon hearing Li Shuangwan's revelation.
Yes.
My mother gave birth to twins. One of the daughters was already lifeless at birth. And your family is well aware of this. This is a letter from my mother, along with the villagers' testimonies from Lin Shui town, proving that Zhou Kai Yao was indeed picked up by the Zhou couple from the outside. If you do not believe it, you may send someone to verify in Lin Shui town. Lin Shui town is remote, with fewer than 100 villagers, and only a few neighboring households are engaged in farming. They struggle to make a living, who would have the time to meddle in others' affairs. Moreover, when I sent Jinping, I learned that Zhou Kai Yao left 3 years ago, and arrangements had been made for her half a year prior. Coupled with what Jinping shared with the villagers, they naturally came to believe that Zhou Kai Yao was indeed a noble lady lost to the world. In 5 or 6 days, in such a small village, there would be ample opportunity for rumors to circulate. Even if uncle sent someone to inquire, they would hear these same tales. Initially, I too did not believe it, which is why I sent Jinping to verify. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. Uncle also knows that when my mother gave birth to us twins at Jingxiu Temple, the midwife and my nurse Zhao Mama all stated that my sister had died in my mother's womb. Heaven has favored her, and she survived. She was taken in by the Zhou couple who happened to pass by and has been raised until now.
Li Huai, c'était skeptical.
Took the letter from Li Shuangwan and examined it repeatedly. He remembered that at the time, the Zhu family had a notably large belly, and the physician confirmed it was twins. He recalled how his elder brother felt both joy and worry. Joy in the prospect of 2 children at once. Worry in fearing they were a dragon and phoenix pair. As he pondered this, Li Huai felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. How did you find her? Li Shuangwan recounted her experience at the Liu residence. The other day, I attended the birthday banquet of old Madame Liu, and to my surprise, I found Sister Yao among the Lianhua troupe, now a celebrated performer. As Li Huai, the official of the Ministry of Works, prepared to accompany his family to celebrate his superior's mother's grand birthday, an unforeseen circumstance arose when Madame Su fortuitously caught a chill. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that this affliction was a result of accompanying Miao Miao, who had been cast out of her courtyard by Li Shuangwan and had wept throughout the night. Consequently, both women succumbed to the cold and were unable to attend. Naturally, as a man, he could not venture into the back courtyard to enjoy a performance. Thus, he lamented the missed opportunity of such an important occasion, attributing the blame to the 2 women. Where are the Zhou couple now?
Li Shuangwan inquirat.
Dabbing her tear-streaked cheeks with a handkerchief. They have perished starved to death. Alas, it is truly pitiful. Li Huai slammed his hand heavily upon the table, exclaiming, the Zhou couple is indeed audacious. To have taken in the daughter of the distinguished general of state without returning her is utterly outrageous. Li Shuangwan interjected, Uncle, after all, they raised Sister Yao to this age. Without them, she might have been snatched away by wild dogs long ago. We ought to express our gratitude. Li Huai, still incensed, struck the table again. Humph. They are despicable. Knowing her identity, they clandestinely took her away. How absurd. Had it not been for coincidence, we would have never known where to find her. Uncle, they are deceased now. It is of little consequence, Li Shuangwan replied. Sister Yao has endured much hardship over the years. She is currently at the Lu residence. And I was thinking we could bring her back to stay with me for the time being. What do you think? She tentatively suggested. Li Huai waved his hand dismissively. This matter is too significant. Allow me to ponder it. There is no need to rush in bringing her back. Chapter 57. The malicious merchant Li Shuangwan anticipated her uncle's reluctance and, with a subtle smile, presented a piece of paper. Uncle. This is the new name my father has given to Sister Yao, Li Shuangyao. My mother is already on her way back to Xingjing, but I must trouble you to write her name into the family register. Li Huai raised an eyebrow and casually slapped the paper, inscribed with the name Li Shuangyao. Onto the table. There is no urgency in this matter. Li Shuangwan understood that Li Huai would not easily acquiesce and pressed on. Uncle, the evidence is irrefutable. Sister Yao is indeed my biological sister. She has suffered enough in her time away from us. How can we deny her the chance to acknowledge her heritage and be entered into the family register? In her previous life, upon encountering Zhou Kaiyao, her mother had abandoned the thought of adopting her as a daughter. Her mother had a keen eye for character, stating that Zhou Kaiyao harbored ill intentions. And the daughter of the General of State could not be associated with someone of such dubious nature, lest she bring ruin upon the entire family. In this life, she would certainly not allow Zhou Kaiyao into the Li family register. However, she needed her parents to see the true nature of her uncle's family. When the time came for her to separate from them, her parents would not oppose her. Li Huai scoffed. What is the rush? It is not as if we are forbidding her entry into the family register. This is not a trivial matter. Wait until your mother returns to the capital. Let her confirm whether or not Sister Yao is indeed a daughter of the Li family before we proceed with the registration. Besides, you have a vacant villa in the outskirts of the capital. Let her stay there for now, and when your mother returns and confirms her identity, we can bring her back without delay. With a soft sigh, Li Shuangwan acquiesced. Since you say so, I shall go to the Lu residence and bring her back. Just as she emerged from the general's residence and boarded her carriage, Luoman could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, Your Highness, the second master is being excessively unreasonable. With all this evidence before him, why does he refuse to agree? Li Shuangwan smiled slightly, aware that his refusal stemmed from self-interest. Her father, mother, and brother had guarded the Northwest for decades, accumulating numerous military achievements. Each year, Emperor Zhang rewarded the general's residence with countless gifts, the majority of which had ended up in the second branch's private coffers. Now, with the sudden emergence of a daughter, her uncle's first thought was to allocate a portion of the family assets as a dowry for Li Shuangyao, and a substantial one at that. How could he ever be willing? However, this matter had already begun to circulate outside over the past few days, with only her uncle's family remaining unaware. Moreover, during her conversation with Li Huai in the flower hall, she had spoken openly, her voice not low. In his fury, Li Huai had slammed the table twice. Surely, the gossipy servants could not help but eavesdrop. Li Huai's illegitimate daughter, Li Shuangxi, was among the first in the household to learn of this development. She had just returned from Li Shuangmiao's side, her face shadowed with malice. Shuanger, her maid, Shuanger, whispered conspiratorially in her ear once they entered the room. Li Shuangxi was taken aback by the revelation. Is it true?
Shuangwan nodded vigorously. Absolutely.
I heard it with my own ears, and I was not the only one. The princess just left not long ago, and the second master is pacing around in the flower hall. From what I observed, he seems unwilling to allow that Yao girl to be entered into the family register, especially since she is currently in a theater troupe. Her status is too lowly. Li Shuangxi's previously dark expression brightened instantly. And you are indeed fortunate. We need not lift a finger. Someone will surely bring about their own demise. Aunt Tong looked perplexed. What has happened? Why are you two speaking in riddles? Li Shuangxi turned with a smile. Aunt, you are in for a treat. Without our intervention, fate will take its course. Li Shuangxi commanded Shuanger, Go, spread this news far and wide. After retrieving Sister Yao from the Lu residence, Li Shuangwan instructed Zhou Wen to escort her to the villa in the outskirts of the capital. The location, desolate and remote, was devoid of any signs of life for 10 miles around, save for its vast expanse of land. In the midst of winter, it appeared stark and barren. A young lady left alone in such a place for several days would surely feel despondent. Her uncle's strategy was indeed ruthless. By the time she returned to the Lushao courtyard, evening had approached. Chen Ping awaited her arrival and, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "Your Highness." As I was passing by the gold shop in the eastern part of the city, the shopkeeper stopped me and handed me this. Chen Ping produced a neatly folded piece of paper from his bosom and presented it to Yizhu. Just as Yizhu was about to take it, Li Shuangwan stepped down the stairs ahead of her and received it from Chen Ping's hand. Unfolding it, she beheld a beautifully crafted design for a bracelet. "Quickly, fetch the glass lamp from inside," she instructed Yizhu. Bringing the paper closer, she marveled at the intricate mechanism depicted. This bracelet was far more exquisite than the hairpin she had commissioned Chen Ping to create. It could serve as an ordinary jade bracelet in daily life. But in case of an emergency, a simple press on the concealed clasp would reveal a fine concealed weapon containing dozens of golden needles. Chen Ping added. The shopkeeper mentioned that the needles can be made to your highness's specifications, whether or not they are poisoned. Li Shuangwan was utterly delighted and eagerly examined another design. It was the same bracelet, but on the opposite side, it concealed a blade, easily activated by pressing the mechanism above. With this, even if she were to be kidnapped, she could discreetly cut through her bindings. This was truly an unexpected delight. She had known that the gold shop in the eastern part of the city crafted exquisite jewelry, but she had not anticipated they could produce such items. She hurriedly instructed Yizhu to procure several banknotes for Chen Ping. "You must go buy this bracelet first thing tomorrow morning, no matter the cost. Just tell them I want it." Chen Ping took the banknotes from Yizhu's hand, smiling. "There is no need to wait until tomorrow. The shopkeeper said that the bracelet can be held until the hour of the dog. If I do not arrive by then, he will put it on display. There is still time, so I will go right away." With a respectful bow to Li Shuangwan, he hurriedly departed. With this bracelet in hand, Li Shuangwan felt a wave of fatigue wash away. At the eastern part of the city, the Zifuli gold shop's proprietor, after selling the jade bracelet to Chen Ping and collecting 1,000 taels, hastened to the back room, reporting to the man standing by the window, "Master, Miss Li has sent that Chen Ping to purchase the bracelet. As per your instructions, I collected 1,000 taels from him." The man's lips curled into a smile, his phoenix eyes sparkling like stars. The shopkeeper continued, "Chen Ping haggled for quite some time, but I followed your orders not to concede a single coin." He appeared somewhat embarrassed. Although the bracelet was exquisitely crafted, the material was not of the finest jade. At its everyday price, 800 taels was quite a stretch. It was perplexing to comprehend why his master wished to present such an item to the young lady while demanding such a hefty sum. The man nodded. Half an hour later, Chen Ping delivered the bracelet into Li Shuangwan's hands. Upon hearing that Chen Ping had spent 1,000 taels on a bracelet of mediocre quality, Luo Man exclaimed, "1,000 taels? Why don't they just rob a bank? This bracelet is worth at most 500 taels. Your Highness, they've truly taken advantage of you. Shall I go confront them tomorrow?" Although the general and his wife had provided the princess with ample funds and a substantial dowry, it was unacceptable to be so egregiously overcharged. Those unscrupulous merchants. Li Shuangwan took the bracelet from the box, unable to resist its allure. Although it was indeed pricey, it was still worth it. "No need for that. I truly adore it." Merchants are driven by profit, and seeing that she had crafted a beautiful hairpin just days prior, he immediately thought to sell her this bracelet, clearly a savvy businessman. As she adorned her wrist with the bracelet, the white jade and gold setting accentuated the fairness of her arm. Pressing one of the concealed clasps, a golden needle shot out with a swift sound. Another clasp revealed a slender blade. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one appreciate its quality. Even Luo Man, who had just been decrying the merchant's dishonesty, fell silent. With the urgent matters taken care of, Li Shuangwan resolved to first deal with the pests at the ink studio the following day before meeting Zhou Kaiyao. It would be prudent to stay in that desolate place for a few days, allowing Zhou Kaiyao to understand the gravity of her situation. The ink studio was part of her dowry, primarily dealing in writing materials. The shopkeeper was the sole trader from the general's residence, having led the imperial guards to discover so-called treasonous correspondence. Early the next morning, Li Shuangwan secured her hairpin and slipped on the bracelet, addressing her two maids beside her. "Let us proceed to the ink studio." In the study, stacks of ledgers lay scattered, and Yizhu inquired, "Your Highness, shall we not examine the ledgers first? We will review them upon our return." The shopkeeper has lingered too long. Due to the quality and fair pricing of the goods, the ink studio thrived. As Li Shuangwan exited the Lei Shao courtyard, Butler Wu approached with a beaming smile. "Your Highness, are you heading out?"
Yes.
"Allow me to send 2 young servants to accompany you." Should you find anything desirable, they can carry it for you, sparing your maids from tiring. Luoman rolled her eyes. With that wrinkled face of yours, who do you think you are calling sister?
I am your aunt.
Li Shuangwan smiled lightly. Very well, I appreciate your kindness, Butler Wu. Upon arriving at the ink studio, the bustling atmosphere was palpable. Across the street, a tea house loomed, Waring stood by the window. Ninth brother. Miss Li is accompanied by 2 servants from the Heng Wang residence. Should I take care of them? Ing shot him a cold glance. Are you foolish? They are not secretly stalking her. They were openly sent by Wu. If you harm them, it will undoubtedly reflect poorly on Miss Li. Liang Tianyu blinked in realization. Oh, I see. What should we do then? We cannot let them know our plans. Divert their attention. Then arrange for 3 individuals resembling Miss Li and her companions to stroll around our shops. If a few customers overhear the name Heng Wang Fei, that will suffice. Liang Tianyu gave a thumbs up to Ing. Clever, ninth brother, truly clever. As Li Shuangwan entered the ink studio, a rotund middle-aged man emerged from behind the counter. Ah, is this not our esteemed owner? What brings you here today? This portly man was Su Fu, the current shopkeeper, a wretched opportunist. Li Shuangwan nodded slightly, surveying the room before fixing her gaze on Su Fu. Business seems to be thriving. Su shopkeeper, you indeed know how to conduct affairs. Su Fu's face broke into a wide grin, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a multitude of unsightly wrinkles. Thanks to the blessings of the wedding between you and His Highness, business has indeed improved. Su Fu sighed deeply, however. I must confess that business was exceedingly poor for some time, and I have incurred significant losses. He retrieved a ledger from behind the counter, presenting it to Li Shuangwan. Your Highness, please take a look. I have lost over 3,000 taels recently. I secretly took out 1,000 taels to cover the gap, and only now is the situation slightly better. Nonetheless, I am still at a loss of 2,000 taels. With a forced smile, he continued, since you are here, might you assist me in repaying that 1,000 taels? I have dependents relying on this money for sustenance. Li Shuangwan scoffed. In her previous life, she had been deceived into giving him 1,000 taels, believing him to be innocent. In this life, she replied, is that so? I had no idea the ink studio was in such dire straits. It seems you are in quite a predicament, Su shopkeeper. Tears welled in Su Fu's eyes. Alas, I am left with no choice. The general has shown me kindness, and this is part of your dowry. I cannot let it slip away on my watch. I am desperately trying to hold on. His lament grew louder, attracting the attention of shoppers in the store. Such a good shopkeeper, sacrificing his own funds for the owner, murmured one patron. Indeed, I've never seen a shopkeeper as dedicated as this, another chimed in. The ink studio's goods are not only good but also reasonably priced. It's remarkable they are still afloat. Is it true that he is using his own money? But isn't that ledger in the hands of the Heng Wang Fei? Someone remarked. Your Highness, such a commendable shopkeeper is rare to find. You should return the money to him. A voice called out. Right, you are now a princess. So 1,000 taels will not make a difference to you. But for the shopkeeper, it is his lifeline. Please return it. Yizhu and Luoman, following closely behind Li Shuangwan, flushed with embarrassment. Luoman gently tugged at Li Shuangwan's sleeve. Your Highness, perhaps you should just give him the money. Yizhu shot her a glare. Do not speak out of turn. The 2 young servants from the Heng Wang residence trailed behind, maintaining a stoic demeanor. In the tea house, Liang Tianyu spat in disdain. Bah. Truly shameless. I have observed this shop for a few days. The silver flows in daily. Yet he dares claim losses? I've seen shamelessness. But this is a new low. Ninth brother, should I teach this scoundrel a lesson? Ing smirked slightly. No need. Miss Li has come to the ink studio specifically to deal with Su Fu. Li Shuangwan scoffed, surveying the indignant crowd, too weary to engage with such shamelessness, and strode toward the counter. Su Fu's heart raced as he hurried to block her path. Your Highness, please, sit here. What? Is there something illicit concealed behind the counter that I should not see? Your Highness, it's merely that the counter is a place where men convene. While you are indeed a princess, you are still a woman, and entering the counter is considered inauspicious. Su Fu, how can you look down upon women? Did you not emerge from your mother's womb? Luoman quipped, leading to peals of laughter from those present. Su Fu's rotund face was a canvas of vivid colors. Yet he prided himself on being the esteemed manager of the Mojai, refusing to converse with a mere servant. Your Highness, such words cannot be spoken, he declared. Li Shuangwan, With her cold, piercing gaze, retorted Su Fu, "As long as I, Li Shuangwan, employ you, you are the manager of this establishment. Should I choose not to utilize your services, you would amount to nothing more than a stray dog on the street." Su Fu was infuriated by her words. "Your Highness, Su Fu, may lack merit but not diligence. I have managed to keep the shop afloat and even invested 1,000 taels of silver into it. To think you would not repay me is one thing, but to insult me so is beyond reason." Murmurs of support for Su Fu arose from the crowd. Indeed, he has generously subsidized her shop. Instead of gratitude, she responds with vitriol. Li Shuangwan jabbed at Su Fu's corpulent form. "As a manager, you earn 10 taels of silver monthly. Even if you were to eat and drink nothing, it would take you 8 years to save 1,000 taels. Not to mention, you have a wife, 2 concubines for sons, 2 daughters, and elderly parents to support, along with 20 servants in your household. Pray tell, where did this 1,000 taels come from?" Su Fu stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation. Li Shuangwan stepped closer. In the prime real estate of Xingjing, to acquire a modest residence requires no less than 2 to 3,000 taels. Where did this money originate? Su Fu's forehead began to sweat, and he instinctively retreated, attempting to flee.
Ding Si, Jing Zong, apprehend Su Fu.
The 2 young attendants, assigned by Steward Wu, quickly blocked Su Fu's path. With the presence of a false ledger, there must exist a genuine one to uncover. Observing Su Fu's anxious demeanor suggested that the true ledger was likely hidden within the counter. Li Shuangwan approached the counter, which was modestly adorned with the 4 treasures of the study and an abacus, alongside a tea set. Upon opening the drawer, she discovered only 2 or 3 blank ledgers and a pristine inkstone. Nothing. Li Shuangwan searched diligently, but still found no trace of the true ledger. Without it, Su Fu's culpability could not be established. Where could he have concealed such evidence? Glancing at Su Fu, who had transitioned from a state of panic to a smug demeanor, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The patrons in the shop halted their activities, gathering closer. "Your Highness," a young attendant stepped forward. "Manager Su possesses both a true and a false ledger." He pointed to the ledger Su Fu had presented to Li Shuangwan earlier. "That one is counterfeit. Although business at Mo Zhai is not as prosperous as today, it is certainly not in the dire straits Su claims, nor would he be subsidizing the shop." The crowd gasped in disbelief. "Lu Er, you speak nonsense. I conduct myself with integrity. How could there be a true and false ledger? Do not forget, I hired you." Su Fu bellowed at the attendant named Lu Er, lunging as if to strike him, only to be restrained by Ding Shi and Ding Dong.
Lu Er recoiled in fright.
"Do you know where the true ledger is hidden?"
Li Shuangwan inquired. I know, Lu Er replied cautiously.
"Well, retrieve it for me, and I shall commend you." Lu Er, glancing at the restrained Su Fu, straightened his posture. "I do not require commendation from your Highness. As an employee of the shop, it is my duty to consider its affairs." Having said that, Lu Er pushed through the crowd, hurried to the goods cabinet filled with xian paper, and carefully pressed on a specific spot in the upper left. With a click, the cabinet slightly opened. Su Fu felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The crowd turned their attention toward this commotion, and Ding Shi and Ding Dong were also distracted. Seizing the moment, Su Fu attempted to flee. Lu Er produced the ledger from within. "Boss, this is the true ledger. A few nights ago, I witnessed manager Su hide it here." Li Shuangwan accepted the ledger, ready to confront Su Fu, only to see him bolting away, clutching his bulging belly. Ding Shi, Ding Dong, apprehend him and escort him to the Jingzhou prefecture. The 2 attendants sprang into action. The shadowy figures above exchanged glances, and Liang Tianyu and Xu Wenba dashed out. Despite Su Fu's hefty appearance, he was surprisingly agile, making him a difficult target. Frustrated, one brother launched a kick while the other swung a punch, sending Su Fu sprawling. As fortune would have it, Su Fu's substantial frame crashed before the passing officers of the Jingzhou prefecture, spewing blood and appearing gravely injured. The officers drew their blades, demanding to know who dared commit violence in broad daylight. Su Fu, groaning in pain, exclaimed, "Officers, it was these 2. They attacked me in public. Quickly, apprehend them."
"Oh."
The pain. The officers surrounded the scene, leaving Ding Shi and Ding Dong dumbfounded. "We are from the Hung Wang Manor," Ding Shi stated coldly. "Does being from Hung Wang Manor grant you the right to commit violence?" An officer retorted. "Even if His Highness the Hung Wang were to learn of this, he would not let you off lightly. Seize them." From the crowd, a voice shouted, "Yes, apprehend them and let His Highness deal with them." Ding Dong's face darkened as he addressed the officers. "This man is the manager of the Hung Wangfei shop. He has embezzled funds. We were on our way to report him to the Jingzhou prefecture, not committing violence. Your word alone is insufficient. This must be judged in court." Another voice asserted from within the crowd. Ding Dong searched for the source but found no one. Chapter 60. Rooting out corruption, the lead officer waved his hand, instructing,
Take them all back.
Li Shuangwan arrived at that moment. Ding Shi, seeing her, felt a glimmer of hope. The crowd parted as the noblewoman approached. The officers bowed respectfully. "We greet the Hung Wangfei. Are these two from the Hung Wang Manor?"
Li Shuangwan nudda.
"Indeed. I apologize for the trouble caused." "And who is this?" the officer asked, pointing at Su Fu. "I am the owner of Mo Zhai. This man, Su Fu, is the manager. Regrettably, he has engaged in malfeasance, maintaining both a true and false ledger and embezzling considerable funds. I intended to have him delivered to the authorities, but he fled, causing you inconvenience." Li Shuangwan handed the 2 ledgers to the officer and also presented a silver ingot. "Please accept this for your tea." The officer accepted, with a more respectful demeanor. "Your Highness is too kind. However, these 2 committed violence in public, nearly to the point of killing Su Fu. Even if Su Fu is guilty, he is a free man. Law dictates he must be tried, and no private justice may be enacted. Therefore, we must take all 3 of them back to the Jingzhou prefecture." Li Shuangwan nodded in agreement. "Of course, I appreciate your diligence."
Jingxi, Jingzhong.
"Simply recount the events clearly. Do not worry, I will send Steward Wu to retrieve you shortly." The 2 attendants responded dejectedly. Above the tea house, a shadow smirked before disappearing. "Well, if it isn't my dear 4th sister-in-law. What a coincidence to meet again today." A particularly loathsome voice called from behind. Li Shuangwan grimaced at the sound. "Little King Uncle." Prince Ling Shijiang stepped closer, pointing at the departing group. "So, the people from Hung Wang Manor are being taken by the Jingzhou prefecture?" "Just a minor incident," he said, stepping closer with his fan poised as if to poke her. "Need Little King Uncle to help you retrieve them?" Li Shuangwan took a few steps back, her expression frosty. "There is no need." Ling Shijiang stepped forward, his gaze roaming over Li Shuangwan, lingering on her exquisite beauty mark. He thought to himself that the 4th son was utterly useless, and it was truly a pity for Miss Li to be with him. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind the group. "I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince of Gong, and this is the Princess of Hung, your niece-in-law." Li Shuangwan turned to see a tall man approaching, his almond-shaped eyes casting a fleeting glance at Ling Shijiang. Ling Shijiang's expression darkened. "Who do you think you are?" "I am a subordinate of the Hung Prince's residence, tasked with protecting the princess. A mere shadow guard dares to obstruct me." The shadow guard stood tall and replied, "I do not dare, but I must escort the princess away." Noticing the townsfolk pointing and whispering, Ling Shijiang angrily flicked his sleeve and departed. "Miss Li, are you all right?" "I am fine, thank you. You should not linger here. Go back." The shadow guard pressed his lips together and replied, "Understood." Li Shuangwan returned to the ink study and asked Lu Er, "Lu Er, can you read?" "Yes, I attended private school for 2 years. But my family fell on hard times, and I could not continue my studies." "Very well, I will entrust the ink study to you from now on." Lu Er gasped in surprise, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Miss, I am afraid I won't do well." "What if?" Li Shuangwan smiled gently. "Do not be too nervous. Your diligence will surely yield results. You may determine who in the ink study is useful and who is not, without needing to report back to me." Lu Er pressed his lips tightly, as if steeling himself. "All right, I will do it. If the monthly profits exceed 1,000 taels, I will share half of the surplus with you." Lu Er's bewildered expression gradually transformed into delight as he exclaimed, "Yes, I shall do my utmost. Please rest assured, miss." After finalizing the arrangements, Li Shuangwan took 2 maidservants to lunch. During their meal, Chen Ping arrived, and Li Shuangwan whispered to him. Chen Ping bowed solemnly. "Your Highness, do not worry. I know how to deal with such traitorous vermin." Luo Man gazed at her with admiration. "Your Highness, how did you discern that Su Fu was suspicious?" Li Shuangwan chuckled, with his bloated visage. "Even the monthly stipend of 10 taels barely fills his belly, let alone support an entire household." Luo Man scratched her head. "How did you know Su Fu had so many dependents?" Goodness, a shopkeeper with 2 concubines and 20 servants, and he even bought a 3-courtyard residence. How extravagant. Li Shuangwan smiled as the delicate winter sunlight bathed her face, making it glow like gold. After lunch, the 3 of them boarded a carriage to return home. As they traveled, the coachman Zhou suddenly called for a halt. "Zhoubo, what is it?" Ishu lifted the curtain to inquire. Zhou pointed ahead. "It seems there is a quarrel up ahead, and the road is blocked. Your Highness, shall we take a detour?" Li Shuangwan, disliking such commotion, replied, "Let us take a detour." The coachman turned the horses around and chose a slightly longer route. However, after turning a corner, they noticed something was amiss. "What is going on at the Yongning Marquis' residence today?" Zhou muttered. Li Shuangwan furrowed her brow, wondering why so many events were converging today. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she called for the carriage to stop. Before the coachman could steady the carriage, Li Shuangwan flung open the door and leaped out, striding toward the Yongning Marquis' residence. Yizhu and Luo Man were startled and quickly followed her. Li Shuangwan remembered that the second daughter of the Yongning Marquis, Su Luo, had been wrongfully accused of disfiguring the legitimate daughter, leading to her severe punishment at the hands of the Marquis. Believing her to be dead, the Marquis had ordered her discarded, but today was the day. Little did they know, Su Luo, with her strong will, had survived and was saved by a passing physician the next day, suddenly possessing exceptional medical skills. With her talents, she quickly gained renown throughout Beijing. When Ling Heng was named crown prince, he had mentioned Su Luo to her, hinting at his desire to bring her into his palace, only to learn she had left for Daliang a month prior. She later became the youngest director of the Imperial Hospital in Daliang and married the Wise King, becoming the Wise King's consort. However, due to her severe injuries, she was left with lasting ailments, causing her considerable pain on rainy days. And a slight limp was noticeable when she walked quickly. It was said that Su Luo's methods were indeed ruthless. In the spring following Ling Heng's ascension, she accompanied her husband to Beijing as part of the Daliang envoy, and her first act was to remove the deep scar from the face of the disfigured legitimate daughter of the Yongning Marquis. The family had spent a fortune to slightly diminish the scar, never expecting their illegitimate daughter to possess such skills. By the time the legitimate daughter, now 26, had her appearance restored, she participated in several banquets, quickly becoming the center of attention due to her extensive training in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She attracted suitors from prominent families, yet as they basked in their success, Su Luo stormed into the Yongning Marquis' residence and, in front of the Marquis and Marquis, slashed the legitimate daughter's face. "Now you shall see, Marquis and Madam, this disfigurement is my doing. Once I strike, not even the gods can heal her. How could a mere scratch matter?" With that, she cast aside her dagger and left the Marquis and the legitimate daughter screaming in terror, while the Yongning Marquis looked on in fear. At that time, the power of Beijing was waning, while Daliang was rising under its new ruler, too formidable for the Yongning Marquis and his wife to offend. This incident spread like wildfire and eventually became a tale for storytellers. Li Shuangwan had heard of it even in the palace, where it was said she had delivered the true culprit right to the Yongning Marquis and his wife. Her husband, the Wise King of Daliang, personally welcomed Su Luo at the gates of the Yongning Marquis' residence, attentively wiping the blood from her hands with a handkerchief, joking that he mustn't dirty his beloved wife's hands. Not long after, it was discovered that the Marquis and the legitimate daughter had drowned in the city moat of Xingjing, their spines broken, and the perpetrator was never found. The Yongning Marquis soon met a similar fate within his residence. Li Shuangwan hurried to the entrance of the Yongning Marquis' residence and saw the doorman about to close the door. Her heart sank. Was she too late? She wedged the door open with one hand and demanded, "Where's Miss Su?" The doorman, recognizing Li Shuangwan, feigned respect and bowed. "I pay my respects to the Princess of Heng. Answer me, where is Miss Su?" Li Shuangwan's expression turned cold and stern. The doorman chuckled inwardly, thinking, could an illegitimate daughter truly ascend to such heights? What could she achieve? The Marquis was not favored, let alone the princess. He replied, "The second daughter has committed a grave offense and has been dealt with by the madam." Li Shuangwan took a step closer, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized the doorman. "What have you done with her?"
I do not know.
"Do not know?" Li Shuangwan advanced again, pushing the doorman back a step, her voice icy. "Then I shall have to take you back with me. A good beating should jog your memory." Her demeanor was so fierce that it seemed she would swallow him whole if he did not respond quickly. The doorkeeper dared not act overly proud. Although the Wang family was not favored, they were not someone he could easily offend. He hurriedly responded. Trembling, the second young lady has disfigured the eldest young lady's face. The madam ordered someone to punish the second young lady with 50 strikes. And she did not survive. Her body was thrown to the burial ground. Yizhu and Luo Man gasped in shock. Well, every household has its share of sordid affairs. It was the first time they had heard of a life being treated so lightly. Moreover, this concerned the daughter of the house. Shuangwan immediately turned towards a carriage, nimbly jumping onto it, instructing the driver, to the burial ground on the outskirts of the city, quickly. The driver and 2 maids dared not obstruct her. The actions of the princess were seldom questioned. The driver cracked the whip, urging the carriage towards the city gate. As they passed the entrance of the road they had just taken, the driver glanced and exclaimed. Shuangwan, hearing this, thought something else had happened and inquired, "What is it?" The driver replied, "Your Highness, it is nothing. It is just that the entrance to the tavern, which was previously crowded, has now completely dispersed, which is quite strange." Shuangwan's mind raced. How could it be such a coincidence? They had been blocked when they exited Mozhai and took a detour to Yongning Marquis' residence, which reminded her of Su Luo's previous life. It was as if someone was intentionally guiding her to bring Su Luo before her. Though it was afternoon, the burial ground was eerie, shrouded in mist that added an element of the uncanny. Occasionally, a crow would screech mournfully as it flew overhead. Luo Man, pale with fear, clutched Yizhu's hand tightly, her palm slick with cold sweat. With a sharp crack, it sounded as if something had been stepped on.
Luo Man, terrified,
swallowed hard and slowly looked down at her feet. There lay a skull, its hollow eyes staring directly into hers, and at that moment, one of her feet rested upon its jaw.
Ah! Luo Man screamed, clutching Yizhu in terror.
Yizhu was not much better off, also screaming in fright. The shrieks startled the birds in the trees, sending them fluttering away. Even the driver, who had entered with them, trembled in fear.
Shuangwan sighed in exasperation,
returning to throw the skull away, and instructed the 2 girls to return to the carriage. The 2 young maids, pale-faced, shook their heads vigorously, terrified to leave her side. "Your Highness, the doorkeeper said the second young lady has passed away. We should leave. It is too frightening here." Luo Man was on the verge of tears. "Isn't it just a corpse? What is there to be afraid of? The living are far more terrifying," Shuangwan replied. Before long, she found Su Luo, covered in blood, her back drenched in it. A wild dog was gnawing at her calf. Su Luo lay face down atop a pile of decaying corpses, unconscious, her fate uncertain. No wonder the revived Su Luo had become so fierce. If it were her, she would show no mercy either. Several other wild dogs were scavenging nearby. Shuangwan picked up a thigh bone from the ground and hurled it at the wild dogs. The wild dog, having consumed human flesh, bared its bloody maw aggressively and, along with the others, barked menacingly at Shuangwan and her companions. Yizhu and Luo Man clung to each other, completely terrified and crying. Even the driver stood frozen in fear. Shuangwan swung the thigh bone to fend off the wild dogs, but alas, her martial prowess had diminished. In the past, a mere pack of wild dogs would not have posed a threat. The lead wild dog, with its dull brown eyes fixed on the bone in Shuangwan's hand, charged at her with its tail raised. As she swung the bone to drive it away, the wild dog bit down fiercely, attempting to shake her off.
"Help me!"
Shuangwan shouted to the 3. With one hand, she activated the bracelet on her wrist, launching several golden needles at the wild dogs. These dogs, having been raised on human flesh, were only pushed back a few steps by the needles. Seeing that the needles were insufficient, Shuangwan swiftly pulled a hairpin from her head, transforming it into a sharp dagger that pierced the necks of 2 wild dogs. As the stench of blood filled the air, the remaining wild dogs suddenly became frenzied and charged at her. One person could hardly fend off several dogs, and Shuangwan found herself gradually overwhelmed. Seeing her surrounded by wild dogs, their drool dripping as if they would devour her whole, Luo Man wiped her tears angrily, disregarding her fear, and picked up a thigh bone to strike at the dogs. Yet the tears would not stop flowing. While crying and hitting the dogs, she exclaimed, "Woo-woo. This is too terrifying. Your Highness, I risked my life for this. You must buy me the peach pastry from Chuanfu-ji tomorrow. I've been craving it for so long. Woo, if I'm eaten by dogs like this, it would be such a loss." Shuangwan couldn't help but laugh amidst the chaos. Even in such a dire situation, this girl was thinking about food. While fighting off the wild dogs, she assured, "All right, I will personally buy it for you tomorrow. And I will increase your wages. All of you will get a raise." Luo Man, sniffling, smiled through her tears. Together, Li Shuangwan and Luo Man wielded the thigh bone, while Yi Zhu and the driver gathered stones and branches, eventually driving the wild dogs away. Li Shuangwan turned Su Luo over. Her face was a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled. She checked for breath and, to her relief, found a faint pulse. Yet it was merely a flicker of life. Su Luo, only 15, was extremely frail and appeared more like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. It was evident that the madam of Yongning Marquis' residence was not a decent person. One could only imagine the hardships Su Luo had endured in the past years. Li Shuangwan felt a pang of compassion. The driver lifted Su Luo onto the carriage. Her back was lacerated, and she was barely conscious, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, her brow furrowed even in unconsciousness. One could only wonder what kind of willpower Su Luo had to survive in her previous life. "Zhou Bo, take us to our estate. Drive steadily, but do try to be quick." "Yes," the driver replied urgently. "Your Highness, are we not taking the second young lady back to the Wang residence?" Luo Man asked. Li Shuangwan shook her head. If the Yongning Marquis' residence was a den of tigers, then the Wang residence was a wolf's lair. Remember, this matter must not be spoken of today, and no one in the Wang residence must know. The two girls did not understand the princess's reasoning but nodded obediently, trusting her judgment. Li Shuangwan was acutely aware that Su Luo would never wish to return to the Yongning Marquis' residence. Otherwise, there would be no future opportunity for her to become the esteemed physician at the Great Liang Imperial Hospital. The estate lay on the outskirts of the capital, and the carriage arrived swiftly. The only residents were the grandfather of the Chen siblings, along with their grandmother and parents, who were fiercely loyal to the general of the state. Li Shuangwan instructed old man Chen to summon a doctor and provided him with a sum of money, urging them to take good care of Su Luo. The carriage contained high-quality medicinal supplies, a habit she had developed during her time in the Northwest, always carrying several bottles of medicine wherever she went. She asked Yi Zhu to bring the medicine. She also instructed old man Chen's son to buy a coffin immediately. To avoid the same fate as in her previous life, she needed to keep Su Luo's miraculous revival a secret from the Yongning Marquis' residence, where she would undoubtedly be schemed against once she acquired medical knowledge. The Chen family was startled by the bloodied Su Luo, but soon felt compassion for her. They hurriedly sent someone to boil water, and together with Yi Zhu and Luo Man, they carefully washed Su Luo's face and dressed her in clean clothes.
"Ah,
Your Highness, look at Miss Su's face." Li Shuangwan turned to see a thick black birthmark stretching from Su Luo's left eye down to her jaw, shocking her. In her previous life, Su Luo had possessed a stunningly beautiful face. In the dim light of the burial ground, covered in blood, and with her prior knowledge of Su Luo, she had not noticed, had it not been for the unmistakable features on the right side of her face. She might have doubted whether she had recognized the correct person. Li Shuangwan lowered her head to examine the black birthmark that protruded from her face, resembling a patch affixed to her skin. The physician arrived and noticed her facial blemish, yet surprisingly, he said nothing, and his expression remained unchanged. After assessing her injuries, the physician's countenance grew grave as he shook his head and informed Li Shuangwan, "Madam, this young lady's wounds are far too severe. It is a miracle she has survived this long. I cannot guarantee her survival. Whether she lives or dies is in the hands of fate." This implied that he could not save her, leaving it to destiny. However, Li Shuangwan was aware of his capability to save Su Luo, for he was the very man who had found Su Luo in a potter's field in her past life, and later, under Su Luo's care, he became a guardian to both her and the crown prince of Daliang. "Please do your utmost. If it proves futile, I shall not hold you accountable," she implored. The physician clasped his hands and entered the room to attend to the patient. It was unwise for her to linger, especially as dusk was approaching. If she did not return soon, the city gates would close. After a brief explanation, Li Shuangwan departed with her two maids. Her attire was somewhat disheveled and stained, and once in the carriage, she instructed Yi Zhu and Luo Man to tidy her up meticulously, ensuring no one discover her state, and repeatedly warned them to keep today's events a secret. Though Yi Zhu and Luo Man harbored numerous questions, they dared not voice them and nodded in agreement. By the time they returned to the prince's residence, it was already 1/4 past the hour of Yu. Ling Heng had yet to return from the Ministry of Rites. The darkness concealed the dirt on her garments, rendering it nearly undetectable upon close inspection. The Ding brothers, Ding Shi and Ding Dong, returned home, dejected after being escorted back by Steward Wu. Yizhu and Luo Man brought water for Li Shuangwan to bathe and change. Both maids were still shaken, their faces pale. Yet, seeing their mistress calmly sitting as they styled her hair, one would hardly suspect anything amiss. Gradually, their anxiety subsided. At that moment, Steward Wu's voice called from outside, "Your Highness." The prince has sent a message stating that the Ministry of Rites has been particularly busy these past few days, and he may not return today. He advises you to rest without concern. Understood. Inform His Highness not to rush back. It is imperative that he attends to his duties, she replied. Steward Wu glanced at the closed door, sensing that the princess had grown somewhat distant lately. Was she still upset with the prince for neglecting to offer her his cloak during the tea ceremony at the palace? Women. It is wise to possess a modicum of self-awareness. Li Shuangwan dined alone. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. Ling Heng's claim of being occupied with the ministry was a ruse. The truth lay with that woman. As Li Shuangwan had surmised, Ling Heng was not at the ministry but rather in the company of that woman in a secluded alley. Steward Wu had retrieved the Ding brothers from the courthouse after learning of their situation and rushed over. Chapter 63. The dreamer Ling Heng stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, listening as Steward Wu recounted Li Shuangwan's whereabouts throughout the day. After being taken to the courthouse, the princess and her two maids dined at a restaurant named Chuanjitang. Afterward, they visited jewelry and ready-made clothing shops, then enjoyed afternoon tea at a tea house, attending a performance for an hour. Aside from exchanging a few words with the shopkeepers, she had not spoken to anyone else. They returned to the residence at 1/4 past the hour of U. Ling Heng furrowed his brow. Returning so late? Indeed. Although the Ding brothers were not by her side, this information was easily gathered, as many had seen the princess and her companions. Ling Heng pondered, is it merely coincidence that the Ding brothers were taken to the courthouse? Have you confirmed the details? Steward Wu replied, Your Highness, it seems to be mere happenstance. Su Fu, who has misappropriated over 20,000 taels of silver while managing Mo Zhai, attempted to flee after the true accounts were unearthed. The brothers, unable to tolerate his actions, confronted him, and he fortuitously stumbled in front of the courthouse guards. It is improbable that he orchestrated this. No one anticipated his flight, especially given his rotund figure. Ling Heng waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Should we send someone to follow her tomorrow? Not yet. Being too close may arouse her suspicion. A woman who has emerged from the battlefield is not easily manipulated. The following morning, Li Shuangwan had just finished breakfast when the coachman Zhou arrived. Yizhu handed him a package and whispered a few words. Zhou promptly agreed and exited through the back gate. At that moment, Chen Ping was also brought in by Luo Man. Li Shuangwan set down her account book and addressed Chen Ping. Please convey a message to the magistrate of Jingzhou. Yes. Your Highness, please instruct me. Inform him that there are countless businesses in this world. If everyone resorted to deceit with 2 sets of account books, how would the treasury ever collect its taxes? Certainly, I shall deliver your message. As she resumed her examination of the account book, Luo Man hesitated, her fingers fidgeting in frustration. It seemed that the promise made yesterday might not be fulfilled. She had yet to peruse the overflowing box of accounts that Li Shuangwan had labored to acquire. Enough. Li Shuangwan chided, rising and placing the account book aside. Yizhu, Luo Man, let us go to Chunfuji to buy some pastries. Luoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really?
Li Shuangwan shuklat.
Playfully tapping her forehead. Am I one to deceive you? Luo Man laughed with glee. Thank you, Your Highness. Yizhu chided her. Your Highness, do not indulge Luo Man too much. You have only just taken charge of the household affairs. You must familiarize yourself quickly. There is no time for personal errands. Let the maid run the errand. Li Shuangwan stepped out resolutely. That will not do. I made a promise to Luo Man. Luo Man strutted like a proud peacock, raising her eyebrows at Yizhu, who shot her an exasperated glance. Chunfuji was bustling with business, with many patrons queued outside from early morning. While Luo Man stood in line, Li Shuangwan and Yizhu remained in the carriage, a corner of the window lifted. Out of the corner of her eye, Li Shuangwan suddenly spotted a familiar figure passing by the shop. She swiftly disembarked to pursue, but alas, all she caught was a glimpse of a snow-blue robe disappearing around the corner. She hurried after, yet there was no sign of the figure. Yizhu quickly followed. Madam, what is the matter? Did you just see the prince? Iju shook her head. Isn't the prince busy at the ministry? Perhaps you mistook someone else. Let us return. Li Shuangwan, half convinced, led the two maids back towards the carriage, carrying the pastries. She had not been mistaken. That silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Heng, akin to the figure from her dreams that had exchanged 2.5 lives for her rebirth. Yet she had not seen his face. Furthermore, she recalled that Ling Heng did not possess a snow blue garment. He typically wore moon-white, crow blue, or dark royal attire. The man from her dream was adorned in a splendid snow blue robe. Could it be that Chun Ning's mother resided in this vicinity, and Ling Heng had come to visit her? Thus, his snow blue attire was kept here? It was indeed plausible. Two faces, perhaps. Li Shuangwan shook her head, attempting to dismiss these thoughts. She acquired an assortment of pastries, filling several large boxes, and left some for those nearby. Upon returning home, Luo Man joyfully clutched her boxes. Her cheeks puffed up with delight. Your Highness, if you ever wish to venture to the potter's field to collect people or corpses again, I shall lead the way. Iju rolled her eyes at her, poking her forehead and chiding her for her lack of sense. Li Shuangwan set aside her account book and addressed Luo Man. After you finish eating, I have a task for you. Luo Man set the box of pastries aside and wiped her hands on her clothing. Your Highness, your orders, she announced. Iju glanced at the grease stains on Luo Man's chest, stepping back 2 paces in silent disapproval, for she was unfamiliar with the servant. Take some silver and purchase several outfits for Miss Su'er. Acquire a variety, including hairpins, shoes, and socks, though they need not be exquisite. Comfort is the priority. If they are too lavish, I fear Su Luo may feel burdened, for such a young lady would surely be reluctant to owe anyone a favor.
Luo Man hurriedly replied.
Yes, I shall be prudent. I carried Miss Su'er yesterday, so I have a rough idea of her size.
Yizu invited.
Does your Highness intend to visit the estate to see Miss Su'er in a few days? Indeed, she replied, scribbling a note and handing it to Iju. These medicinal supplies are necessary. Procure them for me, and we shall take them to the estate. It was not prudent to keep the 10,000 taels of silver notes here indefinitely. She intended to bring them to the estate for her peace of mind. Iju was puzzled by the princess's kindness towards the unfamiliar Miss Su'er, but recalling the plight of the frail girl she had witnessed yesterday, her heart ached, and she swallowed the words that came to her lips. Yes, I shall go at once. Your Highness, would you like me to inform Steward Wu to send more trustworthy individuals to assist you? You have too few capable people. No need, she replied. I can only trust a handful of you. I have no need for anyone from the Hengwangfu. Iju contemplated asking why, considering the princess had long admired the prince before their marriage, but she refrained from voicing her curiosity. Li Shuangwan understood Iju's perceptiveness and knew she harbored doubts. Yet she preferred not to elaborate. Some truths, once known, could be burdensome. After meeting Zhou Kaiyao the following day, she resolved to visit the estate the day after. Just as she set down the last account book and prepared to return to the manor with her purchases, Iju approached her. Chapter 64. The Shameless Your Highness. Zhou Bo has returned from the estate. Do you wish to see him now? Yes, Li Shuangwan replied, lifting her teacup to moisten her throat. As Zhou Wen entered, she placed the cup down. How is Miss Su'er? Has she awakened? Zhou Wen shook his head. Your Highness, Miss Su'er is gravely injured. She developed a high fever last night, and the medicine could not be administered, putting her in a perilous state. Fortunately, the doctor has been diligent, remaining by her side. Since the medicine could not be given, he administered several bowls, and by this morning, her fever has subsided somewhat. However, she has yet to awaken. The doctor says her internal injuries are severe. Li Shuangwan tightened her grip, recalling the frail girl and feeling a pang of sympathy. Rest assured, the old man Chen and his companions are taking turns watching over Miss Su'er. The doctor mentioned her will to survive is strong, and she has passed the most critical moment. As long as she awakens, she should be fine.
Li Shuangwan nodded.
Pondering how Su Luo had endured such severe injuries in her past life. The doctor was merely a village healer, clad in patched clothing, surely lacking in fine remedies. Thus, in her previous life, Su Luo had been left with lingering ailments, and this doctor was deserving of being called a foster father by her. Has that matter been taken care of? Your Highness, rest assured, it has been resolved. I visited the unmarked gravesite again today and found a fresh female corpse. Dressed her in Miss Su'er's clothing and placed her in the coffin we purchased yesterday, burying her near the unmarked gravesite. The corpse's face had been ravaged by wild dogs, Even if the Duke of Yongning were to see it, he would not recognize her.
Yizu furovet herbrov.
Unable to contain her discontent. Zhou, why do you share such unsavory matters with the princess? Zhou Wen hastily apologized.
Li Shuangwan smilat finely.
It is of no consequence. Do you forget I have been on the battlefield? I have seen corpses mangled beyond recognition, even reduced to mush beneath hooves. Zhou, you have done well. Afterward, she instructed Yizhu to give Zhou Wen the pastries and some reward money. Zhou Wen expressed his gratitude profusely. Yizhu's face paled. It was said that Shengjing was prosperous, the imperial capital of the northern Jin, yet who could fathom the blood, sweat, and bones that underpinned this grandeur? Not long after Zhou Wen departed, Luo Man returned, tossing her bundle onto the table before opening it. Your Highness, do you find it satisfactory? She then seized the water jug, drinking several gulps before pausing. Li Shuangwan chuckled helplessly, noting the stark contrast in personalities between her two maids.
Oh.
I am parched to death. Luo Man gasped. Yizhu shot her a disapproving glance. Take it easy. We are in Shengjing, at the Hengwangfu. You must learn to observe etiquette. If you continue this way, you may bring trouble upon the princess. After quenching her thirst, Luo Man waved her hand dismissively. Aren't there rules for you to enforce? Seeing Yizhu about to reprimand Luo Man further, Li Shuangwan intervened with a smile. All right, Luo Man is simply being herself. Do not stifle her. There are plenty of people here who adhere to the rules. Having one more or less makes no difference.
Luo Man grinned.
The princess truly cares for her servants. What do you think of these garments? Li Shuangwan inquired, examining each piece. Quite good, all of them. Luo Man beamed as though she had just received a delectable treat. The next day, as Li Shuangwan prepared to head to the side courtyard, an unexpected visitor obstructed her path. Luo Man glared furiously at the woman kneeling before Li Shuangwan. Get up and speak. You look ridiculous crying like that. Li Shuangwan slammed her teacup onto the table and coldly addressed the woman on the floor. Elder sister, I beg you, I can only turn to you now. My parents want to marry me off to the grandson of Master Zhong Chenyang, and they have already exchanged the marriage tokens. I do not wish to marry him. Elder sister, Heng Wangfei, I implore you to help me. Li Shuangmiao remained kneeling, tears streaming down her face. What is wrong with Zhong Chenyang? I have met him a few times. He is handsome, comes from a respectable family, and at 20, has already achieved the status of a Jiren. In 2 years, he will likely advance further in the imperial examinations. Marrying him would be enviable. Why can't you be content? Her uncle and aunt certainly had good judgment in selecting a son-in-law. Li Shuangmiao's makeup was ruined by her tears. Regardless of his merits, he is of no concern to me. I do not like him and do not wish to marry him. Heng Wangfei, please, you are my only hope. As she spoke, she repeatedly knocked her head on the ground. Yizhu slammed the tea she had intended to hand to Li Shuangmiao onto the table, suppressing her anger. Miss, you must understand, the princess is already married. How can she interfere in your marriage matters? If this were to reach the ears of your father and mother, they would surely think ill of the princess.
Li Shuangmiao ignored Yizhu.
I am truly at my wit's end, elder sister. You have always understood my feelings. I can accommodate no one but Heng Wang. Please, fulfill my wish. After all, the inner courtyard of Hengwangfu will not have only you as the sole woman. I am your sister. As long as you speak to my parents, they would not dare refuse. Luo Man, hearing this, nearly seized a broom from the corner to chase her away. Miss, what are you saying? How can you ask your own sister to relinquish her husband? You expect the princess to use her influence to pressure others? If this gets out, what will become of the princess's reputation? That is not my intention, elder sister. I am not so greedy. You will always be Heng Wangfei. I only wish to stay by the prince's side as a concubine or even a secondary wife. I implore you to grant me this. She certainly knew how to divert attention. Li Shuangwan stood and approached her. Do not speak of my marriage. As a married woman, I can no longer meddle in the affairs of my uncle and aunt regarding their daughter's marriage. Even if I were unmarried, it is not my place as the eldest daughter of the main branch to interfere in matters concerning the second branch. You should return. I cannot assist you. Having spoken, Li Shuangwan turned and walked away with Yizhu and Luo Man. She was utterly bewildered by how Li Shuangmiao could dare to seek her out. Any woman of sound mind would never stoop to such a level. Li Shuangmiao knelt there in disarray, her eyes filled with venom as she fixated on the receding figure, questioning why a woman of such vulgarity, who consorted with men, could marry the Prince of Heng.
Meanwhile,
She herself was well-versed in the arts and possessed talents that surpassed those of her rival. Had she not essentially offered herself in marriage to the Prince of Heng, speaking as if she were of such lofty virtue? Li Shuangwan, are you truly planning to bring that woman, Zhou Kaiyao, into the prince's residence? Li Shuangwan halted her steps and turned around. What do you wish to say? She is my biological sister, lost to the world for over a decade. Our parents and I have already wronged her too much. Chapter 65. A rare sight indeed. Li Shuangmiao fiercely wiped her tears away. So, to make amends, you would rather send a woman whom you have never even met to the prince's bed than utter a few kind words on my behalf. Is that correct? Just because she is your biological sister and I am not? You intend to meet her right now, don't you? Li Shuangwan dismissed the shameless woman with a flick of her sleeve and strode away. Suddenly, Li Shuangmiao rushed over and grasped Li Shuangwan's hand. Do not leave. Until we have spoken all that needs to be said, no one is permitted to depart. The prince's residence cannot possibly house only you, if that is the case. Why cannot it also accommodate me? Together, as sisters, who would dare to lay a hand on us in the prince's estate?
Li Shuangwan,
By what right do you monopolize the prince? Li Shuangwan cast a cold gaze at Li Shuangmiao's relentless grip. Do not project your sordid thoughts onto me.
Li Shuangmiao,
I shall say this only once. Release me. I will not. Li Shuangwan, do you think I am unaware of your intentions?
Ha!
Do not feign superiority. You have merely degraded yourself by willingly marrying the prince. Smack. Li Shuangwan delivered a resounding slap, sending Li Shuangmiao sprawling to the ground.
Observing Li Shuangmiao sulensa.
Luoman burst into laughter. Second miss, the general's mansion has ample mirrors for you to admire your lunatic visage. If you cannot find one, a puddle will suffice. What a disgrace. I have seen shamelessness, but nothing like this. Iju and Luoman accompanied Li Shuangwan out of the estate. Iju assisted Li Shuangwan into the carriage, noticing her mistress's troubled expression, and spoke softly. Your Highness, do not let these vexations trouble your mind. If the second master and second mistress were to learn that their daughter sought you out regarding this matter, they would surely be displeased with her. They would likely confine her to the estate until she is fit for marriage. Luoman huffed. Today has truly opened my eyes. How can a sister force her elder sister to yield her husband? The second miss is simply too excessive. In my opinion, Wu Guanjia should bind her and present her to the second master and mistress for proper discipline. Iju shot Luoman a disapproving glance. Enough. Speak less. The second miss is still the sister of the princess. If we were to act thus, what would that make the princess? Your Highness, I have noticed that the grandson of the Zhong family is quite impressive, with a promising future. The second miss is merely blinded by her own folly, failing to see young Master Zhong's merits. Once we return to the estate, I believe the second master and mistress will persuade her with reason and emotion, and she will no longer trouble you. Iju consoled.
Li Shuangwan nudda Janli.
Zhong Chenyang was indeed remarkable in her previous life. He had been the top scholar appointed by Emperor Jingzhong, ascending from a 7th grade editor at the Hanlin Academy to the Minister of Personnel in merely 5 or 6 years. Before his demise, Emperor Jingzhong intended to appoint him as the prime minister, but alas, it was vetoed by Ling Heng. Otherwise, he would have been the youngest first-rank prime minister since the establishment of the Northern Jin dynasty. Aside from her maternal family, he was the only one in the court bold enough to speak on behalf of the general's mansion, pleading for a re-evaluation of her father's treason charges. However, such unfounded accusations were firmly pressed upon her father by Ling Heng, and it was unlikely they would be revisited. She was unaware of Zhong Chenyang's fate thereafter, but with a man like Ling Heng, who held grudges with fervor, she surmised it could not bode well. Fortunately, in her previous life, Li Shuangmiao had not married Zhong Chenyang. Otherwise, with such a troublemaker involved, the Zhong family would likely have fallen into decline long ago. In this lifetime, she would never allow Li Shuangmiao to wed Zhong Chenyang. After Li Shuangwan departed, Li Shuangmiao's venomous gaze did not escape Ng's notice. Nor did her curses evade his ears. It would be easy to eliminate her, but it would only bring trouble to Li Shuangwan. Just as Li Shuangmiao managed to rise from the ground, she was seized by Shuwenbo, who tossed her out through the back door.
Ah!
Li Shuangmiao was disoriented from the fall. How dare you? Do you know who I am to treat me thus? I care not who you are. Just as Li Shuangmiao stood up, she was confronted by a pair of menacing figures donning the masks of the prince's secret guards, causing her to plop back down in fear. Second Miss Li, this is the prince's residence. How dare you intrude now that His Highness and the princess have wed? I have seen shamelessness, but never such unashamed behavior. If you dare to return, do not blame us for being unkind. Shuangwan slammed the door shut with a loud bang. A crowd quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. The common folk were always intrigued by the dramas of noble families, especially those involving the prince's residence. TSK. Whose daughter could it be, thrown out like that? Oh dear, the prince is usually so gentle. She must be a vile creature. Just look at her attire. It is surely provocative. Attempting to seduce the prince. How despicable. Did you hear that man call her Second Miss Li? She must be the daughter of the second branch of the Li family from the General's mansion. TSK, how shameless. Is she attempting to climb into her own brother-in-law's bed? Truly a sight to behold. I have lived 70 years without witnessing such degradation.
Li Shuangwan fled in disgrace.
Assisted by her maid. This incident soon reached Ling Heng's ears. He chuckled coldly, knowing that Li Shuangwan would never agree to let Li Shuangmiao enter the royal residence. Clearly, Li Shuangmiao was foolish. A guard inquired, Your Highness, should we send someone to warn the second branch of the Li family? Ling Heng cast a sidelong glance at him. There is no need. Let the sisters tear at each other like dogs. It will be quite the spectacle. The courtyard of the prince's residence is too quiet. This cannot be a good thing. It has already been half a month. One wonders how much effort Ing has expended on Li Shuangwan. He quietly instructed Scipio, who immediately departed. In recent days before dawn, at the back door of General He's residence, a large basket filled with food, vegetables, meat, rice, and oil had been left. One of the guards reported this to Zheng Xinjian. Commander, should we stake out and capture this person to interrogate if he is an accomplice of the He family? Zheng Xinjian merely lifted an eyebrow. Has His Majesty condemned the He family? The guard chuckled. Not at all. Isn't at His Majesty's decree that forbids the relatives and friends of the He family from delivering food? The guard frowned. That certainly is not the case.
So,
does His Majesty intend to starve the He family? Zheng Xinjian raised his voice. The guard felt a chill run down his spine. No. Zheng Xinjian slammed the document onto the table. If that is the case, why apprehend the person delivering the goods? The guard fell to his knees. I see my error. Zheng Xinjian lifted his gaze. Ensure that all items brought in are thoroughly inspected. No other items may accompany the food. If anything goes awry, I shall hold you accountable. Understood. Chapter 66. Wealth and prosperity. Since that day, when Li Shuangwan had an earnest conversation with the elder Madame He, she immediately set about reassuring those in her household. Although the women and children remained fearful and mournful, they were no longer in the state of panic that had characterized their initial reaction. They waited quietly in the estate for news. The masters held their backs straight, and even the servants confined within the manor subtly straightened their spines, going about their duties as usual. Occasionally, the venerable matriarch of the He family would bring warm soup and tea to the imperial guards braving the cold winds. This act left the besieging troops of the general in a state of bewilderment, as they felt that such dignified members of the He family would never disregard the lives of countless soldiers for mere trifling of military merit. Moreover, the matriarch was correct. The He family had accumulated enough military achievements, rivaling even those of the General of National Defense. There was no need for General He to sacrifice the lives of his kin, or the 30,000 troops of the He family, for such trivial gains. The so-called reckless ambition and obstinate military command might indeed conceal deeper motives. Li Shuangwan and her companions had just finished lunch at a country estate before heading to another residence. Chen Ping, riding alongside the carriage, informed, Your Highness, I have just received word that the fourth young lady of the He family was nearly subjected to humiliation by one of the imperial guards today. Li Shuangwan abruptly lifted the curtain of the carriage, asking, What happened to the fourth young lady? Chen Ping, noticing the distress etched on his mistress's face, quickly reassured her. No harm came to her. The matriarch intervened in time. Zheng Xinjiang punished the offender with 20 lashes and expelled him from the ranks. Chen Ping was exceptionally skilled at gathering intelligence and executing tasks. Following Li Shuangwan's advice, he had utilized his resources over the past 10 days to recruit the beggars of Shengjing City for their protection. After the incident at the He family manor, the princess had instructed him to station more beggars around the general's residence to discreetly monitor the situation of the female members of the household, ensuring their safety at all costs. Li Shuangwan sighed heavily in relief, thankful that no tragedy akin to her previous life had unfolded. In her past existence, the matriarch of the He family had fallen gravely ill after suffering immense losses, and following the emperor's decree to seal off the general's estate, chaos ensued within its walls. The fourth young lady of the He family had been publicly humiliated in her own chamber, her despair compounded by the absence of support. When she sought justice from Zheng Xinjiang, the commander of the guards, he turned a blind eye to her plight. However, the true tormentor was not the guard who had insulted her, nor was it Zheng Xinjiang's indifference. It was her own mother, Lin, who, in an outburst of shame, had berated her for bringing disgrace to the He family and cruelly wished for her to die. Heartbroken and desolate, the fourth young lady returned to her quarters and took her own life with a white silk ribbon. In a further display of outrage, other guards, emboldened by the offender's initial success, invaded the general's estate that very night, subjecting the He family women to further indignities. In the following days, multiple corpses were carried out from the He family manor. Fortunately, in this life, the matriarch had prevented a repeat of such tragedies, and Zheng Xinjiang had delivered severe punishment to the perpetrator. No one dared to underestimate the women of the He family any longer. Li Shuangwan instructed Qinping to convey to the guards the importance of remaining vigilant. "Rest assured, Your Highness, they now heed my words," he replied. The estate was vast, and had it been spring, it would have been awash with vibrant colors and verdant life. Alas, it was winter, and the atmosphere was bleak and desolate. The estate felt vast yet empty, with the cold northern winds howling relentlessly. In the absence of coal for warmth, the winter residence was as frigid as an ice cellar. One day spent in such a place could drive anyone to madness, let alone Zhou Kaiyao, who had been confined there for 4 long days. The true severity lay with her uncle, who had made the decision to send Zhou Kaiyao to this desolate location. Qinping opened the door to the residence, inviting Li Shuangwan inside. Startled by the noise, Zhou Kaiyao, who had been huddled under a blanket for warmth, jumped up, inadvertently dropping the blanket to the ground. She rushed to the vanity, hastily applying powder to her face. She had calculated well. She bore a striking resemblance to the eldest daughter of the General of National Defense. However, she was plagued by guilt and fear, recalling how she had claimed ignorance of her birth date on that fateful day at the Lu residence. Her adoptive parents had found her on the 7th day of the 8th month in the first year of Jingzhong. Yet, she knew her true birthday was the 13th of October. There was indeed a lost daughter of the General of National Defense, but it was certainly not her. She had not intended to take such a path, but several years prior, after witnessing a woman on horseback laughing with another and hearing the crowd remark on their resemblance, a wild thought began to take root in her mind. As it grew, she could no longer sit idly by. She understood the risks involved and the potential for irreversible consequences, but given their striking similarity, she reasoned that as long as she did not claim to be the daughter of the General of National Defense, others might mistake her for one. If that lady had not given birth to twins, seeing her resemblance to her daughter might compel her to take her in as a foster daughter. If fortune favored her, and the lady had indeed borne twins, with one having perished in infancy, could she not seize the opportunity? Wealth and honor often came at great cost, and if royal princes could engage in deadly rivalries over the throne, her own risks were minimal. Blessed with a melodious voice, she joined the Lianhua troupe, quickly finding success. It was as if heaven had bestowed favor upon her. Since joining the troupe, both its reputation and her own had flourished. Over the years, the Lianhua troupe had traveled extensively, often performing at the grand estates of the affluent, which allowed her to gather information about the General of National Defense. On one occasion, while visiting a certain lady of a returning official, she learned that the wife of the great general had indeed given birth to twins, one of whom had unfortunately died shortly after birth. Was this not a sign from the heavens that she was meant to become the daughter of the General of National Defense? She immediately urged the troops' leader to travel to Xinjing City. Hence, when they arrived and learned that the Lu estate was hosting a celebration for the matriarch, she convinced the leader to attend. After all, during her travels with the troupe, she had witnessed countless gatherings, and such events were often graced by numerous noble women and young ladies. To her astonishment, she spotted the legitimate daughter of the General of National Defense at the Lu estate, now married to the Prince of Heng and styled as the Princess of Heng. She was breathtakingly beautiful, particularly with the beauty mark on her brow. Her grace was something Zhou Kaiyao could never hope to emulate. Yet, this was sufficient. A beauty mark could not be painted, as it would easily reveal itself as a deception. After performing her scene, she hurried backstage to alter her appearance, knowing that makeup was a basic skill within the troupe. Apart from the beauty mark, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Shuangwan. Sure enough, a young lady exclaimed, calling her Princess Jianing. Such noble ladies, often lacking in intellect, were the easiest to manipulate. Over the years, she had diligently gathered information about Li Shuangwan, knowing her birth date and the circumstances surrounding her birth. She was well aware that the General of National Defense was the most prestigious military household, basking in endless wealth and glory. Everything seemed to conspire in her favor, as if the heavens themselves were assisting her. Having resided alone in this cold place for several days, she had not seen Li Shuangwan since the carriage driver had brought her here, nor had anyone informed her of what to do next. The nights were the most unbearable, with the wind seeping through the cracks of the door, wailing like a sorrowful spirit. The cold was relentless. Apart from her 3 meals a day, she found herself with nothing to do, confined to her quarters in the biting cold. She understood that Li Shuangwan would not easily accept her, which was why she was subjected to such trials. Why did this scheming sister act in such a manner? It was simply because she feared that she might usurp the affection of the general and his wife. It was because she was apprehensive that when she married, they would compensate for the years of neglect with a generous dowry. Thus, she sought to intimidate her. The more Zhou Kaiyao pondered over these days, the more convinced she became of this notion. Though they had yet to meet, her heart had already begun to harbor resentment. However, she felt no fear. Not in the slightest. In this world, poverty was the most dreadful affliction. Zhou Kaiyao fixed her gaze on the door, initially intending to present herself with composure. But the moment the door creaked open, she changed her mind. Since they had recognized her as the lost daughter of the general, then she would embrace that identity. After enduring years of hardship, could she afford to appear timid or fearful? The door slowly swung open, and a figure entered. Zhou Kaiyao narrowed her eyes, as the afternoon sunlight bathed the newcomer, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. She wore a gown of pale lavender, draped with a dark jade fox fur cloak, and a circle of snow-white fox fur around her neck accentuated her delicate features, making her countenance seem diminutive. Her skin as fair as snow. Her hair was styled in a celestial bun, adorned with a golden hairpin and a flowing hairpin on her right side. Her lips were naturally red, her cheeks unpainted, and her autumn-like eyes were captivating. Particularly striking was the beauty mark between her brows, which made her resemble the goddess Chang'e in flesh. Zhou Kaiyao knelt down. I pay my respects to the princess consort. Li Shuangwan hurried forward, gently helping Zhou Kaiyao to her feet. Sister, what are you doing? I am your sister. How can you perform such a grand gesture? Zhou Kaiyao was taken aback as Li Shuangwan lifted her, softly inquiring, Sister? Yet, that day. Li Shuangwan smiled. On that day, I had a strong sense of certainty in my heart, but I needed to write to father and mother first. Mother has already replied, confirming that she indeed gave birth to a pair of twins in the temple. Unfortunately, when you were born, you were bruised with the umbilical cord wrapped around your neck, and we feared the worst. Thankfully, you are safe. Li Shuangwan gestured for her to sit, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Thank heavens. Fate has allowed me to find you in the Lu residence. Zhou Kaiyao lowered her head, her hands nervously twisting together, afraid to meet Li Shuangwan's gaze, murmuring, But, could it be so easy to accept me as your sister? Isn't that a bit hasty? Internally, Zhou Kaiyao was elated. She had won her gamble. From this day forth, she would be recognized as the legitimate second daughter of the General's household. Whether it be glory or wealth, marriage or children, she was set to embark on a life distinctly her own. Li Shuangwan pointed to the beauty mark between her brows. Look, I have a beauty mark here. Mother told me you have one too, but it's on your left side. To confirm you are my sister, we need to see if you have a beauty mark like mine. Zhou Kaiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, she had a mark in that very spot. Whether or not it was a beauty mark remained to be seen, but its existence was indisputable. Such a concealed location, being a girl, no one aside from her parents could possibly know. Even the midwife from that time had long since passed away. Could it be that she truly was the lost daughter of the general's household? Li Shuangwan said. Thus, I need to see it to confirm. Zhou Kaiyao trembled with excitement. I have it. I will show it to you. Yizhu closed the door, and Zhou Kaiyao unfastened her garment for Li Shuangwan to inspect. Ah Yao, you truly are my biological sister. Li Shuangwan embraced her tightly. You have suffered these past years. She was aware of the so-called beauty mark. Having been informed by Ling Heng, tears streamed down Zhou Kaiyao's face, her greatest anxiety dissipating. She was deserving of such fortune. As for the true daughter of the general's household, who had long since perished without a trace, she felt no remorse. Allow me to relish in this opulence on your behalf. The corners of Zhou Kaiyao's mouth gradually curled into a smile. All the hardships, fears, and torments she had endured in this desolate courtyard were now worth it. Li Shuangwan, the legitimate daughter of the general's household, the princess consort. How could she have left her waiting here for days without a word, if not for the fear of her stealing the affections of her parents? How greedy she was! It was impossible for one to monopolize all the blessings in this world. Fortunately, she had made the decisive choice to leave Linshui town otherwise. Had she married that impoverished boy, she would have had no place to lament. How did you end up in the lotus class to perform? Zhou Kaiyao reined in her pride, her voice trembling. I have loved singing since childhood. The villagers often praised my voice. After my adoptive parents passed away, I had no support and went to Huangzhou, where I saw the lotus class recruiting. I auditioned and was unexpectedly accepted. For the past few years, I have been traveling with them to perform. Li Shuangwan expressed her sympathy. You have endured much. Zhou Kaiyao shook her head. Sister, I grew up in the countryside, and only in these last few years have I traveled with the troupe. I am unfamiliar with many things and may even speak incorrectly. Isn't it true that some are born into wealth, no matter where they grow up? That air of nobility is innate. She understood she was not among them, thankfully. Her true identity as parents had passed, and the midwife was also deceased. Chapter 68. Following the wrong person, do not be afraid. Our parents have long been stationed in the Northwest military camp, and they have little interaction with the people of Xinjiang. No one will make things difficult for you. As soon as they learned you were in Xinjiang, Mother immediately rushed back. She will arrive in half a month. With her here, everything will be fine. Zhou Kaiyao understood this. Aside from the royal family, the general's household was paramount in Xinjiang. No matter the noble daughters of other families, they would have to defer to her, the second daughter of the general. What about the lotus class? My contract is still there. Li Shuangwan helped Zhou Kaiyao sit down. There is no rush. We will discuss this with the troop leader when Mother returns. Zhou Kaiyao remained silent. Her contract bore her birth date, but that was of little consequence. When the time came, she could claim she had been frightened and deliberately understated her age by 2 months. Once the contract was in her hands, she would burn it immediately. It was not a significant issue. Li Shuangwan instructed. Yizhu, Luo man, go fetch the items from the carriage. The 2 maidservants complied, returning shortly with 2 large bundles. Upon opening them, Zhou Kaiyao was immediately captivated. Exquisite silks, jewels, and even the fabric of the bundles was of the finest quality. Although she had good clothes and jewelry in the troupe, these were incomparable. When performing at grand estates, the ladies would bestow gifts, sometimes earning 5 or 10 taels. But these belonged to the troop leader, and she could keep only a fraction. These items were hastily purchased by Li Shuangwan from a shop upon her arrival, and they were of decent quality. Zhou Kaiyao swallowed hard. Are all of these for me? Yes, they are all yours. I brought a small portion with me. The rest you can select when you return home. The general's household has its own embroiderers. Whatever you fancy, they will craft for you, including embroidered shoes. As for headpieces and jewelry, Li Shuangwan glanced at Zhou Caiyao's jade hairpin, noting she wore it last time as well. It seemed to be her only decent piece. Tomorrow, I will take you to the treasure pavilion, and you may choose for yourself. Yizhu smiled. The treasure pavilion belongs to the princess consort, with an array of headpieces and jewelry, all uniquely styled. Noble ladies in Xinjiang love to shop there. I am certain you will find something you adore. Zhou Caiyao's mouth fell open in astonishment. How much silver would it require to open a jewelry shop? Sister, are you going to let me live alone in the general's household? What is the matter? I indeed have the intention of bringing you back, for that is our true home. However, my uncle believes it is best for our mother to meet you first and confirm your identity before you return. Today, I have come to inquire about your thoughts on this matter. You are the biological daughter of our parents, and should you wish to reside in the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion, you need not heed my uncle and aunt's opinions. Zhou Kaiyao felt an indescribable emotion stir within her and timidly replied, I do not know anyone here, and with father and mother absent, I am frightened. This place is too vast. I cannot bear to stay alone. Sister, may I reside with you in the Prince Heng's mansion? Li Shuangwan appeared troubled. This matter requires His Highness's consent. Indeed, even in her second life, some individuals' aspirations to ascend the social ladder are ingrained in their very essence. Thus, despite her uncle's clear statement that she should stay here until their mother returns to Xingjing, she still felt compelled to ask. Yet, she did not anticipate that she would be allowed to live with her in the Prince Heng's mansion. Since her arrival, Zhou Caiyao's expressions had changed multiple times, all of which Li Shuangwan had observed.
Huh?
Aren't you the princess? The princess is the mistress of the royal residence. Is it not permissible for you to host your own sister for a few days? Roman rolled her eyes.
It is not as simple as that.
The royal residence has more rules than other households. I suspect you have yet to visit the prince's mansion after spending so many years in the opera troupe. Li Shuangwan shot Roman a reproachful glance. How about this? If you are unwilling to stay in the Duke of Jinggua's mansion, you may remain here for a couple more nights. Tomorrow, I will ask His Highness, and if all is well, I shall arrange for a carriage to bring you back the day after. Zhou Caiyao felt a pang of reluctance and timidly asked, then, does that mean I shall not go to the Duke of Jinggua's mansion? I have already spoken to my uncle about your situation. In a couple of days, once our mother returns, we will take you to meet uncle and aunt. Rest assured, as long as there is evidence to prove you are my biological sister, there is no way you could escape. Zhou Caiyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since you're a daughter of the Li family, my father has given you a new name, Li Shuangyao. We are all of the Shuang generation. Zhou Caiyao readily agreed. I will heed my parents and sister. Li Shuangyao is a lovely name. Sister, I truly like it. She was acutely aware that residing in the Duke of Jinggua's mansion, without the presence of the Li couple, would leave her vulnerable to the schemes of the second household. Moreover, as Li Shuangwan stated, her identity as a daughter of the Duke of Xinghua was irrevocable. However, the Prince Heng's mansion was a different matter altogether. With Li Shuangwan as her sister, she would have the opportunity to meet many noble sons and even princes, especially as the new year approached. A month remained until the new year. Meanwhile, Ling Heng of the Beima Temple had received news shortly after Li Shuangwan returned to the Prince Heng's mansion from the Lu residence. He was aware that one of the twins born to the Zhu family had died on the day of birth. But now he was being told that the female infant had survived. Moreover, that Zhou Caiyao had entered Xingjing with the Lianhua troop and was discovered by Li Shuangwan at the Lu residence. He immediately instructed Si Pe to investigate, and the following day received word that Li Shuangwan had sent Chen Ping out of the city. Consequently, he altered his strategy and ordered Si Pe to follow Chen Ping. Your Highness, Chen Ping has returned. Ling Heng slowly polished the sword in his hand. Where did Li Shuangwan send him? Si Pe lowered his head, unable to meet his master's gaze. Your Highness, our men have followed the wrong person. Ling Heng swiftly drew the sword across Si Pe's throat. What did you say? Followed the wrong person. Si Pe fell to his knees. It is my incompetence. Please punish me, Your Highness. When did the people of the Prince Heng's mansion become so inept as to follow the wrong person? Chen Ping has returned many days ago. And you inform me now that you followed the wrong person. Li Shuangwan inexplicably has a twin sister? Had I known about her existence earlier, I would have ensured she never appeared before Li Shuangwan. Only one daughter could exist in the Duke of Jinggua's mansion, and that person had already married Li Shuangwan. However, now that she had arrived in Xingjing, eliminating her would not be an easy task.
Chapter 69. Suluo awakens Si Pe prostrated himself, seeking forgiveness.
Even as the two men he dispatched were unaware of when they had followed the wrong person. To avoid being discovered by Chen Ping, they had trailed at a distance for 5 days before realizing the error. They rushed forward, only to find that the person was not Chen Ping.
But now,
5 days had passed. Where could they find the real person? Disheveled and exhausted, they had just returned. As for their punishment, Si Pe knew what to do, without Ling Heng needing to speak. Do you know where this person hails from? Linshui Town, Huanzhou Prefecture. Immediately send someone to inquire what Chen Ping was doing there.
Yes.
Ling Heng swiftly rode back to the Prince Heng's mansion. At that time, Li Shuangwan had just arrived. Ling Heng headed directly to the Le Xiao courtyard, glancing around the yard but finding no one. He approached Li Shuangwan with a smile in his eyes.
A-Wan,
you look so tired. Where have you been? Li Shuangwan lifted her eyelids to glance at him, pouring herself a cup of tea. After finishing, she recounted her conversation regarding Li Huai. Ling Heng looked incredulous. You mean to say that the female infant did not die? Li Shuangwan's expression turned serious as she nodded slightly. My sister has endured much hardship over these past years. The Zhou family is impoverished, and she has suffered from hunger and cold. She appears quite frail. Furthermore, she has spent these years in the opera troupe, where she has faced numerous challenges. Ling Heng took hold of Li Shuangwan's hand. If this is true, she has indeed suffered greatly. Yet my uncle is right. We must approach the matter of the family tree with caution. Since our mother is on her way back to Xinjiang, a few days' delay is inconsequential. We must wait for her to see with her own eyes before we can be at ease. Li Shuangwan nodded, withdrawing her hand. There is something I wish to discuss with His Highness. My sister is currently residing in a separate courtyard. I visited her today and wish to bring her back. However, I am truly uneasy about her staying alone in the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion. She has already suffered enough. I do not want her to face any more grievances. Your Highness, I would like her to temporarily stay in the Prince Heng's mansion until my mother arrives, if that is agreeable to you. Ling Heng felt an intense frustration. Having her stay in the Prince Heng's mansion made things even more complicated. Yet, he maintained a gentle smile. That is indeed proper. A-Wan need not be so polite with me.
Come here.
Yes, Your Highness. Prepare the Yunmeng courtyard for Miss Yao to reside in, and assign more servants to attend to her needs. Choose carefully. You must personally oversee this. The steward nodded with a smile. Yes, congratulations to the princess. I shall attend to it at once. Thus, the arrangements were made as instructed. The following morning, Li Shuangwan went to the estate to check on Su Luo's condition. The girl had not awakened the previous day, after enduring years of hardship at the Yongning Marquis's residence. She needed to see her personally and ensure she had passed the critical period before feeling at ease. After more than an hour, the carriage stopped at the estate's entrance. The Qin family, upon hearing that the princess had arrived, hurried out to greet her. Li Shuangwan descended from the carriage, her hand resting on Yiju's arm, and upon seeing the Qin family kneeling at the entrance, she quickly stepped forward. Please rise. How is Miss Su? The elder Qin replied, Your Highness. She is yet to awaken. Alas, she has been in a coma for 3 days. Dr. Gua says that if she does not awaken today, the prognosis might be dire. Li Shuangwan furrowed her brows. She was unaware of how many days Su Luo had been unconscious in her previous life. As they spoke, they had already reached the door. The doctor, Gua, had been keeping watch beside Su Luo and stood up upon seeing Li Shuangwan enter. Li Shuangwan noticed the dark circles under his eyes and the significant amount of white hair he had gained, indicating that he had not rested properly during these days. He bore the burden that Su Luo had treated him as a father in her past life. Mr. Gua, how is she? Li Shuangwan approached the bedside. Finding Su Luo still in a coma, her face devoid of color, making the dark birthmark on her visage even more pronounced. Dr. Gua sighed deeply and shook his head. Alas, I can see that this young lady has a strong will to survive, but her injuries are indeed too severe. If she does not awaken today, we must prepare for the worst. The lady should brace herself. Li Shuangwan felt a heaviness in her heart. Miss Su had not spent a single day in peace at the Yongning Marquis's residence. She had intended to take her to her own estate, hoping to save her life. Perhaps her own rebirth had disrupted many things, leading to Miss Su's peril. A stone of sorrow lodged in her chest. Suddenly, a faint voice arose from behind. Where am I? What has happened to me? The voice was weak, so weak that had the atmosphere not been so heavy with concern, no one might have heard it. Li Shuangwan quickly turned to see the person on the bed slightly opening her eyes, which widened in confusion. Due to injuries on her back, Su Luo had been lying flat. She struggled to lift her head, gazing blearily at those around her. You're awake! Li Shuangwan exclaimed joyfully, stepping forward and squatting before Su Luo. That's wonderful. I was just worrying about you. How do you feel, Miss Su? Dr. Gua also breathed a sigh of relief, his face creasing into a smile. It is good that she is awakened. Who are you? Is this a costume drama? Su Luo attempted to sit up, only to wince in pain, gasping sharply, Damn. That broken carriage did a number on me. Which heartless film crew brought me here? Do they not care about people's lives for the sake of realism? Li Shuangwan looked at the woman in bed. Miss Su, what are you saying?
Misu?
You're calling me? Su Luo pointed at herself in disbelief. Li Shuangwan nodded. What's wrong? Have you forgotten who you are? Before she could finish, Su Luo let out a cry of pain, clutching her head with both hands and shutting her eyes tightly, racked with agony. Li Shuangwan was alarmed and quickly stepped back. Addressing Dr. Gua, Sir, what is happening to her? Has she injured her head?
Please check.
Dr. Gua, whose brow had just relaxed, furrowed again and approached to take her pulse, but was abruptly pushed away by Su Luo, who exhibited surprising strength, far from that of someone just awakening from severe injuries. Everyone was astonished. This frail Miss Su, despite her grave wounds, possessed such vigor. Fortunately, after a moment, Su Luo released her grip. Taking several deep breaths before slowly raising her head to look at everyone, the confusion in her eyes beginning to fade.
IM fine.
Was it you who saved me? Dr. Guo replied. It was this lady who saved you. I merely offered some meager assistance. Su Luo propped herself up and respectfully bowed to Li Shuangwan. Thank you, madam, for saving my life. She then performed a similar gesture to Dr. Guo. Thank you, sir, for rescuing me. Li Shuangwan let out a long breath. Relieved that her head was unharmed, Su Luo's strange remarks had startled her. Chapter 70. The Black Tumor Iju and Luo man came over to help Su Luo lie down comfortably and offered her some water to drink. Miss, your injuries are severe. You need ample rest to recover. Su Luo nodded, though her eyes clearly expressed disbelief. Iju, you and Luo man go prepare some rice porridge and a few light dishes.
Li Shuangwan instructa.
Dr. Guo, sensing that the lady wished to speak privately with the young lady, added, I will check on the medicine. Li Shuangwan nodded. Thank you, sir. I brought some medicine. Please see if it is of use. Of course. The room was left with only Li Shuangwan and Su Luo. Now fully awake, Su Luo's eyes sparkled like dark grapes as she surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze on Li Shuangwan.
Misu.
Would you prefer to stay at my estate to recuperate, or should I send you back to the Yongning Marquis' residence? 2 days prior, she had brought Su Luo here without consulting her, but ultimately, it was Su Luo's life. Her wishes must be respected. Su Luo shook her head. That dreadful place. I want to go back. That old woman didn't even investigate before accusing me of marring her daughter's face. If I had the chance, I would have marred her face beyond recognition. It's excruciating. 50 lashes would have taken my life. Li Shuangwan could not help but raise her eyebrows in surprise. This girl did not seem at all like someone who had been trapped in the inner quarters for over a decade. Nevertheless, she found it endearing.
Su Luo.
Rubbing her backside, turned to Li Shuangwan. Hey, what is your name? You're really beautiful. That beauty mark between your brows is the finishing touch.
Li Shuangwan shuklat.
Amused by her candor. It was no wonder that in her past life, Miss Su had so effortlessly dismantled the dreams of the Yongning Marquis' wife and her daughter. My name is Li Shuangwan. Su Luo chewed her words. Li Shuangwan, Li Shuangwan. What a lovely name. I quite like you. Li Shuangwan laughed again. How could such an adorable girl be treated so poorly by the Yongning Marquis' family? She gently patted Su Luo's head. You should focus on healing here. I brought some new clothes. Once you're well, we'll see if they fit. If you don't like them, or they don't suit you, just let me know, and I'll have them tailored for you. Su Luo waved her hand dismissively, as if they were old friends. None of that matters. I like everything you give me. Though Su Luo was quite slender, her face, pressed against the pillow, displayed a cute plumpness, making it hard for Li Shuangwan to resist pinching her cheeks. They were all ready-made. They might not fit perfectly. Miss Su can try them on and choose. If you desire anything else or have a craving, just inform Anshin. Su Luo grabbed Li Shuangwan's wandering hand. Don't call me Miss Su. Just thinking about being the illegitimate daughter of that wretched Yongning Marquis' residence makes me feel embarrassed. Let us go with Luo Luo. Can I call you Sister Wan? Li Shuangwan maintained a smile, her heart already softened. That would be delightful. Su Luo wrapped her arms around Li Shuangwan's arm. Sister Wan, you're so kind. I haven't done much. It's Dr. Guo who has watched over you day and night. You were once in a perilous state. It was his tireless efforts that brought you back from the brink of death. I noticed he has gained more gray hair.
Su Luo nodded solemnly.
The debt of gratitude for saving her life was immense and would never be forgotten. The Yongning Marquis' wife is unaware of your recovery, so I think it best for you to convalesce at my estate for now. Once you are well, you can share your plans with me. Su Luo pouted, her large, misty eyes gazing at Li Shuangwan with a pitiful expression. Sister Wan, you want to abandon me once I'm healed, will you? Li Shuangwan was once again amused by the girl's antics, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. What are you saying? As long as you wish to stay. You may remain for as long as you like. I just worry that you, being the second daughter of the Yongning Marquis, might find it beneath you to stay at my estate. Taking her to the prince's residence would also be inappropriate. The best plan would be to wait until her parents returned to the capital next May and have them take her to the northwest. However, the northwest was a harsh environment, and Li Shuangwan had yet to devise a suitable plan. With a soft sigh, she grasped Su Luo's hand. Just the other day, I unilaterally buried a body in your name from the Potter's field. In retrospect, I realize it was presumptuous of me. I should have consulted you first. Sister Wan, you are so thoughtful. As for the second daughter of the Yongning Marquis, let whoever wishes to take that role do so. Saying this, she linked her arm with Li Shuangwan's. Sister Wan, please take me in. I enjoy being with you. Is that all right? Please? With Su Luo's playful banter, the weight that had burdened Li Shuangwan since her rebirth seemed to dissipate. Very well. Su Luo was so elated that she nearly jumped up. But the pain in her back made her wince. Amidst the commotion, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the basin, and as she focused, her eyes widened in shock, resembling cracks in the surface. Goodness, how unattractive. Li Shuangwan couldn't help but twitch her lips. After all, this face had accompanied her for over a decade, yet it felt as if she were seeing it for the very first time. Sister Wan, do you have a mirror?
Su Luo inquired, swallowing hard.
The significance of a woman's beauty cannot be overstated, and it was evident that for the past decade, Su Luo had endured much disdain in the rear courtyard of the Yongning Marquis, lacking the courage to examine her own appearance closely. Li Shuangwan felt a pang of sympathy for her. Clearing her throat, she uttered somewhat insincerely, the most important aspect for a woman is her inner beauty. As for appearances, why should one be overly concerned? Realizing the disingenuousness of her statement, she watched as Su Luo waved her hand dismissively. That's just empty talk. Who doesn't he wish to be beautiful? Rest assured, I merely believe that the dark blemishes on my face are not birthmarks, and I wish to see if they can be treated. With a smile, Li Shuangwan instructed someone to fetch a bronze mirror from the carriage, adding, I too find such words hypocritical, regardless of age. Every girl desires to be lovely. Su Luo gazed into the mirror for an extended period, her expression serious as she prodded and examined, ultimately concluding, the toxins accumulated since birth have manifested as this large black tumor on my face. Toxins? You claim this is poison? Li Shuangwan asked, her voice laced with concern.
Su Luo nodded.
I heard from the old woman that my mother was poisoned shortly after conceiving me, and she died during childbirth. When I was born, this black tumor was not as prominent, but it has grown alongside me. If left untreated, what will happen?
Li Shuangwan grasped Su Luo's hand tightly.
Su Luo extended her fingers. In 5 years at most, if the toxins reach my brain, my time will be short. Then, can it be cured? Seeing Li Shuangwan's anxious expression, Su Luo flashed a playful smile. Don't worry, I can treat it, but I need your help since I lack the necessary medicine. Li Shuangwan released a long breath, recalling that in her past life, Su Luo bore no such black tumor, and 5 years had long since passed. Yet, her heart tightened involuntarily at the thought. Speak, and I will take note. I shall ensure the supplies are delivered tomorrow, she replied promptly. At that moment, Yizhu and Luo Man entered with congee and side dishes, and Li Shuangwan immediately instructed them to prepare paper and ink.
Su Luo, refusing assistance,
spooned congee into her mouth while listing 10 live centipedes, 10 live scorpions, 10 live leeches, and gallium. With each item Su Luo mentioned, Li Shuangwan's heart sank further. While Yizhu's face turned pale as a sheet of paper, Luoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Su, Miss Su, are you attempting to poison the entire Yongning Marquis? Have you considered this thoroughly? Should the Yongning Marquis discover this, he might believe the princess consort intended to harm them.
Su Luo laughed heartily.
She had no intention of letting that man, who had contributed a tadpole for a fleeting moment of pleasure, or those wicked mother and daughter duo, perish so easily. Furthermore, embroiling herself in such chaos could also implicate Sister Wan. A losing venture was not something Su Luo would ever pursue.
No.
This is a matter of using poison to counteract poison, to treat the tumor on my face. There is no need to rush the delivery. My body is still weak, and such fierce medicines cannot be used until I recover from my injuries. Li Shuangwan sighed in relief, recognizing that gathering such rare toxins would not be an easy task. Certainly not something that could be accomplished by the next day. Miss Su, do you possess medical knowledge?
Su Luo blinked innocently. Fabricatinga lie.
Having been confined in the backyard by 2 shrewish women, I had nothing else to do but read. Medical books happen to be my favorite. The more I read, the more I understand. Yizhu and Luoman nodded in agreement. by afternoon. After Li Shuangwan ordered Iju to securely hide the 100,000 taels of silver notes entrusted to her by old Madame He, she returned to the Heng Wang residence. The carriage swayed gently, lulling her into a sleepy stupor. Close the city gates. Only entry is permitted, exit is strictly forbidden. Violators will be executed, without mercy. A deep voice echoed in Li Shuangwan's ears. She lifted the carriage curtain, only to see nearly 100 armed guards from the 5 cities' military command swiftly approaching. Their footsteps were synchronized, the clash of swords against armor creating a resonant sound, and an air of sternness enveloped the surroundings. The nearby citizens hurriedly stepped aside, some stalls overturning in the chaos. Just as their carriage made its way into the city, the guards from the 5 cities' military command arrived simultaneously. Who goes there? A middle-aged general inquired sternly. Luo Man clung to Iju in fright. Li Shuangwan lifted the curtain. Lord Fong. Upon seeing Li Shuangwan, the commander of the 5 cities' military command, known as Lord Fong, offered a symbolic salute. Ah, it is the princess consort of Heng Wang. This humble official pays his respects. What is the matter? Hu Jinfeng has spoken ill of the crown prince. The emperor has issued an edict to strip him of his position and confiscate his estate. He will be tried and punished in 3 days. Li Shuangwan was taken aback. Since her rebirth, she had treaded carefully, meticulously plotting. Yet she had forgotten such a pivotal event. In her previous life, it was on this very day that Hu Jinfeng, the prime minister, had submitted a memorial during the morning court session, advising the emperor to change the heir. He asserted that the current crown prince, Ling Ji, lacked intelligence and virtue, citing numerous instances of his folly to substantiate his claim, imploring the emperor to dethrone him in favor of a more deserving prince. The evidence he presented was irrefutable, even supported by the blood-written appeals of victims. However, the emperor, in a fit of rage, had not even glanced at the document, immediately issuing an edict to strip him of his office and confiscate his estate. As the foremost civil minister, Hu Jinfeng was subsequently removed from the court of the Northern Jin dynasty, and 3 days later, all male members of the Hu family were exiled thousands of miles away to Wushan Pass, leaving only a house full of women. Just as the General He's residence had been raided, now another prime minister was implicated. The Northern Jin dynasty's rulers were digging their own graves deeper. They seemed intent on burying the Ling family entirely. Yet, there was an unpredictable variable. Hu Jinfeng's youngest grandson, Hu Shui, had been studying at the academy and had hidden upon hearing the news. Unfortunately, within just a few hours, if her memory served her right, it was around the time of the rat that the guards from the 5 cities' military command found the boy, shackled him, and threw him into prison. On their way to Wushan Pass, the exiled members of the Hu family suffered greatly. Many perished, fell ill, or were injured. Out of 56 individuals, only 42 reached Wushan Pass, including that 6-year-old child. 2 years later, when enemy forces from Zhao Kingdom attacked outside Wushan Pass, all the male members of the Hu family were slaughtered. There was no other reason. Even in exile, Hu family men were distinguished, and within a year, they had devised numerous strategies for the garrison, successfully eliminating several spies within Wushan Pass. Zhao Kingdom suffered significant losses and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Hu family. Thus, during the enemy invasion, their first objective was to annihilate the entire Hu clan. Meanwhile, the remaining women of the Hu family in Shengjing City were overwhelmed, with servants and slaves fleeing in droves. Without the protection of men, and with no capable woman to uphold the crumbling household, those who had once looked down upon them seized the opportunity to trample upon them. In just 4 or 5 years, the Hu women perished or scattered, vanishing into obscurity. Once Hu Jinfeng, the foremost civil minister, fell from grace, it would be time for the Li family, the leading military clan, to rise. Princess consort of Heng, I must inspect your carriage, Lord Fong stated, interrupting Li Shuangwan's thoughts. Luo Man exclaimed angrily, Lord Fong, the princess has just returned from outside the city. How could Hu Shui possibly be hiding in our carriage? Lord Fong remained resolute. Every carriage must be thoroughly inspected. Since the princess consort's carriage is already within the city, it is naturally included in the inspection. Please, princess consort, do not make it difficult for us. I am merely carrying out orders.
Li Shuangwan,
unwilling to waste time on this matter, shook her head at Luo Man and disembarked with her 2 maidservants. Lord Fong, please proceed. They had just returned from the countryside, so naturally, they had no knowledge of the situation. However, Li Shuangwan was aware of the child's current hiding place. Lord Fong conducted a meticulous inspection, even prodding the carriage with a knife, but found no anomalies. He then clasped his hands and apologized to Li Shuangwan. Your Highness, I acted rashly. Luo Man glared at him in anger, yet Li Shuangwan smiled nonchalantly. As Lord Fong mentioned, you are merely executing orders. It would be ungracious of me to place you in a difficult position. With that, she boarded the carriage and instructed Zhou when to drive them back to the manor. In her previous life, after Ling Heng ascended to power, he replaced the entire 5 cities' military command with his own troops, leading to a grim fate for Lord Fong, the commander of that very command. Chapter 72. Young Master Cui Luo Man felt tears welling up again as she clutched Li Shuangwan's sleeve. Your Highness, why is Shengjing City even more terrifying than the northwest border? Li Shuangwan gently patted her head. Are you afraid? Luo Man retracted her neck, nodding hesitantly before shaking her head. No, I'm not afraid, as long as you are here, Your Highness. Indeed, the court, where one could be devoured without a trace, was far more frightening than the northwest. Half an hour later, they arrived at the gate of the Hengwang mansion. It was still bright as Li Shuangwan returned, and venturing out again at this hour would draw unwanted attention. She needed to wait until nightfall. The child named Hu Shui had to be rescued, and if possible, the entire Hu family should be saved as well. Time seemed to crawl by as Li Shuangwan held the account book, unable to focus on a single word. It was one thing to save the child, but where could she take him? There was no foolproof plan to protect Hu Shui. Outside, the 5 cities' military command was conducting a citywide search, and her parents were not in Shengjing. It was impossible to hand the child over to the general's mansion, as the second branch would only present him before the emperor to claim credit. Bringing him back to the Hengwang mansion was equally unwise. And the countryside was not a viable option either. An idea struck Li Shuangwan. Perhaps she could send him to her maternal grandfather, who might find a way to deliver the child to her father. After all, when the Hu family fell from grace, her grandfather had mourned for a long time, and the women of the Hu family had been secretly cared for by her grandmother. Yes, that would be the plan. She would wait for nightfall. Chen Ping hurried in. Your Highness, Su Fu could not withstand the torture, and has confessed. He embezzled quite a sum during his years as the steward of ink shop with a wife, 2 concubines for sons, 2 daughters, aging parents, and 25 servants, living in a spacious residence. They found 10,000 taels in silver notes, 500 taels in cash, and countless silks and satins in his mansion. Luo Man's eyes widened. He embezzled so much? Chun Ping glanced at her. Indeed. All the profits from the ink shop in recent years filled this scoundrel's pockets. What was the verdict from the Jingzhou prefecture?
Li Shuangwan inquirat.
He has been sentenced to execution after the autumn harvest, and the case has been submitted to the Ministry of Justice. His family has also been exiled to Wushan Pass. Autumn harvest? Are they allowing him to live that long? What a waste of food.
Luo Man exclaimed indignantly.
Li Shuangwan snapped the book shut and said to Chen Ping, Luo Man is right. It is a waste of resources. Convey this sentiment to the officials at Jingzhou Prefecture. During dinner, Chen Rong whispered while serving the dishes, Your Highness, after you left this morning, I saw a woman sneak into your room. Li Shuangwan raised her gaze to her. I was cautious. The maid seemed to have ulterior motives, so I did not disturb her. After she left, I went in to check and found your incense burner had been tampered with. You did well. Just keep an eye on things like you did today and ensure your own safety, Li Shuangwan advised. Yizhu, hearing this, turned pale. Indeed. One must be vigilant in the Hengwang mansion to discern between friend and foe. Your Highness, should we inform His Highness? These traitorous individuals could harm you. If His Highness knew, he would definitely not spare them. Li Shuangwan shook her head. There is no need. We have not caught her in the act. Nor do we know what she has done with the incense. Even if we inform His Highness, it would yield no results. Yizhu cast a deep glance at her mistress, feeling that ever since her marriage, especially after returning from Bema Temple, her trust in His Highness had diminished. Arong. Wrap the contents of the incense burner in paper and give it to your brother to take to the countryside for Luo to examine. Young Miss Su understands? Yizhu asked in surprise. She possesses exceptional medical skills. The 2 little maids exchanged glances before handing Chenrong a list of several poisons Su Luo needed. Also give this to your brother. Ask him to keep an eye on the local apothecaries for these items and buy them regardless of the price. Understood, I will remember. After dinner, night finally fell. Once Li Shuangwan sent the 2 maids out, she quickly changed into a set of lightweight black attire, thought for a moment. and tucked a few pastries into her bosom before stealthily exiting through the back door. Shadow, who had been closely monitoring Lu Xiaoyuan, naturally noticed Li Shuangwan's movements and hurriedly followed her out. In an abandoned mansion that had been raided 2 years prior, Li Shuangwan found Hu Shui curled up in a corner. As she approached, the child looked at her with fear, trembling slightly. Li Shuangwan took out the pastries from her bosom and gently offered them to Hu Shui. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you. Are you hungry?"
Please eat.
The child swallowed hard, clearly starving, yet hesitated to reach out. Li Shuangwan extended the pastries further. "Take them. You haven't eaten all day, have you?" She also handed over her water pouch, reassuring him. "Rest assured, your grandfather and my father are both officials in the same court. They know each other." Just then, a knife suddenly pressed against her neck from behind. "Don't move." Hu Shui, who had just reached out, trembled in terror and began to whimper. Li Shuangwan's heart raced. To claim she was unafraid would be a lie. She had returned to exact revenge, but she could not sacrifice her life for Hu Shui. If it came to that, she would not have attempted the rescue. Unfortunately, humans are inherently selfish. Her first priority was to protect herself and her family. Slowly, she turned around, and upon seeing the man holding a knife to her neck, her expression darkened. Not only was the man himself in a precarious situation, with a knife at his own throat, but he was someone she recognized. Li Shuangwan let out a cold laugh. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it is young Master Cui." Young Master Cui, it has indeed been a long time. A lifetime had passed since that apology. "Your Majesty, I am powerless." Cui Jingyu was taken aback to find her, stepping back in astonishment, even causing a cut on his neck, yet he paid it no mind, incredulously gazing at her. "Li Shuang, oh no, Heng Fei, how can it be you? Isn't that a question I should be asking you?" Li Shuangwan nodded toward Shadow, who had the knife at Cui Jingyu's throat, signaling him to lower it. "What brings young Master Cui to Shengjing City when you are not in the northwest?" Cui Jingyu collected himself, a mocking smile forming. "What, is Shengjing City only permitted for you, Li Shuangwan, and not for me, Cui Jingyu? Moreover, when did I offend Heng Fei?" He crossed his arms. "Was it not you, Miss Li, who spurned me, unilaterally breaking off our engagement to marry Heng, thus making me a laughingstock?" Chapter 73. I know you. Li Shuangwan had no desire to engage in further conversation with him, nor did she wish to waste another word on such a person. She turned away, crouched down, and offered the pastries and water to Hu Shui once more. "Rest assured, I am here to take you away. First, eat something to fill your stomach." The child, evidently starving, snatched the pastries from her hand without regard for the standoff between the three, turning away to devour them greedily.
Cui Jingyu, arms crossed.
Cast a sidelong glance at the duo. Is Heng Fei planning to bring the son of a traitor back to the Heng mansion? Li Shuangwan's expression hardened. There is no need for young Master Cui to concern himself. Cui Jingyu extended his hand, seemingly oblivious to the derision in her eyes. "Why not leave him in my care? I shall protect him." Li Shuangwan scoffed. "Entrust him to you? So you can seek favor from Emperor Jingzhong and secure your bright future? Or do you, young Lord Cui, naively believe that everyone in the Jing'an Marquisate is a paragon of virtue, willing to safeguard the son of a condemned criminal just cast aside by the emperor?" She held no trust in the Jing'an Marquisate. In her previous life, they had all known her father's innocence yet had callously abandoned him, disregarding decades of camaraderie. She acknowledged her own early missteps, but their bond had never been profound, and their so-called engagement was merely verbal, with not a single formal ceremony completed. Ing stepped past Cui Jingyu to stand before Li Shuangwan, suddenly extending his hand. His phoenix eyes sparkled even in the darkness, fixating on her visage. "Trust me with him."
Trust you?
"Do you have a place for him? Do you even comprehend who he is?" Li Shuangwan gazed incredulously at the man who enveloped her in the night, shielding her from the biting cold. Ing nodded. "Indeed, I have a place for him. As for his identity, it matters not. I will protect whom you wish to safeguard." With that single declaration, the agitation in Li Shuangwan's heart dissipated. She retracted her defenses and turned to Hu Shui. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Hu Shui gazed up with tear-filled eyes, yearning to stay with the beautiful sister before him, adorned with a beauty mark between her brows. "Sister, I want to follow you. Not these two uncles." Cui Jingyu, both amused and exasperated, retorted, "By what right does she get to be called sister while we are merely uncles?" Hu Shui looked at Li Shuangwan with a pitiful expression. Li Shuangwan thought of the child she had never seen, wondering if he possessed such beautiful eyes. Ying's voice rang clear. You cannot follow her. You must choose one of us. Hu Shui pouted in discontent, glancing between the nonchalant Cui Jingyu, leaning against a wall, and the masked man. Slowly, he extended his hand towards Ying. Yes, I wish to go with you, uncle.
Cui Jingyu chuckled in disbelief.
Why should I be outdone by him? Hu Shui recoiled until Li Shuangwan's embrace you. You just pointed a sword at sister?
Cui Jingyu interjected.
Ying stepped forward, pulling Hu Shui from Li Shuangwan's arms. Fear not, Miss Li. I shall ensure his safety.
Li Shuangwan nodded.
She did not know who Ying truly was, but she placed her trust in him. Cui Jingyu raised an eyebrow at Ying, smirking, and muttered, Miss Li. As Li Shuangwan turned to leave, Cui Jingyu called after her, Hey you. Li Shuangwan turned, her gaze icy. Young Lord Cui, I hope we never cross paths again. What of the Hu family women? Li Shuangwan did not glance back. Cui Jingyu silently smiled, retracting his outstretched hand. Perhaps it was for the best that they would not meet again. He had long owed her that much. As Ying brushed past him, Cui Jingyu abruptly obstructed him with the hilt of his sword. I know who you are, Gujiu. In a swift motion, Ying drew his sword, his eyes icy as frost, emanating an aura of danger. Even Hu Shui, held by his hand, trembled slightly and timidly called out to Li Shuangwan's sister. Li Shuangwan returned, looking at Cui Jingyu. What do you intend to do? Cui Jingyu ignored her, focusing on Ying. Shall we exchange a few words meant for men? Ying handed Hu Shui over to Shu Wenba, who had been standing behind him. Take him back. Shu Wenba nodded and vanished into the night. As Li Shuangwan observed Ying and Cui Jingyu move further away, she remained unaware of their conversation, but in a mere moment, Ying returned, his demeanor markedly transformed. Cui Jingyu maintained his usual arrogant stance, sword in hand, provocatively lifting his chin at Li Shuangwan. Ying approached, his towering figure shielding Cui Jingyu completely, drawing Li Shuangwan's focus entirely onto him. What are your plans for the Hu family women? He inquired. Li Shuangwan had devised her strategy that afternoon while in the carriage. Let them endure hardships for a few days, to recognize the difficulty of life. To discern who among them is truly human and who is inferior to beasts. When I seek to empower them later, they must be capable of standing on their own. Unlike in my past life, where no woman could stand firm, leading to the demise of the once great Hu family within mere years. As Ying and Li Shuangwan reached a corner, they spotted a figure entering the Wang residence. Li Shuangwan's heart sank. It was Ling Heng, returning to the palace at such a late hour. He would surely head to the Lixiao courtyard. She needed to return to her quarters before him. I will take you back, the man said, his strong arm wrapping around her slender waist as he leapt into the air.
Li Shuangwan gasped,
instinctively clutching tightly to his neck. The moonlight bathed the scene in a silvery glow. Though he wore a mask, his jawline was remarkably handsome, complemented by his striking phoenix eyes, leaving her curious about the rest of his form. As anticipated, Ling Heng headed straight to the Lixiao courtyard upon entering the palace. Just as he raised his hand to push the door open, he heard heavy breathing from within. Ling Heng's expression turned icy as he clenched his fists, ultimately choosing to turn away. Inside, Li Shuangwan took a few steps back, feeling awkward. Thank you. Ying pressed his lips together. I must take my leave. Rest well, Miss Li.
Yes.
Lying in bed, Li Shuangwan found it difficult to sleep. Emperor Jingzhong likely had not anticipated that, years hence, the prince he had spared, Ling Ji, would grow weary of being the heir and harbor ambitions to usurp the throne. 2 years later, he would introduce an alchemist of longevity into the palace, lacing the elixir with poison, which, if consumed over 2 years, would gradually erode the prince's organs, rendering him incurable. In the following year, her brother would uncover the truth behind the so-called elixir of immortality, realizing it was a deadly poison. He gathered evidence and ultimately bestowed this monumental achievement upon Ling Heng. By then, Ling Heng had secured a place in the court and dared to act before Emperor Jingzhong, though he still lagged behind several other princes. Of course, Ling Heng was a man of considerable cunning. He personally fed the poison elixir to the alchemist before the emperor, who, upon witnessing the man foam at the mouth and plead for mercy while confessing the poison's lethal nature, finally believed in Ling Ji's malicious intent. The emperor decreed the prince's deposition, relegating him to commoner status and confining him for life within the grand prince's residence. Regrettably, by then, the Hu family, condemned by Emperor Jingzhong, had long since turned to dust. It was at that moment that Ling Heng began to gain the emperor's favor, his heart gradually leaning towards him. However, 2 years later, when Ling Heng ascended to that position, the once promised heir, now confined within the Grand Prince's residence, had succumbed to madness. And Ling Heng eradicated his entire household, disposing of the remains as fish feed. This event lay several years in the future. In this life, Li Shuangwan would not allow her brother to relinquish such a significant achievement to Ling Heng. That night, she drifted in and out of uneasy sleep, the sounds of the 5 cities' military command's relentless search echoing outside. Although Hu Shui had been saved, the Hu family would be exiled in 3 days. Alas, having just returned to life a few days prior, she still felt too weak. The following afternoon, Jinping returned. "How is Miss Luo?" Several maids, accustomed to the sound of drums, noted the conversation and silently resolved to refer to Miss Su as Miss Luo henceforth. Turning to Li Shuangwan, they beheld her standing in the corridor, bathed in the golden rays of the setting sun, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being descended to earth. Especially the beauty mark between her brows, it was indescribably enchanting. Jinping hurriedly lowered his head, afraid to look too long. She seems to be all right now, able to eat and sleep. It will just take some time for her to fully recover. Mr. Guo was quite attentive, unwilling to entrust the preparation of medicine to anyone else. Li Shuangwan felt a sense of relief. What was mixed into the incense? Replying to the princess, "I showed the incense you gave to Miss Luo yesterday, and she merely sniffed it and stated that it was only infused with a small amount of sleeping powder. Nothing else." Li Shuangwan nodded. Perhaps her recent demeanor had led Ling Heng to believe that tea was no longer suitable. Luo Man was startled. "Princess, what does that old woman intend? Why would she add such a substance to your incense burner? We cannot allow such treachery to go unreported. I must inform His Highness." "Come back," Li Shuangwan scolded. Iju retorted. "Luo Man, we have no evidence to confront her directly, even if we report it to His Highness. There would be no solid proof. Do not act recklessly. There have already been enough incidents in our courtyard these past few days." Luo Man was indignant but halted her steps. Suddenly, Iju recalled. "Princess, on the 2nd day after the wedding, I found a box under the bed containing powder. Did you already suspect someone was tampering with your food, which is why you sought a favor from His Highness to prepare your own meals in the small kitchen?" Indeed. Luo Man's complexion turned pale. The Hung Wang Fu felt like a den of devils. Life for His Highness was exceedingly difficult. Everyone knew he had no interest in the throne, yet they remained wary of him. The Hung Wang's brothers were truly despicable. The princess is too pitiful, even in such a state. She still does not wish for His Highness to know. Jinping interjected. "Princess, Su Fu hanged himself in prison last night."
Li Shuangwan smiled faintly.
Noticing the somber expressions of everyone, Jinping changed the subject cheerfully. "Oh, I have an interesting piece of news for the princess. Dr. Gu seems to have taken a liking to Miss Luo, caring deeply for her injuries. Miss Luo is also fond of Dr. Gu, and thus she has recognized him as her adoptive father."
Li Shuangwan beamed.
She had initially worried that her interference might disrupt the father-daughter bond between Dr. Gu and Luo Luo. It seems that some destinies are preordained, and with Dr. Gu as her adoptive father, Luo Luo's unexpected medical skills are indeed fortunate. Please make another trip tomorrow and bring some gifts as a token of congratulations. Understood, Jinping replied promptly. Seeing that Jinping appeared to have more to say, Li Shuangwan encouraged, "Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation in my presence." Jinping quickly replied, "Yes, I acknowledge my mistake and shall not repeat it." Meanwhile, Zhou Kaiyao had just been received at the Hung Wangfu by the carriage driver. 2 days prior, after Li Shuangwan's departure, Zhou Kaiyao meticulously adorned herself before the mirror for quite some time. She resembled Li Shuangwan to an uncanny degree. Even the maid sent to fetch her was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. They looked remarkably alike. Undoubtedly, this person must be the princess's twin sister. As the carriage halted, Zhou Kaiyao lifted the curtain and, without waiting for the maid to assist her, leaped down. The maid let out a silent scoff behind her back, thinking a performer was still just a performer, unworthy of the stage. Gazing upwards, Zhou Caiyao's mouth fell agape at the imposing entrance, the grandeur of the estate overwhelming. The words Hung Wangfu in gilded characters stood strong and bold. The crimson gates appeared to glow with a golden sheen under the setting sun. Flanking the entrance, majestic stone lions stood sentinel, while the wide stone steps were so pristine that not a speck of dust could be found. For guards wielding swords stood watch on either side, exuding an air of distinction. Zhou Kaiyao lifted her skirts and strode confidently to the entrance, straightening her posture, and politely addressed the guards, "Please open the door. I am Zhou, daughter of the general of the state, Li Shuangyao." The guards did not even spare her a glance. Zhou Caiyao's heart was filled with profound humiliation. The maid hastened a few steps forward, forcing a smile. "Miss Yao. This is the main entrance of the Wangfu. It is generally kept closed except for important occasions or esteemed guests. Please, allow me to escort you through the side entrance." Zhou Kaiyao turned incredulously to the maid. "Are you implying that I am not an esteemed guest? Or do you look down on me?" The maid faltered. The term esteemed guest naturally referred to other princes or high-ranking officials, and here she was, a country girl and a mere performer, already being allowed in through the back door, out of respect for the princess. What nonsense is this? You are indeed an esteemed guest, but what? Do you think I am beneath you because I come from the countryside? Or because I am a performer? You wish to treat me like a dog and make me enter through the side door? Zhou Caiyao's expression darkened. She understood that there were many rules in grand estates, but for a mere maid to demean her was utterly intolerable. The maid's expression turned dark and grim. Not only did they lack the privilege to enter through the side door, but even the prince and princess typically used it for their daily comings and goings. How dare this young lady use such language? Did she not understand the perils of her words? Chapter 75. Are you blind? The maid's expression darkened. "Miss Yao. Mind your words. Open the gates." Li Shuangwan emerged from the side entrance, addressing the doorkeeper.
"Sister."
Zhou Kaiyao rushed to her, her eyes reddening instantly. "Sister. I am so relieved you are here." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. The maid had no choice but to kneel and apologize. Li Shuangwan gently patted Zhou Caiyao's hand. Having spent half a year in the theater, she had learned the art of manipulation all too well. "It is nothing." She then said to the kneeling maid, "You may leave now." The maid rose, glancing at Zhou Kaiyao, and departed. Zhou Kaiyao glared back fiercely. As the doorkeeper opened the gates, Zhou Caiyao's eyes widened in astonishment as she rushed past Li Shuangwan into the Wangfu. The estate was unlike any she had ever seen. Just days prior, she had been astounded by the Lu residence, but compared to the Heng Wangfu, it was as if one were in heaven and the other in hell. Before her lay a broad stone pathway, with a wide central axis running through the estate, flanked by an orderly arrangement of buildings, forming multiple courtyards that were symmetrically aligned. Further in, numerous residences and gardens adorned with rockeries, ponds, and pavilions created a picturesque scene. The back courtyard was planted with various plum blossoms, each vying for attention in the cold weather, with yellow, pink, red, and even green blossoms blooming in unison, filling the estate with their subtle fragrance. Upon their arrival, the servants bowed in greeting. Zhou Kaiyao was utterly captivated. This was the Wangfu, the residence of the emperor's son? The entire estate seemed larger than her village. Luo Man frowned in displeasure, about to speak, but was stopped by Li Shuangwan. Some people choose to turn a blind eye. Even if you were to shout in their ear, they would remain oblivious. Indeed, Zhou Kaiyao would only interpret the maid's words maliciously. "Sister, may I explore a bit?" Zhou Kaiyao felt her eyes were insufficient to take in the grandeur. Li Shuangwan nodded. "I shall have a maid guide you. I am weary from the day, and will return to rest. Your courtyard has already been prepared in Yunmeng Courtyard. If you grow tired, let the maid lead you there. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Sister, will you not accompany me?" Zhou Kaiyao pleaded with her watery eyes.
Li Shuangwan smirka coldly.
In her past life, this innocent gaze had deceived many, leading them to lower their defenses until lives were lost at her hands. "I am too tired today. You may go explore. Steward Wu has arranged for you 2 maids, 2 rough servants, and several attendants. If that is insufficient, come to me again. In recent days, I have been preoccupied with various matters. If you wish to venture out, it would be wise to bring some companions along. Is my sister excessively busy? As a princess, should not all tasks be delegated to the servants? Is it merely because I have come from the countryside that you disdain to accompany me?" Luo Man rolled her eyes and replied, "Miss Yao, the princess is the matriarch of the Heng Wang residence, responsible for the well-being of a large household. With the prince occupied at the Ministry of Rights, the shops and lands under her care require her attention. Unlike you, who seems to have an abundance of leisure time." Zhou Kaiyao harbored a deep-seated animosity towards this maid, who had disregarded the hierarchy and interjected in her conversation with her sister. In the short span of a month or two at the opera troupe, she had not only established herself, but had become a pillar of the group, receiving utmost respect from the troupe leader and others. The leader had even assigned her a serving maid, making her feel utterly belittled. Did Luo Man harbor ill feelings towards me? From the moment we first met yesterday, she has regarded me with disdain. Being new to Xinjiang, I am oblivious to how I might have offended her. Zhou Kaiyao, possessing a fiery temperament, could not allow a mere servant to belittle her with impunity. Luo Man, being the personal maid of Li Shuangwan, would not be listened to even if she spoke ill of her, so it would be best to confront her directly. A maid would not dare to harbor ill will towards Miss Yao. It is simply that the princess is perpetually busy, with no time to accompany you on leisurely outings. I speak only the truth. However, I lack the art of flattery. If I have offended Miss Yao, I apologize. Luo Man clearly disdained this so-called Miss Yao, and it was evident in her greedy glances and her aspirations to reside at the Heng Wang residence. She was not oblivious to the undercurrents of ambition. If she were truly a sister, she ought to empathize with the hardships of her elder sister, allowing her to rest while offering her assistance. You. Zhou Caiyao's tears brimmed in her eyes. Sister, look how excessively she behaves. Luo Man cannot tolerate my presence in the Heng Wang residence. If that is the case, it would be better for you to send me back to the general of the state's residence, where my uncle and aunt will protect me. Before Li Shuangwan could respond, Luo Man, rolling her eyes, retorted, Oh, so Miss Yao believes your elder sister would not stand up for you, but your distant uncle and aunt, whom you have never met. Will? Luo Man, speak less. I fear I have indulged you too much, allowing you to act without restraint. Li Shuangwan feigned anger. Reluctantly, Luo Man fell silent. Iju shot her a glare. You speak too much. Zhou Kaiyao wept inconsolably, feeling profoundly wronged. Sister, I know I am unrefined, and I have caused you considerable trouble. But, sob, my adoptive parents passed away early, and I have no one else to rely on. If I am left with no options. So swiftly had her biological parents transformed into adoptive ones. Li Shuangwan initially thought Zhou Kaiyao might have been brought to Xinjiang by Ling Heng, entering the prince's residence, and gradually becoming twisted by the allure of wealth and status. Yet, it appeared that this was not the case. Her greed and malice seemed to emanate from her very being. What is happening? A-Wan, what troubles you? As Zhou Kaiyao leaned against Li Shuangwan's shoulder, sobbing, a gentle, melodious voice resonated from behind the crowd. Your Highness. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Startled, Zhou Kaiyao jumped away from Li Shuangwan, unable to lift her gaze, only catching sight of a corner of a moon-white brocade robe before she too knelt in reverence. You have returned early today, Your Highness, Li Shuangwan said with a faint smile. Ling Heng approached Li Shuangwan. I heard yesterday that you would be bringing your sister back to the residence. Since A-Wan's sister is my sister as well, I naturally needed to return early. Where is she? Li Shuangwan inwardly rolled her eyes, thinking, how could you not see the living person right in front of you? Io. Quickly greet His Highness. Zhou Kaiyao, having only heard from villagers that the prince's sons were all addressed as Your Highness, dared not raise her head, pressing her forehead to the ground. I am Zhou. No, not Li Shuangyao, I have met His Highness. Ling Heng smiled and stepped forward, personally assisting her to her feet. Sister, there is no need for such formalities. We are family. Please rise. Zhou Kaiyao felt a tingling numbness in her limbs as she stood with Ling Heng's help, finally seeing the person before her. Chapter 76. Hard to paint a bone. Zhou Kaiyao had never encountered a man of such exquisite beauty in her life. She had thought the eldest son of the Liu family, whom she saw a few days prior, was remarkably handsome, someone far beyond her reach. Yet, when compared to the prince before her, that gentleman barely qualified to carry his shoes. To say he resembled a celestial being would not be an exaggeration. Upon recognizing Zhou Caiyao's face, Ling Heng was taken aback. She was unmistakably another Li Shuangwan. Aside from her slightly diminished complexion, lacking the innate nobility, and the absence of the beauty mark on her brow, she was nearly identical. Their statures were also comparable. It was implausible that two individuals with no blood relation could resemble each other so closely. Thus, could it be that Zhou Kaiyao was indeed the other daughter that Zhu had once carried? His people were already dispatched to investigate, but upon seeing her in person, Ling Heng felt no need for further inquiry. Thank you, Your Highness, Zhou Kaiyao stammered, feeling her cheeks flush under Ling Heng's unwavering gaze. Ling Heng smiled gently, restraining his emotions. You are A-Wan's sister. Thus you are my sister as well. Please feel at ease in the residence. There is no need for formality. What transpired just now? I noticed you were in tears upon my entrance. Who has dared to bully you? With tears still glistening on her face, Zhou Kaiyao hastily wiped them away with the back of her hand. No, it's nothing. I merely wished for my sister to accompany me to explore the palace, as I have never seen such a beautiful residence, but she is too busy. Luoman is. It is my fault for not considering the situation. Zhou Kaiyao bowed slightly towards Luoman, who promptly stepped back, her face flushed with anger. She had acted deliberately. Ling Heng frowned slightly. Then let it be so. Someone accompany Miss Yao around the palace. Zhou Kaiyao noticed Ling Heng's earlier frown and felt a sense of assurance, thinking, indeed, servants are but servants, no matter how favored. They cannot surpass their masters. She wondered how the prince would advocate for her. With an arch of her brow, Zhou Kaiyao suddenly blurted, "Might I inquire if your highness's time?" Realizing her abruptness, she quickly added, "I apologize for my rudeness. Having someone accompany me is sufficient." Ling Heng visibly hesitated, but, upon catching Li Shuangwan's gaze, replied, "Of course. I have time. I shall accompany Miss Yao on her exploration." Zhou Caiyao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had no idea where her courage had come from, but she had spoken without reservation. Even more surprising was the fact that the esteemed prince showed no airs and readily agreed. Such a person was far superior to her dismissive sister.
Li Shuangwan shuklat.
In that case, I entrust my sister to your highness's care. As Ling Heng prepared to lead Zhou Kaiyao away, Li Shuangwan interjected, "Your highness, I have nearly finished reviewing the shop's accounts. Tomorrow, I wish to visit a few estates, and in the coming days, I shall be even busier. If you are free tomorrow, perhaps you could accompany my sister to the market." Ling Heng paused, instantly recognizing that Li Shuangwan's words hinted at displeasure. She feared he might grow too fond of the girl named Zhou Kaiyao, which could lead to complications. With a gentler demeanor, Ling Heng replied, "Tomorrow, I must attend to ancestral rites at the White Horse Temple, but rest assured, I will arrange for someone to accompany you. A-Wan, you need not worry about it." Li Shuangwan turned to Zhou Kaiyao. "How about you accompany me to the estates tomorrow? I wish to visit a few estates, as there are matters I do not comprehend, and would like to inquire about your insights." Zhou Kaiyao, perceiving the underlying meaning of these words, understood that it implied her humble origins as a country girl, suggesting that merely spending half a year in the theater did not grant her the right to consider herself a city dweller. She smiled awkwardly and replied, "Sister, I wish to explore the market tomorrow. Having just arrived in Xingjing, I am unfamiliar with the surroundings and would like to familiarize myself first." "Very well." Li Shuangwan returned to Li Xiaoyuan with her two maidservants. Luo Man, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "Your Highness, will you not intervene? That Zhou girl has gone too far." The moment His Highness returned, she clung to him, insisting he take her around the Wangfu. "Do you not see her intentions? Will you allow her to act with such impunity?" Iju glanced at her mistress's expression and chided Luo Man, "You should speak less." Luo Man, in a fit of anger, felt tears welling up. What sort of people are these? The second young lady was like this, and now we have this Zhou girl behaving the same way. Is there truly no other man in the world but the prince for them to latch onto? Li Shuangwan said nothing, allowing Iju to assist her in changing into a fresh outfit, cleansing her face, and washing her hands before accepting the tea Iju offered, taking a gentle sip. Iju reassured her, "Your Highness, do not heed Luo Man's wild conjectures. His Highness is not that kind of person." "I know," Li Shuangwan replied. "Luo Man, enough. I am well aware." Ling Heng accompanied Zhou Kaiyao at a measured distance, occasionally introducing various aspects of the estate. His handsome features and refined demeanor, coupled with a gentle and courteous disposition, served as a potent allure to Zhou Kaiyao, particularly given his noble lineage. The Wangfu spanned a vast area, yet after an hour, Zhou Kaiyao felt as though her mind were clouded. She had absorbed nothing of what the prince had said, her gaze solely fixed on the tall, elegant figure of the man before her. A singular thought lingered in her mind. This grand estate belonged to Li Shuangwan. Every blade of grass and every tree was hers. Having occupied the position of the general's legitimate daughter for over a decade, why did she deserve such a remarkable husband and such a magnificent estate? When would the general's wife, her mother, return? Would she arrange a similarly splendid marriage for her? If not, should she begin to contemplate her own future? She deemed the Heng Wangfu to be quite desirable. After escorting Zhou Kaiyao back to Yunmeng courtyard, Ling Heng quietly instructed Si Pu with a few words.
Se pode partir.
For this matter had been arranged days prior. Meanwhile, Jianglin presented a portrait to Ying, stating, "Master, this is information from our informants. The young lady named Zhou Kaiyao has moved into Hengwangfu this afternoon." Ying slowly unfurled the portrait, revealing a woman heavily adorned in vibrant makeup. Dressed in a flowing green floral gown, her hair styled in an intricate flying fairy bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, flanked by green and jade floral tassels, and her ears adorned with matching jade earrings, with gold bangles gracing her wrists. With a mere glance, Ying discarded the portrait, aside from a slight resemblance in features. She bore no similarity to Li. Li's hair was forever adorned with a gold pin crafted by his own hand, and her wrist bore a singular jade bracelet inlaid with gold, both of which served as weapons. Furthermore, Li never wore makeup. Her porcelain-like face was as pure as cream, her lips untouched by color. She favored light purple gowns, her eyes far more radiant and clear than those of the woman in the portrait.
Yet,
why did he have no recollection of this person? Chapter 77. Brotherhood and Respect. Just as Ying cast the portrait aside, Jianglin presented another, already unfurled. "Master, this is how the young lady appeared in Linshui town." Ying lifted his eyelids to regard Jianglin. The latter proffered the painting further toward him. Only then did Ying observe. The woman depicted bore some resemblance to Li, her skin coarser and lacking the refinement of Li's. She was clad in a coarse green gown. Ying glanced back at the discarded portrait. Both images depicted the same individual, the sole distinction being one was adorned and the other was not. Thus, the supposed resemblance was merely a product of cosmetics. A painted face cannot capture the essence beneath the skin. He could not fathom why Li would bring such a troublesome individual into Hengwangfu. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince lounged against a pillow, his peach blossom eyes now reflecting malice as he toyed with a dagger, commanding his chief guard, "Go, eliminate the entire Hu Jinfang family. Leave no one alive. That wretched creature dared to slander me before the emperor." The chief guard was startled, glancing at Duke Ding was seated nearby. The duke shot him a warning look and straightened. "Intervening, your highness, must not." The crown prince glared sideways. "What? Does grandfather wish to obstruct me? Allow this old cur to tarnish my reputation? If Hu Jinfang and his family are not eliminated today, tomorrow any subject could dare to speak ill of me before the emperor. Grandfather, this is a lesson to instill fear, a warning." His voice grew sharp and piercing. Empress Jiang entered just then, gesturing for the chief guard to withdraw.
"Jia,
your grandfather speaks wisely. Now is not the time to act against Hu Jinfang. Not only must we refrain from action, but we must also ensure their protection." Ling Ji's face flushed with indignation. Why should this be? "Mother, I cannot swallow this insult. I wish for them all to perish. Even if you cannot, you must." Empress Jiang retorted. "Your father has commanded you to reflect in solitude. You will remain in the Eastern Palace for the time being. Should Hu Jinfang's family, numbering over 50, perish in prison now, who do you think will be suspected?" Ling Ji ground his teeth, recalling the moment Hu Jinfang presented his case to the emperor. He longed to tear him apart. "Rest assured, mother will not allow Hu Jinfang's family to live long." The duke furrowed his brow. What does the empress intend? "Father, Jia cannot act, but Yaoer can." The duke pondered. "It is feasible, but we must ensure it remains undiscovered." The empress sat gracefully. "Rest assured, father. Yaoer commands a group of loyal followers, and this matter will not trace back to him." Meanwhile, in the fifth prince's mansion, Ling Yan personally poured a glass of wine for the third prince. "Ling Yao, third brother, this is 50-year-old daughter red. I procured it with great difficulty. Do give it a taste." Ling Yao smirked faintly, lifted the cup, and downed its contents. "Fifth brother, you summon me. Is there something on your mind?" Ling Yan smiled. "Why do you speak so, third brother? It has been ages since we brothers shared a drink. I thought of sharing this delightful wine with you. Alas, if only our elder brother were not confined by father, we three could revel together." As he spoke, Ling Yan casually glanced at Ling Yao, refilling his cup. Ling Yao drank again, slamming the cup on the table. The crown prince, he acts without caution, allowing others to seize opportunities to tarnish his reputation. Ling Yan paused. Could it truly be that the crown prince is responsible for these matters? Ling Yao raised an eyebrow. He was not oblivious to Ling Yan's intentions. The crown prince was foolish. Was Ling Yan also naive? With blood letters and witnesses, fifth brother, what do you think? He downed another cup, relishing the 50-year-old daughter read. The crown prince should not have been so careless. A bit of money could have smoothed over the issue, or simply eliminating the source would have sufficed. Ling Yao snorted. Noticing Ling Yan no longer poured for him, he seized the wine jug and refilled his cup. Ling Yan hurriedly took the jug from him. How could I forget to pour for you? Allow me. Alas, third brother, you too are a legitimate son, yet you were born 3 years later than our elder brother. I genuinely feel for you. Truth be told, the crown prince merely holds seniority. In every other regard, he pales in comparison to you, third brother. Ling Yao squinted and cast a glance at Ling Yan. Fifth brother, do you have a plan? Ling Yan laughed heartily. Third brother, you overestimate me. If you were to ask me which family has the most beautiful maiden or which tavern serves the finest wine, I might have a couple of answers. But this, I know nothing about. However, I have heard that Lord, who has caught a chill these past few days. A place like the prison is quite dreary and cold, especially in this winter, where even a decent blanket is lacking. Alas, Lord who has toiled for the northern Jin his entire life. Let us hope he does not come to harm. Ling Yao stood up. What you say is reasonable, fifth brother. I shall instruct Minister of Justice Zhang Maozheng to send a blanket to Hu Xinfang. Ling Yan clasped his hands in gratitude. Among us brothers, none is more righteous than you, third brother. After Ling Yao departed, a staff member emerged from behind the screen. Your Highness, will the third prince take action against Hu Xinfang? Ling Yan took the handkerchief offered by a maid and wiped his hands, then tossed the exquisite silk handkerchief heavily onto the spot where Ling Yao had just sat. Humph, of course he will. Ling Ji, that foolish one, enjoys Father Emperor's favoritism. He cannot see the evidence right before him and instead punishes Hu Xinfang. Can the third prince resign himself to this? Such notions of brotherly affection are mere nonsense in the royal family. The staff member nodded. Once Hu Xinfang is dead, the ministers will surely believe it was the crown prince's doing. A commotion during morning court will lead the ministers to jointly petition the emperor, who will undoubtedly decree the crown prince's removal. By then, we can present evidence implicating the third prince in the murder, and even if he escapes severe punishment, no one will support his claim to the throne. The staff member bowed in admiration. A splendid plan, Your Highness. Ling Yan laughed heartily. As Ling Yao exited the fifth prince's residence, one of his guards inquired, Your Highness, are you truly going to send a blanket to Hu Xinfang? Ling Yao turned back to glance at the entrance of the fifth prince's residence, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Certainly, I must send it. Not only that, but I shall deliver it personally. It is unfortunate that Ling Yan is celebrating too early. I am not the foolish Ling Ji. How could I be unaware of Ling Yan's intentions with his words today? Ling Yao indeed sent only a blanket inside, even going so far as to tell everyone present that the fifth prince, with his kind heart, had asked him to assist in delivering a blanket to Lord Hu. With so many witnesses present. Chapter 78. Ambush in the outskirts. Upon receiving this news, Ling Yan, furious, smashed the jar of 50-year-old daughter red wine he had been reluctant to drink. Ling Yao has played me for a fool, that scoundrel. The staff member stood in the corner, covered in dust, not daring to utter a word. However, as soon as Ling Yao returned to his own palace, shadowy guards whispered in his ear. Ling Yao's expression darkened, his hands clenched tighter at his sides until his entire body trembled, ultimately overturning the table. Why should they? My mother and grandfather. Why should they be so biased? Do they not care for my safety at all? The crown prince has his own assassins, and the Duke of Dinghua has his as well. Why must they use mine? Why? The shadowy guards remained silent. Tears slowly slid down Ling Yao's face, chilling to the bone as he sank onto a stool. From childhood, he had always lived in Ling Ji's shadow, as if his very existence were to pave the way for the crown prince's ascension. Indeed, he was the eldest son of the emperor, the firstborn of the empress. He was born to be the crown prince, destined for everyone else to become his pawns, laying the groundwork for his rise. The shadowy guard could not help but advise, Your Highness, please try to see things more clearly. Ling Yao lifted his head. Someone once told him that if he held his head high enough, his tears would not fall. Yet, that person deceived him. Tears still flowed down his neck, soaking his collar and penetrating deep into his chest. Early the next morning, after speaking with Steward Wu, Li Shuangwan took a group to inspect Ling Heng's various estates and farmlands. An hour later, their carriage had traveled about 20 miles beyond the city gates. As they were heading to the outskirts, so Steward Wu had stationed several guards to flank the carriage. Princess, we will reach the estate in another 30 miles. The 5 estates of His Highness are connected. If we hurry, we can visit them all in one day, just like last time. A quick survey.
All right.
The voice of Li Shuangwan came from within the carriage as she fiddled with a jade bracelet. The hidden needles within, crafted from black iron, though slender, were remarkably strong and exquisitely made, containing immense potential. Today, she had added several more needles to her collection. At that moment, the carriage entered a dense forest, and the surroundings fell eerily silent. Li Shuangwan's pupils constricted as she suddenly looked up. "Princess, what is wrong?" Yi Zhu asked. Just then, arrows whizzed through the air towards the carriage, piercing the window and embedding themselves in the carriage wall. "Assassins! Protect the princess!" Steward Wu shouted, already taking cover behind the carriage. Li Shuangwan's gaze turned icy. These assailants were aggressive and well-trained, clearly targeting her. She tightly grasped Yi Zhu and Luo Man's hands to keep them from panicking out of fear. "What should we do, princess?" Yi Zhu's voice trembled. Yet she fought to remain calm, knowing only the princess could save them. If only the princess still had her martial prowess. She had been practicing her stances daily to strengthen her body, but even so, it was uncertain when she could regain her remarkable skills. Realizing this, Yi Zhu's eyes turned red. Li Shuangwan took a deep breath. These assassins had come prepared, and since they were after her, she could not sit idly by. "Steward Wu, let the guards form a circle and fight to eliminate the enemies."
Li Shuangwan commanda ludli.
Upon hearing the order, Steward Wu immediately directed the guards to act. These guards, well-trained, quickly formed a protective circle around the carriage. However, the assault from the assassins did not relent. Arrows continued to rain down upon the carriage. Several guards had already been struck and collapsed. "Stay still, don't move," Li Shuangwan said as she opened the carriage door.
"Princess!"
Yi Zhu and Luo Man gasped. "Get back in," Li Shuangwan shouted as she peered outside. The carriage was surrounded, dozens of masked figures wielding arrows aimed at her. One of them raised a hand to halt the barrage. "I will not make things difficult for you. I only want her. If you are wise, leave her, or none of you shall survive." Steward Wu poked his head out from behind the carriage. "How dare you? Do you know who she is and who we are? We are from the prince's residence. She is the princess consort. If you harm her, you will face the wrath of His Highness." "Humph, I care not who you are. Someone has paid for this woman's life. If you are wise, flee now." A chill ran down Li Shuangwan's spine. If they sought her life, they could have shot her dead the moment she appeared. Why, now the robbers are so considerate, giving the guards a heads-up to escape. Clearly, they intended to capture her alive. The guards surrounding the carriage exchanged anxious glances, turning to look at Steward Wu. Steward Wu stomped his foot and shouted, "What are you looking at?
Go."
Are we really going to hand over the princess?" At his urging, the guards finally raised their weapons and charged at the assailants. However, they were outnumbered. One by one, the guards were injured and fell, and the situation grew increasingly dire. Yi Zhu and Luo Man clung tightly to each other, utterly terrified. Li Shuangwan's fists clenched. Without her martial skills, her recent training was insufficient for this moment, and escaping was exceedingly difficult. At that moment, the horse pulling the carriage let out a long neigh, rearing up on its forelegs. It had already been struck by several arrows and fell heavily to the ground, taking the carriage down with it. Only 5 guards remained, all of whom were wounded. Steward Wu, terrified, hid to the side. Li Shuangwan pressed her lips tightly together, crawled out of the carriage, and instructed 2 maidservants to remain silent as she picked up a dagger from the ground and rushed to engage the men in black. Luo Man attempted to climb out of the carriage, declaring that as the princess's maidservants, it was their duty to protect her, not the other way around. Yi Zhu forcefully pulled her back, admonishing her not to create chaos. "She is our mistress. We are her servants. Don't you understand that mistresses protect their own?" Yi Zhu held on to Luo Man, insisting that their presence would only distract the princess. Outside the carriage, the guards from the Wang residence were wailing as they fell one by one. Li Shuangwan's eyes were cold as she gripped the dagger tightly. Though her martial skills had diminished after years of service in the army, the art of killing remained. She deftly maneuvered, cutting and dodging, momentarily evading capture by the black-clad assailants, even managing to wound 2 of them with her blade. However, she herself was not unscathed, her arms, back, and even her legs bore numerous injuries, each one a source of searing pain. The lead assailant's gaze darkened, surprised that Li Shuangwan, who seemed so weakened, could still inflict harm on his comrades. With an angry shout, he cleaved through the guards standing in his way and advanced toward her. Shuangwan gripped the dagger with both hands, panting heavily. Half a year prior, she had been gravely injured, her martial prowess stripped away, and it had taken her months to regain the ability to rise from her bed. If not for her daily training, she would have collapsed by now. Her wounds throbbed painfully, blood oozing from her injuries. Her small face was smeared with blood, a blend of her enemies and her own, her hawk-like eyes fixed intently on the man before her. She understood all too well that while she could wound two of the black-clad men through sheer agility, she posed no threat to the one standing before her. It was evident that she would not escape death today. Yet, she was unwilling to accept this fate. Ling Heng was still alive, and those who had harmed her family still thrived. Why was seeking vengeance so arduous? Why did fate have to be so unjust? Her grip on the dagger trembled, her body faltering, but she dared not relent. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward, her hand slipping to her jade bracelet, regrettably unpoisoned. With a swift motion, she launched a golden needle. The assailant, taken by surprise, raised his sword to block, resulting in a shower of sparks as the needle struck the blade. Several more needles followed, but the lead black-clad man, skilled in combat, managed to deflect them all. However, his comrades were not so fortunate, several of them succumbing to her attack. Yet, even with her arsenal, the black-clad man was formidable. Within moments, he had her subdued. His blade pressed against her neck. "Princess Heng, what's wrong? Out of needles?" Shuangwan closed her eyes in resignation. She was unwilling to concede defeat. Upon reopening them, she noticed a scar on the assailant's hand. Her sharp gaze locked onto the man, instantly recognizing him despite the years. He was the one who had rendered her powerless half a year ago. Thus, it became clear that these black-clad men were dispatched by Ling Heng to force her to relinquish control over the Wang residence and to deter her from approaching the estates. He was afraid. How absurd! Did this imply that the estates harbored secrets? He was willing to sacrifice the lives of numerous guards to compel her to give up. "Ling Heng, you regard lives as mere fodder. I find you contemptible. Take her." The lead black-clad man commanded coldly, and two of his men approached to bind Shuangwan. In a flash, she yanked a golden hairpin from her head and thrust it at one of them, catching him off guard and inflicting a wound. The leader's expression darkened, and with a contemptuous snort, he struck her hand, causing the hairpin to clatter to the ground. He seized her chin, sneering, "You little wench, I underestimated you. If it weren't for the orders not to kill you, I would have already ended your life." Shuangwan's rage burned fiercely, wishing to tear him apart and consume him. The black-clad leader shoved her to the ground. "Bind her tightly." The two men advanced to secure her. Suddenly, two arrows whizzed through the air, striking the two men preparing to bind her squarely in the chest, dropping them lifelessly to the ground. The black-clad leader turned angrily, only to behold a magnificent steed galloping from the depths of the forest. The rider, clad in dark garments and wearing a wooden mask, emanated a fierce aura. Behind him trailed dozens of similarly masked black-clad warriors. The sound of thundering hooves drew nearer. Steward Wu gasped, "It's the secret guards of the Wang residence." Realizing the inconsistency, he questioned their presence. Had the prince arranged for these individuals in addition to the black-clad men? He distinctly remembered the prince instructing Si, but to only engage the latter. Shuangwan was equally bewildered. Why were the secret guards of the Wang residence here? Were they not allies of her captors? The figure atop the horse surveyed the black-clad men below with a cold glare, his thin lips parting to utter a single word: "Kill." The black-clad leader's pupils contracted in fear. Steward Wu's warning was cut short by the glinting blades flashing before him. In an instant, the secret guards surrounded the black-clad men, giving Shuangwan the opportunity to retreat. The tense standoff shifted dramatically, and moments later, save for the leader, all the black-clad men had been dispatched. Though proficient in combat, the masked figures made quick work of them, each strike precise and lethal. Ultimately, the black-clad leader was subdued. Kneeling on the ground, flanked by two masked warriors, Shuangwan watched in astonishment as she lifted her gaze to the rider. No, it couldn't be. This figure was unmistakably Ying. She had only seen him at night, in the darkened rooms, and had never glimpsed his face, yet she recognized those eyes. Even his voice, which she had heard several times in recent days, was familiar. Despite his utterance of a single word, she recognized him. It was Ying. He had come to rescue her. With such a formidable force at his command, it was clear that he was no ordinary secret guard of the Wang residence. Yet, how had he infiltrated the residence and found himself in this predicament, chosen by Ling Heng to replace him? Who exactly was he? Navigating through the carnage, Ing approached Li Shuangwan, noting her bloodied form. He swiftly dismounted and examined her with concern, asking, "Miss Li, are you injured?" His gaze softened, the earlier aura of menace dissipating. Li Shuangwan shook her head. "I'm fine." Ing draped his cloak around her shoulders. The garment was large, infused with his unique scent, and enveloped her, providing warmth against her chilled body. Ing then turned to face the kneeling black-clad leader. Despite the leader's daily brush with death, he couldn't help but feel intimidated in front of Ing. Struggling to mask his fear, he spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground. "You can't kill me." Ing regarded the leader with a disdainful look, his lips curling into a cold smile.
"Kill him. Wait."
Xu Wenbo raised his blade, poised to strike, while Li Shuangwan gazed at the towering figure before her. "This man, I shall kill." Chapter 80. The demise of Steward Wu. Xu Wenbo lowered his weapon, glancing at Zhouge, then at Li Shuangwan, and silently retreated a few steps. Although the expression beneath his mask was obscured, Li Shuangwan caught sight of his smiling eyes, reflecting her image wrapped in the warmth of his cloak. He extended the sword into her hands. "Very well. You cannot kill me. I am—" Before the cloaked figure could finish, a sickening splatter echoed as blood sprayed forth, and a head was sent flying. Thud! The body fell heavily to the ground. Li Shuangwan wiped the blood splattered on her face and grinned at Ing. "6 months ago, it was this man who rendered me powerless. Ing, thank you. I have avenged myself." Beneath the mask, Ing smirked, his voice unusually gentle against the northern wind. "You have only avenged half." Li Shuangwan chuckled. "Indeed, just half. The true instigator remains unharmed." Witnessing the severed head and the collapsing corpse, Steward Wu's pupils dilated in shock. Something was amiss. These individuals were not the dark guards of the Heng Wang residence. He had been present when the prince instructed Si Pe, even questioning whether such measures were too costly, only to be rebuked by the prince. Yet throughout, the prince had never mentioned sending out dark guards. Si Pe had only received orders to protect the guards. It was inconceivable that he would have sanctioned the killing of these men. He, along with Si Pe and the deceased Qing Lian, were the prince's most trusted confidants. The prince would never conceal anything from the three of them. Steward Wu's face turned as pale as a sheet, his body trembling uncontrollably. Li Shuangwan, already aware, felt the gaze of the two close figures directed at him. Weak-kneed, Steward Wu fell to the ground. "No, do not kill me. I know nothing, truly nothing." Ing lowered his head, his dark eyes reflecting only the silhouette of the woman beside him. "This man, do you wish to kill him, or shall I?" Li Shuangwan replied, "My hands ache." "You may do it." Terrified, Steward Wu's complexion turned ashen, and he bolted. Li Shuangwan tucked her loose hair behind her ear. "Perhaps we should first inquire about Lin Shan?" "Indeed. Liang Tianyu, apprehend him." "Understood." Liang Tianyu had long found this despicable man intolerable, constantly taunting Miss Li. Steward Wu stood no chance against Liang Tianyu. In mere moments, he was seized by the collar and thrown before Ing. Blood continued to drip from Ying's blade as he pointed the tip at Steward Wu's chin. "Speak. Where is Lin Shan?" The stench of blood assaulted Wu's senses, threatening to make him retch. "I do not know. I truly do not know." "Do not know? Ha! Then you are of no use alive. Kill him." Ing turned to leave. Steward Wu, panicked, prostrated himself, fervently begging for mercy. "What Lin Shan? I have never even heard of it. My lady, warrior, spare my life." Ing abruptly pivoted, his blade descending, severing one of Steward Wu's arms. "Now, can you speak the truth?" In agony, Wu writhed on the ground. Xu Wenbo stripped a garment from a corpse and wrapped it around Wu's bleeding arm, forcing him to kneel before Ing. "Surely, we cannot allow Zhou Ji's inquiry to go unanswered before he bleeds to death. Lin Shan is where Ling Heng secretly trains the dark guards. My patience is limited. If you do not speak the truth soon, I will sever another arm. Should an arm be lost, I shall break your legs. If legs are lost, then your ears, nose, and eyes, until you reveal the truth." This declaration sent Yizhu and Luo Man, hidden within the carriage, into a tight embrace, terrified. Who is this man? He is utterly terrifying. Steward Wu trembled uncontrollably, a pungent odor of urine escaping him. I truly do not know." All I know is that the prince ordered Su Jianzhou to capture boys aged 5 to 12, to manipulate their bones. Should any of them possess martial potential, someone would come to claim them, sending those children for training. I only know of Lin Shan's existence. I do not know its exact location, and they frequently change sites. They just relocated recently, and I do not even know the name of the place. If you do not know this, then what about the poison controlling the dark guards? Poison? I know. It was personally concocted by the prince. Li Shuangwan stepped forward. Where is the antidote? The antidote? It is in the study. The prince gives those obedient dark guards an antidote every month. Li Shuangwan coldly retorted. Even at this juncture, Wu, you still play games with me. Ing, sever another arm. At the mention of Ing, Wu's heart seized. There was only one dark guard in the Hengwang residence named Ing, the one who shared the prince's bed with Li Shuangwan. Thus, the events of that wedding day, could it be? Wu's mind buzzed. The prince believed Li Shuangwan had been kept in the dark, but it turned out. Yet, seeing the dark guards surrounding them, Wu hesitated, only to hear Ing command. Very well, then sever another arm.
No.
I will speak. This poison was concocted by a master. I heard him say that this poison is most suitable for controlling dark guards. Taking an antidote each month ensures that it does not manifest during that month. However, to eradicate the poison from the body, no, it is impossible. Furious, Liang Tianyu seized Wu and hurled him against a tree, delivering several slaps that left Wu's face swollen, pressing his elbow against his neck. You're spewing nonsense. In this world, there cannot exist a poison without an antidote. Under the pressure, Wu's eyes rolled back, and his breath was constricted in his throat, turning his previously pale visage a deep crimson. I am not deceiving you.
I swear.
Liang Tianyu flung him away. Li Shuangwan's expression darkened. Since he knows nothing, let us kill him. This steward Wu is Ling Heng's most loyal dog. In her past life, he later became Ling Heng's chief eunuch. During her time in the cold palace, the rats and snakes that appeared were his doing. For half a year, she lived in constant dread within that cold palace, never once sleeping soundly. Very well. Ying's lips curled into a smirk as he kicked the blade on the ground towards Steward Wu. With a thud, the weapon pierced through Wu's chest, and he fell forward, lifeless. Ying gestured toward Li Shuangwan's face. You are covered in blood. Wipe it off. A smile blossomed on Li Shuangwan's lips, growing wider with each passing moment. This smile was the most joyous and liberating she had felt since her rebirth. Taking a handkerchief from her sleeve, she attempted to wipe her face, only to smear it further. Ying chuckled, taking the handkerchief from her. Allow me. Chapter 81. Riding together, the two stood in close proximity, his calloused fingers brushing against Li Shuangwan's forehead, cheeks, and nose, eliciting a slight sting and tickle. His breath caressed her hair, causing strands to flutter gently, gliding down her neck, stirring a growing itch. Li Shuangwan could hear the powerful rhythm of Ying's heartbeat, its tempo quickening, resembling a series of urgent drumbeats echoing in her ears. Li Shuangwan stepped back in alarm. No, do not wipe it off. It is better that Ling Heng sees me in this state. Ying's hand remained suspended in the air, the ripples in his heart gradually fading as he withdrew, tucking the soiled handkerchief close to his chest. Li Shuangwan remained oblivious to Ying's unusual demeanor. Beside the carriage, Yizhu and Luo Man were nearly fainting from fear. Utterly bewildered and unaware of the identity of the man standing beside their master, nor how their master had come to know him. The presence of this man and his band of masked companions was frightening beyond measure. Moreover, why did they wish to kill Steward Wu? As the blade struck but did not pierce the chest of Butler Wu, blood erupted forth, splattering onto Liang Tianyu's mask, leaving him not only stained but also with droplets in his eyes. Upon removing his mask to wipe away the blood, he noticed the two maidservants huddled together beside the carriage. Rubbing his brow, he approached Ying and remarked, Brother Jiu, these two cannot be allowed to live. Upon hearing this, Luo Man burst into tears, causing Yizhu to cling tightly to her. Shuwenbo, infuriated, kicked Liang Tianyu. What are you thinking? These two maidens are the personal attendants of Miss Li. Have you not observed how differently Brother Jiu regards her? Can we afford to kill them? Why did you kick me? Did I say something wrong? Liang protested. They know too much. They are a liability, he insisted, gesturing to his own face. Moreover, they have seen my visage. At that moment, Shuwenbo also removed his mask, causing the two maidens to shut their eyes tightly in fright. Shuangwan, exasperated, retorted, "Shall we then eliminate Miss Li as well? I wish I could stitch your mouth shut." "You are truly foolish," and indeed, he caught the cold glare of their master. Liang Tianyu, startled, promptly retreated a step. Li Shuangwan cast a disapproving glance at Liang Tianyu and approached the two young girls, gently lifting them up. "It is all right now, do not be afraid." Wang Fei. "We know nothing," they exclaimed. "Even if you did, it would be of no consequence with me here." "Wang Fei, who are they?" "Friends," she replied. At this moment, Shuangwan and Liang Tianyu wisely took several steps back. "No, Brother Jiao is the friend of Miss Li, they are not." The remaining followers of Ing dispersed quickly. "Back to the Hung Wangfu?" Ing inquired. Li Shuangwan, in a good mood, replied, "Yes. It is best to let His Highness Heng know at once the extent of his losses today." She was eager to witness the sight of Ling Heng fuming in anger. "And your wounds? Merely superficial injuries. A few days of rest will suffice." Iju, seeing that they would not harm the maidservants, bravely approached, picking up a knife from the ground and suddenly slashing it across her own arm. Blood flowed forth immediately, staining her already tattered light blue garments a shocking crimson, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain. "Iju, what are you doing?" Li Shuangwan rushed over, snatching the knife from her and tossing it aside before tearing a piece of cloth from her garment to bandage the wound. Iju, in pain, clenched her teeth, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead in the chill of the wind. Wang Fei, "I do not understand what has transpired, but everyone who accompanied us has perished, and you are injured in multiple places. If Luo Man and I return like this, His Highness will become suspicious. Wang Fei, you have lost your martial prowess. I do not feel pain, truly." Shuangwan shook his head in disbelief. "You claim not to feel pain while tears stream down your face." Iju was right. Luo Man gritted her teeth and mimicked Iju, picking up the knife and slashing her own arm, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Wang Fei, I too do not feel pain, just a little bit." Li Shuangwan hurriedly bandaged Luo Man as her own tears flowed freely, embracing the two maidservants tightly. Tears fell like pearls from a broken string. The moment she was reborn, she had vowed to protect them, yet here they were, injured because of her. It was her fault. She should have known that Ling Heng, that vile creature, would never allow her to take over the affairs of the Wangfu. After committing so many heinous acts, how could he permit her a glimpse? Even a mere suspicion would compel him to do anything to make her retreat. Ing quietly observed the scene, witnessing the relentless flow of tears on Li Shuangwan's face. He turned his gaze away, looking towards the overcast sky, his eyes dark and inscrutable. Lost in thought. The distance to the city gate was over 20 miles and more than 30 miles to the Hung Wangfu. Walking was not an option. Once Li Shuangwan had finished bandaging the maidservant's wounds, Ing mounted his horse and extended a hand towards her. Li Shuangwan looked into his eyes and placed her hand in his calloused palm. He grasped her delicate hand, feeling a pang of regret for its roughness. He resolved to have Uncle O procure some hand cream for women upon his return. With a swift pull, he lifted her onto the horse, seating her in front of him and enveloping her in his embrace. The large cloak still carried the warmth of the man, and as she nestled into his broad chest, Li Shuangwan's heart raced uncontrollably. Though they had shared intimate moments and slept side by side, they had never been this close while fully aware. Instinctively, she reached for the reins, inadvertently grasping Ying's large hand, which startled her into withdrawing. A hint of a smile crept onto Ying's lips as he gently enclosed her small hand in his palm, encouraging her to grip the reins firmly. "Hold on tight. Place your feet on mine. It is going to snow, and the ground will be slippery, making it easy to fall." As if the heavens understood his words, snow began to fall in flurries at that very moment. Ing removed his cloak and draped it over himself before pulling Li Shuangwan closer within it. His tall stature made her appear diminutive, her head barely visible above the cloak as she gazed at the swirling snowflakes outside. Iju and Luo Man were each led away by Shuangwan and Liang Tianyu, keeping their distance from Ing to allow him and Li Shuangwan some privacy for conversation. This heavy snowfall arrived at an opportune time, capable of concealing many truths. Chapter 82. Confession. I would like to borrow a few individuals. Li Shuangwan broke the silence after they had walked a while. Ing paused, a smile creeping onto his face as he replied without hesitation, "Of course. What kind do you need?" "Those skilled in business. I intend to bring Ling Heng to ruin." Ying's lips curled upwards. "Very well, I will have Shuangwan arrange it." Li Shuangwan fell silent again. After they had walked a bit further, the atmosphere grew tense. He stole several glances at the woman in his arms. His identity had already been suspected by her days prior, and after today's events, continuing to conceal it would only breed distrust. Ing resolved to confess everything. You were right. I am indeed not merely of the Hung Wangfu. Shuangwan lifted her head to gaze at him, catching only the lower half of his face, adorned with a wooden mask, which was delicately carved, the strong movement of his apple evident as he spoke. She had thought he would remain silent. The man's voice was magnetic, pleasing to the ear. I have many siblings, all vying for my father's position. Embroiled in a bloody power struggle. To protect me, my mother sent me away at birth, to be raised by a peasant family. To avoid detection, she never sent anyone to check on me for over a decade. As the snow fell heavier, it soon accumulated in a thin layer. The hooves of the horse crunched on it, creating a crisp sound. In the vast expanse of white, only their 6 figures remained. When I was sent to the farmers, my mother also brought along 5 children my age. When I turned 10, a great flood struck, and my adoptive parents perished. Ling Heng and Lin Pin's men soon targeted me and those 5 children, capturing us for runway training. Nearly 100 children were taken, and on the first day, I realized that only by killing my opponents could I survive. During that time, I scarcely dared to sleep deeply. The only ones who survived from my mother's side were Shuangwan and Liang Tianyu. The others perished. Though Shuangwan and Liang Tianyu were not as formidable as Ing, their ability to survive away training revealed their high martial skills. Thus, even though they were somewhat distant from Shuangwan and Ing, they still caught fragments of the conversation. Meanwhile, Yizhu and Luoman, lacking martial abilities and weakened from their injuries, were too pale to hear what was being discussed ahead. My father has grown old, and his health has deteriorated over the past few years. My mother has been searching for me, and only a few days ago did they finally locate me. Shuwenbo and Liang Tianyu exchanged glances. Rather than saying those individuals were searching for them, it seemed more accurate to assert that Brother Jiu had deliberately led them to be found. Ing lowered his gaze once more to the woman nestled in his arms, who appeared to be shivering with cold. He held her closer, his chest radiated warmth, yet Li Shuangwan felt not a trace of it. My true name is Gu Xingyan, and as the 9th child in my family, Shuwenbo and Liang Tianyu refer to me as Brother Jiu. The two were taken aback by this revelation, with Liang Tianyu nearly halting the horse in shock. How could Brother Jiu so carelessly divulge his name to Miss Li? It was far too reckless. Luo Man almost tumbled from her mount. What are you doing? Liang Tianyu scoffed. It's nothing. Hold on tight. If you fall, I won't be responsible. Had Luo Man not feared this man, she would have relished the opportunity to strike him on the head. Li Shuangwan rummaged through her memories. She could not recall any prominent Gu family in the North Jin, leading her to realize that after she became pregnant in her previous life, Gu Xingyan had vanished entirely. It turned out he had been taken away by his family, not killed by Ling Heng. But why would Ling Heng allow someone harboring such a significant secret to escape? She had been oblivious to Ling Heng's search for him during that period. Unless, of course, it was a departure he tacitly permitted. Contemplating this, a chill enveloped Li Shuangwan. She felt as if she were plummeting into an icy abyss. Even wrapped in Ying's warm embrace, she felt increasingly cold. The child she bore after 10 arduous months, whom she had never even glimpsed, had become a pawn in someone else's game. She was ignorant of his appearance, whether he was fair or dark, plump or thin, single-lidded or double-lidded, or which features he inherited from her. She didn't even know whether the child was a boy or a girl. In her previous life, all were victims. She could harbor no hatred towards him, but if Gu Xingyan was indeed rescued by his family and did not return until her death, how could she not resent him? If only he had confided in her sooner, things might not have escalated to that tragic conclusion. Or perhaps it was the case that on the fateful wedding night, had she not pushed him away, he might have remained with her just as he did in her past life?
Put me down,
Li Shuangwan declared, unwilling to share the horse any longer, and she tightened the reins. The horse, startled, reared back, almost throwing its riders. Gu Xingyan quickly wrapped an arm around her waist while steadying the horse with the other. Miss Liu, Li Shuangwan ignored him entirely, breaking free of his grasp and leaping down from the horse, striding ahead. Yizhu and Luo Man, witnessing the sudden shift in the princess's demeanor, wondered how the gentleman, who seemed far from reckless, could have provoked her. They quickly dismounted as well. Princess, what is the matter? Li Shuangwan continued her solitary march. It's nothing. We are walking back. However, With the snow falling heavily and 10 miles still ahead, the journey would be arduous. Li Shuangwan turned to the two maidens. Iju halted Luo Man from speaking further. Princess, we will walk back. Gu Xingyan also dismounted, pursuing her and seizing her arm, his concern evident. Miss Li, the snow is too heavy and you are injured. Li Shuangwan regarded the man who had once abandoned her, recalling how he had never inquired about their child. Hatred boiled within her. Release me. I will walk back without you. Gu Xingyan attempted to hand her the reins, but she coldly rejected him. Shaking off his grip, there is no need. Ultimately, Gu Xingyan let his hand fall, helplessly watching as her fragile figure resolutely turned away, supporting her two maidens as they trudged through the snow, step by arduous step. The world was cloaked in white. The snow fell silently, melting into the earth below. Brother Jiu, what happened to Miss Li? Why is she suddenly angry? You said nothing. Liang Tianyu exclaimed, bewildered. Brother Jiu had even revealed his concealed identity to her. How could she be so ungrateful? Wenbo kicked him again. Be quiet. Chapter 83. Interrogating the two maidens, Liang Tianyu sighed and shook his head. Miss Li is now a member of the Ling family. Even if she weren't, he could never obtain approval to marry her. Brother Jiu must understand this. Why does he? Wenbo glanced at Gu Xingyan, who had turned frigid as ice since Miss Li dismounted. The swirling snow could not compare to his chill. He shot a sideways glance at Liang Tianyu. Silence. The snow continued to fall heavily, and the sky darkened. Not a soul was in sight, the world shrouded in gray. Gu Xingyan trailed the three at a distance, witnessing her stumble and rise repeatedly, noting the fresh wounds inflicted on her already injured body. The sight of blood staining her garments pierced his heart like a dull knife, as if it were slowly peeling away his own flesh. He understood that revealing these truths to her would only sow hatred, yet he could no longer deceive her. Gripping the reins tightly, blood began to seep from his palms, dripping onto the snow, creating small holes in the freshly fallen layer. Princess, they are still following us. Iju whispered in Li Shuangwan's ear. Princess, what did you say to that gentleman earlier?
Who are they and why are they wearing masks?
Luomon's curiosity overtook her. Li Shuangwan remained silent, not looking back, continuing to grasp her maiden's hands as they pressed onward through the storm. As they walked, she found herself laughing inwardly at her own absurdity. What right did she have to resent him? He was ensnared by the poison that bound him to Ling Heng's dark guards. Without such measures, he would perish. He was human too. She could not demand he sacrifice his life for hers. As for the child, he may have been entirely unaware. Even if he knew, what could be done? Could she demand that a man who contributed to the cycle of life bear the same burden as she? She had carried that child for 10 months, their fates intertwined. The child was flesh of her flesh, not his. She would treat him as a mere passerby. Fortunately, in this life, she would have no entanglements with Gu Xingyan. The path she chose was one of solitude. Harboring no expectations from others would shield her from disappointment. Having reconciled all of this, Li Shuangwan tightened her grip on her maiden's hands. I don't know who they are. Let us pretend today we were saved by strangers. Let us go. She strode forward with purpose. The snow crunched rhythmically beneath her feet. Though her skirt was soiled and her body stained with blood, she felt less disheveled than before. When they were still 2 miles from the city gate, Gu Xingyan ceased his pursuit, stopping in place, gripping the reins tightly as he watched her approach the gate. The vivid purple dress appeared diminutive against the towering walls. Several soldiers stationed at the gate rushed towards them, shouting, It's the princess consort.
Quick.
Something seems to have happened to the princess consort. Notify His Highness. Then he saw Li Shuangwan collapse into the snow, her maidens falling beside her. Gu Xingyan exerted considerable effort to remain rooted in place, resisting the urge to rush forward and embrace her. More soldiers surged from the gate, hastily lifting her and her maidens inside. Shortly after, a carriage arrived, and the soldiers placed the three within. Liang Tianyu remarked, The master is quite a formidable character. Even his maidens are no less fierce. Gu Xingyan shot him a glance, prompting Liang Tianyu to immediately silence himself. Zhou Kaiyao strolled through the streets without a care for her finances, indulging in whatever her heart desired, while her 4 handmaidens struggled to carry their burdens. Half an hour later, upon receiving the news, Ling Heng returned to the prince's residence. Li Shuangwan lay quietly on her bed, her eyes firmly shut. Aware that the princess preferred not to have other servants attend to her, the 2 handmaidens had inflicted just enough harm upon themselves to make the injuries appear severe. Yet they avoided damaging any tendons or bones, ensuring they could still serve. Upon arriving at the residence, the two handmaidens carefully assisted Li Shuangwan in changing into clean garments, while Huang Sheng stood by, taking her pulse. Ling Heng, filled with anxiety, approached Huang Sheng and inquired, "How is she faring?" "Your Highness, do not worry," Huang Sheng reassured him. "She has merely sustained some superficial wounds and will recover with a few days of rest." Ling Heng let out a long sigh of relief. "And her condition?" Huang Sheng, understanding the unspoken question, replied, "She is unharmed. Although she was gravely injured 6 months ago, the abundance of resources at the general's residence allowed for effective recuperation." With no one else around, Huang Sheng lowered his voice. "Your Highness, we must act swiftly. The lady's health is fragile, and we cannot predict how long she will endure. The optimal treatment period for the child is within a month of birth. Otherwise, it may lead to long-lasting ailments that could affect her lifespan. Are you suggesting she has not conceived yet?" Ling Heng's frustration boiled over. What has Ling been doing? They have been intimate 2 or 3 times, and Li Shuangwan is yet to be with child. Huang Sheng's expression stiffened. Even if she is conceived, it is still too early to detect. We must hasten our actions. Gazing at Li Shuangwan, who lay silently on the bed, Ling Heng's expression darkened. He emerged from her chamber, where guards brought Yizhu and Luo Man before him. Ling Heng regarded the two kneeling before him with a cold stare, relate the events in detail, omitting not a single word. The two women's faces remained pale. The events of the past few days had been more harrowing than all the years preceding them. "My patience is limited. Your failure to protect the princess has resulted in her grievous injuries. If you do not confess honestly, I can have you executed on the spot." Luo Man, frightened by Ling Heng's imposing presence, burst into tears. Yizhu clutched the hem of her garment tightly, though fear coursed through her. She had witnessed much during her time with Li Shuangwan in the northwest. She remained composed, having been forewarned by the princess about what to disclose and what to conceal. Moreover, they had noticed the princess's marital token still intact, which carried significant implications. She promptly cautioned Luo Man to remain silent. As Yizhu knelt trembling, she recounted, "This morning, the princess took us and Steward Wu to the estate. Since we were heading to the outskirts, Steward Wu selected 12 guards to accompany us. However, as we passed through the dense forest, we were ambushed by a group of black-clad assassins." Ling Heng did not interrupt, already aware they were sent by him. They demanded the princess be surrendered, and naturally, Steward Wu and the others resisted, leading to a fierce confrontation. Yet, those assassins were formidable. Within moments, all 12 guards had fallen, struck by arrows. At that moment, the princess insisted we hide, and she bravely charged forward with a knife. However, she no longer possessed martial prowess and was quickly captured, sustaining multiple wounds. Tears streamed down Yizhu's face as she continued. Just as the black-clad assassins were about to take her away, a group of masked individuals appeared, numbering around 30 or 40, whose skills far surpassed those of the assassins, swiftly dispatching them and departing without a word. The princess and the handmaidens, fearing additional assailants, hurried back, and fortunately, they encountered no further danger. Ling Heng's gaze bore into her, seeking any signs of deceit. "You claim there was a group of masked individuals?"
Yes.
"What manner of masks?" "They were wooden, devoid of any markings, revealing only their eyes, obscured further by hoods." "Who killed Steward Wu?" "The masked individuals." "What of the leader of the black-clad assassins?" "Who severed his head?" "It was also the masked individuals." "What of the guards? Were some not killed by the black-clad assassins?" "Some were injured but survived, only to be slain by the masked ones." "What of your injuries?" "When the black-clad assassins attempted to seize the princess, the handmaidens and I intervened and were struck. They sought to eliminate us, but fortunately, the masked individuals intervened, swiftly eliminating the attackers." "Why did they assist you?" "We do not know, Your Highness." The princess inquired about their identity, but they offered no explanations, merely vanquished the foes and departed. Ling Heng's inquiries were rapid, and Yizhu's responses were equally swift. Having rehearsed the narrative countless times with Li Shuangwan on their journey back, Luo Man had questioned why they needed to conceal the truth from the prince. But Li Shuangwan had instructed her to remain silent. The two handmaidens were acutely aware of Li Shuangwan's understanding of Ling Heng after a decade of marriage. She could anticipate his queries. Yizhu steadied her composure, suppressing any signs of her anxiety, as she understood that any faltering might incite his suspicion. Ling Heng's piercing gaze shifted to Luoman, who seemed only capable of sobbing, her tears flowing unabated. What of you? Is Iju's account truthful? Should there be even a hint of falsehood, I shall not be merciful. Luoman stammered. The masked individuals were fierce. One even attempted to slay us. And yet they did not. Luoman shook her head. We do not know. After dispatching the black-clad assassins, they departed, and that individual followed suit. A heavy silence enveloped the room as Ling Heng leaned back in his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping, each sound reverberating like a hammer striking at the hearts of the two women. His countenance was dark, his gaze shifting between them, leaving them silent. Despite his usual gentle demeanor, his intense scrutiny exuded a palpable pressure, his eyes clouded with shadows. Iju twisted her handkerchief tightly. The steadiness she had maintained crumbling under the weight of fear, which surged like a tide within her, threatening to engulf her entirely. Her complexion paling as beads of cold sweat formed on her back. Luoman fared worse. Unskilled in deception, she knelt, a pitiful figure, consumed by tears. After a brief moment, Ling Heng finally spoke. Bring them in. Several guards entered. Take them away and administer 20 strokes each. Luoman's wails grew louder. She understood the gravity of the punishment, knowing that 20 strokes could be fatal. Iju's face turned ashen. Even as the guards escorted them, she pleaded, Your Highness, we spoke only the truth. What crime have we committed? Ling Heng retorted coldly. What crime? Your master lies grievously wounded and unconscious, while you, as servants, only bear minor injuries. Revealing your cowardice in hiding behind her, I have refrained from executing you out of respect for your mistress. Otherwise, even 100 deaths would be too lenient. Steward Wu was a fool for not seizing the opportunity to eliminate the two handmaidens. He deserved nothing less than death for his incompetence. Ling Heng gestured decisively. Take them away and punish them severely. Let it serve as a warning to anyone in this residence who dares to fail in their duty. For such cowardice has dire consequences. Luoman and Iju had their mouths stuffed with rags and were taken away. At this moment, P, who had been sent to investigate the scene, returned. His report was consistent with that of Iju and Luoman. The assailants had slain those around him, yet spared the three of Shuangwan. Naturally, Ling Heng's thoughts drifted towards his few favored royal brothers. Frustrated, he swept the ink and paper from his desk to the floor. In a matter of days, Qing Lian and Butler Wu had died, along with over 30 guards and spies, yet he had not uncovered a single clue. Even the two rough servant girls and the matron from Lushao courtyard had perished. Everything seemed to be directed at Li Shuangwan. Was it the crown prince, or the second, third, fifth, or sixth princes? Did they all despise the idea of him marrying Li Shuangwan so intensely? Ling Heng's face turned a deep shade of anger. An attendant, an E, appeared behind him. My lord, he said. Ling Heng lowered his voice, commanding him to deal with them one by one, ensuring they pay 100-fold for their transgressions.
Understood. Angi replied.
Meanwhile, in the main chamber of Lushao courtyard, Li Shuangwan slowly regained consciousness. Exhausted and injured in multiple places, she had lost considerable blood. Coupled with Gu Xingyan's earlier words, she felt utterly defeated and truly fainted upon reaching the city gate. Her voice was faint, her throat burning. A young maid approached with a cup of water, supporting her up and placing a pillow behind her before offering the cup to her lips. Your Highness. Li Shuangwan recognized her as one of the attendants assigned by Butler Wu some time ago, who now stood watch over her. But where were Iju and Luoman? She pushed the maid's hand aside. Summon Iju and Luoman. The maid knelt, too frightened to reply. Sensing something was amiss, Li Shuangwan raised her voice. Did you not hear me? Bring Iju and Luoman here. The maid trembled, shaking her head. Li Shuangwan's head buzzed, disregarding the searing pain from her wounds as she threw off the covers and attempted to rise from the bed. Chapter 85, Minor Punishment. Major warning. The maid rushed forward to assist, but Li Shuangwan forcefully pushed her away. Get away. Lacking the strength, she stumbled as she opened the door. Falling to the ground, the maid screamed, Your Highness. It was Chunrong's voice. She had been detained and locked in the small kitchen. Although the kitchen was a distance from Li Shuangwan's chamber, she could still hear her cries, as her hearing remained sharp despite her loss of martial prowess. But that was all she could catch before the noise ceased. Evidently, someone had silenced Chunrong. Li Shuangwan pushed aside the maid who tried to help her and staggered toward the small kitchen. The maid, terrified, attempted to grab Li Shuangwan. Li Shuangwan shot her a fierce glare, her voice laced with anger. Touch me again, and I shall end you. The maid was startled into submission. As Li Shuangwan reached the small kitchen, she was met with the sight of two servants kneeling beside Chenrong, who was gagged with cloth, tears streaming down her face, her mouth making muffled sounds. Release her. One of the servants replied, Your Highness, it is not that we do not wish to let her go. It is the prince's order to keep her from disturbing your recovery. Humph, disturb my recovery? How foolish must Chenrong be to do such a thing? Or do you wish to prevent her from revealing something to me? Your Highness, you jest. There is nothing to conceal from you. Then release her. The servants exchanged glances, hesitating as they loosened their grip. Before Li Shuangwan could help Chenrong up, she had already cried out, Your Highness, hurry. Yi Zhu and Luo Man are being beaten to death. Li Shuangwan's heart sank as she pulled Chenrong from the ground. Take me there. But, Your Highness, your wounds, you're bleeding profusely. Chenrong had never witnessed such a scene before. Her heart ached for Li Shuangwan while fearing for Yi Zhu and Luo Man's safety, her tears flowing like a broken string of pearls. I am fine. It's just superficial wounds. Saving them is paramount. She could not allow Yi Zhu and Luo Man to perish. Ling Heng's malice was evident. Had Gu Xingyan not appeared in time, once she was taken by the assailants, Butler Wu would have surely killed Yi Zhu and Luo Man. Chenrong wiped her tears and supported Li Shuangwan forward. The two servants exchanged glances, one of them preparing to flee. Stop! Li Shuangwan commanded sharply, and the servant, biting his lip, turned back. Li Shuangwan's cold gaze swept over them. You are not to leave this spot until I return. Otherwise, I shall see to it that your legs are severed. Test my resolve if you dare. The two servants, now cowed, remained motionless. Hurry, Chenrong, she urged, knowing Ling Heng's cruelty. He must have concocted some excuse of negligence to justify inflicting such injuries upon her. But, Your Highness, your wounds are reopening. Li Shuangwan marched forward with unwavering determination. Despite the pain coursing through her body, she had endured countless injuries on the battlefield. However, since her martial arts had been stripped from her 6 months prior, her body had grown frail, and her pain threshold diminished. Sweat beaded on her forehead, her grip on Chenrong trembling from agony, yet she remained composed. I am fine. As they neared the front courtyard, the sound of clubs striking flesh echoed ominously, accompanied by the dull thud of blood droplets. Stop!
Li Shuangyan quickened at her pace,
bursting into the courtyard just as the executioner counted to 15. The royal guards used military batons. 20 strikes could claim the life of a maiden, and they had already endured 15. Ignoring the waves of dizziness from her pain, she rushed forward, seizing the club from the guard's grip and hurling it to the ground. You dare lay a hand on my people? Yi Zhu and Luo Man, bound to the punishment stool, had already succumbed to unconsciousness. My lord, it's bad. The princess has arrived. A servant hurried to inform Ling Heng. Ling Heng, who had been in the study receiving a report from Si Pe, frowned in irritation. How could this woman awaken so swiftly? It seemed the maidservants had failed to administer the drugged water. Useless, every one of them. He exchanged a glance with Si Pe, who understood and nodded before departing. Taking a deep breath, Ling Heng exited the study and made his way to the front courtyard. A-Wan, why have you risen? Look at you. Your wounds have reopened. Why do you not rest indoors? He began to remove his cloak to drape over her. Li Shuangwan could no longer maintain the facade of warmth towards Ling Heng. She shook off his hand. Are you taking advantage of my unconsciousness to harm those beside me one by one? Ling Heng's hand froze in midair at her words, and he tossed the cloak into the guard's hands. They feared for their lives and failed to protect you, causing your injuries. I ordered a few strikes as a minor reprimand. Why must you be so enraged, A-Wan? Li Shuangwan pointed at the two unconscious figures on the punishment stool. Is this what you call a minor reprimand? I see you wish for their lives. Ling Heng seemed to have just noticed the two individuals before him. Frowning as he remarked, Indeed, my actions were somewhat excessive, but rest assured, they managed to maintain a measure of restraint. Though their appearances may be alarming, in truth, they have merely sustained superficial injuries, and with a few days of rest, they will recover. Li Shuangwan scoffed, finding the man insincerely repugnant. Had she arrived just a moment later, the two might have met their demise at Ling Heng's hands, and he would have shifted the blame onto the executioners, claiming they had failed to exercise proper restraint. Ling Heng, with a patient demeanor, continued, Moreover, they have committed a grave transgression. If I do not impose some form of punishment, Others in this household may follow suit, and loyalty would become a mere fiction. A-Wan. This principle of governing others holds true. If you are strong, they will be weak. Should you show weakness, they will certainly trample upon you. Li Shuangwan replied coldly, so, does that mean your highness intends to strike me as well, since I instructed them to remain hidden in the carriage? What nonsense are you speaking? How could I bear to strike you? Ling Heng reached out, but Li Shuangwan swiftly pushed his hand away. Enough, A-Wan. It was my fault, and I sincerely apologize. Chapter 86. She is unwell. Li Shuangwan wished to avoid further conversation with this insincere man. So, your highness, do you still intend to strike them? Ling Heng smiled faintly. Since A-Wan is so distressed for their well-being, how could I possibly continue? Regardless of their misdeeds, I shall overlook them for your sake, as my concern lies with you. Very well, then I thank your highness for your mercy. I kindly ask that you send a few individuals to escort them back to the Luxiaoyuan. Li Shuangwan sought to end the discussion. Ling Heng let out a heavy sigh. What? Your highness is merely stalling for time, hoping they will succumb to their injuries? What are you saying? Only then did Ling Heng give the order, bring them back. A-Wan, allow me to escort you home. Once more, he reached out, but Li Shuangwan evaded him, feeling utterly disgusted. No need for your highness to trouble yourself. Seeing Li Shuangwan supported by Chen Rong as she prepared to leave, Ling Heng felt a surge of annoyance.
A-Wan.
Is it truly necessary for you to be so furious over two lowly servants? Li Shuangwan turned to face him. Yizhu, Luo Man, and Chen Rong, though you perceive them as insignificant, they are my sisters, just as Qin Ping and Zhoubo are my kin. Therefore, should you wish to impose punishment upon them in the future, do inform me in advance, for they are dear to me. With that, Li Shuangwan made no further delay and departed with the three of them. Ling Heng, feeling thwarted, kicked over a stool in frustration, his dark eyes casting a cold glance at the executioners. When Li Shuangwan and the others arrived at Luxiaoyuan, the maid who had previously stopped her was no longer present. Another maid approached, carrying medicine, but Li Shuangwan merely glanced at it and said dismissively, "Put it down." Once the maid had left, Li Shuangwan took a packet of medicine and instructed Chen Rong to deliver it to her brother, asking him to visit the estate tomorrow to examine its contents. Yizhu and Luo Man were gravely injured, prompting Li Shuangwan to send Chen Rong outside to fetch a doctor. She did not trust Huang Sheng. Until the child was born, Ling Heng would not dare to act against her. But the same could not be said for Yizhu and Luo Man. Chen Rong urged Li Shuangwan to rest, but she could not bear to leave them, bringing a soft couch into the room to personally watch over the severely wounded women. The doctor examined their injuries, his expression grave. Li Shuangwan struggled to sit up. "Doctor, please speak freely." The doctor sighed heavily. "Both young ladies are in critical condition." The executioner struck with great force. "If such force continues, within 3 strikes, their spines will surely break, and should that occur, it will take but 2 more blows for them to be beyond saving."
Li Shuangwan gasped,
a cold sweat breaking out on her back. Thank goodness, she had arrived in time. She understood Ling Heng's cruelty. But to be so malevolent as to not spare even 2 humble maids was utterly appalling. She berated herself for arriving too late. Had she awakened sooner, Yizhu and Luo Man would not have suffered so. Her eyes reddened with tears. "Doctor, please do everything in your power to heal them. I do not care what medicine is required or the cost. I only wish for their safety." The doctor, taken aback by the compassion shown by the esteemed princess towards her servants, refrained from questioning the circumstances behind such harsh treatment, as it was inconceivable that this was the doing of the princess consort. "Rest assured, your highness, I will do my utmost." "Thank you, doctor. During this time, please inform me of their needs regarding food and drink." "Of course, doctor. Will their back injuries leave scars?" Once her vengeance was exacted, she wished to see them wed splendidly, bearing children and living long lives, surrounded by descendants. The doctor hesitated before responding. "It is crucial to save their lives first. As for scarring, I will do everything within my power."
"Thank you, doctor."
Suddenly, Li Shuangwan had an idea. Why not take advantage of her recent quarrel with Ling Heng? Once the women's condition stabilized, she could take them to the estate for a few days. With Luoluo there, their recovery would surely be expedited. Chen Rong led the doctor to prepare a prescription. Upon exiting, she encountered her brother, who was in a hurry. She handed him the prescription and asked him to fetch the medicine. She realized that within the royal household, aside from those brought by the princess, the rest were untrustworthy. Zhou Kaiyao had just returned to the Hung Wangfu when she sensed the oppressive atmosphere within the estate. She inquired with the doorman, who merely cast her a fleeting glance. The princess was attacked and is unconscious. Miss Yao should refrain from wandering about for the next few days. What of Steward Wu? Did he fail to protect my sister? He is dead. Not only he, but all of the 10 guards who accompanied him have perished. With a clatter, everything she held fell to the ground, and Zhou Kaiyao's face paled instantly. Just this morning, he had cheerfully advised her to take more people if she planned to go out shopping, to buy what she liked, and to send for more money if needed. Within mere hours, he was dead, along with every guard he had brought. The doorman, already disapproving of her, found pleasure in her fear. Steward Wu is dead. His hands and feet were severed. The assassin who killed them even had his head severed. Dozens of corpses now lay piled in the woods, their blood staining the ground red. If Miss Yao is concerned about Steward Wu, there will be someone in the estate to collect the bodies. Perhaps you would like to accompany them? Zhou Kaiyao screamed in terror. No, I won't go. I am not familiar with Steward Wu at all. She abandoned the fallen items and fled wildly to her current residence, Yunmeng Courtyard. On the way, she even saw servants cleaning up the glaring pools of blood. Trembling, she asked, "Whose blood is this? Could it be that Li Shuangwan is unwell?" The servants dared not respond, merely bypassing her as they sluiced the blood away. Upon returning to Yunmeng Courtyard, she rushed into her room, locking the doors and windows. Yet after a while, curled up alone, she could not shake the image of Steward Wu smiling at her that morning. Nor could she erase the sight of his mutilated body from her mind. She trembled in fear, huddled on her bed, shouting for help. One of the maids who had accompanied her shopping, named Shui, entered the room. "Miss Yao, you stay here with me. Go. Find out who the blood belongs to, and please check on my sister's condition." These servants had long been part of the royal household. They had their sources of information and did not need to go out to inquire further. They recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing that the gentle and refined Hung Wang had punished his servants for their failure to protect his sister, Zhou Kaiyao was astonished. She had not anticipated such a reaction from him. Yet it was a pity that these 2 maids, especially the one named Luo Man, had survived. Chapter 87. He is reborn. Shui, Miss Yao, the princess has sustained severe injuries. It is said that she fainted again upon returning to Lu Xiaoyuan. Shouldn't you go and check on her? Me, must I really go? You are the princess's own sister. It is only proper that you pay her a visit at this time. Reluctantly, Zhou Kaiyao rose from her bed and made her way toward Lu Xiaoyuan. Perplexed by the fact that Li Shuangwan, a princess of such esteemed status, could not remain in the rear courtyard, but had to venture out to some estate. Surely, trouble had ensued. Li Shuangwan found herself alone in the darkness, her thoughts in turmoil. Lacking trustworthy companions, she reflected that, under normal circumstances, her marriage to the Prince of Heng should have entitled her to at least 4 maidservants, 2 personal matrons, and an additional 3 to 6 attendants. However, during her time in the Northwest, she had spent most of her days in the military camp, where no maid or matron was required to serve her. Upon returning to the general's residence in the Northwest, only Yizhu, Luo Man, and a matron named Zhao, along with the coachman Zhouwen, remained by her side. 2 warrior maids, Yun Ping and Yun Jia, had perished protecting her. In matters of necessity, she could simply command any servant in the household. When she wed Ling Heng, her heart brimmed with hope and anticipation, which is why she had not brought many people with her. Yet, Li Shuangwan felt a sense of relief. To extricate herself from the Prince of Heng's estate, it was prudent not to have too many acquaintances around. Suddenly, the image of Gu Xingyan's phoenix-like eyes flashed in her mind, reflecting her own face in their dark pupils. Tonight, Gu Xingyan would come to her. For she knew that Ling Heng was adept at playing his part, and this evening he would return, feigning remorse, while Gu Xingyan would stand in for him by her side. "Princess, Miss Yao has come to see you," Rong announced as she entered, her voice barely above a whisper in the darkened room. Li Shuangwan had little energy to deal with the insincerity of Zhou Kaiyao. "Tell her I am still unconscious. She should return." Zhou Kaiyao overheard, and without waiting for Rong to exit, she turned on her heel and departed. In the backroom study of the Jinfeng jewelry shop, Gu Xingyan had buried himself in his chair, remaining in that position for an entire afternoon since his return, hardly moving at all. The night had grown dark when Xu Wenba hurried in. "Ninth brother, Ling Heng is looking for you. He demands your immediate presence." Gu Xingyan frowned slightly. Ling Heng has beaten the 2 maidservants beside Miss Li. Had she not arrived in time, they would have been executed. Gu Xingyan's gaze darkened. Miss Li regarded those two as sisters, yet Ling Heng sought their lives. What a wretched creature he was. He donned Ling Heng's human mask and then a wooden mask of the prince's shadow guards, striding purposefully toward the exit. Upon seeing Gu Xingyan enter, Ling Heng commanded only one thing: take good care of her. Ensure she recovers from her injuries in the shortest time possible.
Yes.
This woman, emboldened by his affection, had grown increasingly unrestrained, daring to show him disrespect in front of the household staff today. Li Shuangwan, you will pay for this. The entire general's household will answer for your defiance. He clenched his teeth and coldly declared, within a month, she must be with child. Shadow. You must understand what is permissible and what is not. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to send you both to meet the king of hell. Gu Xingyan clenched his fists, bowing his head, forcing out a single word from his throat. Understood. Ling Heng tossed a porcelain vial at Gu Xingyan, glancing at the face that mirrored his own. Irritation causing him to avert his gaze. This month's antidote, Shadow. Your time is running out. Once that child is born, if patience wears thin, I can administer birthing drugs to Li Shuangwan. All I desire is the heart's blood of the child within her. Gu Xingyan tightly grasped the vial. Understood. After departing, Gu Xingyan made his way to Li Xiaoyuan, standing at the entrance for an extended period. The lights inside illuminated the room, where Chen Rong was serving Li Shuangwan a light evening meal. Gu Xingyan's hands alternated between clenching and relaxing. Tonight, he would reveal everything to her. Whether she chose to forgive or condemn him was entirely her decision. He had wronged her. In the night, he stood as a statue, a solemn figure. Chen Rong emerged with a tray, bowing her head upon seeing Gu Xingyan. Your Highness. He glanced at the food on the tray, which had barely been touched, and reached out to take it from her hands. Chen Rong bit her lip, lowering her head as she retreated. Inside, Li Shuangwan heard the sound and looked up. Beneath the hexagonal lantern, the man stood tall and proud, his hands clasped behind him, resembling a sculpture. Her gaze darkened. She knew this man was no longer the Ling Heng who had just moments ago disgusted her, but Gu Xingyan. Ling Heng's figure had never exuded such solitude. His mind was always occupied with schemes, leaving no room for loneliness. Gu Xingyan took a deep breath and stepped inside. Placing the tray on the low table, he tore off the human mask covering his face, confronting her with Ling Heng's visage, which he found repulsive. This was the first time Li Shuangwan truly beheld the man's face, previously only glimpsed in darkness. His features were sharp and distinct, his brows like swords, tapering into his hairline. His countenance was handsome, with phoenix-like eyes, two dark pupils concealed beneath long lashes, a high and prominent nose, and thinly pressed lips. Tall and imposing, he resembled a pine tree, the candlelight casting a luminous glow upon his fair skin. The royal attire adorned him, enhancing his striking presence. Li Shuangwan recognized the inappropriateness of her thoughts, yet could not suppress the words that leapt to her mind. The stones are as precious as jade. The pines as green as emeralds. His beauty is unparalleled, unmatched by any in the world. Gu Xingyan stood several steps away from the bed, silent for a long time before finally speaking in a husky voice. Those who wish to engage in business, Xu Wenba has already arranged it. 5 individuals. I have instructed them on their tasks. Should that prove insufficient, I can send more. Li Shuangwan's voice trembled with suppressed emotion as she regarded him, each word deliberate. 10 years ago, I believed that after I became pregnant, Ling Heng would have killed you. But now, it seems that was not the case. Yet, you never appeared until my death. You had long been returned to the Gu family. Her gaze was piercing, her eyes reddened, but she held back her tears, defiantly meeting the gaze of the man before her, the one she had finally seen clearly from her past life to this one. Gu Xingyan felt as though his heart were being twisted by a dagger. Without warning, he knelt halfway before her bed. Suddenly, Li Shuangwan blew out the lamp before her. In the darkness, neither could discern the other's face. His throat tightened, the words trembling as they escaped. I am sorry.
Li Shuangwan smilat stuburli, Reborn.
She would not harbor any hopes for those unconnected to her. His apology felt hollow and powerless, for she had paid the ultimate price in her past life. Thus, it mattered little now, did it not?
Leave.
If there is nothing of importance, do not appear before me again. I will handle the remaining matters myself. Turning her face away, she could no longer suppress the tears that fell silently. She had vowed not to shed tears in this lifetime. Yet upon learning that this man before her was also reborn, She could no longer contain herself. Chapter 88. She is reborn. Miss Li. Gu Xingyan's throat tightened. He knew that speaking of these matters would only provide himself with excuses, yet he could not remain silent. He suffered, and so would she. He sought not her forgiveness, but only hoped that her heart would harbor less resentment. Too much hatred would bring forth unbearable pain and fatigue. Even with a second chance at life, the days would remain arduous. He spoke slowly. In my previous life, on New Year's Eve, I was thrust before Ling Heng. This incident occurred a decade ago, yet it remains etched in my memory. Ling Heng intended to kill me, but Sipa persuaded him, suggesting that I bore a resemblance to him, possessed certain skills, and was capable in martial arts. Thus, I was spared and fed a drug. The medicine swallowed. My future and past became an empty void. Li Shuangwan gazed coldly at him, unable to believe that with Ling Heng's cunning, he could possibly let this go. The blood of the Ling family has always run cold. Yet, this matter was still revealed to Lin Pin, who insisted that he must kill me to eliminate future threats. Thus, despite my complete amnesia, 2 days later, I was stabbed in the chest and discarded like a corpse in a mass grave. Li Shuangwan's hands clenched into fists, her nails digging painfully into her flesh, tears silently cascading down her face. Human hearts are inherently biased. Mine was even more so, situated on the right side. Therefore, despite my grievous injuries, I did not perish. It was during this time that my mother found me in that forsaken place. I was brought back to the Great Liang. Li Shuangwan suddenly lifted her gaze toward Gu Xingyan, the royal surname of the Great Liang. Gu. So, he was indeed backed by such influential powers. I am the 9th prince of the Great Liang, Gu Xingyan. A wave of metallic sweetness surged to Gu Xingyan's throat, which he swallowed down with great effort. Yet he spoke. When I recalled all this, it was already a decade later. Li Shuangwan understood one thing. In my previous life, Ling Heng did not frequently remain by her side during that month. He must have feared that she would uncover the truth. Under the pretext of being busy with official matters, he would have Butler Wu and Qinglian obstruct her, a tactic Ling Heng often employed. Gu Xingyan lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. His father had an exceptional ability to father children. There were 9 princes and numerous princesses. With so many heirs, yet only one throne. The political arena of the Great Liang was as fierce as that of the Northern Jin. The struggle for power among numerous offspring often led to bloodshed, where it was either you or me who perished. Concubine Chen conspired with her family for the sake of her son, causing countless princes and grandsons to meet tragic ends. His elder brother, the legitimate heir, was afflicted with a cold poison, destined to live no longer than 35 years. As for him, being the legitimate son, his mother, Empress Shu, was targeted by concubine Chen as soon as she conceived him, facing numerous life-threatening situations. To protect him, shortly after his birth, Empress Shu sent him to the Northern Jin, placing him in the care of a peasant family. To avoid drawing attention, she dispatched several hidden guards to protect that family and also sent 5 children of the same age to ensure their safety. Unfortunately, the court of Northern Jin became increasingly corrupt, burdened by heavy taxes and natural disasters. A devastating flood struck, claiming the lives of his adoptive parents. Following the calamity, a great epidemic ensued, and the guards, in their efforts to protect them, succumbed to the illness one after another. At the tender age of 10, he, along with Xu Wenba and Liang Tianyu, fell prey to human traffickers and was sold into the mountains. Thus began his life of daily struggle for survival against both men and beasts, until he was discovered by Ling Heng at the age of 20 and entered the Heng Wangfu 3 months later. During his time there, he spent a month and 20 days, during which he met a girl named Li Shuangwan. Her eyes shone brightly, with black pupils resembling the brightest stars in the sky, and her voice was soft and gentle. When Ling Heng went off to accompany his concubine, he would don a mask and accompany her instead. As they lay together, her hair spilled over the pillow, intertwining with his. This delicate entanglement wrapped around his heart, making it unbearable to untangle or sever. She called him Your Highness, mistaking him for Ling Heng. He dared not respond, only feeling deep guilt. Countless times, he wished to reveal the truth to her. However, Ling Heng had warned him that if he dared to speak, neither of them would survive. On that fateful wedding night, a nightmare haunted him, suffocating him with its grip. Moreover, Ling Heng had ample means to tarnish their names. He could do whatever he wished, but Li Shuangwan should not endure such humiliation. Fear gripped him, and he recoiled. She was the daughter of the general who defended the nation, a proud woman unworthy of such disgrace. There were countless words he swallowed back. He had no idea what Ling Heng intended. However, when he recalled all this in the palace of the great Liang, it was already too late. The residence of the general who defended the nation was razed, and Shuangwan was already dead, confined in the cold palace, reduced to ashes with no remains. Their child, born into a world of malice just one day after entering it, was drained of life, serving as an ingredient for Chun Ning's medicine. He was profoundly mistaken, tragically so. Yet, time could not be reversed. Thus, when his elder brother succumbed to illness, he ascended to the throne of the great Liang. Disregarding the opposition of the ministers and the predatory gazes of the court, leading an army straight to the northern Jin, determined to incinerate the palace that had buried Shuangwan. He wanted the entire northern Jin to accompany her to the grave. Yet, as he watched the fierce flames engulf the northern Jin palace, he remained unsatisfied. His Shuangwan was gone, such a wonderful girl, lost forever. He was the one who caused Shuangwan's demise, responsible for the annihilation of 381 souls in the residence of the general. He sought out Master Sanqing, kneeling at the entrance of his meditation room for 5 days and nights until he finally nodded in agreement. A true dragon's body, half a life over 2 lifetimes, solely to defy fate and grant Shuangwan rebirth. He succeeded. He believed that such an intelligent woman as Shuangwan would surely exact revenge on those who wronged her in her past life. He intended to keep it secret from her. His lifespan was fated to be merely 12 years. But she was too astute. Within just a few days, she had already discerned that he too was a reincarnator. That was enough. Nothing else mattered, and there was no need for her to know. The debts he owed in his past life, he would repay through 2 lifetimes. If she wished to slay Ling Heng with her own hands, he would assist her. If she sought to topple the filthy court of Northern Jin, he would aid her. If she wanted to protect the entire residence of the general, he would surely help her. He turned to leave. Li Shuangwan finally dried her tears and looked at the man before her. I currently have no one at my disposal, so I will still employ those you have brought. But our dealings will be strictly transactional. Any profits will be split evenly, settled every 6 months. The relationship based on profit is the most unreliable, yet the most steadfast bond in this world. Gu Xingyan halted his steps. Realizing that Shuangwan was drawing a clear line between them, he did not turn back. Very well, as you wish. Regarding the matter of annexing Ling Heng's assets, I will draft a detailed plan for you in the coming days. Chapter 89. The Relationship of Interests. Noticing her silence, Gu Xingyan paused before turning to her again. I have thoroughly investigated all of Ling Heng's enterprises from the shadows. What you saw a few days ago was merely the tip of the iceberg. Su Jianzhou manages his affairs, and his enterprises are spread across various states of northern Jin. Furthermore, Ling Heng commands his own private army, numbering about 30,000. Where are they? Gu Xingyan shook his head. Like the places where the hidden guards are trained, I only know of their existence, but I have not discovered their exact locations. In my previous life, he had already infiltrated these men into the Imperial Guards and the Feather Forest Army, with some even embedded within the Li family's military. Li Shuangwan closed her eyes tightly, realizing that the Li family had long since infiltrated Ling Heng's private army. It was her. She was the sinner of the Li family. Now that the conversation had reached this point, there was nothing left to inquire. Li Shuangwan lifted her gaze toward the man in the darkness. So, Su Luo was also deliberately placed before me by you? That day, did you purposely instruct the carriage driver to bring the carriage to the door of the Yongning Marquis' residence to remind me of this?
Yes.
In my previous life, she married my second cousin, the Rui Wang. I am well aware of her medical prowess. When everyone else was at their wits' end regarding my illness, she restored the 21 years of memories I had lost within just 1 year. Indeed, Su Luo's medical skills gained fame throughout the land, and later, when Ling Heng ascended the throne, he sought to have her enter his harem, only to discover that she had departed for the Great Liang half a month prior. At that time, Su Luo was merely in her 20s, accompanied by the elderly Gua, a man of North Jin descent. Despite his exceptional medical skills, it was no simple task to treat members of the imperial family. According to Gu Xingyan, it was only after she developed feelings for the Prince of Daliang that she was introduced to him. She recalled that prior to her death, the reigning emperor of Daliang was Gu Xingqing, the elder brother of Gu Xingyan and the eldest son of Empress Xu. However, it was said that this emperor was in poor health, often coughing up blood, and although he had an empress, he had no offspring of his own. This man was remarkably astute, Within just 4 or 5 years of ascending the throne, he significantly strengthened the power of Daliang, standing in stark contrast to the increasingly weakened North Jin, akin to a promising youth against an aging elder. Gu Xingyan stepped forward involuntarily. Miss Li, she should be able to help you detoxify and restore your martial prowess. Li Shuangwan remained silent. Her initial motivation for saving Su Luo had indeed been somewhat selfish. Yet upon awakening, witnessing such a young woman enduring torment at the hands of the Yongning Marquis' household, she felt immense sympathy for her plight and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the cruelty of the Marquis' wife. Thus, in your past life, it was she who cured the poison within you? Gu Xingyan nodded, then shook his head. Not entirely. However, it alleviated the symptoms, ensuring I wouldn't succumb to the poison. For a decade, his existence was akin to a living hell. No amount of Daliang's resources could completely eradicate the poison afflicting him. Each outbreak of poison felt as if his very veins would burst, tormenting him to the brink of wishing for death. But as a prince, he was bound to live. And death was not an option. These memories, steeped in blood and flesh, were like a swarm of ants gnawing at his heart, causing him pain even in his breaths. When his cousin introduced her to him, Su Luo took 3 months to concoct a remedy, which would only manifest symptoms roughly every 6 months. Yet, to completely detoxify, he still lacked the final, crucial ingredient. By the time he recalled everything and remembered that the poison within him was from Ling Heng, it was too late. He no longer needed the antidote. As for Xu Wenba and Liang Tianyu, shortly after Ling Heng pierced his chest, they were dispatched on a mission by Ling Heng, only to be killed by Ling Yao. Li Shuangwan recalled something. Last time you ingested the 100 herbs, has Ling Heng's poison within you been resolved? Gu Xingyan nodded, then shook his head. It has been alleviated. For 2 years, I need not consume the antidote provided by Ling Heng. What Gu Xingyan did not mention was that the reason the 100 herbs could counteract all poisons was that it was itself toxic. Now, the 2 poisons within him had achieved a temporary balance. When that balance would shatter, he could not predict. Perhaps the moment it broke would coincide with the moment he succumbed to the poison. One's life owed must eventually be repaid. Li Shuangwan deeply closed her eyes. Indeed, Ling Heng's poison was rare in the world. Even though the 100 herbs could counteract a myriad of toxins, it could not neutralize the poison controlling the dark guards. You destroyed Qinglei's corpse?
Yes.
You were also the one who brought Zhang Xi before me? Gu Xingyan nodded. I knew you had been searching for him, and I happened to see him that day. Then, what are the 100 herbs? Did you also arrange for someone to throw them into my room? Li Shuangwan nearly exhausted her strength to pose that question. If he had truly orchestrated it, what would her act of self-sacrifice that day amount to?
Amir jest.
Using every ounce of her strength, she stood up, approached Gu Xingyan, and gazed up at the man shrouded in darkness. In that moment, she could no longer discern his features. It was she who had extinguished the light. No, it was not me. Gu Xingyan retreated 2 steps in a fluster. How could I? One Miss Li, how could I? Afterward, he had investigated, but the leads were exceedingly limited. All he knew was that the dark guards in the Wang residence's rear courtyard had been reassigned, supposedly due to the discovery of an assassin. Yet Ling Heng found nothing in the end. Li Shuangwan exhaled slowly, relieved that this mystery remained unsolved. In retrospect, the guards of Heng Wangfu had indeed increased from that day onward. She composed herself and slowly asked the final question. When did you reincarnate? 2 hours earlier than you. I was brought back from Linshan by Ling Heng and awoke in bed at the hour of you. Awakening at the hour of you, he was immediately summoned by Ling Heng, who instructed him to consummate the marriage with her. It was identical to the previous life. What he could do was to prevent Li Shuangwan from consuming anything Ling Heng offered, including the bowl of food that was supposed to be delivered during the marriage ceremony. It was laced with that substance. He had envisioned their child countless times, wondering what he would be like, whether he would be obedient in her womb, whether he would often cause her distress. He had heard that she endured 3 days and nights before giving birth. Was it not excruciating? He refrained from asking, knowing such inquiries would pierce her heart. Rest assured about that child. I have made arrangements. He is safe. My people are guarding him. Once the situation calms down, we will send him out of Xingjing. Li Shuangwan understood he was referring to Shuyi and nodded slightly. As Gu Xingyan prepared to leave, she said, if I require assistance in the future, I will still seek your help, but I will offer compensation. Gu Xingyan closed his eyes deeply. This was preferable to having no ties between them. Very well, as you wish. He produced a bone whistle from his pocket and handed it to her. Miss Li, Should you require my assistance in the future, simply blow this whistle. 3 short notes followed by 2 long, or 2 short followed by 3 long, and I shall appear. Li Shuangwan accepted the whistle, saying nothing as she tucked it away. Chapter 90. A complete body, she initially wished to distance herself from Gu Xingyan as much as possible. Yet fate, with its intricate threads, ensured their connections remained. She was not one to be overly sentimental, having spoken openly. She resolved to maintain their relationship based solely on mutual benefit. Although Gu Xingyan, the 9th prince of Daliang, held no regard for material wealth, she found herself pondering his intentions. After Gu Xingyan departed, Li Shuangwan sat alone on the bed, gazing at the moonlight outside, uncertain of her thoughts. Her suspicions regarding Gu Xingyan had long been brewing, stemming from the commanding aura he displayed on their first encounter and his unparalleled martial prowess. No matter how formidable or wealthy Ling Heng might be, it was inconceivable that he could train an assassin with such exceptional skills. Such a person should occupy a position above others, not below. Then there was Su Luo, the corpse of Qing Lei, and the sea eagle that had aided her in delivering messages. Yet, she still could not confirm that just days prior, he had merely been an assassin in her eyes. Until today, when he had arrived with a band of extraordinary individuals, their martial prowess rendering Ling Heng's men utterly powerless in comparison. Thus, when she cautiously inquired about his connections, he had readily acquiesced, solidifying her belief that Gu Xingyan, like her, was also a reincarnator. Li Shuangwan forced a bitter smile, closing her eyes. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. In the haze of dreams, she envisioned the man who had sacrificed 2.5 lives for her rebirth, his body pierced by arrows, a solitary figure gazing into the distance. Yet, she could never discern his face. Upon awakening, Li Shuangwan found her cheeks wet with tears. The following day, Gu Xingyan indeed sent a letter, delivered by Chen Rong, who had been instructed to convey it to her. He had particularly directed Chen Rong that if Li Shuangwan required anything, she could seek Xu Wenba. She had previously stated her desire to avoid seeing him, and he had respected her wishes. The letter contained several sheets of paper detailing the distribution of Ling Heng's assets across various domains, yet it bore not a single word from him. Not even a brief explanation. His handwriting was vigorous and powerful, every stroke deliberate. As Li Shuangwan meticulously examined each page, she realized that Gu Xingyan possessed knowledge far exceeding her own. In her previous life, consumed by Ling Heng, her frail condition during pregnancy, and her focus on the child, she had been almost entirely oblivious to the events unfolding around her. Originally, Ling Heng possessed an astonishing number of estates and farms, even delving into the realms of grain and private salt, a description of wealth that could easily rival nations. What astonished her even more was the revelation that Ling Heng owned 2 private mines, a fact unbeknownst to her in her previous life. It was no wonder that he could afford to support tens of thousands of private soldiers and train his own shadow guards. After committing this information to memory, Li Shuangwan cast the papers into the fire to incinerate them. "Your Highness, the young master has returned from the estate," announced Chen Ping. Li Shuangwan nodded. "Let him in." However, Chen Ping dared not enter. He merely stood at the threshold to respond. Although it was Chen Rong's first time attending to Li Shuangwan closely, she understood her duties well, remaining vigilant in the outer chamber to ensure no one overheard the conversation within. Chen Ping's voice was measured, just loud enough for Li Shuangwan, who lay in bed recuperating, to hear. "Your Highness, I have followed your instructions to show the medicinal residue to Miss Luo." She inspected it and confirmed the medicine was sound, though she noted that in addition to healing agents, it contained fertility enhancers.
Li Shuangyan tiktenet her grip.
Upon awakening and seeing Huang Sheng taking her pulse, she realized her injuries were not severe. With a few days of proper rest, she would fully recover. The fainting spell had been due to excessive blood loss, the overwhelming impact of Gu Xingyan's words, and the arduous 10-mile trek through the snow, which had strained her already frail constitution. Given Ling Heng's urgency for her to conceive, he would never allow her to consume anything harmful to the child. "Dispose of it. Fetch me some remedies for external wounds instead, and ensure no one discovers this," she instructed. "Yes. I will inform my sister to keep a close watch while she prepares the medicine, without letting anyone else interfere. Thank you for your hard work during this time. With Yizhu and Luoman injured, you and Arong are the ones I trust most." Chen Ping hastily replied, "Your Highness, it is my duty to serve." He continued, "My grandfather instructed me that once my sister and I are by your side, we are to heed your every command." Chen Ping, Please expedite Miss Luo's request. I shall require it in a couple of days. Understood, I have already prepared most of it. By afternoon, Yizhu and Luo Man finally regained consciousness. With Chun Rong's assistance, Li Shuangwan made her way into their room. Upon seeing Li Shuangwan, Luo Man burst into tears. Your Highness, I thought I would never see you again. Yizhu also wept, her back aching from the pain. The heavy blows they had endured felt as if the grim reapers awaited their demise. Li Shuangwan quickly approached to wipe their tears. Do not fear. I am here, and I will ensure your safety. Yizhu gently grasped Li Shuangwan's hand, asking, Your Highness, do you still hurt? It's just a minor injury. I am fine. You both need to rest well and not allow any lingering ailments. Shortly thereafter, Chun Rong delivered their medicine, which included pain relief. Li Shuangwan took it and administered it to them, though they insisted on drinking it themselves, not wanting their mistress to serve them. The concoction also contained sleep-inducing elements, as their wounds required ample time to heal. Luo Man, feeling drowsy, struggled to keep her eyes open. Yizhu, I'm so sleepy. You ask her. With just the three of them in the room, Li Shuangwan smiled. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Yizhu, with concern etched on her face, murmured, Your Highness. You have been married to His Highness for over half a month, but why? She pointed to Li Shuangwan's right arm, recalling how she and Luo Man had bathed the unconscious Li Shuangwan and discovered that her wedding mark remained intact. It was evident that the marriage had not been consummated. Yet, they had witnessed the red handkerchief on the day after the wedding. Li Shuangwan knew such matters could not remain hidden from her two devoted servants, but she could not risk their involvement. Even in her letters to her parents and brother, she merely stated that she had discovered Ling Heng's many flaws after entering the Wang family, claiming that she had feigned illness to keep him at bay on their wedding day, thus preserving her virtue. This matter is complex, and I cannot divulge it to you now. However, it must remain between the three of us. No one else can know, or we may all lose our lives. Their already pale faces grew even whiter. Chapter 91. Irreversible fate. As Luo Man drowsily began to drift off, her eyes widened in shock at Li Shuangwan's words. Your Highness. Are you saying that His Highness? Li Shuangwan interjected. It appears he is not entirely incapable. Right. This concerns the royal reputation and the stability of the court. It must remain undisclosed, even in His Highness's presence. Do you understand? Luo Man nodded vigorously, realizing the gravity of the situation. If a man were incapable, the ramifications would be immense, and she dared not breathe a word of it in front of the prince. Yesterday, she had narrowly escaped death. She would cherish her life. Yet, her young mistress was destined to live in solitude. How could Prince Heng, aware of his limitations, still choose to marry her?
So,
his pretext of wanting to punish them was merely to conceal his secret? What a cruel heart he possessed. Yizhu remained silent, her expression full of worry as she gazed at Li Shuangwan. Li Shuangwan sighed inwardly. Yizhu was too astute, and nothing could escape her notice. Without clarifying matters, it was uncertain what conclusions she might draw. Luo Man, with her simple-mindedness, soon succumbed to the effects of the medicine and fell asleep. Yizhu, struggling to stay awake, gazed at Li Shuangwan, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Li Shuangwan was at a loss with Yizhu's emotional turmoil. Once Luo Man was asleep, she sighed. Ask what you wish. I will reveal only what I deem appropriate. Yizhu, choking back her emotions, asked, Your Highness, do you not care for His Highness? I see how he treats you well. He would not have reprimanded us so harshly yesterday if he did not care. But why, Your Highness, I know that Luoman's claims about His Highness's incapacity are mere fabrications. Young princes are taught about such matters from a tender age. If that were the case, it would not have remained hidden for so long. Please tell me. Li Shuangwan gently ruffled Yizhu's hair. There were many things she could not reveal to these two girls. Luo Man was carefree, while Yizhu was prone to overthinking. Yet, it was too dangerous to confide in them. Zhou Kaiyao had already arrived, and had it not been for these recent events, her original plans would have begun to unfold. Now, with the year-end approaching, she would have to postpone everything. Before she departed, she needed to entrust them to her maternal grandfather. Do you recall what Chen Rong found in the incense burner a couple of days ago? Do you remember what Luo said it contained? Yizhu's face paled dramatically. The drug that induces sleep. So, His Highness had been using this method to lull you to sleep and had never truly touched you. The handkerchief was merely a ruse, wasn't it? Li Shuangwan paused. Iju was remarkably perceptive, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. Of course not, Iju. You are overthinking. I have uncovered some secrets within the Wang family and have come to suspect there are traitors among us, not just one, and even His Highness has been deceived. Iju's complexion turned ghostly pale. If even Prince Heng was unaware, then what sort of individuals were behind these traitors? Your Highness, what shall we do? We must inform His Highness about this. Li Shuangwan shook her head. That is not an option. This matter must remain a secret investigation conducted solely by me. The fewer people who know, the better. It is too perilous, and I do not wish for your Highness to face danger. Once this matter is resolved, I shall disclose everything to you. Thus, Iju, until then no one must be informed. One misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Your Highness, but how can this be? It is far too dangerous, Li Shuangwan said, her face stern and brows furrowed. Iju, terrified at seeing her master in such a state, hurriedly replied, Of course not. Your Highness, you are my master, and I will heed only your words. Good, Iju, just listen to me. Remember, only the two of us must know about this.
Not even Luo Man.
Iju nodded, desperately suppressing the terror rising in her throat. Although we hid in the carriage yesterday, I could see clearly that those men in black aimed only to capture you alive. They appeared fierce, yet they were restrained in their attacks against the guards, not wishing to take their lives. Therefore, those men in black were sent by the one behind the scenes, correct? And, because Butler Wu was involved, he is also a spy, which is why you intend to kill him. Indeed. Li Shuangwan delicately dabbed the tears from her face. If only she were not so astute, living blissfully, and simply like Luo Man.
Why?
Why must they do this? Is it because you married His Highness, and they wish to use you to threaten the general? Li Shuangwan nodded, feeling a pang of guilt. It was not her intention to deceive Iju. Rather, she had been reborn, and the truth of Ling Heng annihilating the entire general's household in her past life must not be revealed to her. Iju, you are very clever. But there are some things that are not yet the time to disclose. Unable to contain herself any longer, Iju collapsed at Li Shuangwan's bedside, sobbing softly. She had countless questions. Who were those that saved them? It was clear that the mistress was well acquainted with that man. Before she could voice her thoughts, Li Shuangwan's sudden anger erupted, and Iju knew that these were matters her master wished to keep hidden. Li Shuangwan sighed softly, realizing she had acted impulsively. She did not want to linger in the Hengwang mansion any longer. Her haste had forced Ling Heng's hand. But she had only just returned from her rebirth, unprepared. Without her parents or brother by her side, lacking allies, struggling to protect herself, let alone safeguard her two handmaidens. How could she even think of seeking revenge? Li Shuangwan gently patted Iju's shoulder, whispering, Sleep now, sleep. Iju finally succumbed to slumber. During these past few days, Zhou Kaiyao had been relatively well-behaved at Yunmeng courtyard. Having heard that her sister had quarreled with His Highness due to the two handmaidens, she could not fathom why one would distance themselves from their husband over such lowly servants. It seemed absurd that such a woman, the legitimate daughter of the general's household, could marry the Hengwang as his principal wife. Moreover, her husband had punished those handmaidens for failing to protect her. If it were her, she would only be grateful for her husband's thoughtful care. How could there be such a woman who could not distinguish right from wrong? It was evident that not all noble ladies in Shengjing possessed wisdom. Even she, a girl from the countryside, seemed more sensible. For 3 days, Li Shuangwan and her two handmaidens quietly recuperated at Lixiao courtyard. As the new year approached, Ling Heng found himself overwhelmed with responsibilities. The Ministry of Rites was inundated with tasks, especially with the sudden demand from Emperor Jingzhong to conduct a ceremony for the ancestral emperor. An avalanche of affairs piled onto his desk. As a low-ranking official, he faced an influx of trivial matters. With Butler Wu's death and the absence of competent subordinates, he had to personally liaise with the informants and manage covert operations. Furthermore, he needed to investigate who the third party was while also attending to a woman in a separate residence, burdened with the weight of potential motherhood. He visibly lost weight within days. During this time, he was supposed to remain at Beima Temple, but with Li Shuangwan injured, he had to return daily under the pretense of concern, lest she grow suspicious. After all, just days prior, he had contemplated eliminating her two handmaidens. Although Ling Heng concealed his weariness well, Li Shuangwan could still see the undeniable fatigue etched on his face. In her previous life, he had never appeared so drained. Even after ascending to the throne, with his father and brother supporting him, Thus, over the span of 10 years, his captivating visage bore little evidence of the passage of time, contrasting sharply with her own 27 or 28 years, which had left her with the frailty of a woman in her 60s. One morning, the doorman delivered an invitation from her maternal grandmother, who wished to visit in the afternoon. Her grandfather and grandmother, concerned for her after hearing of the attack, had sent her old servant instead. As visiting the royal mansion was not easily done, Li Shuangwan hesitated, fearing her grandparents would fret over her condition. However, she realized that if she did not meet them, they would only worry more, assuming her injuries were severe. Thus, she instructed the doorman, "Please inform the messenger that I shall receive my grandmother at Lixiao courtyard this afternoon. Tell them I am unharmed, and there is no need for concern." The doorman complied. 3 days had passed, and Li Shuangwan's injuries were minor. She felt well enough to tidy herself with Chun Rong's assistance and awaited her grandmother's arrival. As the time approached, Grand Lady Zhu arrived with her elderly maid and a plethora of nourishing gifts. Upon seeing Li Shuangwan, her eyes filled with tears as she affectionately called her "my precious" and cried, lamenting how much weight she had lost since their last meeting. Li Shuangwan welcomed her inside, leading her to a seat. Chun Rong served tea, and Li Shuangwan reassured, "Grandmother, I am well. It is merely a slight abrasion, and I have already recovered." She stood and opened her arms for the Grand Lady to inspect. The Grand Lady wiped her tears and pulled her to sit down. In the heart of the empire, such an assassination attempt is utterly outrageous. Wan Jun, rest assured, your grandfather has reported this to the emperor. The culprit will surely be brought to justice. Li Shuangwan clasped the Grand Lady's hand. "Yes, I trust my grandfather will uncover the truth and deliver a fitting punishment to that villain." The Grand Lady glanced outside, lowering her voice to ask, "What of His Highness? Has he not taken any actions?" "He is investigating as well." The Grand Lady sighed with relief. "Thank the heavens. You're safe. But tell me, do you know who your rescuers were?" Naturally, she could not disclose this to her grandparents. Li Shuangwan shook her head. "They wore masks, and after dispatching their targets, they vanished without a word." The Grand Lady nodded, harboring her suspicions. Several princes were already of age, and with her husband commanding troops, it was not beyond reason to think that someone might wish to intimidate Ling Heng now that Wan Jun was married to him. However, she could not voice these thoughts casually. The Grand Lady surveyed the surroundings. "Alas, where are your 2 handmaidens? I have not seen them." Chun Rong, attending to Li Shuangwan, glanced up at her mistress upon hearing the inquiry.
Li Shuangwan's milat.
"I have sent them on an errand. They will return shortly." The Grand Lady sighed again, gripping Li Shuangwan's hand. "Wan Jun, you must surround yourself with trustworthy people. Look, once they have left, only this one maid remains by your side. Would you like me to select some reliable girls from the Zhu family for you? Or perhaps acquire a few with unblemished backgrounds from a reputable source and train them anew?" Li Shuangwan was acutely aware that her potential allies were few, yet the tasks ahead of her were perilous. Thus, it was not necessarily advantageous to have a multitude of people involved. Shaking her head, she remarked, "There is no need for that. The Hengwang mansion is staffed with plenty of servants, and should anything arise, I can easily give them orders." The matriarch, Lady Zhu, hesitated, her thoughts lingering unspoken. "To have you and your grandfather worried is a sign of my unfiliality. What you say is quite unjust, for your grandfather's concern for you is entirely warranted," she replied, glancing at Chun Rong. "Miss, please guard the door while I have a private conversation with Wan. "Yes, my lady," Chun Rong responded. Li Shuangwan understood her grandmother's intent all too well. Once Chun Rong had departed, Lady Zhu got straight to the point. "How did I hear that you brought a girl back from the Lotus class, claiming she is your biological sister? You may deceive me about other matters, but this one is impossible to overlook. As your grandmother, I would know if that child had survived." Lady Zhu's expression was fraught with concern as she scrutinized Li Shuangwan. "This matter has been the talk of the town for days. I have long wished to inquire about it. However, your grandfather insisted that truth cannot be disguised, nor can falsehood be made true, advising me to refrain from meddling, given that your mother is soon to return." Lady Zhu had not attended the recent banquet for the matriarch of the Liu family, as she had always been at odds with her, and thus sent a gift through the steward instead. Meanwhile, Lord Zhu had visited but returned without mentioning the incident. "Wan, tell your grandmother. Are you concealing something from us? Just how closely does that girl resemble you? I wish to see her. Does she reside in the Hengwang mansion?" Li Shuangwan offered a sheepish smile. Indeed, this was not a matter she could keep from her grandmother. Grandmother, it is not that I am unwilling to confide in you, but the timing is not yet right, as grandfather suggested, since mother is returning soon. That girl is not my biological sister. When my mother gave birth to me, my father was present, and they have long informed you that my sister had passed away. How could she possibly return to life? Lady Zhu, not one to be obstinate, accepted Li Shuangwan's explanation and said, "Very well, you young ones must pursue your endeavors. Just ensure you take care of yourselves. It is not that your grandmother harbors ill thoughts about the girl, but she likely understands her own intentions clearly. However, the fact that she still resides in the Hengwang mansion indicates she may harbor ulterior motives." Li Shuangwan took her grandmother's arm, saying, "I know all that you care for me the most." Chapter 93. Concerns of the Hu family. Lady Zhu gently tapped Li Shuangwan's forehead. "Little clever one. Since you have assured me that the girl is not your sister, I shall not press further." Lady Zhu then took Li Shuangwan's hand and shared many intimate words. Seeing that Li Shuangwan appeared unharmed, she decided to return home. Li Shuangwan, though not severely injured, feared that her obstinate grandfather would become unyielding. So she insisted on escorting Lady Zhu back, allowing her grandfather to meet her and put his mind at ease. Lady Zhu, concerned for her granddaughter, was reluctant to have her accompany her in her state of injury, yet ultimately could not resist Li Shuangwan's insistence. Chun Rong accompanied them, and Chen Ping went to fetch the coachman, Zhou Wen, who followed behind. Half an hour later, the carriage halted before the Zhu residence. Zhu Qingmeng, having heard 3 days prior of his cousin's attack and injuries, was anxious beyond measure, yet as a male cousin, he could not visit her in the inner courtyard of the Hengwang mansion. Upon hearing this morning that his grandmother was going to the mansion, he intended to accompany her, but was intercepted by his mother, Hu Shi. His mother informed him that his cousin had now married the Prince of Heng, and should he recklessly visit her, it would tarnish her reputation. Zhu Qingmeng ultimately acquiesced to his mother's wishes, returning to his study. Though his heart was restless with concern for his cousin's condition, was she gravely injured? How had she encountered an assassin? Had the prince uncovered who was behind the attack? Suddenly, a servant announced that his cousin had returned to the Zhu residence with his grandmother, and the carriage was approaching. Zhu Qingmeng immediately abandoned his book and dashed toward the entrance. Hu Shi, hearing the news and accompanied by a maid, caught sight of her son racing past. Oblivious to her presence, Hu Shi clutched her heart, feeling a pang of frustration. She understood her son's feelings all too well. It was not only that Li Shuangwan had married into the Ling family, but even before that, as a girl who mingled with soldiers and spent her days among rough men, she had little to offer in terms of traditional feminine accomplishments. She was skilled only in martial arts, which Hu Shi could not admire. Zhu Qingmeng halted a distance from the gate, took a few deep breaths, adjusted his attire, and then proceeded toward the entrance, with calm composure. The young servant, Suanzi, followed behind, stifling a grin. Zhu Qingming's face flushed, and he shot a glare at him. "Do not laugh. Keep it to yourself." Suanzi, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, replied, "Yes, I shall obey, and I will not mention how delighted the young master was upon hearing the princess's arrival." Zhu Qingmeng could not suppress a smile, his brow lifting, but feigned a kick at Suanzi, who nimbly evaded it. As he stepped outside, he saw his cousin helping his grandmother lift the carriage curtain. Zhu Qingmeng hurried forward, taking Lady Zhu's arm from Li Shuangwan, his gaze fixed intently on her. "Cousin, I have heard you were injured. How do you fare now?" Li Shuangwan replied, "I am well. Merely some superficial wounds. Do not worry, elder cousin." Zhu Qingmeng exhaled a sigh of relief. They all entered the residence. Lady Zhu playfully scolded her eldest grandson. "Is your grandfather home?" "Yes. He is in the study attending to official matters. Wanwan is likely anxious about the old man, hence she insisted on coming to let him see her." Zhu Qingmeng turned to Li Shuangwan. "Cousin, I shall accompany you." Hu Shi interjected. "It is splendid that Wanwan is unharmed." "Qingmeng, hearing of your cousin's injuries has made you worry immensely. Upon learning she has returned, you have abandoned your studies to rush out." Li Shuangwan could easily discern the underlying meaning in her aunt's words and said, "Thank you for your concern, aunt. I am fine. Elder cousin, I shall visit my grandfather and then return. You should continue your studies." Zhu Qingmeng hesitated but finally replied, "Then, I shall escort you back later." Hu Shi chuckled. What a fuss about sending each other back and forth. It seems rather absurd. Lady Zhu retorted coldly, "What is absurd about it? Is this how a proper aunt behaves?" Hu Shi did not dare to retort against Lady Zhu. Li Shuangwan added, "Aunt's words hold merit. Grandmother, Zhou Bo and Chen Ping are accompanying me, so I cannot delay elder cousin's studies." Lady Zhu gently patted Li Shuangwan's hand. Zhu Qingmeng fell silent and returned to the study. In the study, Lord Zhu contemplated the incident involving Li Shuangwan. Since the Hengwang mansion had not reported the attack, neither the Ministry of Justice nor the Supreme Court could initiate an investigation. And as the Minister of the Supreme Court, he found it inappropriate to intervene directly. A heavy snowfall had obscured many traces, and the information gathered by those sent out was indeed scant. As Li Shuangwan prepared to pay her respects, she was halted by Lord Zhu's gesture. "You are still injured. No need for formalities. Please, take a seat." Once seated, she listened as Lord Zhu inquired, "Have you suspected who those assassins in black might be? Could they be connected to the ones who attacked you 6 months ago?" Li Shuangwan knew she could not divulge that those men were the death warriors raised by Ling Heng, who also had his own private soldiers. If her grandfather pursued this matter relentlessly, it would be difficult to guarantee that Ling Heng would not take action against the Zhu residents. Shaking her head, she replied, "I do not know, but fortunately, my wounds are not severe. Grandfather, the prince has already dispatched people to investigate this matter." Lord Zhu sighed deeply. Fully aware of Li Shuangwan's concerns for him, "I understand your worries, Wanwan. Fear not, your grandfather is not someone who is oblivious to danger." Li Shuangwan recognized her grandfather's stubborn nature and realized she needed to extricate herself from the Hengwang mansion promptly. After discussing for nearly half an hour, she rose to take her leave, politely declining Lord Zhu's invitation to stay for dinner. As soon as Li Shuangwan departed, the matriarch of the Zhu family summoned Hu to her presence. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law's petty demeanor, the old lady's expression turned icy. "Wanwan's now a princess, so cease your trivial machinations. Do not presume that my old eyes have dimmed to the point of being oblivious." Hu lowered her gaze, unable to meet her mother-in-law's eyes, and murmured, "I merely think that since she is now a princess, it would be prudent for Qingmeng to avoid any impropriety." The matriarch's words implied a sordidness in her daughter-in-law's thoughts. With a disdainful snort, the old lady retorted, "They are cousins. What harm is there in exchanging a few words? A mind untainted does not conceive such vile intentions. If your thoughts were to be seen by the prince, what would he think? You would not only harm Qingmeng, but also Wanwan," who remained silent, her eyes reddening. She was merely contemplating her son's future. What was wrong with that? Wanwan was indeed correct. It was unwise to settle Qingming's marriage before the imperial examinations, for it might distract him. On the way back to the manor, Li Shuangwan appeared lost in thought, oblivious even to the sudden influx of soldiers in the distance. Chun Rong lifted the carriage curtain and was startled to see a troop of armed guards. "Princess!"
Li Shuangwan abruptly awoke.
Peering through the curtain to witness hundreds of fierce soldiers surging from the street's end. Chapter 94. The Crown Prince's assassination. The soldiers violently overturned the stalls of street vendors, brandishing their knives as they moved on, leaving chaos in their wake. They smashed doors and stormed into homes, creating pandemonium, with the cries of women and children echoing through the streets. In a mere quarter of an hour, the entire street was left in disarray. "Chen Ping, go find out what is happening," commanded Li Shuangwan. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ping returned, breathless. "Princess, His Highness the Crown Prince has been injured by an assassin. The dagger was poisoned, and the guards are sweeping the city in pursuit of the attacker." Li Shuangwan's gaze darkened slightly as memories of the same day in her previous life surfaced. The Crown Prince, Ling Ji, had been attacked while dining at a tavern. Yet he had escaped unscathed, his assailant slain by his guards. The incident had created little uproar, as she had only learned of it later through Ling Heng's jesting remarks about the foolishness of the assassin who had attempted to strike at the prince surrounded by so many protectors. However, in this lifetime, the situation was markedly different. The assassin had not only wounded the Crown Prince but had also escaped, a most astonishing turn of events. "What is the Crown Prince's condition now?" she inquired urgently. Chen Ping spoke softly. "It is said that he was struck in the left shoulder, and the blade was laced with a lethal poison, causing him to lose consciousness. He has since been taken back to the East Palace." The absence of immediate fatality brought a sense of relief to Li Shuangwan. The tavern where the incident occurred was promptly sealed, and all patrons were taken to the Ministry of Justice. "Let us return home," she instructed, lowering the carriage curtain as they made their way back to the royal residence, the guards still scouring the area. The news of the Crown Prince being attacked while dining had quickly spread throughout the city, prompting many noble families to discreetly inquire about his well-being. It was rumored that the poison on the dagger was exceptionally potent, prompting the emperor to dispatch all the court physicians to the East Palace. However, news from there was tightly controlled. Li Shuangwan urged Qin Ping to continue gathering information. Yet, her concern for Ling Ji was not as profound as others. After all, should anything happen to him, the emperor had 5 other sons. She tasked Qin Ping with discovering the identity of the assassin, for understanding his motives might provide crucial insight into the attempt on Ling Ji's life. An hour later, Qin Ping stood before Li Shuangwan, looking surprisingly confident. "You have gathered information so swiftly?" she asked, intrigued. Qin Ping had initially feared the difficulty of acquiring such news, but it had come to him with unexpected ease, almost as if it had been handed to him. "I learned that the tavern's waiter, Mou, has only been working there for less than a month. He is 23 years old, an ordinary scholar from Xian in town. Half a year ago, he married a bride. And coincidentally, the crown prince passed by just as the wind lifted the bridal veil, revealing her face to him." Li Shuangwan's heart sank at this revelation. Ling Ji had a notorious weakness for beauty. He wouldn't dare to shamelessly abduct the bride right then and there. Indeed, the crown prince had halted the bridal procession, forcibly exchanging the bride for a woman following him, causing a conflict with Mou's guards, resulting in Mou sustaining a broken leg. Not only did the crown prince seize the bride, but he also failed to fulfill his initial promise to Mou. What should have been a joyous occasion had turned into a calamity. "And what became of the bride?" Li Shuangwan inquired, her expression darkening. Ling Ji's shamelessness was one thing, but to publicly steal a bride was utterly reprehensible. Qin Ping sighed. The crown prince took her to a secluded estate, where he tormented her for several days. In the end, 5 days later, Mou was left with only her cold corpse. It is said that the bride resisted fiercely, and the crown prince resorted to unspeakable methods, eventually discarding her as if she were merely an object. Such a despicable man has held the position of heir apparent for years. "If the northern gene does not perish, who will?" Qin Ping lamented. "Is this why Mou sought employment at that tavern, hoping to encounter the crown prince?"
Li Shuangwan caría. Yes.
"And what of the poison on the dagger?" "I was unable to ascertain that. It is rumored to be a rare snake venom from the Zhao kingdom. Once it penetrates the skin, it can cause excruciating pain, or even death." "Were they able to capture Mou?" "Yes, the Jinui apprehended him." "The Jinui? Lu Dongqing?" Li Shuangwan recalled seeing the soldiers pursuing the assassin earlier. Indeed, the attack on the crown prince was no trivial matter, prompting the emperor to deploy the Jinui as well. "Has Mou been taken to their prison?" "Yes, but he had concealed some of the poison in his teeth." He offered no resistance and immediately divulged his reasons for attempting to assassinate the crown prince. Afterward, he bit down on the poison and took his own life. "Who else knows of this?"
Li Shuangwan prasa.
"How is it that you know such intricate details?" Qin Ping shook his head. "I found it strange myself. Shortly after leaving the estate, I overheard 2 Jinui whispering about it around the corner. Such coincidences are hard to believe. Furthermore, you lack martial skills, and those in the Jinui are all formidable fighters. They wouldn't fail to notice someone eavesdropping. Therefore, it seems someone intentionally delivered this information to you. Could it be Gu Xingyan?" A thought struck her. She hadn't seen him in days. "Did Mou mention who supplied him with the poison?" Qin Ping shook his head. Mou was merely an unarmed scholar who devoted his life to the audacious act of attempting to kill the crown prince. A person of such limited means would never have had access to such lethal poison, unless someone were backing him and instructing him on how to carry out the assassination and escape afterward. Could it truly be Gu Xingyan? Confronting Ling Heng was something she could comprehend, but what was the motive behind dealing with Ling Ji? Chapter 95. Cauterizing the poison. The perplexity that Li Shuangwan experienced was swiftly resolved when Liang Tianyu relayed this news to Gu Xingyan. He immediately discerned the identity of the individual in question. A subtle smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Li Shuangwan lamented the untimely demise of Mou, regretting that the dog prince had miraculously escaped death from a stab wound. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Palace, the court physicians were of a different opinion. The poison was exceedingly virulent, and only through the extreme measure of scraping the bone could they hope to save the prince's life. Ling Ji had long regained consciousness, writhing in agony upon his bed. The empress wept profusely while vociferously berating the physicians for their incompetence, demanding an immediate antidote for the prince. Emperor Jingzhong arrived upon hearing the news, and the physicians hastily knelt before him. The empress implored, collapsing at the feet of the emperor. Her voice choked with tears, Your Majesty, please save Jir. He must be saved. The excruciating pain caused Ling Ji to abandon his composure before his father. He rolled off the bed, tears streaming down his face, cold sweat cascading as he clung desperately to the emperor's leg. Father, I am in unbearable pain. The emperor's brow furrowed in fury. Why is there no relief for the prince's suffering? The head physician, Fong, stepped forward with trepidation. Your Majesty. The dagger that inflicted the prince's injury was coated with the most potent snake venom, rendering all analgesics ineffective. Emperor Jingzhong thundered in anger. Is the prince to endure this torment indefinitely? We must act swiftly to scrape the bone and purge the poison. The prince, already tormented to the brink of despair, could scarcely fathom that scraping the bone would inflict even greater agony. For one who would demand retribution for the mere tug of a hair, such pain could very well claim his life. The emperor understood all too well that the physicians, who merely sought to avoid blame rather than pursue excellence, would only propose such a drastic remedy if there were no alternatives. Let us commence, the emperor commanded solemnly. Terrified by the decree, the prince recoiled in protest. No, father, I cannot endure it, it will kill me. The emperor's expression darkened further. Upon hearing this, the empress screamed in despair. Your Majesty, Jir cannot withstand this. She inquired about the assassin. Has that vile assassin been apprehended? The emperor questioned his attendant. Zhang Disheng, have Zheng Xinjian and Lu Dongqing entered the palace? Your Majesty, Lu Dongqing strode forward. Before the emperor could speak, the prince had already rolled to Lu Dongqing's feet, grasping his clothing and shouting. Where is the assassin? Where is the antidote? Lu Dongqing stepped back, freeing himself from the prince's grip, and knelt, apologizing. Your Majesty, the assassin took his own life, and no antidote was found on him. The empress fainted upon hearing this. The emperor, overwhelmed with a headache, waved his hand, instructing that the empress be taken back to the palace, and ordered Lu Dongqing to wait outside. Within the hall, only the prince's anguished cries remained. Physician Fong, steeling himself, addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, we cannot delay any longer. If we postpone for another quarter hour, the prince's left arm will be rendered useless, and further delay may result in a fatality. This venom originates from Xiaogua, and an antidote will not be found in the immediate future. The prince's already pallid visage now resembled the frost outside. He yearned for death to relieve his suffering. Yet he could not faint. Venom from Xiaogua? Could it be that the assassin was from Xiaogua? The emperor's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. Seize the prince and hold him down on the bed. Should there be even a hint of error, I will not show mercy. Physician Fong commenced the procedure. Upon the emperor's command, 4 imperial guards entered, each securing a limb of the prince to the bed. Under Physician Fong's lead, a host of physicians worked tirelessly for 2 hours, perspiration beading on their brows as they secured the final knot on the bandages. At last, the prince succumbed to unconsciousness. The cacophony of anguish finally subsided, granting the physicians a moment of respite from their torment. Physician Fong, feeling as though his ears belonged to someone else, lamented the toll that the prince's screams had taken on his frail form. For the first time, he regretted his path as a healer and his service in the Royal Medical Institution. In the study, Emperor Jingzhong absorbed Lu Dongqing's report concerning the assassin. His countenance darkened to the point of resembling ink. Is the investigation conclusive? There is no connection to Hu Jinfeng? Just as he had dealt with the Hu family, the prince had been attacked. No connection, Lu Dongqing stated calmly, undeterred by the emperor's ire. With his youthful figure clad in embroidered attire, he stood resolute, despite the slight disarray of his collar caused by the prince's frantic grasp. After the assassin confessed, I promptly dispatched individuals to Sinan town for verification, locating both Moyu's mother and the family of the bride. Lu Dongqing paused, then continued. Based on the information we currently possess, it is indeed accurate. The emperor massaged his temples, vexed by the situation. Since the assassin is dead, let this matter rest. As for those privy to the truth, they must remain silent. As for the poison, Your Majesty, this venom is not something a mere scholar like Moyu could possess. The emperor's expression darkened further, and after a moment's contemplation, he declared, there is no need for further investigation. Lu Dongqing acknowledged the command, understanding that the root of this incident lay in the prince's lustful desires, resulting in a tragic loss of life. To protect the prince's reputation, the truth must not be revealed. In the Eastern Palace, the prince was jolted awake once more by a surge of pain. He commenced a new round of anguished cries, his voice nearly hoarse, yet under the emperor's orders. His hands and feet were bound tightly to the bed. After Lu Dongqing departed, Emperor Jingzhong returned to the Eastern Palace once again. Father, I am in excruciating pain. Unbearable pain. The emperor wished to inquire whether the bride had ever cried out in pain when he had treated her in the other courtyard. Whether she had ever begged for mercy, but with the presence of numerous physicians and attendants, he remained silent. Physician Fong, how long before the prince finds relief? The flustered physician Fong responded, Your Majesty, it will take at least 3 days and nights. 3 days and nights. Even if the prince did not lose his voice, it would cost him dearly. Physician Fong wiped the sweat from his brow after 3 days and nights of intense pain. The prince's hand will continue to ache throughout his life. To eradicate it entirely would be exceedingly difficult. Physician Fong fell to his knees. I am an unskilled physician. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The prince, feeling as though his head would explode, wept bitterly. Father, in this vast world, there must be someone who can save me. Father, I implore you to issue a decree to seek renowned doctors for me. I am in such agony. The emperor inquired, Physician Fong, is there anyone capable of this? Physician Fong contemplated for a moment. Yes, the 9-turn soul revivifying needle. Who possesses this technique? As far as I know, only the esteemed physician Qiaoshan is proficient in this method. The emperor issued a grave command. Then let us locate this person. Chapter 96, A Life and Death Struggle. Physician Fong hesitated. Your Majesty, Qiaoshan is elusive and has not been seen for half a year. The last sighting was in Yuzhou. Father, please end my suffering. I cannot endure this any longer. The prince's cries filled the Eastern Palace. In the coming days, you physicians will take turns watching over the prince, not leaving his side. The emperor commanded.
Yes.
After issuing his orders, Emperor Jingzhong could no longer bear the cacophony of cries, expressing a few paternal sentiments before departing. Outside the Eastern Palace, the prince's wails echoed, and the emperor reflected on the tear-streaked face of the prince he had appointed, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. For the first time, he questioned whether it was a mistake to have named Ling Ji as the crown prince, and whether his punishment of Hu Jinfeng had been excessive. His sons were not limited to just the crown prince. He had 5 other sons. Emperor Jingzhong desperately sought to suppress the truth surrounding the prince's assassination. Yet this truth quietly spread among the citizens of Xingjing. Upon hearing the news, the third prince, Ling Yao, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, even shedding tears of mirth. As he laughed, a sudden fury overcame him. He swept everything from the table to the ground. Father is truly biased, indeed biased.
Why?
Why is it that no matter how well I perform, neither father, mother, nor grandfather can see it? Why must I, merely born 3 years later than that foolish and malicious crown prince, be reduced to the status of a mere subject? 3 days prior, a young man clad in a black veil had silently appeared in his prince's residence. Ling Yao, startled, was about to shout for help, but the masked figure chuckled softly, placing a blade upon the table before settling himself across from Ling Yao. Would the third prince care to test whether your guards arrive faster? Or my knife reaches your neck quicker? Who are you, and what do you want? Ling Yao stammered, his face turning pale. His residence was not easily breached, yet this person had evaded all the guards to stand before him, indicating formidable martial prowess. The masked man lifted his eyelids to glance at Ling Yao. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that I have a story to tell His Royal Highness. Who the hell wants to hear your story? The masked man did not wait for Ling Yao's consent, but proceeded to recount the crown prince's absurd deeds from half a year ago, revealing that a scholar named Mo Yu was now working at an establishment frequently visited by the crown prince. What do you mean? Ling Yao swallowed hard, struggling to speak. As the legitimate son of the third prince, it is a misfortune for the world that the crown prince, having committed countless wrongdoings, still occupies the position of heir. I also feel it is unjust for you. Absolutely not. Ling Yao firmly rejected. The crown prince was surrounded by numerous experts, even if he could inflict harm. Killing him was impossible. Moreover, a mere scholar, even disguised as a waiter, could not possibly assassinate the crown prince. The masked man produced a vial of snake venom, placing it before Ling Yao. Thus, with this, you need only to break a little skin. Mo, filled with a thirst for vengeance, merely lacked the means to act. Your Highness need not personally intervene. Even if Mo were captured, he could not implicate you. What is there for you to fear? Is it that the esteemed legitimate prince has no interest in that position? Then why not give the poison to Mo? The masked man chuckled lightly, retracting the vial of venom. Since your highness is hesitant, it seems I have overestimated your resolve. Clearly, you are not eager to ascend to that position. Farewell. The masked man turned to leave.
Wait.
Without a second thought, Ling Yao called out to him. The relentless desire to usurp the crown prince's position ultimately took precedence, and he approached the masked man, taking the vial of venom from his hand.
What he did not expect was that,
when his chief of staff handed the poison to Mou, he acted without hesitation, not only taking some but also stuffing a small amount into his mouth before the chief of staff's eyes. A madman willing to gamble with his life, Ling Yao felt satisfaction. He believed he had secured a foolproof plan. Ultimately, he was mistaken. The guards urged, Your Highness, with the Crown Prince's assassination attempt, it would be best for you to visit the palace immediately. All the other princes have gone. As the Crown Prince's full-blooded brother, your absence would be ill-received. Ling Yao inhaled deeply. He certainly intended to go. He wished to witness how mother and grandfather would mourn. In this world, aside from father, who orchestrated the game, everyone else was but a pawn, and none were truly superior to the others. Prepare my attire. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince was in such agony that he could not sleep for days, visibly deteriorating. From the Crown Princess to the palace maids and eunuchs, everyone was in a state of trepidation, fearing that one misstep could turn them into the Crown Prince's punching bag. Emperor Jingzhong even issued imperial edicts to seek renowned physicians, offering a reward of 1,000 taels to anyone who could alleviate the Crown Prince's pain. Regrettably, half a day passed, and despite the crowd, not a single individual stepped forward. It was no joke. That was the Crown Prince. Should they fail to meet the imperial family's expectations, they could lose their heads. Let the Crown Prince endure the pain. Meanwhile, within the residence of King Heng, Shuangwan knew that Luo possessed exceptional medical skills and should have a way to relieve the Crown Prince's suffering. However, given that Ling Ji's actions were not solely his own, and Luo was still recovering from her injuries, there was no need for her to intervene. Let him suffer. Until he understands the taste of the blood on his hands, he will never know. Shuangwan could not help but recall another matter. It had been nearly 10 days. And she wondered if the steward from General He's estate had found the military documents to bring back the several volumes of military reports. Had the concealed guards sent by her grandfather successfully protected them? Gu Xingyan's people had already begun scouting for shops and businesses. Once these establishments were operational, they would gradually eat away at his hidden assets, starting from Xinjing and then spreading north to Jin, until they encompassed the entire realm. Within a few years, all his properties would be consumed entirely. Ling Heng's affairs were largely shrouded in secrecy, so Li Shuangwan was not concerned that Gu Xingyan's men would be incapable of carrying out their tasks. The most crucial matter was to eliminate that individual. Jianglin was remarkably efficient. Within days, he had purchased several properties just 2 streets away from the Heng King's residence. He ordered the connecting of these courtyards, transforming them into a temporary residence for Gu Xingyan and his cohorts, which was marked with a sign, Gu Mansion. From the outside, this residence appeared far removed from the Heng King's estate, requiring at least a quarter of an hour on horseback, yet, in the cover of night, it could be traversed in mere leaps. In the study, Xu Wenbo remarked, Ninth brother, our people have uncovered that Ling Heng has begun to take action against the 5th prince, Ling Yan. He believes Ling Yan was responsible for the attack on Miss Li. Jianglin supported his chin with his hand. Ling Yan's maternal grandfather, Wan Liming, is the Minister of Personnel. Over the past few years, he has accepted numerous bribes during the official assessments, most of which have ended up in Ling Yan's pockets. Xu Wenbo nodded. Indeed, Ling Heng has gathered quite a bit of evidence. And Ling Yan, what is his reaction? Gu Xingyan inquired. Chapter 97. The revealed divine physician Xu Wenbo smiled with good humor. This 5th prince of Beijing is poisoned. With his maternal grandfather as support, and Wan Shufei gaining Emperor Jingzhong's favor, plus the formidable influence of the 5th prince's mother's family, how could he easily be outmaneuvered by Ling Heng? Gu Xingyan raised an eyebrow at Xu Wenbo. Whom has he directed Ling Yan's attention towards? Xu Wenbo snapped his fingers. Ninth brother is astute, you guessed it. However, I couldn't quite understand why Ling Heng would do this. Wouldn't it earn him merit to present the incriminating evidence directly to Emperor Jingzhong? Gu Xingyan toyed with the handkerchief in his hand. Jianglin glanced at his master. Ling Heng is well aware that he is not favored by Emperor Jingzhong. If he were to present this evidence, he wouldn't face a favorable outcome. In fact, it could backfire. Moreover, Should he do so, it would indicate his involvement in the struggle for the throne. Ling Heng would not be foolish enough to let his brothers notice his actions. After contemplating, Shuangwan conceded, Uncle O makes a valid point. We are more than aware of Ling Heng's character. His collection of evidence is not intended to cleanse the court of Beijing. Instead, he aims to incite conflict among the other princes, allowing him to profit as a bystander. Jianglin gave Shu Wenba a thumbs up. Young Master Shu is exceptionally talented. Gu Xingyan shot a glance at both of them, and what of Ling Ji? Shu Wenba scoffed, that fool? Aside from occupying the position of heir, he is of little consequence. Did he not suffer an assassination attempt a few days ago? The dagger was poisoned, causing him unbearable pain. Surviving it all is already a stroke of luck. If it weren't for the possibility of reincarnation, he would have died 1,000 times over with his current state. How could the old emperor of Beijing be so foolish as to support such a dimwit as his heir?
Wu Jianglin remarked.
Master, Emperor Jingzhong has widely posted edicts seeking physicians for Ling Ji. Just a couple of days ago, no one responded, but last evening, a frail old man suddenly appeared to claim the bounty. Gu Xingyan's eyes lit up. Last evening? Has anyone discovered who he is?
Wu Jianglin, indeed.
This person is named Qiao Shun, aged 73 this year. He is proficient in the art of the 9-turn soul-returning needle, and his medical skills are unparalleled, earning him the title of Divine Dr. Qiao. Shu Wenba's eyes darkened. Uncle, have you discovered whom he serves? Jianglin glanced at Shu Wenba before turning his gaze toward Gu Xingyan. Yes, I have found out. He serves Ling Heng. Gu Xingyan raised his head abruptly, astonished that Ling Heng could recruit such a person. Jianglin continued. 5 years ago, Qiao Shun, accompanied by his wife and 15-year-old granddaughter, encountered mountain bandits on their way to Xingjing. The bandits killed his elderly wife, and due to his granddaughter's beauty, the bandit leader intended to take her as his 18th concubine, despite Qiao Shun's desperate pleas. Gu Xingyan inquired. At that moment, Ling Heng happened to pass by, drove away the bandits, and rescued his granddaughter? Furrowing his brow, Gu Xingyan pondered why Ling Heng would require someone like Huang Sheng if he had a divine doctor like Qiao Shun. Jianglin nodded. You are correct. His medical expertise far surpasses that of Huang Sheng. Ling Heng intended to recruit him, but Qiao Shun declined. However, he agreed to assist Ling Heng with a single task. Just one task? Indeed, only one. This man spends 300 days a year traveling, which is why few know he has agreed to help Ling Heng. Gu Xingyan frowned slightly, pondering the coincidence. What of his granddaughter? She remains by his side, as she is his only apprentice. And she has now entered the palace with Qiao Shun. And his son and daughter-in-law? Jianglin shook his head. No information has been found. They seem to have passed away long ago. Uncle investigate the mountain bandit incident from 5 years ago. Jianglin appeared surprised. Are you suspicious?
Indeed.
Some coincidences seem too orchestrated, Gu Xingyan replied. He contemplated the pain Ling Ji endured from the bone scraping and poison treatment, which would linger for 3 days and nights. That afternoon, Emperor Jingzhong issued an imperial edict, yet it went unannounced until yesterday, when Qiao Shun revealed it shortly after Ling Ji started to feel better. Such impeccable timing. Gu Xingyan mused. By the way, 9th brother, a few days ago Ling Yan attempted to incite Ling Yao to kill Hu Jinfang and frame Ling Ji, only to be outsmarted. Gu Xingyan snorted coldly, instructing Jianglin. Uncle ensure the safety of Hu Jinfang and his family. Understood. Additionally, stir the rivalry among the princes of Beijing further. Rest assured, my lord, I know how to proceed. Gu Xingyan merely acknowledged with a faint hum, having already set the stage for the contest, allowing them to engage as they wished. Yet, he remained apprehensive. Miss Li was still ensnared within the confines of the Hengwang mansion, and Ling Heng could not die just yet. He found it puzzling why they would bring that actress, Zhou Kaiyao, back to the Hengwang mansion. Did she harbor ulterior motives? By the way, 9th brother, I have come across something intriguing. Can you guess what it is? As he recalled this matter, Shu Wenba's eyes sparkled with mirth. Gu Xingyan regarded him with a cool glance, his brows furrowing slightly. Jianglin sensed that Shu Wenba was a bit too buoyant today and felt it necessary to offer a gentle reminder, clearing his throat lightly. Gu Xingyan carefully folded the handkerchief and tucked it away, feigning ignorance of Jianglin's protective instincts. Shu Wenba dared not jest, standing upright. Ling Xian's mother, the concubine Duan, and Prince Gong Ling Shijiang share a questionable relationship. Gu Xingyan raised an eyebrow. Is the information reliable? Jianglin interjected. I discovered this a few days ago but could not confirm it, so I asked young Master Shu to investigate. Shu Wenbo nodded. Indeed. I have found evidence. It is absolutely reliable. It is said that the two had an affair in their youth, which was interrupted by Emperor Jingzhong, who took her into the East Palace. The Liang dynasty's clandestine operatives are scattered throughout Beijing, apart from the palace, whereas they're not one or two. Jianglin is the head of these operatives, sifting through and organizing all collected useful information, which ultimately converges into actionable intelligence in his hands. The Liang dynasty issued an order for Jianglin to return to Liang with Gu Xingyan, as there was no one else to take over. Thus, Jianglin intended to groom Shu Wenbo as a representative of the Liang Duke's estate. Jianglin remarked, Ling Shijiang, in his youth, injured his lineage while saving Emperor Jingzhong, rendering him incapable of procreation, which is why Emperor Jingzhong has never suspected him. Even though Ling Shijiang has committed many heinous acts known throughout Xinjiang, Emperor Jingzhong has suppressed all of it. How many years have passed since then? Gu Xingyan inquired. 30 years into the Dingyuan era, the last year of the former emperor's reign, making it 18 years ago. Investigate Ling Xian's lineage, Gu Xingyan commanded.
Yes, Jiangla responded.
Shu Wenbo's lips twitched. Ninth brother. You do not suspect Ling Xian is Ling Shijiang's offspring, do you? I've checked. Concubine Duan was already barren when she became pregnant with Ling Xian. We think. Let us not forget that Ling Xian turns 18 this year. Gu Xingyan shot Shu Wenbo a sidelong glance. If this were true, then Ling Shijiang, Concubine Duan, and Ling Xian would all be in peril under Emperor Jingzhong's scrutiny. The Ling family of Beijing was becoming increasingly intriguing. Gu Xingyan gently rubbed his thumb and index finger together, contemplating that if this matter held any truth, he would not mind assisting Ling Yan. What of Liang Tianyu? He is on duty today, Shu Wenbo noted, glancing at the sun, which indicated he should be returning soon. He was originally assigned a substitute. After frightening a maid by Miss Li's side that day, he was punished upon his return. Liang Tianyu, unable to escape the scolding, made his presence known with his characteristic loud voice. Ninth brother, I have returned. Shu Wenbo could only shake his head and smile helplessly at Liang Tianyu, who, despite being the legitimate grandson of their esteemed general, had such a carefree disposition. One could only wonder whom he resembled. Ninth brother, did you call for me? Liang Tianyu leaned in, peering through the door. Yes, I need someone eliminated, Gu Xingyan replied, casting a brief glance at him. Liang Tianyu emerged fully from behind the door. Understood, ninth brother.
Who shall it be?
I assure you it will be done flawlessly. To the point where even his father would believe he died in his sleep from laughter. A faint smile graced Gu Xingyan's lips. Su Jianzhou. The three of them had been sold to the mountains and trained as shadow guards, with only the three of them surviving. Thus, Gu Xingyan had no doubts regarding Liang Tianyu's skills.
Su Zianzu? Who is that?
Liang Tianyu inquired. Gu Xingyan smirked coldly, realizing how deeply Ling Heng and Lin Pin had concealed this individual. Jianglin clarified. Su Jianzhou's real name is Lin Jianzhou. He is Lin Pin's second uncle. Lin's elder son was stolen by traffickers during his childhood and sold to a Su family merchant. He was reclaimed at 18, but by then, Lin Pin had already entered the prince's residence. Liang Tianyu appeared puzzled. Wait, since Su Jianzhou has the surname Lin and has been found, why not revert to his original surname? Shu Wenbo patted Liang Tianyu's shoulder, though he too was confused. One cannot rush to eat hot tofu. Let us listen carefully. Liang Tianyu shook his head. I do not like tofu, hot or cold. Jianglin explained. Lin Pin's father had only this one daughter and initially intended to find a son-in-law for her. However, through a twist of fate, she caught the eye of then Crown Prince Jingzhong. The former emperor emerged from the bloody struggles for succession, and during that time, the competition was equally perilous. The Lin family considered that having a daughter was fortunate, had they had a son, despite their attempts to remain low-key and uninvolved. Destiny would not allow them to escape it. In light of this, they chose to seize control of their fate. Shu Wenbo could not help but glance at Gu Xingyan. Realizing the truth, being born into royalty is a sin in itself. Ninth brother was sent to Beijing at birth, and he too could not escape his destiny. Therefore, upon hearing news of the Lin family expecting a child, the elder Lin immediately summoned his two sons to discuss the matter. Ultimately, they decided to send the recently found younger son, Su Jianzhou, back to the Su family while discreetly transferring the Lin family's assets into the Su name. Did the Su family agree to be dragged into this? Liang Tianyu queried. Jianglin let out a cold snort. So, the old Master Lin had Su Jianzhou's adoptive parents killed.
Ah?
That is indeed ruthless. After all, they raised his son for over a decade. Where there is no transaction, there is no injury. The Su couple bought the child from human traffickers. Their deaths are not unjust. Liang Tianyu nodded. I understand. In other words, the old Master Lin was aware that once his granddaughter entered the palace and bore a son, regardless of whether the son contested the throne or not, he would still be a contender. Thus, in order to protect his granddaughter's future grandson, he deliberately squandered most of the Lin family's assets bit by bit. Meanwhile, he secretly funneled large sums of money to Ling Heng, paving the way for him to claim the throne. Jianglin patted Liang Tianyu on the shoulder. Young Master Liang, you are astute. Emperor Jingzhong, in his time, took Lin Pin into the crown prince's residence because he was drawn to the wealth of the Lin family. Yet, within a few years, the Lin family's fortune was nearly depleted. Do you think that now that he has ascended to the throne, Emperor Jingzhong would still favor Lin Pin? It would be fortunate for her to even be granted the title of a concubine.
No wonder.
I could never comprehend why Emperor Jingzhong harbored such disdain for Ling Heng and Lin Pin. It turns out that this dog emperor of Beijing married her for her family's wealth. Indeed, Emperor Jingzhong has 6 sons, while Ling Heng's maternal family is weak. The other princes are currently embroiled in a fierce struggle, temporarily overlooking Ling Heng. Hence, whether training secret guards or raising private soldiers, no one suspects him. Liang Tianyu scratched his head, but why did he marry Miss Li? She is the legitimate daughter of the general of the state. General Li commands an army of 300,000. Isn't he just ensnaring himself in this predicament? Oh, I recall now. It wasn't Ling Heng who sought to marry Miss Li, but rather she ran away to marry him, drawn by his handsome appearance. Gu Xingyan's expression darkened abruptly, a chilling aura emanating from him, causing Liang Tianyu to cower behind Xu Wenba. Ninth brother, I was wrong. Jianglin cast a silent glance of concern towards him. Just half a month ago, when he had finally found his master, he learned from his lips that the seemingly destitute Ling Heng harbored such profound thoughts, hidden so deeply. He immediately dispatched someone to investigate, and the findings were indeed startling. It was a dereliction of duty on the part of the dark operative sent by De Liang to Beijing. One cannot deny the old Master Lin's foresight and far-reaching plans. Unfortunately, time is still too short. The location of Ling Heng's secret guard training base and where he trains his private soldiers have yet to be discovered. Jianglin, Su Jianzhou is exceptionally skilled in business. The Lin family's enterprises, which fell into his hands, were somewhat waning. However, within less than 5 years of his involvement, not only did he revive the business, but he also expanded it beyond previous scales, albeit through unscrupulous means. This man not only traffics in salt, manipulates grain prices during disasters, and resells military provisions but also abducts children and women, having caused untold suffering and death. He deserves to die. What? Isn't he himself a victim of human trafficking? How could he engage in such nefarious activities? The money comes swiftly. Liang Tianyu, infuriated, kicked the pillar fiercely, causing him to wince in pain, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. He and ninth brother, along with their companions, were sold to become trained secret guards. Perhaps it was Su Jianzhou's doing that led to the venomous poison they could not comprehend afflicting ninth brother and them. Liang Tianyu ground his teeth. Ninth brother, leave it to me. Tonight, I shall ensure he meets his end in his dreams. Initially, he intended for him to die smiling in his dreams, but now, can he be allowed such a cheap fate? Gu Xingyan, yes, let it be done discreetly. In the palace, Emperor Jingzhong gazed at the gaunt old man brought before him by Feng Su, the commander of the 5 cities army. Shouldn't a divine physician possess an ethereal and otherworldly demeanor?